In a tragic twist of fate, a car accident leads to death, and the soul transmigrates into the body of Sun Wukong, merging with his essence to assume the dominant consciousness. As Frieza cunningly transforms into his final form, he aims to conclude the battle with utmost swiftness. Upon subduing Dr. Gero, Sun Wukong believes the crisis posed by the androids has been averted, convinced that the threat of Cell has been eliminated. Yet, unbeknownst to him, another version of Cell from a different timeline, after absorbing the Z fighters, travels through time to confront him in this reality. Sun Wukong, Cell, now in a lightning state, descends upon him. Chapter 1. The Fusion of Souls. Planet Vegeta? What has happened to me? Wu Yu opens his weary eyes, greeted by a shroud of darkness. He is a typical 20-year-old who, one fateful day, fell into a river and drowned, a victim of his own misfortune. But why, one might wonder. It was simply because he was both inept and reckless, clearly unable to swim. Ha ha ha. Thus my life fades away. But where am I? What is this place? Every direction reveals an unbroken void of darkness. How delightful. It seems I've been thrust into the depths of hell. Suddenly, a faint blue light flickers to life amid the shadows, shimmering as if on the brink of vanishing fusion. Wu Yu is taken aback. What in the world is this? Could it be a spirit? Are you suggesting that both our lives are at an end? That we must merge to survive? To depend on one another? Wu Yu is left speechless. After the fusion, would he still be himself? Moreover, if the other was already dead, how could he perish anew? Initially dismissive, it was only after spending several days in this realm that Wu Yu began to comprehend the truth. As the ancients proclaimed, essence breeds vitality, vitality breeds spirit. Indeed, it holds true. His condition is peculiar. He is a soul, a complete soul, yet devoid of vital energy. His spirit teeters on the brink of dissolution. Conversely, the blue orb represents a fragmented soul, namely, the spirit. Both are on the verge of extinction. Very well, let's merge. There was no alternative. If this continued, he would truly vanish from existence. Thus, the two souls resonated in harmony, instinctively releasing their essence, engaging in a mutual absorption and fusion. Ultimately, they coalesced into a new entity, a silver-blue soul. In that instant, the darkness receded like a receding tide, leaving only a blank expanse. Wu Yu emerged as the dominant consciousness, not by vanquishing the blue soul, but rather because the blue soul lacked the essence to form an independent awareness. Thus, during the fusion, it was only natural for him to become the primary consciousness. Yet, throughout this process, he sensed an ethereal substance, formless and colorless, connecting to his soul, bestowing sustenance. Is this vital energy, the nourishment of the soul? Suddenly, I seem to perceive this energy now. It appears he has inherited the memories of the blue soul. Or perhaps not at all. It seems this realm possesses extraordinary powers. Wu Yu's heart swells with anticipation. After all, who does not dream of conquering the skies? Who has not yearned for the allure of extraordinary powers? Nevertheless, I shall rest. I am utterly exhausted. Thus, after several months of slumber in the ethereal abode of the soul, known as the realm of consciousness, Wu Yu awakens. Bardock's household, Chi-Lai, after giving birth, collapses heavily onto the bed, drenched in sweat. Combat power. 20. What is this? A mere low-class warrior. Radit's face falls in disappointment. How could his father produce such an inferior warrior? He, born a high-class warrior, could scarcely fathom having a worthless brother. Raditz turns and exits the room, choosing to disregard the matter entirely. Such a lowly Saiyan is unworthy of being his brother. Chapter 2. The Tenfold Potential of the Soul. The Saiyan Incubation Chamber. What is this? Wu Yu stirred his tail behind him, glancing at the slumbering Broly beside him. I have become Son Goku. Broly, the Saiyan endowed with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Is this the new version or the old one? The new version seems to be called Super Saiyan All-Powerful, pure of character, inherently kind, detesting conflict and shunning battle. If it were the old version of the legendary Super Saiyan, then it would be quite sinister. This appears to be the old version, right? I remember the new version wouldn't be beside me. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Broly, Wu Yu felt like crying. Yet he neither wished to weep nor could he. But he would call out, ah, 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 ah. As for why I deliberately sought trouble with Broly, nonsense. I have become Son Goku. If I were still fearful of this or that, then I would have become Son Goku for nothing. Broly furrowed his brow, turning over in an attempt to block out the noise. Wu Yu eagerly anticipated the day Broly would come seeking him. As for the possibility of losing, what a joke. He is immensely powerful now. Becoming Son Goku is quite delightful. Although he cannot yet speak the universal language of the cosmos, he harbors no worries. With his innate talent, mastering the universal language would be exceedingly simple. His memory and comprehension have been significantly enhanced. Even a wisp of dust, Should he wish to observe it, he could see the clamor of the outside world, the buzzing of insects, and the patrolling Saiyans. Is this what the realm of geniuses looks like? Truly magnificent. Time flowed like a river, swiftly arriving at the day Bardock sent Kakarot to Earth. My child, if my premonition is incorrect, I shall bring you back. Boom. The spacecraft soared like a rocket, quickly departing planet Vegeta, transforming into a shooting star, a streak of white light racing towards Earth. Countdown to the destruction of planet Vegeta. 1 day remaining. Roar. Let it perish. Planet Vegeta. Frieza, seated in his exclusive infant seat, slowly emerged from the spaceship. He raised his index finger slightly, a yellow energy sphere gradually forming at its tip, swiftly transforming into a colossal orb of radiant energy akin to the sun. Frieza. Bardock shouted furiously, gathering a blue energy sphere in one hand. The fate of planet Vegeta, Kakarot, and your fate, ends here. He hurled the blue energy sphere with great force. Roar. Frieza's expression remained impassive as he unleashed an energy blast the size of the sun. Bardock's minuscule energy, upon colliding with Frieza's power, was as inconsequential as a breeze across a lake, causing no ripples. It was obliterated by Frieza's energy. What? The sunbright energy struck Bardock, propelling him toward planet Vegeta at tremendous speed. Kakarot. Haha, Kakarot. Bardock's once vacant pupils widened in shock, as if he beheld something extraordinary in his final moments. He passed away with a satisfied smile. The colossal energy engulfed all the Saiyans in space, crashing them into planet Vegeta. Boom. Planet Vegeta erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, putting on a grand display of fireworks for the surrounding celestial bodies. As the last dazzling light faded, planet Vegeta was utterly annihilated, leaving only scattered remnants of meteorites. Roar. A mere monkey, daring to represent destiny? Frieza scoffed, utterly unconcerned. I possess a combat power of 1 million, a formidable and gifted frost demon. Just a Saiyan, just a monkey humph, representing destiny. However, as the most talented, it is time for me to strive. Frieza elongated his body, resolving to train for a mere second each day. The Milky Way. Have we finally arrived on Earth? Do the Dragon Balls possess the power to annihilate the entire world? You have arrived. As childhood memories of the animated series surged vividly in his mind, Yu's gaze hardened. Reflecting on his life on Blue Star, his yearning for strength intensified. He had left university to work, not out of ambition, but because he had run out of money and did not wish to borrow. He understood clearly that people are inherently different. A person devoid of talent, resolute will, and any advantages, how could he possibly compete with others? Even after graduation, wouldn't he merely become one of society's underclass? It would be better to have worked from the outset. At least he could have enjoyed hardship earlier. I shall become the strongest in this world. There is a saying, endure countless hardships without complaint. He had long since had enough. Whoever desires this cursed thing can have it. Wu Yu's longing for strength grew ever more fervent. After all, he had never experienced the beauty this world had to offer. I shall seize all the beauty of this world for myself. Mine. All of it is mine. Next, in the name of Son Goku, I shall traverse this universe with abandon. An overwhelming audacity surged from within him. His aura, nourished by his spirit, subtly ascended. The spacecraft traversed through countless celestial bodies, ultimately arriving at Earth, a beautiful blue planet. The ship streaked through the atmosphere like a white meteor, plummeting toward Earth at breakneck speed. An alien? Such a powerful aura. The Supreme Kai, wielding a giant tooth-shaped staff, gazed calmly, though his energy bore a hint of malevolence. He could still be considered a force for good. After all, the majority of humanity on Earth emanated a similar aura, teetering between benevolence and malevolence. Upon the sudden arrival of the visitor, the Supreme Kai did not intervene, but instead allowed Son Goku to descend upon Earth. Boom. Following a resounding crash, the elder abruptly looked up, his gaze fixed on the mountains and forests several kilometers away. A meteor in broad daylight? Gohan, gathering herbs, was astonished to witness the meteor's descent. Inquisitive, he leapt several times to reach the site of the meteor's impact. There, he discovered a massive crater, at the bottom of which lay a circular object, housing a child clad in peculiar attire, with a tail resembling that of a monkey. Gohan extended his hands to embrace Goku, but the child interrupted with a small hand. Who are you? Why are you here? Yeah. Son Goku could not articulate a word, merely emitting incoherent sounds. Seeing the child so young and unable to speak, Gohan decided to take him home. I know not from whence you came or who you truly are, but seeing you cannot even speak and seem uneducated, if you have no place to stay, you may come with me. I can teach you many things. Gohan quickly prepared some buns and wild vegetables. Having spent considerable time in the incubation chamber, Goku naturally could eat both meat and vegetables. Goku, Unable to comprehend Gohan's words, eagerly grabbed the buns as soon as they were presented, his eyes sparkling. Observing the ravenous child, Gohan chuckled, saying, "Let me give you a name. Since you have come to the Sun family, you shall share my surname. Since you descended from the heavens, I shall name you Goku. It is a lovely name, is it not? Haha, truth be told, I am not especially adept at naming. Upon seeing you today, this beautiful name came to mind." Gohan playfully pinched Goku's cheek, growing more fond of him with each glance. 2 years later, time is a merciless blade, swiftly transforming son Goku, who could not even speak the universal language, into something more refined. "Grandpa, I have learned to read and write. I need not attend school anymore, correct?" After 2 years, Goku had mastered the universal language. Goku is truly impressive, but education allows one to grasp certain truths, enriching one's knowledge and perhaps influencing one's spirit. Hearing this, Goku's expression darkened, and he quickly changed the subject. "Grandpa, I wish to practice martial arts." Goku did not want to squander too much time on studies. In his previous life, he had already formed his worldview. Education was merely a means to acquire knowledge, utterly useless. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary talent of Bulma. His diligent studies merely place him a fraction behind the scholarly son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Gohan promptly devised a plan, for Goku's martial arts aptitude was undeniably formidable, and he wished to prevent Goku from squandering his innate gifts. The pursuit of knowledge reached a conclusion. After all, to exert oneself outside the realm of one's talents is rather foolish. Thus, Goku embarked on a journey under the tutelage of Gohan, mastering the techniques of the Turtle School. 8 years later, following a transformation of his spirit, Goku attained a level of prowess comparable to elite warriors, able to maintain his consciousness even in his great ape form, thereby sparing Gohan from harm. Departing from Mount Pozu, Goku wandered aimlessly, without destination or purpose. It took considerable effort for him to finally leave the mountain. Had it not been for his remarkable skills, his grandfather would have surely prohibited his exit. He trained rigorously from the age of 3, hunted dinosaurs surrounding Mount Pozu by 5, and by 9 years old, he had conquered all challengers on the mountain, with the exception of his grandfather. Such achievements were enough to instill within him a sense of pride. Goku then made his way to the city renowned as the most prosperous in the world, the headquarters of Capsule Corporation. The bustling streets resembled the opulence of 1990s Tokyo, vibrant and extravagant. Navigating through the throngs of people, he observed that the shops lined the streets like countless stars, far more numerous than street vendors. Having exhausted the funds given by his grandfather, he pondered what to do in the absence of money. Alas, if you believe Son Goku is a law-abiding citizen, you are sorely mistaken. Lacking money naturally leads one to resort to theft, redistributing wealth from the affluent to the less fortunate. With determination, Goku fashioned a makeshift mask from a garbage bag and hurried to the bank. In this lavish city, how could he not partake in its abundance? Now equipped with a combat power of 50, he was virtually invincible, save for Master Roshi. As for training, that was merely a matter of natural growth. Was it not? Chapter 3. The Bank? Why not rob it? In both his past and present lives, Goku had never attempted such a heist, and the novelty of the experience filled him with an inexplicable excitement. In a secluded corner, he swapped his martial arts attire for an all-black outfit. At the Golden Pearl branch, a bank clerk, amused by the sight of a small child clad in black with a plastic bag atop his head, chuckled. "What brings you here, little one? Where's the vault?" Goku inquired. The clerk, bemused by the audacity of the child, pointed with laughter. Over there, over there." She thought it a playful charade. "Oh, how adorable. If you keep playing, I'll give you some candy." Goku, exasperated, realized she regarded him as nothing more than a mischievous child seeking treats. Following the direction indicated by the clerk, he approached the vault and, with a single punch, severely bent the iron door. Bang! Bang! With 3 decisive blows, he forced the entrance open, revealing a dazzling interior filled with gold bars stacked upon the floor and stacks of green paper currency scattered like dust, surrounded by the golden treasures. He took a few bars, weighing approximately 30 pounds, satisfied with his modest haul. He was not greedy. After all, he could always return for more. Being an unparalleled master of the world, apart from the elite, who could challenge him? Moreover, he had not exposed his identity. With a swiftness akin to the wind, he vanished from sight. My heavens, what manner of creature is this? The bank clerk gasped, hastily pressing the alarm button. The Golden Pearl Bank has been robbed. The initial experience was exhilarating. Goku laughed heartily, his eyes glimmering with newfound depth. This sensation was simply sublime. After countless aspirations to rob a bank, he had finally succeeded. A kilometer away from the bank, Goku arrived at a jewelry store. Gleaming with opulence, the establishment was adorned with precious jade and diamonds. Upon entering, he found a throng of people hesitating at the counter, all accompanied by strikingly beautiful women. "Hey, summon your manager and convert these into cash for me." His commanding voice resonated throughout the store, capturing everyone's attention. Tossing the stolen gold onto the counter, he demanded compliance. A burly man trembled as he responded, "Little friend, enough chatter, or you'll end up like that stone." With a flick of his wrist, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha, shattering a stone pillar and causing the building to tremble. Debris raining from the ceiling. All right, I'll fetch him." The man scrambled to summon a bearded manager, who hurriedly exchanged the gold for cash, carefully handing it to Goku. Better to give too much than too little, the manager thought, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. As Goku surveyed his bag filled with money, a sense of satisfaction welled within him. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, most problems resolve themselves effortlessly. Goku's aura subtly absorbed a hint of ink-like darkness, unnoticed even by its master. The heart is akin to the aura. As one feels, so too does the other. In the past, protagonists often spoke of how villains become lost in their overwhelming strength. Now he understood why they would lose their way. Concentrating a blue energy sphere in his palm, he hurled it towards a distant mountain. Boom! The mountain vanished in an instant, countless rocks cascading down, toppling nearby trees. Was losing oneself in power truly such a curse? It appeared rather enticing. Wow, what immense strength! A middle-aged man was sent hurtling into a pillar. Humph! You are simply too weak. Goku frowned, realizing that the man had barely scratched the surface of his true potential. Humph! Don't be so arrogant, little brat. One day, you too shall fall to others. Your youth is your only advantage. The man roared, his anger flaring at being mocked by a mere child. Despite knowing Goku was a rare genius, yet, he could not afford to appear weak. Hearing this, Goku shook his head and chuckled. At just 10 years old, he had already reached heights the man could never attain. The adult was merely a fool. Hand over your martial arts. You dare insult me? I'll kill you. You wretched child. Bang, bang, bang. The middle-aged man, now speechless, silently surrendered the family martial arts scrolls. Take them all. They're all here. The man, tears streaming down his face, complied without uttering a word. Make copies of these scrolls, Goku said, incredulous at the man's willingness to share his family legacy. Really? Thank you. I thought these techniques would be lost forever. The middle-aged man exclaimed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude, relieved to have appeased his ancestors. Goku, witnessing the man's earnestness, smirked slightly. The fragmented gold fist. The heavenly Kuan step. Is this it? Weaker than the turtle school by a significant margin. I should not have held overly high expectations. Previously intrigued by Earth's martial arts, Goku's interest waned considerably. A young, beautiful woman was sent flying. Hand over your techniques. The silent fist. Wow. Hand them over. The dragon tiger stance. Wow. Hand them over. The shadowless kick. The 100 mountains technique. Wow. The golden light incantation. The golden light spell is indeed remarkable, allowing for the effortless manipulation of energy. The genius behind this technique is simply extraordinary. Sun Wukong, with a face full of astonishment, had pilfered hundreds of martial arts manuals from around the world. Yet, despite the sheer volume, their assistance had proven rather meager. It is well known that energy is an exceptionally challenging force to mold, predominantly manifesting as spherical energy blasts in the Dragon Ball universe. King Zamasu, as a deity, possesses immense control abilities, yet he can merely shape energy into weapon forms. Nonetheless, even this feat is akin to climbing a mountain, with attacks far surpassing the potency of equivalent energy blasts. The creator of the Golden Light spell exhibits a profound understanding of energy manipulation, making it worthy of in-depth study, especially since Sun Wukong remains a novice. His grandfather, Sun Wukong, could only execute the Kamehameha and the solar flare, demonstrating a rather superficial comprehension of energy. In the Dragon Ball world, the weak often possess a greater understanding of energy, while the strong rely on overwhelming numerical superiority. What is there to discuss? I'll simply unleash an energy blast. With the techniques from the Golden Light spell, the subsequent creation of energy blasts or circular energy slashes will undoubtedly be far more straightforward. After a decade of utilizing energy, Sun Wukong has come to grasp that the concept of energy in the Dragon Ball universe diverges significantly from that of Taoism. The energy within the Dragon Ball power system is a synthesis of ki and divinity, rather than a singular essence. Akira Toriyama's framework for energy encompasses vital energy, courage, righteousness, mental strength, and life force, among others. No wonder he had previously witnessed Super Saiyan Blue being injured by a mere amateur wielding a firearm. It appears that energy and the physical body are distinct entities. Once one's mind is at ease, any weapon in the universe could threaten even the mightiest of warriors. As is widely recognized, individuals often laugh in moments of utter disbelief, Perhaps it is due to the fusion of souls that his martial arts talent now borders on monstrous. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong could instantly comprehend the Kamehameha upon witnessing it. As long as he grasps the underlying principles, he can derive techniques even more potent than their original forms, further amalgamating the strengths of multiple disciplines to forge even greater martial arts. "Grandfather, I have returned," he exclaimed, missing Son Gohan after a few months of adventure. "Ah, Wukong has come back. Was everything smooth sailing?" Of course, everything went splendidly. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light illuminating the faces of the elder and the youth. Though their smiles were not overt, a faint glimmer of joy could be discerned on both their faces. Throughout the night, Sun Wukong regaled his grandfather with tales, while Son Gohan propped his head up, listening intently, occasionally bursting into hearty laughter at particularly amusing anecdotes. Sun Wukong chose not to divulge the origins of his martial arts manuals, and Son Gohan refrained from inquiring. To be honest, Sun Wukong cherished this period. During their first year of acquaintance, he was reluctant to accept Son Gohan as his grandfather. After all, one cannot simply declare familial ties, can they? It felt akin to having 100 ants crawling on one's skin, quite uncomfortable. Yet, through 5 years of gradual familiarity culminating in a decade of shared experiences, they had become true kin. He had genuinely and wholeheartedly recognized Son Gohan as his grandfather. 6 months later, the white snowflakes fell from the sky, blanketing the earth and trees in a shroud of white. "Grandfather?" Sun Wukong gently nudged the now stiff Son Gohan. "Grandfather. He has passed away." He instinctively took 2 steps back, momentarily stunned before coming to grips with the reality. He then shook his head. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the natural laws of existence. How many on this planet can truly escape the clutches of death? It was merely surprising that Son Gohan, with his formidable prowess, had departed this world so young, before even reaching a century. Chapter 4. The Transformation of the Heart, Revised. A peaceful passing marked a fitting conclusion for Son Gohan, not having succumbed at the hands of his beloved grandson, which alleviated some of the sorrow in Sun Wukong's heart. Gently grasping Son Gohan's hand, energy flowed from within Sun Wukong and gradually entered Son Gohan's body. It was the only recourse available. Silver light cascaded down, and the moonlight illuminated the sharp tips of his hair as the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. With a pinch of his fingers, he transformed a firefly into a wisp of smoke. He arranged Son Gohan's hair to imbue it with vitality before stepping out of the capsule mountain. The forest echoed with the sounds of chirping insects and the fluttering of bats. All creatures of the night stirred into activity. As night fell, the animals returned to their nests to sleep. Yet, for one who had sensed energy since birth, it was as effortless as radar locating Dragon Balls. Although Son Gohan's energy had dissipated, Sun Wukong still harbored a glimmer of hope. What if he were not truly gone? What if he merely entered a state of suspended animation? On the first day, Son Gohan did not awaken. The snow continued to fall heavily, and the accumulation around the house was even deeper than the previous day. He shuddered, blowing away all the snow piled at the entrance. In an instant, the sky was adorned with white, yet it seemed that Sun Wukong's energy was even more unruly than before. This resulted in a few strands of white hair appearing, further deepening his melancholy. On the second day, Son Gohan remained unresponsive. The snowfall intensified, and the snow atop the roof grew so thick that even a fully grown man could not force open the door. However, with a gentle push, Sun Wukong managed to open it. With a mighty breath, he expelled the snow within 100 meters, leaving behind a barren landscape. His energy appeared to have surged in ferocity as he blew away all the white snow from the exterior of the house, even dislodging the snow from the mountain's peak. On the third day, with a full moon shining and the stars twinkling brightly in a cloudless sky, Sun Wukong carried Son Gohan out from the house. As he raised his head, his heart raced, and his blood coursed rapidly. In that moment, he realized it was the night of the full moon. Transforming into the great ape, he gazed up at the moon that had empowered him tenfold. One would expect joy, yet he felt an overwhelming agitation. Raising his hand, he created a gap, and blue light flickered. Came, disappear forever. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the moon was obliterated by the Kamehameha, and countless meteors plummeted to Earth, several dozen kilometers away from Capsule Mountain. While burying him, there was not out of the question. Sun Wukong yearned to find a site of auspicious feng shui for Son Gohan's resting place. He quickly located such a site, unleashing his energy to create a grave, swiftly erecting a tomb. After ensuring everything was in order, Sun Wukong did not depart, but instead sat down on a stone. In truth, Sun Wukong was not a patient individual. While he rarely lost interest in tasks, he also never possessed the patience to sit idle for an entire day. Yet today was different. He sat on the stone, motionless, neither speaking nor stirring, simply gazing at the grave. He remained in this state until dawn, at which point he patted his backside and returned to Capsule Mountain. After a brief hunt and an early meal, he lay down on his bed. With a sigh, he acknowledged that his first family member in this world had now vanished. Closing his eyes, he drifted into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, Sun Wukong turned over, a single tear escaping from beneath his closed eyelids. It was unmistakably a tear, not mere sweat. 3 days later, Sun Wukong closed the door to his home and embarked on a new journey. Along the way, he encountered ducks and chickens, slaying and consuming them. Pigs, cows, and sheep met the same fate, as did dinosaurs. 6 months later, this is my family's ancestral medical book. I cannot give it to you. Don't you dare waste my time with nonsense. If you don't comply today, your entire family will perish. Do you think I'm a nice guy? How despicable. At such a tender age, possessing monstrous strength, yet brazenly stealing from others. Will he turn the world upside down when he grows up? I've been too lenient. With a single punch, he struck the bespectacled man in the face, shattering the glasses and turning his eyes into a panda's. Another punch. The other eye also transformed into a panda eye. Will you give it to me? Will you? Brother, please stop. Stop. I was wrong. I'll give it to you, all right? The bespectacled man quickly became covered in bruises. Had you done this sooner, we wouldn't be in this situation. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. All right. The bespectacled man engaged in whispered conversation with an elderly gentleman, who soon returned to his dwelling, promptly presenting a newly acquired tome to Sun Wukong. After a thorough inspection, Sun Wukong discerned no discrepancies. Although it was a mere transcription, the content remained intact, causing no significant harm. He casually purchased a candied hawthorn on the street, having heard of a physician's compendium available nearby, and was pleasantly surprised to have found it. Initially, the fellow had threatened him with a blast of energy, leading Sun Wukong to assume that he was fortified all over. However, after delivering a few punches, he realized that only his mouth bore any resilience. Now, Sun Wukong had amassed dozens of medical texts, and through his remarkable insight and innate talent, he had committed them all to memory within half a year. His combat prowess had surpassed the century mark, yet despite his advancements, his physical conditioning lagged considerably behind the augmentation of his energy. The rate of energy enhancement was several times superior to that of physical fitness. If energy's combat capability stood at 100, then physical fitness was a mere 10. Reflecting on the Dragon Ball universe, he acknowledged that no matter how potent the energy became, it could not transcend the limitations of the mortal coil. Was the path to divinity the only means to attain a lifespan beyond that of an ordinary human? Aside from the eternal dragon, Sun Wukong was uncertain whether other Dragon Balls could grant wishes, but he yearned to forge an unprecedented path, one that had never been traversed before. After all, to achieve immortality, perhaps he could simply request Bulma to create a super dragon radar, and all would be well. Contemplating Gohan's untimely demise, he mused that even as one of the strongest humans on this planet, his fate would ultimately culminate in mere dust after a century. At this juncture, he felt an urgent need to comprehend human anatomy. If the essence, energy, and spirit could harmonize into a singular force, what magnificent vistas might unfold. Essence begets energy. Energy begets spirit. Energy is the amalgamation of essence and spirit. If one were to integrate essence, representing the corporeal form, what transformations might ensue? Could that lead to the realization of immortality? He craved more, ever more material. With this thought igniting an unquenchable drive within him, Sun Wukong passionately intensified his collection of medical texts. Fools, taking advantage of my solitary state to launch a surprise attack, did you truly think you could succeed? You rookies will likely never best me in this lifetime. Ha! Truly pathetic. The golden-haired girl, clad in black attire paired with a blue denim skirt, found herself beset by 4 assailants, who, in their failure to overpower her, instead suffered the consequences of their overconfidence. How infuriating. They sullied my beloved clothing. Chapter 5. The Golden-Haired Girl. Sister, it's time for dinner, she exclaimed. Uft. Today is rather exceptional. The dark-haired boy suppressed a laugh. The golden-haired girl forcefully pushed the door shut, locking it with a resounding bang. Huh. It's all those people's fault. To suddenly claim revenge on me and attack with lime powder, how outrageous. I can't take it anymore. Is the hot water ready? I'm off to take a bath. Ha ha ha. Well, I never imagined you would have your day. The dark-haired boy finally burst into laughter. The dwelling was modest, a remnant from their parents who had passed away many years prior, though not overly spacious. Yet despite its smallness, it was fully functional. The golden-haired girl quickly entered the bathroom, shedding her garments. Within, a sizable mirror, mostly shattered and discarded, had been salvaged by the beauty-conscious girl. In the mirror, her radiant skin glistened like snow, with the contours of her abdominal muscles clearly defined. The bathtub was soon filled with hot water, a gentle drip echoing in the room. Today is the last day. Next week, it's your turn to cook. And remember to do the dishes. The boyish voice echoed from afar. The golden-haired girl furrowed her brow, irritation evident as she retorted, I know. Sighing, she lamented, what a stroke of bad luck today. I finally donned my favorite outfit only to encounter a gang of delinquents. In frustration, she struck the water's surface, sending a tremendous wave crashing about. Morning broke clear and bright. The golden-haired girl pondered that after a day of misfortune yesterday, surely today would be better. She opened her wardrobe and retrieved her second favorite outfit, a pure white dress, immaculate and pristine. Though she adored white, she seldom wore this particular piece due to its propensity to stain, which made her reluctant to don it. Lacking a bread maker, she resorted to frying a few eggs in a pan. Breakfast is ready. I know, she replied, having risen at 6, a rarity indeed. The dark-haired boy yawned, fatigue evident in his eyes, suggesting he had stayed up late the previous night. Eat up. The golden-haired girl stepped out, clad in her coat. Coming from the south, she had never witnessed snowfall. The sunlight was bright yet gentle, imbued with a hint of warmth. The trees that once donned verdant foliage had donned hues of yellow. This one, and this one, and this one too. The girl perused vegetables in the supermarket, taking advantage of the special prices of the day. Could she afford to buy a new dress as well? She skipped joyfully, her lips curling into a smile as she continued selecting her provisions. Idiot. Useless. You can't even defeat a little brat. One delinquent scoffed. Haven't you also been beaten by them? Retorted another. The 4 miscreants knelt at the feet of their leader, too intimidated to speak. Let us go. I refuse to believe we can't win. The delinquent leader, having been taught a lesson by the siblings previously, was convinced that their current number of 10 would assure victory. What are you afraid of? He bellowed, rallying 10 underlings, despite this being their entire gang. They perpetually boasted, we have over 300 members. After all, they couldn't afford to lose face. Where are they? We have no idea. The leader lashed out, delivering several blows to the 4 inept subordinates. After wandering from morning until noon, the golden-haired girl was evidently in high spirits. La, 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 she sang, her hands laden with 2 large bags, brimming with provisions for the week ahead. Suddenly, the delinquent leader appeared, blocking her path. You, she scoffed. Of course it's us. 9 delinquent boys emerged from around the corner, brandishing baseball bats and iron rods, slowly closing in. Sensing the impending danger, the golden-haired girl instinctively turned to flee. Don't let her escape. She heard them shout, frustration mounting as she realized her brother was not by her side. Gritting her teeth, she sprinted with all her might, knowing that being caught would mean dire consequences. Ultimately, she was cornered by the river, forced to confront her pursuers, but ultimately found herself outmatched. Still buying food? You parentless wretches should simply perish. The delinquents taunted as they struck her, trampling the provisions she had just purchased. People like you deserve only to eat this trash. The leader smeared the trampled food across her face. Eat up. Why aren't you eating? Don't you love it? After what felt like an eternity. The delinquents finished their assault and departed. The girl sniffled, stifling the pain from her injuries as she rose to her feet. She was now destitute. Her food was gone, and her cherished outfit lay sullied. There was no way to cleanse it now. This garment was notoriously difficult to wash, which was why she seldom wore it. Slowly, she began to clear the remnants of debris from her body, making her way to the riverbank. As dusk approached, she was caked in dirt, her once fastidious nature now overshadowed by the day's events. She felt an urgency to return home for a bath, but today was different. How could she face her brother? The placid surface of the lake rippled in the evening light. Hey kid, what's wrong? You're covered in dirt. Have you been bullied? Sun Wukong, having pilfered a few ancestral medical texts in the hospital's human anatomy database, had intended to leave the city but found himself inexplicably drawn to the scenery. The sunset bathed him in warmth, dispelling the fatigue that had weighed upon him. Mind your own business. The golden-haired maiden, upon noticing the little brat's gaze fixed upon her attire, was instantly incensed. How could one dare to retaliate against those who bully you yet remain ungrateful towards those who genuinely express concern? Such rudeness is truly unbecoming. How can you presume that I have not resisted? It is you who lacks manners. For a mere child to call someone older a little brat is the height of disrespect, is it not? You are the one being rude. You are. Little brat. You are. He. The golden-haired maiden found an outlet for her frustration and unleashed a torrent of invective upon Sun Wukong, her words tumbling forth like a waterfall. Sun Wukong listened in silence, occasionally nodding in response. The maiden, misinterpreting his nods as playful teasing, raised her voice once more. As time passed swiftly, the stars twinkled above. And the moon, this world's moon, had certainly wandered off. Gradually, her voice softened, and her anger began to dissipate. Noticing this change, Sun Wukong retrieved a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped the grime from her dirty little face. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he playfully inquired, "Could you tell me why they torment you so? They are utterly despicable for injuring you so severely." Feeling the tissue's touch, the maiden furrowed her brow slightly, yet managed to suppress her discomfort. She truly despised having anyone touch her face, even with something as innocuous as a tissue. "Why do they bully you? Would you share with me?" Sun Wukong's gentle voice resonated in her ears, momentarily startling her before her anger erupted anew. "It's that group of little brats. They came seeking revenge. We never provoked that delinquent leader at all. He approached us uninvited, looking for trouble, and we merely taught him a lesson." The golden-haired maiden had not intended to cry, but upon hearing his concern, tears fell unbidden. Chapter 6. The Willful Fist. All right, little brat. Don't shed too many tears." Sun Wukong gently patted her head to console her. "Thank you, but could you refrain from calling me a little brat? You are far more like a little brat than I am." The maiden immediately retorted, determined to reject the label. "Very well, little brat. I told you not to call me that. All right, I understand. Little brat. Ah, fine, do as you wish." The maiden winced in dismay, resigned to let Sun Wukong continue his teasing. From her words, it became clear that the delinquent leader had first provoked her and her brother, only to be soundly thrashed by them, thus sealing their enmity. Days later, the retaliation commenced, with 4 assailants ambushing her in a narrow street, culminating in the current situation where the delinquent leader had attacked, leaving her overwhelmed. Sun Wukong was taken aback by how formidable this little brat was. She was far stronger than he had been at her age, when he could hardly manage to fend off 2 opponents. Sun Wukong led the maiden to the riverbank, urging her to wash herself, unable to contain his disgust at the refuse clinging to her. "Hurry up. What are you afraid of? I have no interest in your childish form." The maiden silently shielded her modesty, even though she knew Sun Wukong was just a child and understood little. Yet, she could not help but feel a pang of embarrassment. He used his energy to fashion a rope, binding her legs securely. "Be cautious." Sun Wukong tossed her into the river, the rope spinning wildly to ensure she was thoroughly cleansed. "Wait a moment. I don't need your help. Is this personal retribution? It must be. Ugh, this is so uncomfortable." Sun Wukong spun her around in the water dozens of times, and nearly all the grime and odor was washed away. There was simply too much refuse on her. Vegetables, fruits, and spices clung to her skin. Without such measures, it would have been nearly impossible to clean her properly. "You can wear this for now. I've never worn it myself." The maiden shielded her most vital areas, her cheeks flushing with color as she bit her lip. "But it doesn't fit me." "No worries. Just cover yourself for the moment. I'll be back shortly." Sun Wukong patted her head and turned to leave. Remembering that she was dressed in white, he picked up a few food items and headed to a clothing store to purchase a dress in the appropriate size. As for how he knew the size, it was due to his absolute mastery of energy, allowing him to discern it at a glance. Yes, it must be. Minutes later, Sun Wukong returned, several bags in hand. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I wasn't sure of your size, so I bought something at random. Also, here's dinner. You must be hungry, so hurry and eat after you change." Thank you. The maiden marveled at the exquisite fabric, having never encountered such fine clothing before. "This must be very expensive, right? I've never seen anything like it." "It's all right, I suppose. It's nothing special." Sun Wukong shrugged off her compliments, urging her to eat quickly, as he still needed to find a place to stay for the night. All right. The maiden devoured nearly half of her meal in one go, showcasing her prodigious appetite. "But why are you staring at me?" she asked, turning her head for another bite. Sun Wukong chuckled softly and gently removed some rice from her mouth, looking at her earnestly. "I'm simply admiring you eat. After all, you are truly adorable." At this compliment, her previously pale cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "I am not." "Ha ha." Sun Wukong laughed heartily, finding her even more endearing. He had never encountered anyone who blushed so easily from playful teasing. "Have you had enough? Once you finish, I'll take you home." "Okay." Under the night sky, the bright lights illuminated the silhouettes of the boy and girl, their shadows gradually stretching and merging. "Do you wish to become strong like me?" "I do." "Oh, how resolute. But why do you wish to grow stronger? Is a reason necessary?" the maiden queried, puzzled. Indeed. No need for one." Sun Wukong chuckled, surprised to hear such a unique response today. As they walked slowly, taking their time to get to know each other over the course of several hours, they finally arrived at the maiden's home. "Thank you so much, crab-headed little brat. I'm home now." "Ah, you're still an impolite little brat, aren't you? Here. You can read, right? This is the first martial arts book I created. It will help you become the greatest martial artist in the world. Take this book and protect your brother. Don't let him be bullied like you were today." This martial arts manual was Sun Wukong's initial creation, merging the experiences of predecessors. However, this book did not contain traditional martial arts. Instead, It resembled a form of unorthodox cultivation method, allowing one to become a powerful martial artist in a short time. Of course, it posed no risk to one's lifespan or any other cost. Grasping the maiden's cheeks, he playfully tugged at her. All right, but could you stop pulling me? She protested, pouting as she accepted the book. Until we meet again. Wait, I still don't know your name. It's written in the book. The maiden stood quietly, clutching the book. The appearance of this boy had filled her heart with a warm glow. Soon, he vanished from her sight, leaving her gazing blankly at the spot where he had been. After a while, she murmured, "Thank you, little brat. Like a prince from a fairy tale, you've pulled me from the mire." Coming back to her senses, she took the remaining 2 portions of food and opened the door. "I'm back. Why have you returned so late? I've been looking for you everywhere." "Don't mention it. I fell into the river and was covered in mud, so I had to wash up before coming back." "Sis, what else with this outfit? Did you use the grocery money to buy new clothes again?" The boy's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized her. "No, really." The dark-haired boy's gaze bore into her. "Look into my eyes, you rascal." "Huh, no. It was a gift. Hurry and eat. I specifically bought it for you." She showed no signs of guilt, instead standing firmly in her defense. At 10 o'clock that evening, lying on her bed, the maiden finally focused on the martial arts manual. The Willful Fist. The first page. Author, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? What a lovely name. Unconsciously, her legs swayed up and down, the pink toes tightly curled together, while her hands supported her face. Thoughts flowed freely, and fists moved with unrestrained abandon. This expression transcended the body's instincts. The fist struck as desired, transforming seamlessly. Though it sounds simple, the reality is quite challenging. Without an exceptional understanding of martial arts, grasping its essence is arduous. However, this is of little consequence. Enhancing physical fitness is a commendable choice in itself. The techniques conceived by Sun Wukong span over 30 pages. How to improve physical conditioning, how to perceive chi, and various methods to counter others' martial arts techniques, as well as rudimentary attack formulas, are made simple for easier comprehension. The young girl gradually became captivated by the content, eventually flipping to the last page. "What is this? Money. A staggering 100,000. Her eyes widened in astonishment. A sight to behold. "Sun Wukong, who are you truly?" Blushing, the girl embraced the book to her face, gently inhaling, trying to find the scent of its creator. "How benevolent of me to assist a helpless girl in acquiring the power of self-defense. I am indeed the greatest benefactor of the universe. It is time to return." The story of Dragon Ball is finally about to begin. Bulma, hailed as the most formidable girl scientist. How intelligent is she, really? Master Roshi, Karin, Bubbles, and the Supreme Kai. How profound is their understanding of martial arts? It is difficult to perceive such nuances while watching an anime, unless one is part of the world. How could one grasp its intricacies? Over the years, Sun Wukong made it a point to seek out Master Roshi whenever he could. But where could that lecherous old man be, who said he could be found so easily? Master Roshi suppresses his chi to that of an ordinary person, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. "I'm back." This outing was immensely fruitful. No one responded. Sun Wukong remained unfazed, tossing his bundle to the ground. "Oh, this is the Rui Jingu Bang." Although Sun Wukong had never utilized it, his strength had long surpassed the need for weapons. Seasons changed, and half a year passed. Sun Wukong transformed his dwelling into a bedroom and a study. He had thoroughly read the books within, yet it did not hinder him from collecting them, as they were his spoils of war. After years of roaming, Sun Wukong's martial arts experience had already exceeded that of the world's 999 martial artists, and he was more than capable of calling himself a martial arts master. Techniques like the flight technique, chi slash, and chi sphere were all comprehended by him. Yet, he remained uncertain about how to enhance his physical abilities. Although he combined his unique physique to create the Monkey King Chi absorption technique, which enhances his strength by consuming the life force of animals. It is not a method of cultivation, but rather a means of utilizing chi to aid in perfect digestion of energy. With ample practice, his stomach improved. However, his combat prowess did not see significant advancement. His chi had reached a combat power of 180, while his physical fitness stood at merely 20. Of course, it still fell within the realm of chi, as stamina is considered a form of chi as well. Chapter 7. An Encounter with Destiny. Suppressing the agitation within, he pulled aside the paper curtain. Here she comes. The gifted beauty. Sun Wukong possessed an innate ability for heightened perception. From over 10 kilometers away, he could sense anything at will. Moreover, if anyone attempted a sneak attack, he would receive an immediate warning, akin to the observation hockey of pirates. No longer fearing ambushes, a car traversed a steep rocky path, surrounded by lush trees and greenery. The Dragon Balls are close. Oh yes. Soon, I will gather 3 Dragon Balls. The blue-haired girl sported a large red bow atop her ponytail, clad in a pink dress. The girl was youthful and radiant, her figure slender, and her skin flawless, glowing with a subtle blush. Who shall I choose today? You, the red dinosaur. The chi slash cleaved through the dinosaur's neck, slicing the trees behind it in half. Its massive body crashing down upon adjacent trees, reducing them to splinters. With the head in his left hand and the tail in his right, roasting it smelled divine. Run. Go. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out, and as Sun Wukong turned, he saw an oncoming car, which collided directly with his face. In an instant, his youthful body was sent flying several meters, crashing against a large tree. Ah, I've killed someone. Woe is me. The girl's heart sank to the depths of despair. If anyone found out, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. I'm going to die. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in the girl's ears, the previously sweltering air turning damp. I will kill you. Join me in the grave. Let us descend to hell together. Ah, I do not wish to die. Mother, help. Sun Wukong, bloodied hands pressed against the glass, appeared terrifyingly ominous. His crimson hands opened the door, then tightly grasped Bulma's legs, the sticky warmth of blood palpable. The girl's face turned pale, her heart gripped by fear. Ah, Mr. Ghost, I am still so young. I beg you, spare me. I shall never dare again. With her hands clasped over her head, the girl knelt on the chair, tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking her long dress. Perhaps she had been a bit overly frightened, of course. Sun Wukong was unfazed, in comparison to Bulma's unintentional harm. The fright served as an appropriate lesson. After all, not everyone possesses extraordinary strength like Sun Wukong. She needed a profound lesson. All right. This girl who keeps calling for her mother, please refrain from such outbursts. You are quite timid. How could there be ghosts in broad daylight? Realizing the situation, Bulma released her hands and was astonished to see the person she had just knocked over miraculously unharmed. Moreover, the blood that had terrified her was merely a trickle from the boy's palm, proving she had frightened herself. You little brat. Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the dinosaur corpse, noticing the girl's frantic outburst, a smirk tugging at his lips. Her attack was notably stronger than the previous blonde girl's. He shrugged and swiftly changed the subject. What brings you to this desolate wilderness? That statement snapped Bulma back to reality. Of course, she was here to find the Dragon Balls. Immediately, Sun Wukong's voice rang out again. The sun is setting. Many man-eating monsters lurk here at night. There are even dinosaurs over 10 meters tall that could crush a house with a single step. Is that true? Bulma's face turned pale. She had worked hard to arrive here, on the verge of finding the Dragon Balls, only to discover the dangers lurking about. She felt a profound sense of injustice. But then she reconsidered. Wait, if it's so dangerous, why are you living here? You're not trying to trick me, are you? Of course not. I am a martial arts master. Just you? Humph. Bulma sensed she had hit the mark. This little brat was clearly deceiving her. What martial arts master is merely in their teens? Seeing Bulma's skepticism, Sun Wukong rubbed his forehead. There are dinosaurs everywhere in the Baozi Mountains. For her to enter means she is quite fortunate. This place is not one can simply visit and leave at will. Chi slash. Suddenly, a spiraling, sharp energy sliced Bulma's car in half. My heavens. Bulma knelt, her eyes wide in astonishment. Is this even human? Why demonstrate strength by attacking my car? I apologize for scaring you earlier. Would you like to come to my home for shelter? Tomorrow, I can take you out. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sun Wukong. Thank you so much. My name is Bulma. How disgusting. After a moment of hesitation, Bulma clasped Sun Wukong's bloodied hand. After much contemplation, she resolved to follow Sun Wukong home. After all, her life was paramount. The Dragon Balls could wait until she devised a stronger weapon to seize them. Incredible. Sun Wukong, you've lived in such a perilous place for 12 years. Indeed, this is my home. Along the way, Sun Wukong could not contain his desire to share. Having spoken only to his grandfather, the blonde girl, and Bulma over the past 12 years, loneliness weighed heavily upon him, rendering him unusually loquacious. You can find a place to sit. I shall fetch the grilling equipment, he said. Very well. Bulma glanced about, and there it was, the Dragon Ball. Her eyes fell upon the shimmering orb nestled in the center of the room. Hastily, she set down the 2 Dragon Balls she had brought, and the 3 orbs suddenly flickered with radiant light. Ha ha ha. After searching far and wide, I find it without effort. Hey, it's quite impolite to meddle with the owner's belongings. Control the crane. The 4-star Dragon Ball slipped from Bulma's grasp and landed in Son Goku's hands. Ah, my Dragon Ball. This is the one that can grant any wish. How about you give it to me, Goku? I can trade you something else. No. No matter what Bulma proposed, Goku remained steadfast. Well then, Goku, how about if I let you touch it? You give me the Dragon Ball. Bulma playfully swayed her skirt, revealing a glimpse of her undergarments. Unexpectedly, Bulma made her intentions clear, yet Goku showed no interest in her current self. Had it been the 24-year-old Bulma, the situation might have been different. Here, take it. I have no need for it. You're just giving it to me? Just a moment ago, you were unwilling to trade. I desire you far more than the Dragon Ball. You are far more significant to me. And the Dragon Ball can wait another 8 months. Goku tossed the Dragon Ball to Bulma, silently acknowledging that this dragon was rather lackluster. It's getting late. Let us dine. Under the setting sun, 2 figures busily prepared the meal. The dinosaur meat sizzled to a golden crisp upon the grill, seasoned with chili powder, creating a culinary delight. Hey Goku, why did you give me the Dragon Ball? After all, you refused to trade just moments ago. It must be something very important to you, right? Bulma, holding a piece of grilled meat in her right hand, turned to the ravenous Goku and voiced her curiosity. I see that you are exceedingly eager for the Dragon Ball. I know it can fulfill any wish, so I surmise you must have a very significant desire. Upon hearing this, Bulma hastened her eating, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Thank you. I indeed have a wish that I hold dear. After speaking, the blush deepened from her cheeks to her ears, her eyes subtly glancing at Goku's face, lost in thought. Oh, I know you well, Goku chuckled. As night fell and stars twinkled above, the moon shone brightly. The charcoal fire had long extinguished. Goku lay asleep in bed while Bulma rested beside the house, having conjured it with a universal capsule. Chapter 8, Departure. The journey to seek the Dragon Balls. The midday sun scorched the earth, warping the very air. Goku, come with me to seek the Dragon Balls. On this journey, you shall encounter stronger opponents, formidable foes, which will hone your skills. You cannot simply confine yourself to one place, and there will be thrilling adventures. What do you say, Goku? The girl spoke incessantly, extolling the multitude of benefits this trip would bring, as if to say, if you do not accompany me, it shall be the greatest regret of your life. Bulma's invitation for Goku to join her in the quest for the Dragon Balls stemmed from a desire for the boy to protect her. More importantly, she yearned to forge a connection with him, to understand him better. Was she smitten by Goku? It would be an exaggeration to say so, for Bulma. She merely felt a flicker of interest, a spark of curiosity. All right, I accept. Really, splendid. Though he held little interest in the forthcoming adventure, his fascination lay with the transformation techniques of Oolong, and most importantly, Bulma herself. With a swift motion, a universal capsule was flung, instantly transforming into a motorcycle. Hop on. Bulma, don't you have a car? Why a motorcycle? Isn't it your fault? In an instant, Bulma transformed into a fierce demeanor, her sharp claws digging into Goku's shoulder. Ha ha ha. My apologies. Hey, Goku, don't hold me so tightly. Feeling Goku's firm grip around her waist, a delicate flush appeared on her fair face. You're the one turning red like a teapot. Goku loosened his hold slightly, pretending to be oblivious. Suddenly, the motorcycle surged forward, causing Goku to bump his head against the backrest. A faint fragrance, reminiscent of gardenias, wafted into his nostrils, instilling an inexplicable sense of calm within him. The bike raced wildly, soaring through the mountains at speeds of 200 km/h. One must admit, those who survive possess an indomitable spirit. Phew, it's still so tight. Bulma shifted her waist, causing the boy behind her to sway, and with a resigned sigh, she wondered who could sleep upon mounting a vehicle. The sun began to set, the azure sky being invaded by hues of gold. The green leaves appeared as though they had been dyed, transforming into a brilliant yellow. Get up. As familiarity grew, Bulma's attitude shifted dramatically, though her demeanor had never been particularly amiable. Bang! A spherical dwelling materialized out of thin air. Let me sleep a little longer. Initially, Goku had no intention of sleeping, but the alluring scent had lulled him into unconsciousness. Get up. I've driven all day, and you've slept the entire time. Are you a pig? How can you sleep so deeply? Bulma reverted to her fierce demeanor, her sharp teeth seemingly ready to snap at Goku's head. At times sharp, at times smooth. This situation was indeed quite amusing. Goku gazed at her, somewhat entranced. Hey, are you even listening? I am, Goku replied, snapping back to attention. Uffed. Haha, where did you learn that? From your heart. Ha ha ha. Where did that corny line come from? Aren't you a martial arts master? How can you know this? Being a martial arts master is not merely for show. I've traveled far and wide, proving my prowess with my fists. I was once invincible. No one could withstand a single blow. Heh, I find that hard to believe. You're just a 12-year-old brat. How could that possibly be true? Are you trying to deceive me? The girl's eyes widened, sparkling like bells, her gaze fixed intently on Goku, as if challenging him to prove his claims. Goku remained unfazed, entering the room and taking a seat behind the sofa. You'll find out soon enough. Is that so? With a gentle press, the screen illuminated, displaying, heating in progress. Food materialized from the universal capsule, pre-prepared dishes placed into the machine, while he turned to the bathroom to heat water. Whether it was true or not was of little concern to Bulma. She merely wished to witness Goku's pride dissolve. That proud visage made her feel a strange fondness. As the heiress of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma had encountered countless individuals and perceived Goku as inherently proud. Was it due to his youthful mastery of martial arts? Or was it something else? Though Goku typically concealed it well, Bulma could still sense it. The innate curiosity of a girl compelled her to unearth the boy's hidden expressions. I'm going to the restroom. If that thing beeps, remember to open it. You fool. Just because you didn't find anything doesn't mean it's over. The blue-cloaked creature gnawed angrily at the meat. My deepest apologies, King Pilaf. I am to blame. It is my fault. The dog-like creature in a blue cloak fervently apologized to Pilaf. Do you understand? We are not the only ones collecting Dragon Balls in this world. Others may have already gathered 6 of them. They might have devised a way to seize our Dragon Balls. Pilaf produced a Dragon Ball from a box and placed it before his companion. Look, this beautiful radiance belongs solely to me. If I can take all of their Dragon Balls, this world shall be mine. Pilaf raised the one-star ball high, his greed nearly spilling from his eyes. A true master of this world shall emerge, and that master shall be none other than me. King Pilaf. Bulma, you possess quite a fortune, and your abode is exquisitely furnished. Naturally. After all, Sun Wukong, Bulma finished her bath, rinsed her mouth, and retired to bed early. For staying up late is hardly a commendable habit. Morning dawned. The sun ascended, the air was crisp, and a gentle breeze wafted through. As usual, Sun Wukong engaged in his training. Could you fetch me a glass of salted water? Seaweed would be a delightful addition. Suddenly, the turtle appeared, tapping Wukong's calf with his arm. You truly know how to indulge yourself. Bulma stepped outside, turned back to retrieve it, deeming it a trivial task. Merely an act of occasional kindness. Here you go, dear turtle. Do you truly recognize me as a sea turtle? How utterly touching. Along this journey, I have been referred to merely as a turtle. I am indeed a sea turtle. The turtle then recounted the myriad of experiences he had encountered along the way. Aren't turtles and sea turtles essentially the same? Who even asked you? Sun Wukong and Bulma exchanged glances, both reflecting the mutual exasperation in their eyes. Eventually, the turtle expressed his ultimate desire. I seem to have lost my way. Do you know where the sea is? Bulma pulled out a map, exclaiming in shock, Goodness! We are 150 kilometers from the coast. What? 150 kilometers? Boo-hoo-hoo, is it appropriate for such a large turtle to weep? Shouldn't you be striving to return? Sun Wukong commented, bemused. It struck him as odd that a turtle would cry. Though 12 years had passed, his memory remained vivid, and the narrative seemed to deviate. Could it be that deviations from reality were commonplace? Was change perpetually possible? If time were to rewind, events should ideally continue in their natural course. However, if a person's thoughts diverge from the expected path one day, it could lead to chaos. For one cannot guarantee that human thought will adhere to its original trajectory. Spontaneous notions might emerge, creating unforeseen outcomes. All right, I shall escort you back. Really? Thank you. Young one. He retracted countless thoughts. Why overthink? When soldiers come, we shall fight. When water flows, we shall dam it. In the past, he had not understood why the strongest antagonist could confront the protagonist without resorting to schemes. Now he comprehended that possessing absolute strength guarantees victory. All fears stem from insufficient power. A strong individual must possess a formidable heart. If one fears this and that, they might as well return home to seek comfort from their mother. Chapter 9. The Turtle Hermit. Wukong, isn't that too far? I refuse to go. I absolutely will not go, not even if it costs me my life. Furthermore, let him crawl back on his own. What concern is that of ours? Bulma vehemently shook her head, exasperated at the prospect of aiding this aged turtle. How long would it take to gather the Dragon Balls? She resolutely refused. Fear not. I shall be quick. I can manage it in half a day. Is that true? Of course. Bulma, somewhat skeptical, recalled the image of Wukong effortlessly severing a car, ultimately nodding in agreement. I am utterly grateful to you, Wukong. The sea turtle, tears streaming down his face, was taken aback by the kindness of a stranger. All right. I shall carry you, Mr. Sea Turtle. How could I possibly allow that? No. The turtle waved his hands in protest. It's quite all right. I am exceptionally strong. Sun Wukong hoisted the turtle onto his back with ease, arms outstretched. Bulma, I shall carry you. We will arrive in no time. Wait, really? Is it truly the case? Bulma stepped back, crossing her arms. Of course. Otherwise, it would take several days, and you surely do not wish to delay unnecessarily, do you? Ignoring Bulma's protests, Sun Wukong scooped her up in a princess carry and soared into the sky. Flying technique. Ascending 5 meters off the ground. They swiftly covered hundreds of meters. We are going to crash. Bulma instinctively clutched Sun Wukong's neck, compressing her snow-white peaks. Sun Wukong navigated around the mountains. The snow is so soft. At that moment, Sun Wukong held but one thought, unconsciously tightening his grip around Bulma. Hey, What are you doing, Sun Wukong? Bulma's cheeks flushed. She felt he was doing it on purpose. You are holding too tightly. This has nothing to do with me. Sun Wukong adamantly refused to acknowledge the implication, insisting it was all Bulma's fault. With an increase in speed, they soon reached the seaside, encountering a bandit tiger along the way who attempted to rob them, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Sun Wukong with a mere gust of wind. I would love to comment, how dare you attempt to rob a flying individual? You are quite bold, but if you manage to survive my grasp, it is merely fate. After a few minutes of flight, they arrived at the beach. Thank you so very much, Sun Wukong. Could you wait here for a moment? I wish to present you with a gift. The sea turtle disregarded any protests from Bulma and marched away without a glance back. Honestly, we do not have time to wait for him. By the way, Sun Wukong, did you not take advantage of me earlier? Bulma's gaze was icy, fixed intently upon him. Absolutely not. You were the one who held too tightly. He turned away, guilt-ridden. Look me in the eyes and answer me. I am somewhat cross-eyed. Ah, you lecherous little rascal. Bulma tugged at her hair, exasperated by Sun Wukong's audacity. Ultimately, she had no evidence to support her claims. Moments later, the sea turtle returned, carrying an elderly man with glasses on his back. Thank you, young lad, for escorting my old friend home. Is that all? Shouldn't there be some form of gratitude? He is my savior, the turtle said, disgruntled. Hold on. The phoenix. The phoenix. Bulma exclaimed with delight. This is the legendary immortal creature. What? The phoenix? Your excitement is premature. It is merely a name. If Bulma were to learn the truth later, her expression would surely be amusing, Sun Wukong thought darkly. In truth, he passed away last year. Food poisoning took him. Ahaha. Young lad, allow me to procure another gift. The turtle hermit felt somewhat embarrassed. Bulma, disappointed, responded, what a pity. I merely desire this yellow orb. He had no need for the flying nimbus. His speed had long surpassed it, and his intentions were not entirely pure. If he were to fall, it would be quite embarrassing. Moreover, the Rui Jingu bang he carried was not intended for weaponry. It merely served as a form of identification. While out in the world, it is foolish not to utilize connections. This is merely a worthless glass bead. Do you truly wish for it? Indeed. Sun Wukong had already memorized the turtle hermit's aura. After retrieving the Dragon Balls, he would seek him out to become his disciple. Although his strength had surpassed that of the turtle hermit, the original Wukong's understanding of martial arts surely held merit. The turtle hermit gazed at the youth, bearing the Rui Jingu bang, and recognized him as the grandson of Son Gohan. 3 years prior, Gohan had visited him, bringing several bottles of wine, boasting about how incredibly talented his grandson was, vowing he would surely become the greatest in the world within a few years. Little did he expect. Only 3 years had passed, and the boy's strength had far surpassed his own. Your grandfather is named Son Gohan, is he not? Did he speak of me? Indeed. How is Gohan faring these days? The turtle hermit tossed the Dragon Ball he wore around his neck to Sun Wukong, subtly adjusting his attire, not wishing to lose face before the grandson of his disciple. My grandfather passed away a year ago. Is that so? Truly? The turtle hermit nudged the sea turtle, signaling for him to depart. Gazing at the sun illuminating the sea, he recalled the last meal they shared 3 years ago, unknowingly their final farewell. Gohan had also departed. Memories of their time together as mentor and student. Indeed, decades have flown by. You are Master Mateto, are you not? My grandfather spoke of you, although Gohan had never mentioned him. Farewell, Wukong. May we meet again someday. The sea turtle waved, having developed a fondness for the boy with the tail. The turtle hermit waved back, concealing his hand behind him, disappearing over the ocean's expanse. For reasons unknown, his silhouette felt somewhat solitary. Wukong, you are remarkable. Without even breaking a sweat, we have procured another Dragon Ball. Bulma was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated collecting a Dragon Ball on the very first day of their journey. Goku was indeed her lucky star. With both hands cradling Goku's head, she found herself compressing him against her chest due to the stark height difference, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. My apologies. With 4 Dragon Balls in their possession, the realization of their wish was imminent. So, Bulma, what wish do you intend to make? In her moment of joy, Bulma suddenly froze, an awkward flush creeping across her face. Well, it's none of your concern. It's just very important. Oh, come now. Do you think I'm oblivious? Goku smirked, eagerly anticipating her reaction once they gathered all the Dragon Balls. He wrapped his arms around Bulma's waist once more, and one couldn't help but admit it was quite delightful. As they approached a village, the sight of a motorcycle sent the villagers scattering in fright, hastily securing their doors. The location of the 5th Dragon Ball lay within. With the Dragon Ball radar in hand, Bulma nudged Goku, fully accustomed to his hold around her waist. Oh, you seem quite fearsome. The moment you appeared, the villagers fled in terror. What did you say? Goku. in his fierce form, attempted to lash out at him, but it was utterly ineffective. Bulma sighed, realizing that Goku was practically invulnerable, impervious to any blows. The radar scanned the area. Is anyone home? Is anyone there? Goku understood that the villagers were too frightened of Oolong to dare open their doors. If there were an individual of high moral integrity, they would knock and announce, "I am entering." But was Goku that sort of person? With a single punch, he created a breach, his hand slipping through and twisting gently, dismantling the door. A man wielding an axe lunged at him, but Goku effortlessly dodged. Exhaling, he sent the axe-wielding man crashing against the wall. Impressive, Goku. You sent him flying with a mere breath. Oolong, please forgive me. Don't kill me. Discarding the demolished door, they quickly spotted the Dragon Ball in the center of the room. Chapter 10, Transformation Technique. Hey, I'll be taking this. In exchange for the surprise attack, he claimed the Dragon Ball, tossing some money at the man. This should cover the damage to the door. The amount was sufficient to purchase several doors, and Goku, indifferent to money, found it trivial. He tossed the Dragon Ball to Bulma and settled beneath the shade of a large tree. Bulma, let us take a break. I'm waiting for someone here. Immersed in the joy of acquiring the Dragon Ball, Bulma snapped back to reality, unsure of how Goku intended to wait without any means of communication. Yet she chose to trust him. After all, he was the one who had helped her collect 3 Dragon Balls in just 2 days. A little patience was only natural. As the villagers recognized that Goku and his companions were not Oolong, they gradually emerged. Some bold villagers whispered about Goku, though none dared to approach him. After a considerable period, Bulma retrieved a capsule to conjure a house, as the heat was unbearable, and she did not wish to darken her fair skin under the scorching sun. Here he comes. Goku slowly opened his eyes. Oolong, you certainly made me wait. Don't die on me now. Has he finally arrived? Bulma stirred from her reclined position. Refreshing, having slept from noon to afternoon. She had indulged in a delightful slumber. Ah, Oolong is here. The villagers hurried back to their homes, securing every door and window. A man clad in a suit, with a face that exuded an air of sophistication, yet concealed a lewdness beneath, approached. Utilizing his ki, Goku transformed it into a golden rope, binding Oolong and giving him no chance to react. Ah, you certainly made me wait. Oolong, who are you? Oolong trembled in fear, unable to recall ever having offended such a skilled youth, or even having met him. Goku's left hand morphed the ki into a whip. 1 lash. 2 lashes. 30 lashes. I summoned you here so late. I commanded you to transform. I demanded you to cease being a pig. You made me wait far too long. With no entertainment to occupy him, Goku's patience wore thin after several hours. As he struck Oolong, he grumbled. Bulma, upon hearing Goku's complaints, was momentarily speechless. All this waiting was merely to assist the villagers in resolving their Oolong dilemma. A man with a haughty demeanor. It was evident Bulma had misjudged him. Oh no. Oh no. Brother. Please don't hit me anymore. I'll do anything you ask. Where have you hidden the stolen women? Over there. Over there. Oolong pointed while wincing in pain from his battered body. It hurts. It really hurts. At that moment, Oolong wished for nothing more than to vanish. Go tell those villagers. All right. After Bulma relayed the events to the villagers, they quickly located the girls who had been abducted. Oolong was taken away by Goku. As he still needed to extract the transformation technique from him, the vehicle roared to life, and they continued their quest for the new Dragon Balls. On the road, Goku quickly managed to extract the transformation technique from Oolong, who proved to be utterly useless, having retained only half of what he had learned over the years. Regrettably, Goku had been unable to find any creatures capable of transformation during this time. Had he encountered Oolong earlier, he would have dispatched him with a ki blast long ago. There was simply no time, as his focus had been on acquiring martial arts texts. All right, you are of no further use, you waste of space. Mark my words. Goku did not end Oolong's life, but instead discarded him by the roadside. A worthless Oolong, he found even a glance at him to be a waste of life. Naturally, Bulma said nothing. A person who kidnapped children deserved at least this much mercy from Goku. Oh, how it hurts. Oolong lamented. Thus, Oolong was callously abandoned by the roadside, while Goku and Bulma pressed on in search of the Dragon Balls. In the desert, the winds kicked up. It's so hot. So hot. Goku, could you please hold me? Bulma grasped a stick, straining to support herself, perspiration glistening on her skin. This is completely unfair. Being able to fly is such an advantage. While she was drenched in sweat, Goku appeared utterly unfazed, a truly convenient skill. Goku floated around Bulma, seemingly implying that convenience meant little if she couldn't do it herself. Since Bulma had previously agreed to Goku's request, her notion of asking him to fly to gather the Dragon Balls was met with a merciless refusal. The principle was to endure hardship without complaint. Bulma wished she could tear her mouth apart for speaking so foolishly. Very well. Seeing her plight, Goku relented, though it was not merely due to Bulma's charming antics. Splendid, splendid. Bulma raised her arms, her feet leaving the ground as she exuberantly bounced, the towering peaks swaying beneath her. What are you doing? Goku scratched his head, perplexed. You fool. I'm obviously asking you to hold me. You pig. Bulma transformed into her fierce form once more, extending her arms toward Goku, signaling him to hurry. Goku, intrigued, noted how Bulma transformed whenever her defenses were breached. Halt. A man dressed in red, with slightly longer hair, accompanied by a floating cat, approached. It was Yamcha. However, Yamcha was not there to rob them. He quickly discerned that one was a mere child while the other was a freshly graduated girl, both quite innocent. Individuals like them carried no wealth, and Yamcha scoffed at the prospect of robbing such impoverished souls. As for Goku's ability to fly, that was a joke. His own poor could do that. What are you two doing here? Lost. There's a city if you had left. In a good mood today, he magnanimously offered directions. So be grateful for my kindness. Wow, a handsome guy. Bulma was momentarily starstruck. Yet, he could not compare to Goku's charm, she mused. Ah, if only Goku grew up to be as handsome. He was so adorable as a child. Not at all. You are a martial artist, aren't you? Let us have a match. I am Son Goku. A martial artist, who are you? Humph, just you? I am Yamcha, the great martial artist. Yamcha is intrigued. A mere child dares to call themselves a martial artist? Little brat, don't think that reading a few comics makes you a master of martial arts. After you lose, go home and eat your snacks. Don't get lost in your own fabricated fantasies. Ha! Snacks? Just right for you, as you are most suited and fond of them. Sun Wukong threw a punch with his right hand aimed at Yamcha's face, but Yamcha effortlessly dodged. Indeed, the little brat is amusing. Before Yamcha could finish his taunt, Sun Wukong struck his abdomen with his left hand. Uffed. Yamcha spat out saliva, flying backward, unconscious. Is that all? He didn't even exert 1% of his strength. Useless. Sun Wukong shook his head. The force he used was not much stronger than Yamcha's, merely a display of superior technique. Just dodging a punch, he became complacent, unaware that even when hunting a rabbit, one must use all their strength. Yamcha, what are you doing? Puer exclaimed in alarm. As my trophy, you belong to me. Sun Wukong grasped Puer's head firmly, and no matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape. Turning around, he saw Bulma fully restored, truly a master of disguise. Let's go. This is boring. He is far too weak. Ha ha ha, is that so? Bulma glanced back at Yamcha, speechless, as she realized he was just a pretty boy who could be knocked out with a single punch. Let me go? I want to return to find Master Yamcha. Puer cried out desperately. Very well, if you teach me the transformation technique, I shall let you go. Great. It's a deal. Upon uttering the transformation technique, Sun Wukong verified its authenticity and promptly tossed Puer away. You are no longer of any use. Chapter 11. Chi-Chi. So, Wukong, what is the transformation technique like? Bulma could not contain her curiosity. It is like this. After Puer recited the transformation technique, Sun Wukong quickly learned it. Bang. As the smoke dissipated, a blue-haired girl emerged. Ah, this is truly miraculous. A beauty, proportionate to Bulma, appeared before her. Bulma could not resist poking and prodding, exclaiming, wow, this feeling is quite real. Pervert. The girl's fair complexion flushed a rapid crimson, as if she had touched a snow-capped mountain. Sun Wukong transformed into a bird and circled in the sky, then morphed into a yellow snake landing on Bulma's shoulder. He then shifted into a hamster, then an insect, and finally transformed into a sparrow, quietly perched on her shoulder. After numerous practices, he had become quite adept. Excellent technique. Upon grasping the transformation technique, a wellspring of inspiration flowed ceaselessly through his mind. This transformation technique is truly remarkable. Bulma's mouth slightly agape, her eyes wide as saucers. She could hardly fathom the convenience this would bring. Teach me. Teach me. Don't you know your own talent? Fine, I shall teach you. Transforming back into his human form, Sun Wukong began to instruct Bulma in the transformation technique. But it was not something one could learn merely by being taught. In truth, Bulma's talent was not particularly impressive. If she forced herself to learn, it would take at least 3 years to master. Mastery alone was insufficient. One also needed sufficient energy to sustain the transformation, otherwise, it would not last long. Sun Wukong did not hold much hope for her. Bulma quickly memorized the transformation technique. Indeed, her memory was excellent, but mastering it required more than just intellect. It also necessitated a command over energy. I also need to learn that thing called energy. What? With my aptitude. It will take at least 3 years to learn. This revelation left Bulma feeling defeated, shocked by her dismal potential. But, so what? I am the most brilliant scientist in the world. My talent is not inferior to Sun Wukong's martial arts prowess. In fact, it may even surpass it. With this thought, Bulma swiftly regained her confidence, her gaze at Sun Wukong transforming into one of pride. As if to say, why not bow before a genius when you meet one? What kind of look is that? Sun Wukong retorted. Regardless, don't mind me. Bulma confidently turned to Sun Wukong and said, let us go, it's boiling hot. I do not wish to spend the night in the desert. TCH. Sun Wukong was speechless, sensing that her previous gaze seemed to convey disdain towards him, transforming into a golden-winged rock, approximately 30 meters in length, with golden feathers and a proud glint in its eyes. Wow, so cool. Let me ride. The bird's claws grasped Bulma tightly, and it soared into the sky. In an instant, a tempest of fierce winds erupted, forming a tornado that swept across the desert. Oh no, perhaps I exerted too much force. Bulma's eyes sparkled. This was truly astonishing. Her 17-year-old worldview, which had been shocked upon first meeting Wukong, was now utterly shattered. Without witnessing it firsthand, one could not comprehend the supernatural powers at play. Indeed, it was extraordinary. Even if Sun Wukong told her he could grant eternal life, she would believe him. Initially skeptical about whether the Dragon Balls could fulfill any wish, she now felt only belief and anticipation. Yamcha slowly opened his eyes. His longtime companion Puer vanished. Worry pierced through his heart. Puer, Puer, Puer. Yamcha cried out frantically. Yet, no matter how hard he called, the familiar voice remained unheard. Tears streamed down his face as he knelt, shouting, is it that Sun Wukong? Did he take you away? Sun Wukong, I will never forgive you. Never. Master Yamcha, I'm here. Puer, upon returning, heard Yamcha's cries, feeling deeply moved. Master Yamcha truly cares for me. Upon seeing Puer, Yamcha felt immensely embarrassed, wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. I didn't mean what I said earlier. Master Yamcha, I believe in you. Puer joyfully circled around Yamcha, happiness radiating from its face. That Sun Wukong is so despicable. How dare he launch a sneak attack on me? Yamcha hastily shifted the topic. Master Yamcha, Puer worriedly interjected. Even without a sneak attack, you would not be able to win. If he could knock you out with a single punch, his strength must be far superior to yours. Do not concern yourself with this. Wukong, look, there is a little girl in strange pink clothes being chased by a dinosaur. Save her. Bulma, noticing a girl in a Saiyan outfit being pursued by a dinosaur, inexplicably felt a surge of compassion. The golden bird dove swiftly, Bulma's hair fluttering wildly as they quickly approached within 10 meters of the girl. The girl, having been chased, immediately counterattacked, her Saiyan horns launched, spinning like a boomerang, severing the dinosaur's head, which fell straight to the ground. Boom. The headless dinosaur collapsed, and the girl continued firing circular beams. Boom. The dinosaur's body exploded, fragments scattering in all directions. Incredible. Bulma, tightly grasped by the bird's claws, was astonished. It seemed that everyone outside was stronger than her. Sun Wukong reverted to his original form, hugging Bulma's waist as they landed. Who are you? The girl in the Saiyan outfit, with skin as white as snow and striking features, despite her young age, was still a beauty in the making. Her large, dark eyes scrutinized the duo, immediately on guard. Placing her hands on her forehead. I am not a bad person. Your father is the Ox King, right? You know my father. Chi-Chi felt a little more at ease, though caution still lingered. Of course. My grandfather and your father are martial arts brothers. I came specifically to pay a visit. Huh. Aren't we looking for the Dragon Balls? Bulma looked at Sun Wukong in confusion, questioning why he was fabricating lies. Really? Chi-Chi, still a little girl, believed him after a few casual words. Of course. Can you take me to find the Ox King? Certainly. What Sun Wukong said was true. No way. My house is on fire. I need to find Master Roshi to get the Bansho fan to extinguish it. You can go by yourself. Chi-Chi pointed in a direction and walked away without looking back. No. Aren't you lost? Why do you walk with such confidence? Wait. The Bansho fan was lost by Master Roshi. There is no need to search for it. What should we do? Chi-Chi's spirits plummeted instantly. You lead the way, and I can put out the fire. Really? Thank you so much. Chi-Chi expressed her gratitude. What does it matter? What is our relationship? Sun Wukong chuckled. Only Bulma found it peculiar, sensing that Sun Wukong's words bore two meanings. Was she overthinking? Without further ado, let us depart. This time, Sun Wukong transformed into a dragon, his entire body gleaming with golden hues, golden pupils shining forth, and 5-clawed dragon talons emerging. A 5-clawed golden dragon. Within mere hours of mastering the transformation technique, he had developed a far more potent variant, allowing him to become anyone he desired at will. Though it was merely a form, it exuded such charm. Henceforth, he would embody this when he wished to impress. How magnificent! Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with awe. She had never witnessed such a splendid creature. By the way, what is your name? Chi-Chi. As they exchanged names, Sun Wukong soared rapidly in the direction Chi-Chi indicated. Master Yamcha, I saw them heading west. Pure, armed with binoculars, affirmed with certainty. All right, Pure, let us proceed. Full throttle. Although fraught with peril, even the possibility of catastrophe loomed. They had no choice but to pursue Sun Wukong. Chapter 12, The Bull Demon King. A castle of Western design, surrounded by raging flames, the air warped with heat. The temperature soared, threatening to turn one into a mere skeleton. Wukong, your prowess is astounding. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with stars. This was beyond impressive. Sun Wukong had traversed in mere moments a journey that had taken her 3 days. Basic maneuver. Sun Wukong replied dismissively. Then how did you extinguish the flames? Bulma, somewhat miffed, noted how Chi-Chi's gaze was solely fixed on Sun Wukong, neglecting her entirely. Did he look down upon her? Do not fret. He will surely extinguish the fire. As for whether the castle will be preserved, that remains uncertain. Oh, is that so? Bulma plopped down beneath a nearby tree, tossing out a multi-purpose capsule. Bang! Reclining on a chair, sunglasses perched upon her nose, she slyly whispered to Sun Wukong. So, Wukong, what do you think of her? Chi-Chi tilted her head, gazing blankly at Bulma, pondering. Why had her demeanor suddenly soured? Had something transpired? I know not. Sun Wukong was immersed in the inspirations brought forth by his transformation technique, paying Bulma no heed. To him, such inspiration was rare and must not be squandered. The majority of his focus was dedicated to the study of transformation techniques. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Bulma clenched her sunglasses, the force of her grip shattering them into fragments. What is his problem? The thought that Sun Wukong had ignored her since the desert ignited her fury. That little brat had been chattering with Chi-Chi since her arrival. Did he harbor feelings for her? Wukong, wait. I must call my father. Chi-Chi recalled her father and hurried back home. Marvelous. Marvelous. The control over the round chi slash was exceedingly potent. Sun Wukong once again created a new martial technique, enveloping chi around his fingers. His right hand bent slightly, commanding an immense force of chi. Golden light surrounded his right hand, gradually morphing into a golden claw. With a swipe through the air, a hum resonated. It was astoundingly sharp, as though it could rend space itself. The chi took the form of dragon claws. And in that instant, 5 slashes akin to the round chi slash shot forth from the tips of his claws. Buzz. 20 meters away, trees and rocks gradually toppled, their edges perfectly smooth. Genius that I am. I have once again created a miracle. This technique possesses significant advantages for both ambush and ranged combat. It can even elevate combat prowess. Indeed, he had integrated the principles of the round chi slash into the dragon claws. The chi within his 5 fingers spun rapidly, from the thumb to the index, middle, ring, and pinky, gradually forming a flowing, razor-sharp dragon claw. In achieving style, it also retained practicality. Krillin's round chi slash could sever Frieza's tail, and with a well-timed ambush, he could even directly tear off Frieza's head. Bulma had long since grown accustomed to such marvels. But she noticed Sun Wukong's lack of attention to Chi-Chi, while that oddly dressed little brat had departed. Hooray! Fantastic! That bothersome little brat has finally left. Pleased, Bulma decided to indulge in a delightful afternoon nap. She lay sideways on her chair, the gentle breeze caressing her face. Rui Bang, you truly are the grandson of Gohan. A tall man with a bull's head and crimson skin approached. His gaze followed the Rui Bang, his pupils filled with nostalgia. Indeed, that Wukong, without the banana fan. How do you intend to extinguish the flames? Sun Wukong leaped onto the castle wall, gathering his hands, leaving a gap. Came. Huh. That was his master's ultimate technique. The Bull Demon King was astounded. He had trained for decades without mastering it. A blue energy wave shot skyward, instantaneously racing toward the castle. Boom. In an instant, half of the mountain was erased, and the castle trembled precariously. Kamehameha. Another Kamehameha surged forth, erasing most of the mountain, rendering the castle built upon it unable to withstand the weight, plummeting from the sky. Incredible. Wukong, at such a tender age, you have already mastered the true teachings of the Turtle School. The castle that crashed to the ground bore cracks. Though somewhat damaged, it was salvageable. Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. The Bull Demon King felt a pang of heartbreak. His castle. Yet, fortunately, it had been largely preserved. At the same time, a glimmer of hope ignited within his eyes. Heroes emerge from youth. If they could forge a familial bond, would that not ensure generations of exceptional talent? Uncle Bull Demon King, I require a Dragon Ball. It resides within your castle. No problem. Take it as you please. The Bull Demon King readily acquiesced. It was merely some treasure. Wukong, how old are you this year? The Bull Demon King inquired eagerly. 12. Wukong, what do you think of my daughter Chi-Chi? She surpasses most women. Father, stop it. Chi-Chi instantly grasped her father's intention. Her cheeks flushed as she covered her face, peeking at Sun Wukong with hopeful eyes. She was quite taken with this extraordinary youth. His remarkable strength and handsome visage captivated her. I appreciate formidable women, thus. Rest assured, my Chi-Chi is indeed strong. She is more than qualified to be your bride. Very well. If Chi-Chi's strength meets my approval in 7 years, I shall take her as my wife. Sun Wukong gleefully accepted the prospect of acquiring a beautiful and virtuous spouse. Chi-Chi's face flushed instantly, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Marriage. In 7 years, marriage. Marriage. Clearly, Chi-Chi had not fully grasped the conversation. Sun Wukong located the Dragon Ball within the castle and bid farewell to the Bull Demon King and his daughter. Goodbye, Wukong. Be sure to marry me. Chi-Chi shouted, her gaze resolute, her fair, delicate skin tinged with a rosy hue. Sun Wukong waved his hand, forming an okay gesture with his thumb and index finger. Hey, Bulma, how long will you sleep? Huh, right. The Dragon Balls. Bulma blinked awake, groggy. You say to find the Dragon Balls. How ridiculous. It was I who sought them out. Now that I've done the work for the Dragon Balls, I shall ensure you toil endlessly in the future. Sun Wukong tossed the Dragon Ball to Bulma, retrieved a multi-purpose capsule from his waist, and conjured a motorcycle. Let us depart. While the day remains bright. Sun Wukong scooped Bulma up, placing her at the front of the motorcycle, while he settled behind, relishing the sensation of her back against him. All right. Bulma placed the 6th Dragon Ball into the container, thinking to herself, this time, I shall forgive you. The motorcycle roared like a crimson specter, gliding swiftly into the distance like a long red demon. In the western region village. Damn it, have we lost them? Yamcha and Pure walked along the street, where a few stalls were sparsely scattered. The motorcycle's roar echoed, the red specter executing a perfect drift at an astonishing speed. Sun Wukong regarded Bulma with curiosity. Are you trying to tempt fate by driving so recklessly, or are you simply overconfident in me? Wukong, ISNT that the so-called Yamcha, a mere novice? What a coincidence. Running into that pretty boy while refueling. You despicable little man. How dare you ambush me? Yamcha's fury ignited upon sighting Sun Wukong, yet he dared not meet Bulma's gaze. He had always been afraid of women. Huh, you, a mere novice, blame my swift moves for your inability to react? Sun Wukong was momentarily rendered speechless. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to challenge me, when you cannot even withstand a single blow? Could it be that you were emboldened by Liang Jingru? Enough of your prattle. Prepare to receive my wolf fang fist. Young Yamcha charged at Sun Wukong, unleashing a flurry of punches aimed at his face. Each strike slow as a snail. With his eyes closed, Sun Wukong effortlessly evaded every blow, only to feign an attack. Yamcha instinctively raised his hands in defense, bracing himself against the possibility of being struck. You are truly overstepping your bounds, Yamcha exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise upon realizing that Sun Wukong merely waved his fists with no intent to harm. Ha! Wukong, you are quite the trickster. Bulma cackled from the sidelines, her laughter echoing triumphantly. Yamcha felt a flush of embarrassment, his speed and power seemingly heightened by the mockery. Yet, despite his myriad of techniques, he could not lay a finger on Sun Wukong. I concede, Yamcha admitted, recognizing his inferiority. Sun Wukong, indifferent to Yamcha's plight, resumed his repose on the motorcycle. Closing his eyes, such an opponent failed to pique his interest, though one should exert full effort even against a rabbit, this sluggish, venomless creature was hardly worth the effort of extermination. Chapter 13 concluded. Let us depart, poor. Yamcha hunched over, as if all vitality had been siphoned from his being. Young Master Yamcha, Puer fretted, for his master was typically brimming with confidence, yet now he seemed despondent. I wish for some solitude. It felt as though he had been utterly crushed, having lived 20 years only to be overshadowed by a mere boy with a tail, truly a monster. But how could he despair? One day, he vowed, he would grow as formidable as Sun Wukong, perhaps even surpass him. Yamcha held steadfastly to his belief that his talent was not inferior to Wukong's. The latter had only benefited from superior training. He merely needed to seek a master of renown, and he would soon eclipse his rival. Puer, I have made up my mind. I will seek out the greatest martial arts master in the world. What is he doing? After being knocked out by you with a single punch, he dares to return? Curious, indeed. Who knows? Let us hurry. We must not waste time. Let us procure the Dragon Balls and make our wishes swiftly. Sun Wukong squinted, having taken a liking to napping since mounting the motorcycle. Indeed, it was quite conducive to slumber. It was the most restful sleep he had experienced since arriving in this world. You are quite leisurely. After refueling, Bulma produced her radar to ascertain their location and set off in search of the Dragon Balls. King Pilaf, the Dragon Balls are within their grasp. Ha! Fortune smiles upon me. If I seize their Dragon Balls, I shall make significant strides toward world domination. Xiaowu, you and Ashura shall procure the Dragon Balls. Yes, King Pilaf. Ashura and Xiaowu each piloted their machines away, while Pilaf himself entered the control room of his robot, which swiftly exited the castle at breakneck speed. Sun Wukong, having lost patience, deemed this excursion finished. He had no interest in squandering time further. His agreement to accompany Bulma stemmed from two motives: to master the transformation technique and to cultivate a bond with her. Having achieved his objectives, he felt it was time to seek out Master Roshi. A sage who had lived for 3 centuries surely possessed knowledge worth acquiring. After all, one must possess self-awareness. For isolation breeds stagnation. He aspired to attain immortality through his own efforts. Thus it was essential to humbly learn from the strengths of others. Transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon, Sun Wukong carried Bulma toward the final location of the Dragon Balls. Ashura, did you sense someone pass by us just now? Xiaowu, our foremost priority is to complete the tasks assigned by King Pilaf. We shall address trivial matters later. In Ashura's eyes, nothing surpassed the importance of King Pilaf's directives. Xiaowu and her companions successfully missed Sun Wukong. Here it is. The final Dragon Ball is within this castle. Bulma exclaimed, clutching the radar in her left hand. Her excitement palpable. At long last, her wish might be realized. Yet a pang of anxiety accompanied her elation. She had deceived Sun Wukong, and should he uncover the truth, the embarrassment would be unbearable. She wished she could obliterate her past self for uttering such nonsense. No, he must not find out. In the presence of those we care for, we often desire to conceal our flaws, yearning only to present our finest selves. Bulma found herself grappling with this very dilemma. Observing Bulma's troubled expression, Sun Wukong stifled a chuckle, his spirits uplifted. At long last, the moment he had been anticipating had arrived. Since their departure, he had eagerly awaited this reaction, akin to the climactic peak of a riveting novel, leaving him inexplicably satisfied. However, he chose not to expose her. He still relied on Bulma's assistance to construct the gravity chamber. Though Bulma possessed a thick skin, should she truly feel embarrassed and avoid him for a month or two, he would be at a loss. In Pilaf's castle, anxiety gnawed at him as he paced restlessly, sensing an impending danger that unsettled his mind. Suddenly, a tremor rocked the castle, debris cascading from the walls. It was under siege. Who dares? Pilaf hastily seized the Dragon Balls and entered the robot's cockpit, activating the launch sequence as the machine propelled itself out of the castle at lightning speed. Just as Pilaf emerged, he beheld a golden dragon unleashing energy blasts from its mouth. Curse it! Pilaf, sensing the monster's ferocity, sought to evade its wrath. The dragon unleashed a Kamehameha, sweeping horizontally from left to right. The robot was propelled away from the castle by several dozen meters, and in an instant, the Kamehameha cleanly bisected the structure, half crashing to the ground. My castle! Damn it! I shall remember this. You will pay? Pilaf cried out in despair. This was his entire fortune. I have found you, little pest. The dragon, initially hundreds of meters away, suddenly materialized before Pilaf. The dragon's eyes gleamed with mischief as its claw grasped the robot's head, methodically dismembering its limbs. The Dragon Balls are contained within this silver box, correct? Shattering the glass, the dragon yanked Pilaf from the robot, snatching the box from his grasp. No, that belongs to me. Please, do not. Pilaf felt his aspirations of world domination slipping away and hastily resorted to pleading, hoping the colossal dragon would show mercy. Sun Wukong remained indifferent. Whether your family lives or dies is of no concern to me. If they are dead, then they are dead. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent Pilaf flying thousands of meters away, leaving his fate to chance. The dragon's claw tightened, instantly crushing the box. And as it released its grip, a Dragon Ball lay nestled within its center. Transforming back into human form with the speed of a lightning bolt, Sun Wukong rejoined Bulma. Fantastic! We have finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Why not make a wish now? Sun Wukong smiled. Oh, I shall only make my wish once I return home. Ha! Oh, is that so? Are you in a hurry? You seem quite pressed for time. Bulma quickly shifted the topic. First, we must pay a visit to my master. Allow me to escort you home. What? You still wish to seek a master? Who would have thought that someone as powerful as Sun Wukong would also seek a mentor? Is your intended master even stronger than you? Of course. The pursuit of knowledge is boundless. On the tranquil surface of the ocean, a small boat carried a bald boy determinedly. This time, I shall surely become a disciple of Master Roshi. Krillin vowed silently. Sun Wukong cradled Bulma as they journeyed home, during which Bulma gifted him a device to keep in contact with her. Be sure to stay in touch. Certainly. Sun Wukong sensed Master Roshi's aura, surging into the sky as he flew toward his direction. Not too shabby. He chuckled. Master Roshi held a magazine, seemingly lost in its pages. Master Roshi, you old immortal. Are you gazing at something orange? Ah. Master Roshi was startled, hastily concealing the magazine behind him, maintaining a facade of composure. Such a lack of manners. That little rascal from the Gohan family. Master Roshi discovered Sun Wukong peering through his window and hastily concealed the photographs beneath the sofa, all the while fanning himself in front of Wukong, as if to say, "Shoo, shoo, this is not meant for little brats like you. What brings you here?" Master Roshi wondered, for logically, Sun Wukong was now the undisputed champion of the world. What could he possibly want from him? Chapter 14, Apprenticeship with Master Roshi. The pursuit of knowledge is boundless, hence my desire to seek you as my master. Master Roshi nodded, acknowledging that Wukong possessed extraordinary strength and skill, and his innate talent rendered further training unnecessary. The only true cultivation lies within the heart. Suddenly, Master Roshi smirked mischievously. "Wukong, hee, what do you intend to do?" A chill ran down Sun Wukong's spine. He had already guessed what Master Roshi would say next. "If you wish to become my disciple, you must bring a beautiful girl along." Sun Wukong immediately collapsed, knowing it would come to this. He devised the personality correction fist. Bang, bang, bang. "Still want a beautiful girl? No, that is quite enough." Master Roshi, stroking the 3 steaming bumps on his head, straightened up with an earnest expression, his gaze visibly clearer. Thus, Sun Wukong successfully became his apprentice. "Yamcha, is that the Master Wu Tian really here?" Puar clung to the railing, nearly teetering over the edge. "Absolutely. I procured the address after much effort from some esteemed martial artists of old." Yamcha firmly believed that by becoming a disciple, he could reclaim his lost honor. "Yamcha, over there, a small boat carrying a little bald head. How strange. Who could that be? Could he also be here to seek an apprenticeship? Let us go meet him." After some time, Yamcha and Krillin's small boat successfully converged. "Thank you so much. I never anticipated the waves would be so formidable." "Not at all." Yamcha waved dismissively, his gaze fixed on Krillin. "Doesn't seem right. Is this little monk truly here to study under Master Wu Tian? Are you here to be a disciple?" "Yes. Are you too?" Yamcha and Krillin exchanged glances, their hearts surging with joy. It appeared they had indeed found the right path. Together, they shared the information each possessed to ensure their smooth apprenticeship. "So what is this training method?" Sun Wukong sat upon a plank, with a round stone beneath it. "If you don't believe, you may leave now. I won't stop you." Master Roshi, holding the photographs, wore a stern expression, yet his hands involuntarily turned a page. "Oh, this is quite scandalous." Master Roshi's face flushed, fully engrossed, his eyes fixated. Sun Wukong chuckled at this lecherous old man, who was not much better himself. The training method required him to sit upon the plank for an entire day, with 2 branches inserted into holes on either side. The requirement was that the leaves must remain utterly still. If they moved even slightly, he would have to start anew. The foliage was lush and light, responding readily to the slightest shift. The gentle rustling of leaves seemed to torment Sun Wukong, and within 3 hours, he had caused the leaves to stir over a dozen times. It was exceedingly difficult. The turbulence within Sun Wukong was akin to his very nature, overwhelming his heart. If the heart could not find stillness, neither could the energy. His innate physical prowess made controlling the energy a formidable challenge. Wukong seemed to suppress the raging energy in a manner unbeknownst to him, which was indeed remarkable. Master Roshi's eyes remained fixed on the photographs, yet he meticulously observed the chaotic energy within Sun Wukong's body. The first step of Wukong's training was to calm both his energy and his heart, for his energy was far too agitated. Perhaps it would take a month, or perhaps 3 years, or even 10. Let this lad take his time to cultivate. Master Roshi's attention returned to the collection of photographs. "Oh, this is simply spectacular. Arise, Shenron. Grant my wish." The Dragon Balls shimmered with radiant light, dark clouds gathered ominously, and thunder roared towards the Dragon Balls, culminating in a deafening crash. Shenron appeared amidst the thunderous skies. The dragon that emerged bore little difference from the one transformed by Sun Wukong, save for its 4-fingered claws and verdant skin. "Speak your wish, Shenron." "I wish for Sun Wukong to fall in love with me." "I'm sorry, that cannot be granted," Shenron replied, somewhat sheepishly. "Then find me someone as handsome and strong as Sun Wukong to be my boyfriend." "I'm sorry, that cannot be granted." "Huh, why can't you fulfill any wish? How dare you claim you can grant any desire?" Bulma unleashed a tirade, frustrated that none of her wishes were being realized. Lamenting the time wasted seeking the Dragon Balls, regretting that all she could do was meet Shenron, Bulma thought the only worthwhile outcome of this journey was her encounter with Sun Wukong. "Then grant me an everlasting strawberry orchard." Bulma harbored little hope, feeling as though this useless Shenron could only boast about looks. "As you wish." Shenron, embarrassed, his eyes flashing red, wished only to leave quickly, having failed twice. He felt utterly humiliated. Shenron transformed into a swirl of Dragon Balls, which scattered across the globe. It seemed Shenron still had some utility. The orchard was small, but the strawberries regrew immediately upon being picked, rapidly enlarging. Quite sweet. As time passed, the sky was painted in hues of gold, as if to claim dominion over the world. The golden sunlight bathed Sun Wukong, whose youthful eyes were tightly shut, his body drenched in sweat. His muscles twitched slightly. He had not reached his physical limits, but rather those of his heart. The heart was in turmoil, as if it were proclaiming, just a little movement. I can hardly bear it. No matter how restless his heart became, Sun Wukong remained steadfast. Let us eat first. Today's training is over. We shall continue at dawn. Master Roshi had already prepared the meal and handed the utensils to Sun Wukong. After you eat, you shall wash the dishes. Master Roshi's hands moved rapidly. And lo and behold, the dishes were suddenly half empty. Sun Wukong scooped his rice and joined in. Night fell. Dark clouds loomed, and thunder cracked, intermittently erupting from the overcast skies. Drip, drip, drip. A torrential downpour battered the windows. Sun Wukong lay beside Master Roshi, both cocooned in their bedding. It must be said, Master Roshi's teaching abilities were exceptional. He easily discerned Wukong's shortcomings. Wukong, are you still awake? I can't sleep. Master Roshi finished in the bathroom and washed his hands. What could you possibly have to ponder at your age? Many things that seem so significant now will appear trivial when you grow up. Just sleep well, eat well, and grow up quickly. That is your only task at present. Master Roshi patted Sun Wukong's head and, pulling up the blanket, instantly fell asleep. Good night. In truth, I was merely contemplating how to keep the leaves still. Not troubled at all. But nonetheless, thank you for your comforting words, Master. The ocean was boundless, the waves crashing with a ferocious might, the peaks soaring into the clouds. The great ship and the small boat struggled to withstand the violent seas. Krillin, are you sure this direction is correct? Yamcha shouted frantically. This is too dangerous, my heavens. Had it not been for their desire to become disciples, he would never have realized that the ocean was the most perilous place in the world. They had nearly capsized several times. Should the boat overturn, their fate would be sealed. Yamcha. Puar flew to Yamcha's chest, determined to face death alongside him. Yes, this is the direction. Krillin's face was pale, yet his gaze was resolute. Chapter 15, Krillin and Yamcha. Have you heard? That Lan Shi is coming to our area. Isn't that the ruthless scoundrel Lan Shi? Indeed. Indeed. In the underworld, there exists a notorious criminal named Lan Shi, a stunningly beautiful woman with golden hair. So elusive that even the police have failed to apprehend her. The bounty on her head is exceedingly high. And although the wanted poster bearing her name has been around for quite some time, no one has dared to tear it down. As the bounty hunters in the bar gaze upon the alluring image of the beauty depicted in the poster, greed and depravity glimmer in their eyes. While Lan Shi is formidable, the bar is also filled with a multitude of bounty hunters. Should a conflict arise, perhaps I might seize the opportunity. Many astute individuals are prepared to take advantage of the chaos. Given a chance, I shall drive off with the spoils. The blue-haired beauty grimaces in pain, clutching her forehead as the door sways slowly, seemingly indicating, you've bumped into me. Upon seeing that the newcomer is a lovely girl, the bounty hunters lower their guard, only to frighten themselves further. A gentle breeze caresses Lan Shi's blue hair, making it sway softly. Suddenly, with a delightful sneeze, the blue-haired girl transforms into a golden-haired beauty, leaving the bounty hunters in shock. For this is none other than the Lan Shi of the wanted poster. The golden-haired Lan Shi flashes a wicked smile. And out of nowhere, a submachine gun appears in her hands. Moments later, with a large sack of money in tow, the golden-haired Lan Shi drives away, beaming with joy. Yamcha, WVE arrived. WVE finally arrived. Clint exclaims excitedly, shaking Yamcha's arm frantically. We are finally here. Yamcha, still groggy from sleep, instantly awakens at the announcement, filled with exhilaration. You have no idea how I've managed to get here these past few days. Puar closes his eyes tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. He has no desire to learn martial arts. Had it not been for Master Yamcha, he would never have ventured into this perilous sea. A small red house stands tall by the shore. Wukong, it seems you've made significant progress since yesterday. Master Roshi, still clutching his magazine filled with images of beautiful women, is secretly astonished. Yesterday, the leaves rustled every hour, but today, after 3 hours, they remain still. It appears that it won't be long before this training is complete, and in a few months, I may no longer be able to teach him. Someone is coming. A large ship and a small boat approach the shore, both battered and bruised, as if they have endured a fierce battle. After a while, the vessels finally reach the land, and a child, a young man, and a flying creature resembling a cat leap from the boat. Are you Master Wutian? Please take us as your disciples. Both Klin and Yamcha plead, kneeling before Master Roshi, each grasping his legs. How curious. A nimbus cloud, Master Roshi exclaims. Though he feels that these two possess great potential, he still wishes to test them. Golden clouds descend from the western skies like a lightning bolt, arriving before Master Roshi in an instant. Climb aboard, and let me observe your determination. Klin and Yamcha are instantly thrilled. Indeed, the strongest in the world. Such a rare treasure has come as a test. Ouch! Klin is the first to rush forward, leaping onto the Nimbus cloud, only to plummet down immediately. Master Roshi frowns, raising his voice slightly. Next, Yamcha, feeling anxious, takes a deep breath and jumps up just like Klin, only to fall as well. What are your intentions? Your mindset is clearly inadequate. Master Roshi berates them, recalling that he once could ride the Nimbus cloud himself. However, now, after viewing too many magazines, he cannot. While these two have yet to begin with pure intentions. Master Wutian, please calm down. Please calm down. Klin and Yamcha hastily explain. With Klin admitting he practices martial arts to win the affection of girls, while Yamcha seeks to surpass others. Klin, having prepared in advance, retrieves a carefully wrapped package from behind. This is my treasured collection. Please accept it. As he unfolds the package, it reveals dozens of magazines, including some that are not available on the market. Ah, what do you mean? Concealing information, are we? How despicable, you little scoundrel. Yamcha is taken aback, not expecting this young monk to possess such cunning. Very well. This is indeed impressive. This young lad is truly remarkable. Such a talent at such a young age. This is a rare treasure I haven't seen in decades. How exhilarating. Master Roshi's face flushes with excitement as he turns his gaze to Yamcha. Your companion has offered something. What about you? Yamcha grits his teeth, casting a frantic glance at Puer. I'm sorry, Puer. I can let you truly experience the thrill of a bear encounter. Puer understands Yamcha's hint, although reluctant, for the sake of Master Yamcha's future. There is no other choice. Suddenly, Puer transforms into a beautiful woman with red hair and removes her top. Incredible. Master Roshi's nosebleed sprays several feet away as he collapses, giving Puer a thumbs up with his left hand. Klin's mouth drops open. This is utterly against the rules. This is 100 times more powerful than his treasures. Well done. Yamcha secretly gives Puer a thumbs up, thinking that this should secure their apprenticeship. Just wait. Sun Wukong. I will stand over you, proving that I am the strongest. Minutes later, Master Roshi finally recovers, his expression serious and voice stern. Although you have passed my test, to become my disciples, you must bring me a beautiful woman. After speaking, Master Roshi's face turns red again. If you know it's inappropriate, then don't mention it. You lecherous old man. Klin and Yamcha are bewildered, questioning whether this infamous Master Roshi is truly the world's greatest martial artist. As he doesn't seem to possess such shamelessness. Is it too late for me to regret coming here? Yamcha suddenly notices a young boy sitting on a wooden plank nearby, flanked by lush branches. Sun Wukong is here too. How infuriating. I didn't realize he was Master Roshi's disciple. Yamcha promptly makes a decision. Although finding a beautiful woman may be difficult, it is better than accomplishing nothing. He, Yamcha, is not one to be overshadowed. All right, I will find one. I will too. Klin quickly responds, feeling conflicted as he nears completion but is unwilling to back down. Like a gambler, he won't stop unless he risks everything. Wukong, today's training is complete. Take these two on the Nimbus cloud. Master Roshi has two reasons for calling upon Sun Wukong. 1, to test his character, and 2, he simply cannot carry 2 people on his flying turtle. Sure. Sun Wukong has no objections. He is eager to meet Lan Shi, this dual-faced beauty. Long time no see, Yamcha. I didn't expect you to come here to seek a master. Sun Wukong leaps onto the Nimbus cloud, but does not fall, clearly showcasing the successful results of his month-long training. Yamcha clenches his fists, realizing just how significant the gap is between him and Sun Wukong. Klin is ecstatic. What is going on with you, Yamcha? If you have connections, why didn't you mention it sooner? Sun Wukong values efficiency and has no interest in their chatter. Using his chi, he transforms it into ropes, binding Yamcha, Klin, and Puer together. Chapter 16, Lan Shi. Since Master Roshi has entrusted you with a task, you mustn't waste any time. The Nimbus cloud emits a sound akin to a tractor, a beam of golden light slicing through the sky. Yamcha, why didn't you tell your brothers about such connections? That's rather unkind. Klin nudges Yamcha with his elbow, grinning mischievously. Who said we are friends? In light of the concealed information, Yamcha has no desire to engage with this detestable bald-headed man. Had it not been for Puer, he might not have passed the test today. Master Yamcha is not friends with Sun Wukong. Puer jumps up to counter, feeling that this detestable human has stolen its transformation technique. What? So you're not friends? Klin closes his eyes. Meanwhile, the golden-haired Lan Shi speeds down a mountain road on her motorcycle, pursued by several police cars determined to capture the criminal. This foul criminal deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Stop, Lan Shi. You have nowhere left to run. Quit your rambling. You bunch of fools will never catch me. In response to the overweight officer, a barrage of bullets flies through the air, one narrowly missing his ear. The portly officer is drenched in sweat, nearly escaping a dire fate. Brother Wukong, look, there's a woman down below. Cunning Krillin addressed his senior brother, keen to foster a cordial relationship, for he harbored no desire to endure the bullying he previously suffered at the temple. Without needing Krillin's prompting, Sun Wukong had already summoned the Nimbus to descend. He carelessly tossed Yamchu, Krillin, and Pure onto the mountaintop. You all go on ahead. It is perilous with the other party armed with firearms. A soft breeze ruffled a lock of hair from the updo, gently brushing against the nose of the golden-haired Lan Shi as the motorcycle came to a gradual halt. What on earth is happening? Lan Shi exclaimed, brandishing a submachine gun in shock, her eyes brimming with tears. You expect me to deal with this now? Foul criminal, Lan Shi. You shall not escape. The rotund officer produced handcuffs from his waist, securing both Lan Shi's wrists and his own, resolute in his determination to prevent this miscreant from fleeing, even at the cost of his life. Help! Someone save me! Lan Shi's complexion turned pale, her eyes wide with fear. Help! You brought this upon yourself. Had you not resorted to robbery, you would not find yourself in this predicament. This was the moment Sun Wukong had eagerly awaited. Leaping from the Nimbus, he stood atop a rock, surveying the scene below. Who are you? It was a terrifying sight. He had leapt from dozens of meters, yet emerged unscathed. Suddenly, a small energy projectile struck the plump officer, sending him flying, though it spared his life. No, help! Lan Shi followed suit, flailing her limbs helplessly. The energy blade severed the handcuffs, with Wukong's right arm encircling Lan Shi's slender waist. The maiden's fragrance enveloped him, stirring tumultuous feelings within. Thank you. It was nothing. Merely a trifling effort. The young girl, with her porcelain skin and blue hair adorned with a bow, gazed at the majestic snow-capped peaks. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes lingered on Wukong, each of her movements imbued with irresistible allure, as if she aimed to bewitch him. It was perplexing. Despite the innocence reflected in her gaze, there lingered a hint of seduction. It seemed reminiscent of an expression from a past life, simultaneously pure and alluring. Moments later, she asked, could you perhaps set me down? Alas, how could my composure be so feeble? Surely my training is insufficient. This place is too perilous. Damn it. Do not flee. The other officers, regaining their senses, hastily drew their firearms. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets rained towards Sun Wukong, yet mere meters from him. They crumpled as if halted by an invisible force. A flash of golden light erupted, sending both the officer and his patrol car soaring into the air. At times, one must possess self-awareness. Preserving one's own life is paramount. It is not about inaction, but rather about how best to escape from those stronger than oneself. Nimbus. Sun Wukong's fury ignited as he surged skyward at an accelerated pace. He could have ascended without this rage, yet he felt it was warranted now. Lan Shi, watching as they ascended from the ground, instinctively wrapped her arms around Wukong's head. The maideness fragrance washed over him once more vivid than before. Reminiscent of lavender blooms. A warm person exudes a warm scent, making one wonder how comforting it would be to sleep in such an embrace. After several minutes of flight, they finally perched upon the Nimbus. What the? I can't get on. Seriously, can you show a little mercy? This is Nimbus. Only those with pure intentions may ride. Sun Wukong settled onto it effortlessly, his weight seemingly supported by his own energy rather than the cloud itself. Lan Shi found herself atop the Nimbus, its texture remarkably soft. She couldn't help but imagine how delightful it would be to sleep on it at night. Where do you reside? I have no place to call home. I've never stayed in one location for long. Lan Shi's demeanor dimmed, as her history of robbery led her to continually move from place to place. Then why not stay with me? I promise I'm honest. Sun Wukong declared earnestly, his expression more serious than ever, as though preparing for enlistment. All right, I agree. Lan Shi covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped, envisioning a bright future with the young boy. Her eyes sparkled like the moon, her smile radiated warmth, and her earnest demeanor appeared to be the most precious treasure in the world. In that fleeting moment, a subtle blush crept onto the boy's face, vanishing in seconds. Did I just blush? Though it faded quickly, Lan Shi noticed. Gently, she reached out to touch his face, her hand as smooth as jade, cool to the touch. Sun Wukong snapped back to reality, questioning the frailty of his composure. What is the matter? Oh, it's nothing. Can I confess that I suddenly wished to touch your face? But that seemed too awkward. Be careful. Sun Wukong grasped Lan Shi's waist once more, boldly embracing his role as her protector. The Nimbus is exceedingly fast. It's dangerous. Here, take my hand. I'll bring you to my master's home. Is that all right? No problem. Leave it all to me. Sun Wukong patted his chest confidently, assuring her that the old man would certainly agree. The nimbus streaked through the sky like a shooting star, leaving a golden trail in its wake. Your training is still lacking. Though Yamcha and Krillin rushed to the scene with fervor, their powers were insufficient, barely managing to traverse half the distance. Golden ropes ensnared the two of them, wrapping them like dumplings. The sky was clear, the sun shining brightly, and the air fresh. The blue and white sky was sliced open, leaving a trail of yellow behind. Wow, this is perfectly timed. They had successfully completed their mission. Sun Wukong left a few words, pulling Launchy back to Kame House. And you, old man, do not lay hands on her. What's that about? Very well, you have succeeded splendidly. Let us eat first. Tomorrow morning, we shall commence training. The turtle hermit, in low spirits, waved off his newly arrived disciples and turned back to Kame House. He had prepared meals long ago, awaiting the return of his students. In the pitch-black night, stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, and the atmosphere was serene. 6 shadows danced about. It turned out the inhabitants of Kame House were indulging in a feast. Brother Wukong, I toast to you. Your assistance today was invaluable. Krillin raised his juice to clink glasses with Wukong. It's nothing. It's all your own merit. This is delicious. Indeed. Pure, do eat more. All right. And you too, Yamcha. Haha. Children, make sure to enjoy. The turtle hermit's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. It seemed he had once experienced something similar. As if one of them bore the name Son. How long ago it was. The old man could hardly recall events from so long past. Everyone enjoyed their meal that night. Though it was simple fare, it seemed more flavorful and delightful than usual. Chapter 17, The Saiyan's Gift. Time to rise. Wukong. The sun is about to shine on your backside. Launchy called out early in the morning, playfully nudging Wukong with her clothing before turning to hang out the laundry. The others have already begun their training. Why are you still asleep? Today is my day of rest. Do you not understand the importance of balance between work and leisure? My mind and body are in a state of relaxation today. Could you save me some breakfast? I'll eat at 10. All right, just remember to eat. A month had passed since Yamcha and Krillin began their training, and Sun Wukong was nearing the completion of his own. Yamcha and Krillin diligently practiced outside Kame House. Their martial arts uniforms soaked with sweat. It's so hot. Indeed, the familiar training regimen persisted under the scorching summer sun. Hot. As the saying goes, a tranquil heart naturally cools. If you feel hot, it is a sign your training is insufficient. Wukong, have you never exercised? Your muscles are rather flabby. After finishing breakfast, Sun Wukong brushed his teeth and washed his face. Was this truly his habit? Eating before brushing? Quite unconventional. Yes. I am not an ordinary human, but a scion from a warrior race. Master, you have seen for yourself. I am 12 years old, yet still stand at 1 meter 30. By now, a normal human would be at least 1 meter 40 or 1 meter 50. During the formative years of my race, physical growth remains stunted until the brink of adulthood, at which point one undergoes rapid development. It is during this phase that the effects of training become most pronounced, with strength escalating at an exponential rate. Such a formidable gift. The savage growth reaches a point of despair. Once you attain maturity, no matter how powerful you become, I doubt I shall be surprised. Indeed, by then, I shall train with fervor until every ounce of inherited potential within me is thoroughly excavated. Talent, you say? It is indeed an enviable trait. Next, we shall embark on 7 months of foundational training, alongside Yamcha and Krillin. Though you may be young, the realm of martial arts is boundless. True cultivation has only just commenced. Master Roshi places a small piece of watermelon on the table, fanning himself with a wooden fan as he saunters outside. Enjoy. A post-meal dessert. It's time for you to emerge from your own world, don't you think? Remaining confined will only stifle your spirit. Humans are social creatures. Regardless of race, one must interact with others. Thus, Goku, you too should engage with your fellow disciples. Exercise, study diligently, play heartily, rest well, and dine sufficiently. Only then shall you lead a life brimming with vitality. With that, he departs to supervise his bumbling disciples, noting Krillin's cleverness as he attempts to cut corners during training. Goodbye. Goku's lips lightly brush together. In the sweltering summer heat, a refreshing coolness emanates from his mouth. So sweet. He exclaims, you are right. I should indeed step out of my own world. For 12 long years, apart from a select few, he has never opened his heart. Even casual conversation often feels abrasive, tinged with a condescending tone. Perhaps I ought to alter my mindset? If I let things continue as they are, I might end up resembling Vegeta after all. The following day. Haha. Today, Brother Goku joins us in training. Krillin laughs heartily, initially believing Goku's training was complete, only to discover he still has foundational exercises to undertake. Shut your mouth. Goku retorts, delivering a playful slap to Krillin's bald head, leaving a red mark. What a blunder. I can't believe I'm experiencing emotional fluctuations. It seems my training is still lacking. Yet, Krillin has a knack for irking me. Ouch. That hurts. Krillin exclaims, cradling his head. Although he isn't injured, the sensation is quite intense. After tilling fields, ascending mountain stairs, and racing around trees, the four disciples find respite beneath several trees. The sound of cicadas buzzing in the air as the wind gently caresses them. All right, from now until 1:30 is our break time. Train diligently, study wisely, eat to your fill, and then take an afternoon nap. This is the training philosophy of our turtle school. Upon finishing, Master Roshi's nose bubbles as he promptly falls asleep. That was rather swift. I must admit, I'm growing fond of Master Roshi's quality of sleep. At 3 in the afternoon. All right, this session involves studying. Master Roshi emerges from the house with a thick tome, appearing even older than Krillin. Oh, how irritating. I can't. My mother is about to return, Margaret protests. Refusing Paul's advances, yet he persists with an overbearing demeanor. What is this madness? Master Roshi, don't you feel any shame? Goku and the others wear frowns. We know you're eccentric, but who would present such juvenile literature to their disciples? What's wrong? Why aren't you reading? You lecherous old man, be serious. With a thud, they each assist Master Roshi with a massage, the turtle hermit sitting upright, his gaze clear and earnest. Why are all your books of that nature? Is there not a single respectable one? From Master Roshi's abode, they unearth dozens of tomes, all of dubious content, including some on Qipao. Indeed, after 3 centuries of life, the martial arts master possesses a diverse collection. Don't touch that. It's my most treasured possession. How typical. Good grief. Goku only contacts me twice in 2 months. As he twirls a pen that slips from his grasp and tumbles beneath the table. Bulma, what brings you here? The teacher inquires, approaching Bulma and gently touching her forehead. You're not ill, are you? If you're feeling unwell, do remember to take a leave. I'm fine. Really, that's a relief. The teacher exhales, displaying a great deal of patience towards the prodigy. Meanwhile, Bulma yearns for the holidays to arrive swiftly. After a year of training, the blonde maiden has achieved a battle power of 32, while her brother, having learned the mind-will fist, has reached a power level of 34, showcasing their remarkable talents. Hey, stay down on the ground. If you move again, you'll have to crawl back tonight. The blonde maiden kicks a delinquent leader away, her muddy shoe pressing harshly against his face. Sister, today is truly dull. Shall we invite them to partake in something entertaining tonight? Absolutely. I've heard of some things that might be quite amusing. Understood. They just arrived yesterday. Please, no? Spare us. The delinquent leader quickly kneels, pleading for mercy. I swear. Just promise not to do that. We'll work like beasts if we must. Please, don't. This kind-hearted, beautiful sister begs for mercy. Enough chatter. The blonde maiden swiftly knocks out the delinquents. Now you know to beg for mercy? Why didn't you say anything when you soiled my favorite clothes? A dark-haired boy retrieves some powder from his pocket and mixes it with water, stirring it well before personally administering it to the delinquents. Chapter 18, The Maiden's Revenge. Is everything all right? Will it be effective? It will be fine. I got it from a notorious gang leader. If it doesn't work, he'll be next. After finishing with the delinquents, the boy produces prepared ropes, binding them in a rather undignified manner. As the sun sets, casting an eerie yellow light over the dilapidated building, it seems to tell untold stories. On the 10th floor, the boy tosses the delinquents into a room and shuts the door tightly. Shall we take a look? Better not. I have no interest in witnessing this garbage-s outburst. Now that it's settled, let us celebrate with a feast using the money we earned today. Sounds great. The boy's eyes sparkle. He never had a feast before, only settling for discounted meals. Unlike now, where a grand meal awaits every few days. The girl smiles. Their lives, as siblings, seem to be progressing in a promising direction. What about you, Goku? How have you been? You're so formidable. Perhaps one day we shall meet again. When that day comes, will you be astonished by my presence? The silhouettes of the two are stretched infinitely by the sunset, as their arduous lives recede, making way for the radiant light of hope. Why hasn't Goku come to see me? Chi-Chi laments, unable to eat much of her favorite foods. Chi-Chi, Goku is training, and so must you. Do you remember the conditions he set for marrying you? The Ox King observes his daughter's recent changes with concern. But no buts. You are the daughter of a martial artist, and your future husband will be one as well. Thus, you must also become a martial artist. Therefore, Chi-Chi, in the eyes of martial artists, as a wife, you ought to grow stronger. At the very least, you should possess the strength to protect yourself. In the future, your husband will surely test your abilities, so strive to become as powerful as you can. Yes, father, I understand. Chi-Chi's eyes shine with determination. That makes so much sense. I must become stronger to be worthy of my husband. She can hardly wait to finish her meal and commence her training. I'm truly a genius. This way, I can both quell my longing for Goku and ignite my interest in martial arts. In the depths of his heart, the Bull Demon King nodded to himself, silently commending his own brilliance. Yet, He pondered, why had they not yet returned? Outside the window, Lan Shi stood bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, resembling an ethereal sprite from a fantastical realm. Concern gnawed at her. Would the food cool and lose its delectable flavor? It was truly vexing. They had always returned by this hour in the past few days. At the very least, they could have notified her of their tardiness. Do you want popsicles? I do. X2. She exclaimed. Boss, bring 6 popsicles. Let's go. Lan Shi has prepared the meal and is waiting for us. You seem rather concerned about Lan Shi, Yamcha remarked, unusually engaging with Sun Wukong. Though his mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong did not respond, instead remaining silent as they strolled back to Kame House. We're back. Here, we brought popsicles. The 4 of them pushed open the door, and a wave of fragrant cuisine enveloped them. Sun Wukong playfully pressed a popsicle against Lan Shi's neck, causing her to recoil from the chill. That's so mean, Wukong. It was brought specifically for you. After their training session, the disciples exchanged few words, the only sounds being the clinking of utensils and plates. The evenings at Kame House were always exceptionally tranquil, as if time itself had slowed. After dinner, they sat in unison around the table, not rushing to leave, but instead relishing this rare moment of camaraderie. Some contemplated ways to enhance their training, while others frolicked with animals, gathered to peruse magazines, or quietly washed dishes. Amidst the lively backdrop, Lan Shi's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, as she seemingly forgot the chaos and clamor, choosing instead to bask in this simple yet profound happiness. As night descended, everyone drifted into slumber. Hey, Wukong, do you have feelings for Lan Shi? Krillin, having grown more easygoing over the past 2 months, teased with a mischievous grin. Go back to sleep. Come on. Just say it. There's no need to be shy. Regardless of Krillin's calls, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, his mind elsewhere. If you like her, just say it boldly. You show no manliness at all. If it were me, I wouldn't be so timid. Krillin waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. Wukong, you're really pathetic. As he stretched his neck and fell asleep. As the sun rose, illuminating the world, the disciples who had completed their training enjoyed a brief respite. While Sun Wukong sat opposite Master Roshi. Why is it that our physical bodies cannot be enhanced, no matter what? Sun Wukong inquired. Our bodies have limits. But our ki is boundless, Master Roshi replied. Sun Wukong shook his head, after much discussion with his master. He remained unconvinced that there was no method to augment physical strength. Strength of the body. I shall find a way to enhance it. His first wish upon collecting the Dragon Balls would be to possess a physical model identical to his own. Indeed, a model of his own physique. This would mark the commencement of Sun Wukong's experimentation. Perhaps no one in this world comprehended that ki is infinite. And so too can the body be. He was determined to succeed one day, regardless of the failures that lay ahead. Do not become too fixated on this. Master Roshi cautioned, resigned to his disciples' stubbornness. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. 6 months passed since their dialogues, during which Sun Wukong delved into the mysteries of the body, trained diligently, and nurtured his bond with Lan Shi. When the sun blazed overhead, casting its relentless light upon the earth, Yamcha, with a blush upon his cheeks, mustered the courage to express his gratitude. That time you helped me join your master. I truly appreciate it. After 8 months of training, he finally found the boldness to utter these words. Without Sun Wukong's assistance, he and Krillin would have struggled to attract any beautiful girls, to receive help from a rival, and even express gratitude. Such a notion was unfathomable for Yamcha. Yet, reality was harsh. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's intervention, he might have spent his life as a bandit in the desert, whereas now, his prowess was incomparable. I shall show no mercy at the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament, and you too must do the same, Yamcha declared as he turned to leave. This guy really has thin skin, Krillin thought, already accustomed to Yamcha's antics. The World Martial Arts Tournament? If I win the championship, will I attract many girls? He mused with glee. Wake up. Don't dream during the day. Sun Wukong interrupted, shaking his head at Krillin's naivete. I will also show no mercy at the tournament. Just like Yamcha, Krillin immediately retreated to the back mountain for his final preparations. Everyone was so confident, after 8 months of training. Did they truly believe they could defeat him? His battle power had surged to an astounding 400, entering the dim, shadowy forest. He arrived at the dilapidated hut he had constructed, passing by numerous animal carcasses. From several papers, a glimmer of red flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Had his years of research finally yielded some results? It was time to make a wish. Boom. A ki blast obliterated both the animal remains and the hut. He no longer required the corpses of monkeys. Chapter 19, the World Martial Arts Tournament. I have purchased your plane tickets, Master Roshi announced, waving the tickets joyfully, happy that his disciples were finally ready to depart, allowing him a much-needed respite. Hooray! X3. Tonight, let us celebrate. I bought a whole premium Wagyu beef for hot pot. How does that sound? Wow. Wukong, you're quite wealthy. I never imagined a hidden tycoon was among us. Wukong. Wukong. That. Master Roshi, with a flushed face, leaned in conspiratorially. Could you lend me some money? I want to buy some books and continue learning. One must never stop learning. Is that truly learning? I'm almost embarrassed to lend you anything. Despite the words, he dutifully handed over some gold coins. After all, he had plenty. That night, the stars twinkled against a clear sky. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrance of distant flowers, creating a serene and beautiful atmosphere. The group gathered around a long table laden with an array of delectable dishes, the fiery hot pot steaming and exuding a tantalizing aroma. Lan Chi's culinary skills are exceptional. Indeed. Indeed. Hey, Yamucha, you're eating way too fast. You finished the grilled food the moment it was ready. Take it slow. I'm just an old man trying to keep up. Wukong, you can fit so much food in your mouth. Do you even realize what you're saying? Give me that. The steaming aroma wafted from the house, mingling with their laughter. As the sun rose, Lan Chi bid farewell. After the competition, I'll bring you back some local specialties. Goodbye, she said gently, affectionately ruffling Wukong's hair and smoothing his suit. Master Roshi, alongside his disciples, donned blue suits as they traversed the airport and boarded the plane. A slender flight attendant glided past them. She gasped, startled, and without hesitation. She swung a tray towards Master Roshi's face. Sorry. No worries, no worries. You lecherous old man. Before long, they disembarked the plane and arrived at the tournament venue. Two kids are competing as well. Enough chatter. Get their names down. Master Roshi urged, and although the staff was incredulous, they complied. Wukong, Bulma, finally on break. Approached cheerfully. So you finally recognize my charm? How slow you are. Over here. Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamucha, I'm off now. See you after the competition. Darn it. Why do so many girls like Wukong? Krillin envied, wiping his nose on Yamucha's suit. Don't dirty my suit. Bang. Yamucha punched him, but felt no impact. Girls were truly formidable creatures. Hey, Wukong, you'll be wearing this martial arts uniform tomorrow. Master Roshi produced a turtle emblazoned GI from a box, reaching it towards son Wukong. Though his eyes wandered towards Bulma. You better get lost. Son Wukong showed no mercy. With a single punch, he sent Master Roshi crashing into a rock. Then promptly gathered some debris to cover the pit before departing. He hopped into Bulma's car and drove away with a flourish. Serves him right. Indeed. Throughout the 8 months of training, whenever Master Roshi attempted to take advantage of launch, son Wukong would invariably appear, administering a severe lesson that left Roshi's head swelled considerably each time. The old lecher would sustain no serious injuries, yet the pain was undeniable. If he did not alter his behavior in front of son Wukong, by the time the latter matured, he would undoubtedly develop even more ruthless techniques. Krillin and Yamcha, oblivious to the sleeping Master Roshi on the ground, retrieved martial arts uniforms tailored to their sizes from a box. Clearly, son Wukong was unrelenting, nearly sending Roshi to the hospital. That little rascal. Such a brutal approach. Meanwhile, son Wukong lay on Bulma's lap, a position she had encouraged. How has your training been these past few months? Is it arduous? Not at all. It's quite relaxed. Then why don't you keep in touch more often? Bulma's expression darkened. Her teeth clenched as her grip on the steering wheel tightened. Is she angry? Why is she upset? Even with her eyes closed, Bulma could sense the minutiae of her own expressions. Have I offended her? Son Wukong pondered, retracing his steps from the moment he began gathering the Dragon Balls. Remember to keep in touch, he recalled. Oh right. They had agreed to monthly communication, yet he had only managed to contact her once a month. She had been fishing for information. A cold sweat broke out on son Wukong's brow as he tightly shut his eyes, too fearful to open them. How to explain this to her with emotional intelligence and a hint of ambiguity? Alas, it seemed best to sleep on it for now. As the luxurious car rolled into the parking lot, Bulma gently cradled son Wukong in her arms. Though still peeved, she recognized that it was natural for someone so young to be oblivious to matters of the heart. With proper guidance, everything would fall into place. What was this inexplicable excitement? It felt akin to nurturing a boyfriend in a video game. It was well known that Bulma yearned for a perfect partner. Cultivating one herself seemed far more advantageous. 2 individuals? 2. 2 can consume so much. The customer service representative was taken aback, wondering if a reincarnated pig had just walked in. They hurriedly arranged a private room. Upon entering the room, Bulma gently set son Wukong down, removed her sunglasses, and tenderly caressed his face. Sister, sister, son Wukong exclaimed, drenched in sweat. I merely failed to uphold my end of the bargain. It hardly warrants a death sentence. Does it? Although not lethal. Yet, contrary to son Wukong's apprehensions, Bulma simply finished her caress and settled down to await their meal. After a while, he stirred. Oh, regarding our monthly communication, it is essential for cultivation. I apologize for not fulfilling my promise. No worries, no worries. Bulma paused, her smile blooming like a flower. After all, she was still a child, regardless of her immense power. Come, the fish here is delectable. I often dine here. She lifted a piece of fish and offered it to Sun Wukong. Oh, the fish melted in his mouth, delicate and smooth, with a perfect balance of elasticity and tenderness. Delicious, right? Let us feast again after the tournament. Agreed. They devoured an array of dishes, with Bulma's modest appetite leaving most of the food to Sun Wukong. Following this, Bulma led him on a shopping spree, traversing from the eastern street to the western one. Sometimes, simply spending time with someone dear is a form of training. Though their time together had been brief, Bulma had left a significant impression on Sun Wukong's heart, and the feeling was mutual. The sun hung high in the sky, scorching and relentless, causing sweat to pour down with every few steps. Bulma summoned a vehicle from her capsule, stepping onto it as her flying cat, Poir, sneakily accompanied them. The World Martial Arts Tournament was officially underway. This time, 137 formidable fighters had entered, with only 8 emerging victorious. Wukong and Krillin were in the second division, while Yamcha was in the third. Farewell, I hope to see you in the finals. Yamcha, clad in his turtle-emblazoned GI, departed with a flourish. The matches were determined by a draw, with Wukong and Krillin drawing their lots in succession. Sun Wukong was slated for the first match against a hulking brute. The match commenced. With that ridiculous crab hairstyle, before the hefty opponent could finish his sentence. Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful gust that sent the giant tumbling out of the arena. Victory for contestant Sun Wukong. It seemed he had encountered an acquaintance. However, he had long since dismissed this opponent's martial prowess, finding no interest in wasting time on such a weakling. You are simply too feeble. Turning on his heel, Wukong hoped that the subsequent contestants would have the sense to forfeit, allowing him a day of rest. When would he also be able to effortlessly send opponents flying with a mere breath, just like Wukong? Krillin gazed on enviously, as he currently struggled to even execute the Kamehameha wave. Has Wukong's strength increased again? Master Roshi, transformed into a dragon, sensed impending doom. He had not anticipated Sun Wukong's current might, and the upcoming battles would likely lead to his defeat. Relying solely on battle instinct for victory was no longer certain. The opponent is too weak. Krillin, hold back. Don't kill him. Oh, understood. Krillin, elated by Wukong's acknowledgement of his strength, felt assured that entering the top 8 was now a certainty. Hey, isn't that Krillin? The rotund figure of Krillin's chubby master made an entrance. Oh, indeed. Do you remember when we reduced him to a whimpering pup in the corner, begging for mercy? That kid still dares to participate in this martial arts tournament. What a self-inflicted humiliation. After the mockery from Krillin's seniors, the referee announced the opponent, Krillin versus his lean master. Krillin was instantly struck with dismay as the confidence from Wukong's earlier words dissipated like mist. His master was exceptionally strong. Anxiety surged through Krillin as he wobbled onto the stage, fear overwhelming him once more. The match began. Fancy meeting you here, Krillin. The lean master aimed a punch at Krillin's face, intent on delivering a single, decisive blow. Yet, to Krillin, the lean master's speed appeared as sluggish as a snail. Wukong had indeed not deceived him, dodging the attack, fueled by resentment. Krillin retaliated with a kick that sent the lean master flying through 3 walls and several meters away. Nanny, when did Krillin become so formidable? The chubby master was filled with dread as he rushed to check on the lean master's condition. Goodness, he may never practice martial arts again. That kick has severely injured him. The chubby master promptly withdrew from the competition, hastily dragging the lean master away. If they didn't leave now, they might be leaving for good. Yamcha swiftly dispatched his opponent from the stage and turned to glance at Sun Wukong and Krillin. With such easy victories, it seemed their advancement to the top 8 was a foregone conclusion. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi continued to slice through the competition, advancing seamlessly to the top 8. The top 8 finals officially commenced. With the preliminary rounds concluded, the qualified contestants included the enchanting Lan Fong, the Azure Dragon Kira, the practitioner Namu, the foul-smelling Stinky Man, and Master Roshi's impersonator, Jackie Chan. The first match featured Jackie Chan against Yamcha, facing the seemingly nonchalant Jackie Chan, who exuded an air of mastery. Yamcha felt immense pressure. No matter how he probed, there seemed to be no weaknesses to exploit. What is the matter? Are you not going to attack? Jackie Chan reclined casually, seemingly indifferent to Yamcha's presence. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that Jackie Chan's gaze had never strayed from Yamcha, who had nearly matched half of his strength. If he didn't take the match seriously, he risked losing. Yamcha dared not delay. His wolf-fang fist surged forward with fierce intensity, each strike lethal. How terrifying! To use such formidable techniques against an old man. Jackie Chan effortlessly evaded, attempting a sweeping kick, only for Yamcha to dodge it. So fast, Yamcha was taken aback, as the prowess of Jackie Chan loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, instilling doubt within his heart. Could he truly emerge victorious? Was it within his capability? How audacious to remain distracted whilst facing me. Jackie Chan's martial arts experience was remarkably seasoned. In an instant, his fist was upon Yamcha's face. With a thud, Yamcha was sent flying but quickly regained his footing, assuming a combat stance. Goku, do you believe Yamcha can triumph? No, came the reply. Jackie Chan's combat experience and innate strength far exceed Yamcha's. Defeat is merely a matter of time. Stay calm. Stay composed. I can identify his weaknesses. Weaknesses? Indeed. His age has rendered him frail, while I am in my prime. With a flurry of strikes from the enhanced wolf-fang fist, dozens of fists appeared, aiming to exchange injury for injury. Yet Jackie Chan had already anticipated this. In the blink of an eye, he retreated several meters. Damn it! Seizing the moment as Yamcha withdrew, Jackie leaped behind him and delivered a powerful blow. In an instant, Yamcha felt as though he had been struck by a colossal mountain. Gritting his teeth, Yamcha unleashed the enhanced wolf-fang fist once more. Ultimately, he succeeded in giving Jackie Chan panda eyes with his strikes. But he himself was sent tumbling from the ring by Jackie's Kamehameha. In the realm of skilled combatants, brevity often equates to ferocity. Yamcha, you deserve commendation. You managed to compel me to exert my full strength, Jackie Chan gasped. Marvelous. The exhilarating battle between Jackie Chan and Yamcha has ignited my fervor. Let us extend our congratulations to Jackie Chan for advancing to the semifinals. Yamcha descended from the stage, dejected. His opponent was simply too formidable. Yet, why did Jackie Chan possess the Kamehameha technique of the turtle school? Yamcha couldn't help but suspect that Jackie was, in fact, Master Roshi. Alas, I did not anticipate being the first to falter. Sun Wukong and Krillin nodded in agreement, placing no blame on him, for his opponent was vastly superior. If Krillin faced Jackie, he too would likely find himself unable to land even a single blow. Krillin felt a sense of foreboding. His training was insufficient. Lacking the strength of Sun Wukong and the techniques of Yamcha, he was merely a blank slate. Fear not, it is merely a contest. If you are dissatisfied with this ranking, return for the next. Once in the arena, one must be bold. Losing is not the end, but do not allow your spirit to falter. As he patted Krillin's shoulder, Sun Wukong noticed that Krillin was drenched in sweat, his shirt completely soaked. Was the pressure truly that overwhelming? All right. Krillin jolted, his eyes widening in surprise. Now, let us welcome Lan Fong and Nan Mu to the stage. Lan Fong, with her captivating charm, winked at Nan Mu, causing his face to flush instantly as he shut his eyes, too shy to gaze upon her. What an opportunity! Lan Fong delivered a swift kick, sending Nan Mu flying several meters away. Once Nan Mu regained consciousness, he quickly adjusted his state and launched a flurry of strikes, injuring Lan Fong in rapid succession. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Lan Fong resorted to her ultimate move, which proved remarkably effective. Wow! Jackie Chan was left with a nosebleed, while Nan Mu's face turned an alarming shade of red. Ultimately, with unwavering resolve, Nan Mu triumphed over Lan Fong. Truly a lack of romantic finesse, Jackie Chan scolded. If only my opponent were Lan Fong, then I could. Ha. What an entertaining match this was. Next, we invite Wukong and Kirin to the stage. As Kirin and Sun Wukong ascended the arena, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, thunder roaring as the gentle drizzle escalated into a torrential downpour. It seems a heavy rain is upon us, the thief of glory. Kirin remained cautious, unwilling to underestimate this renowned martial arts master. Are you afraid? Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with intensity as he severed a tree beside the arena, seemingly proclaiming, "Hurry and surrender. Do not waste time." Chapter 21, The Semifinals. Incredible. To unleash one's energy outward. Is this what the world's top experts are capable of? They are on an entirely different level than my previous opponents. Am I afraid? Kirin closed his eyes, recalling decades of martial arts experience. Had he ever recoiled at the slightest hint of adversity? No. Bring it on. Let me witness the most magnificent spectacle in the world. What is this? Shouldn't we seek shelter from the rain first? Indeed. What is going on? The audience grew restless. They had purchased tickets without any cover from the rain, and now they were left to become drenched just to watch the battle? Silence. If you do not wish to watch, then leave. Kirin bellowed, turning to the referee, eager to avoid further delay, for this opponent represented a significant opportunity. The golden-haired referee hesitated, though he longed to declare the match commenced. He could not disregard the spectators' discomfort. If word spread that they were forced to endure the rain, their reputation would suffer terribly, and who would attend future events? The match is suspended. We shall resume once the rain has ceased. Damn it. Kieran yearned to confront the referee with fury, but he stifled his rage and retreated. Is that so? What a pity. I had hoped for a swift resolution. Sun Wukong returned to the audience, slightly disappointed. Let us go. I have made a reservation at a restaurant, Bulma declared, brandishing keys with confidence. How splendid. XN. Bulma generously introduced Krillin and the others in the audience, treating them to a meal. Wow, this place is fantastic. I've longed to dine here. Master Roshi salivated, lamenting his lack of funds. He had visited a decade prior, courtesy of his sister. Though the restaurant was modest, it was filled with cherished memories. Sun Wukong was truly enviable. His charm with women surpassed even his younger days. One dish after another was presented by the waitstaff, consumed in rapid succession by the group. Hurry up with the dishes. We've finished. Are you all pigs? She had thought only Wukong behaved this way, but it turned out that these disciples were equally gluttonous. Whoever marries them will have to prepare hundreds of dishes every hour. Even if it's a communal meal, it would take ages. Bulma shivered at the thought. All right, coming right up. The manager rubbed his hands together, rushing from the private room into the kitchen at lightning speed. You all hurry up. Serve the customers in the private room, and then we can close early today. Salaries will be paid as usual. All right. The chefs poured their energy into their work, motivated by the prospect of leaving early. 30 plates, 50 plates, 70 plates, 150 plates. Finally, these gluttons had their fill and departed amidst the astonished expressions of others. With no money, it is truly a struggle to make ends meet. Hearing Bulma's lament, Master Roshi wholeheartedly agreed, feeling deeply moved. These rascals nearly ate me into poverty. Bulma gazed at the three, laughing and chatting ahead, and hurried to catch up. Wait for me. The fierce storm gradually transformed into a light drizzle, then into a clear sky. Now, Sun Wukong versus Kieran. Both stood poised in the arena. Bring it on. Kieran threw a straight punch at Sun Wukong, which he easily dodged, countering with a swift kick that sent Kieran flying. So fast. Must I resort to underhanded tactics? Of course. That is how I navigate the world. Look, a spaceship. Kieran pointed skyward, attempting to distract Sun Wukong. Do you honestly think I would fall for that? Only a fool would. Where is it? Where is it? An astonished voice rang from the audience. How did he not see it? Nanny, you do not believe this. Do I appear to be a fool? Sun Wukong remained silent, delivering another punch that sent Kieran tumbling, followed by a Kamehameha that shattered a lion statue, leaving Kieran sprawled on the ground. You truly are weak. As the smoke dissipated, Sun Wukong approached Kieran, only to abruptly retreat 10 steps. In the next moment, a white powder erupted from Kieran's wings, enveloping the area in a fog. Incredible. Kieran possesses magic. He can conjure toxic mist for attacks. In the Dragon Ball universe, magic exists, and competitors have utilized it in martial arts tournaments. The referee recognizes it as magic. Is this permissible? Clearly, it was an ambush. Had it not been for Goku's swift reflexes, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to it. Clinton sensed the ominous turn of events. If he were to be ensnared, his strength would surely diminish. Clinton, think of something quickly. Bulma urged anxiously, for if this continued, Goku would be on the verge of defeat. Should the opponent encircle the entire arena? You've fallen for it, haven't you? This is my ultimate technique. What kind of ultimate technique involves poison? In an instant, a tempest arose as Kieran enveloped the arena in white smoke with his wings. Son Goku, with this, even you cannot defeat me. Once I vanquish you, I shall bask in glory and fame. Kieran cackled, already envisioning his triumphant ascent and marrying a brawny and beautiful anthropomorphic creature. With a mighty strike, Son Goku dispersed all the smoke, akin to a whirlwind, sending Kieran tumbling off the stage. Nanny. Kieran was left dumbfounded. The sudden gust struck his face, and in the blink of an eye, he was ejected from the arena. What just happened? Let us declare Son Goku the victor. Son Goku effortlessly defeated Kieran with a single gust of his palm. It should be noted that throughout the match, Son Goku triumphed over his opponent with just one move. How much strength does one truly possess? A commendable idea, yet it holds no weight against me. Why did the judge deem it magic? How did that blonde know it was magic? With a dismissive remark, Son Goku turned to leave. Next up was Clinton's battle against that foul-smelling man. As Son Goku passed by the odious figure, he was instantly repulsed, a shiver running down his spine. Now, let us welcome Clinton to face the foul-smelling contender. Clinton, utterly disgusted by the stench, ultimately realized he had no sense of smell and, with immense willpower, managed to triumph over his opponent. Excellent. Now, let us take a breather. As the afternoon approached, the semifinals commenced. Hey, Yamcha, do you think Clinton can win? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Clinton's opponent appeared formidable, having easily defeated Yamcha earlier. Chunlong. He is indeed very strong. I have suspected Chunlong to be Master Roshi for some time now, and my suspicions have only intensified. Yamcha subtly distanced himself from Bulma. Women can be quite intimidating. And what of Goku? I have yet to witness him unleash his full power. But I believe he has an 80 chance of clinching the championship. Is that so? The ever-cautious Puer moved away from Bulma, returning to Yamcha's side and gently patting his head. Clinton versus Chunlong. Clinton was certainly at a disadvantage compared to Yamcha, and it seemed he was destined to lose. Son Goku leaned against the lion statue, feeling quite bored. His gaze wandered to the horizon. To become a 3-time champion, he needed to endure this. Chapter 22, The Semifinals. What are you watching? A golden-haired maiden, her neck wrapped in a scarf and glistening with perspiration, had evidently just finished her workout. A martial arts tournament, where numerous experts participate. We are martial artists ourselves, and we came to observe. What is a martial arts tournament? Is it merely a series of minor contests? It is an ultra-large competition. The participants possess formidable skills. Look, those 2 children are exceptionally strong. Far superior to us. What? The girl quickly wiped the sweat from her face and rushed to the television. Her gaze fixated on Son Goku battling Kirin. It's him. Her eyes were glued to the screen, and as Kirin resorted to poison, she cursed the despicable villain while simultaneously worrying for him. Upon his victory, a smile unconsciously graced her beautiful face. After Son Goku departed the arena, the girl finally shifted her gaze from the television. Why didn't you tell me sooner? That TV is broken. The dark-haired boy felt anxious, unable to comprehend why his sister was in such a foul mood. Women truly are a conundrum. Get away from me. Intent fist. The siblings began to tussle. After exchanging blows, Clinton faced Chunlong, the victor over Yamcha, channeling his utmost energy into the battle stance. Here comes my attack. Clinton delivered a powerful jab aimed at Chunlong's face, breaking through. I've hit him. But alas, it was merely an illusion. Chunlong had already positioned himself behind Clinton, delivering a kick that sent Clinton crashing into the lion statue, shattering it once more. What? That wretched old man can truly hide. Clinton swiftly regained his footing, scanning the surroundings, yet Chunlong was nowhere to be seen. It appeared that he would have to unleash his ultimate technique. This is a beautiful flight attendant's undergarment. Clinton produced a white article of clothing from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. As Chunlong's gaze fell upon the fallen garment, he disregarded all caution and charged forward. What an opportunity! Just as Clinton intended to launch a sneak attack, Chunlong seized the white cloth, his hands glowing with azure light. What? How could this be? Your strength is commendable. How could I possibly underestimate you? Chunlong had already gathered the Kamehameha wave in his hands, unleashing it in an instant, propelling Clinton forcefully off the stage. I want the item, and I shall claim victory as well. Magnificently, Chunlong donned the garment upon his head and sauntered away. What an exhilarating duel. Chunlong emerges victorious. Curse you, you despicable old man. Clinton, bruised and battered, rose to his feet, glaring fiercely at the direction Chunlong had departed. Though he had not sustained severe injuries, the humiliation of being instantly defeated was unbearable. The referee was already accustomed to Chunlong's character and hastily initiated the next match. He did not wish for the martial arts tournament to be marred by ill repute. Next up was Son Goku against Namo, bearing the hopes of my entire village. I cannot afford to lose. Namo clasped his hands together, his gaze fierce, muscles subtly defined. How intriguing. I have not encountered such an opponent in quite some time. Son Goku stood at the opposite end of the arena. Merely standing on the stage placed immense pressure upon Namu, akin to an insurmountable mountain. Having observed the previous battles, Namu had surreptitiously gauged his opponent's extraordinary prowess, rendering his chances of victory exceedingly slim. Yet Namu remained undeterred. The renowned martial artist of 2 years ago, come forth. Son Goku intentionally lowered his strength to match Namu's. Overpowering him would be far too mundane. He relished the challenge of skillful combat. Son Goku leaped into the air, his body lunging toward Namu. So fast, Namu, relying on his perception of the air currents, barely managed to evade, retaliating with an elbow strike aimed at Son Goku's neck. Smack! With lightning speed, Son Goku's tail struck Namu's face, sending him hurtling backward. I thought it was just decoration. Namu stabilized himself, using the momentum to leap into the air, executing a rapid flying kick in retaliation. Son Goku performed a backflip to evade, instantly landing before Namu. So fast. A rising dragon fist struck Namu from afar, sending him crashing into the lion statue, which shattered upon impact, leaving Namu dazed and disoriented. Brother, water. We have no water to drink. A gaunt little girl clutched a wooden bowl, her face etched with parched desperation as villagers emerged from their homes. holding bowls and gazing at him silently. The prize for this martial arts tournament is 500,000. I cannot lose. Namu steeled his resolve, soaring skyward once more. Though the odds of victory appeared bleak, he had compelling reasons to persevere. Namu ascended to a height of 100 meters, plummeting like a meteor, leaving a trail of white vapor as he descended, arms crossed protectively, his gaze resolute. Receive my strike. Very well. Son Goku did not flinch or evade. Since you desire to win so fervently, I shall grant you the opportunity. Son Goku channeled all of his energy, utilizing his feet and hands in a similar technique to Namu's. You shall receive my strike as well. The techniques of Son Goku and Namu collided with fierce intensity. No. Ultimately, Son Goku's superior skill prevailed, forcibly sending Namu tumbling off the stage. Despite my utmost effort, I could not prevail. You have triumphed. Namu lay beneath the stage, gasping for breath. His opponent was simply too formidable. Be it in combat experience or physical mastery, he was incomparable. Son Goku emerges victorious. As the referee's voice echoed through the arena, Nanwu was overwhelmed with despair. What was he to do? At some point, he found himself back in the competition chamber, coming to his senses as he spotted Jackie Chan. Can you talk to me? He implored. In this moment of profound sorrow, although Nanwu was not one to complain to others, he felt an overwhelming urge to express his feelings. It turned out that Nanwu's village was suffering from severe water scarcity, and they were in dire need of financial assistance. Upon learning of this plight, Jackie Chan retrieved a universal capsule from his possession and led him to a well. Here, the water is inexhaustible and abundant, so use it freely. Jackie handed the capsule to Nanwu, who immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "Thank you. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Wherever you need me, I shall traverse mountains and seas." "Ah, no need for that," Jackie replied, leisurely making his way back into the martial arts tournament, only to encounter a figure. "Oh," Jackie gasped, recognizing it was Sun Wukong, his heart settling slightly. "Why aren't you resting after your recent battle?" "I merely wished to see who my next opponent would be," Sun Wukong replied, turning away from the universal capsule in Nanwu's hand and heading back to the resting area. Although he was not a saint, he did not wish to see a formidable martial artist hindered by a lack of water, so he made a special effort to check in. An admirable opponent indeed. After leaving, Nanwu went to the restroom and was about to pull out a leaf from his pocket for personal hygiene when he discovered something. To his astonishment, he retrieved a sum of 100,000, with a note nestled among the paper money that read, "I hope to face you again in the next martial arts tournament." Rushing out of the restroom, Nanwu hurried to the audience stand, where he overheard the referee's announcement. "We invite the contestants Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan to the stage. The champion of this tournament will be determined between them." As Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan took their places, they exchanged respectful bows, their eyes resolute. This was the proud grandson of Gohan, facing what was perhaps his strongest opponent to date. He had to unleash his full potential. The match commenced. Jackie struck first, unleashing a palm strike that caused the air to crackle and the winds to swirl. Sun Wukong deftly evaded, retaliating with a punch that struck Jackie in the abdomen, penetrating his defenses. Afterimage, Jackie reappeared behind Sun Wukong, launching a flying kick, but Sun Wukong similarly countered with an afterimage of his own. Buzz! Sun Wukong kicked Jackie away, sending him crashing into the wall, a cloud of dust billowing forth, creating a miniature smokescreen. "The execution is truly lacking," remarked a nearby observer. Chapter 23, The Final Duel. The elderly man across the arena was formidable. A young girl could not help but feel anxious for Sun Wukong, her snacks crumbling in her grasp. Jackie, with his quick reflexes and extensive combat experience, made her feel as though evasion was futile. Even merely tracking his strikes proved a challenge. The raven-haired youth felt similarly overwhelmed. But his concern was not for Sun Wukong. Rather, it was a realization of his own insignificance. There were indeed martial artists of such extraordinary caliber in the world. It dawned on him that such unique beings existed, and that martial prowess could reach such ridiculous extremes. He silently resolved to leave this small town. One day, he too would stand in that arena as part of that elite circle. This world is vast and beautiful. If I remain in this desolate place, all its wonders will remain out of reach. He declared, "Sister, let us depart in a few days. Together, we shall explore this world and challenge all its strongest warriors, ultimately defeating them one by one." The boy was filled with youthful exuberance, his heart brimming with aspirations for the future. "Very well." The girl contemplated briefly but agreed without hesitation. She too had no desire to linger in this forsaken land. Outdated transportation, subpar education, poor living conditions, ineffective law enforcement, and rampant gangs. Amidst the bustling crowds, it seemed this city lacked something vital. What could it be? Vitality. She longed to escape this backward city, to leave behind this impoverished, emotionless place that had confined her for over a decade. Yamcha and Krillin clenched their fists, imagining themselves in the arena, pondering how to counter Jackie's techniques. Bulma, too, tightened her fists, nervously rooting for Sun Wukong, struggling to keep up with the action. "You're quite strong, Sun Wukong." Jackie staggered, as though on the verge of collapse. His face flushed. Drunken fist. Sun Wukong aimed a kick at Jackie, but Jackie sidestepped, countering with an elbow strike. Boom. Sun Wukong's body transformed into an armor-like barrier, absorbing the impact, while his tail lashed out like a whip, sending Jackie flying. Truth be told, I have encountered and studied Drunken Fist before. Sun Wukong had faced masters of this style in his youth and knew its weaknesses. Striking Jackie felt akin to a father chastising a son. This won't do. I must unveil something different. If this continues, I shall surely lose. Jackie's previously lean physique swelled with muscle, taking on an exaggerated appearance. An ominous sign. He was about to unleash his ultimate technique. What effect will it have? His speed and power surged dramatically, reminiscent of the moment he had been defeated in an instant. Yamcha gritted his teeth. He had failed to react when Jackie's muscles expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself tumbling off the stage. Muscled Jackie unleashed a punch aimed directly at Sun Wukong's head, which Sun Wukong narrowly evaded. Boom. The stones of the arena shattered, sending dust flying as Jackie charged into the haze. Receive my strike. Utilizing the dust as cover, Jackie emerged from Sun Wukong's left side, delivering a punch at his left leg. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged, springing into the air, his hands clasped together, summoning a tempest that swept the dust from the arena. He also unleashed a gust of energy towards Jackie. Not good. It's the afterimage fist. You've fallen for it. Jackie appeared above Sun Wukong, both hands gathering blue energy, descending from the sky. Not good. Wukong is in danger. Krillin shouted from the audience, his voice tinged with urgency as his eyes remained fixed on the arena. If struck by the Kamehameha, he would be perilously close to being knocked off the stage. With a burst of blue light beneath his feet, Sun Wukong evaded Jackie's Kamehameha in an instant. I always knew you were strong, but raw power alone is insufficient. Multiple afterimages fist. Universal thunderclap. Jackie had anticipated that Sun Wukong would appear here and had been poised to unleash the universal thunderclap, erupting forth from his hands. Thunder roared. Like a wrathful deity, a lightning dragon surged forth, piercing through Sun Wukong's form. This is the wisdom of the old generation. Sun Wukong, you have lost. Jackie had reverted to his previously lean state, evidently drained from executing that technique. The universal thunderclap could incapacitate his opponent. Sun Wukong, your body has no time to recover. I merely need to knock you off the stage, and I shall be the champion. Do not underestimate me next time, Jackie remarked, slowly approaching Sun Wukong, ultimately pushing him back. How can this be? Yamcha leaped from his seat, incredulous that such a formidable young man could possibly lose to Jackie. Indeed, unbelievable. Krillin's jaw dropped. What? This is an afterimage. The afterimage fist. Why does the afterimage still exist? This defies logic. Jackie's eyes widened, resembling two bells as he heard the words. In contrast to brute force, I prefer to counter with finesse. Do not underestimate me next time, Mr. Chan. Sun Wukong first transformed into stone using his transformation technique, then employed the clone technique alongside the afterimage fist, successfully deceiving Jackie. The clone technique, an enhanced version of the afterimage fist, existing without consciousness, merely a mirage formed by energy. Exactly. After the recent battle, I have successfully learned the universal thunderclap. The lightning dragon erupted from his palm, surging forth with the ferocity of a thunderstorm, penetrating Jackie's body. Jackie Chan stood precariously, as the thunderous lightning of the universal shock palm surged uncontrollably throughout his body, making it nearly impossible to maintain control. Old man Jackie Chan. It seems you are on the verge of defeat, Sun Wukong declared, casually waving his hand, summoning a tempest that spiraled into a hurricane, barreling toward Jackie Chan. You little rascal. Don't let your guard down. Imitating others' techniques will yield minimal damage to the creator. I have long since mastered how to counter your moves. Seizing the moment amidst Sun Wukong's taunts, Jackie Chan mustered his strength and discreetly employed the phantom fist to evade. He reappeared behind Sun Wukong, ready to unleash the Kamehameha. Lan Shi shielded her eyes, unable to bear witness to the sight of Sun Wukong's impending defeat. Turning her head away, she gazed out the window where the birds chirped and the flowers bloomed on a warm sunny day. Her concern for Sun Wukong reached its zenith, spilling forth from her eyes. The victor is Sun Wukong. What? Lan Shi exclaimed, unable to believe her ears. How could this be possible? How did he achieve victory over Jackie Chan? Frantically, she dashed from the curtains to the television, where the youthful figure of Sun Wukong stood exuberantly, raising his right hand in a gesture of triumph. This is wonderful. Meanwhile, the fallen Jackie Chan lay on the ground. Huh. A brilliant blue light erupted as the Kamehameha surged from Jackie Chan's hands, an overwhelming force. Sun Wukong, you shall fall. Jackie Chan concentrated his dwindling strength into the Kamehameha, a beam of azure light descending from the heavens, as if it were the final judgment of thunder. Fall, Sun Wukong. If readers find any typos or awkward sentences, they are welcome to provide feedback. Chapter 24. The Birth of the Strongest. Champion. Your sneak attack seems to have no effect on me, Jackie Chan thought, as Sun Wukong had already sensed the Kamehameha gathering. This is my gift. Brace yourself, Jackie Chan. As the Kamehameha drew within a meter, Sun Wukong deftly dodged to the left, unleashing his own Kamehameha in return. Wow. Jackie Chan was engulfed by the blue light, his eyes rolling back as he plummeted from the sky. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Let us congratulate Sun Wukong for becoming the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Wukong raised his left hand, a slight smile gracing his lips as a tempest swirled around him. I won. I won. Sun Wukong is victorious. The golden-haired girl grasped her brother's hair, having been drenched in sweat from the relentless twists and turns of the match. What else with all this excitement? It's not like you won, the boy remarked, smoothing down his disheveled hair, which had cost a pretty penny to style. This is fantastic. We won. Krillin and Yamcha embraced, finally avenging Sun Wukong. This is marvelous. Indeed. Bulma beamed, taking out her well-prepared camera. Click. In the midst of the jubilant cheers, she captured the moment as the young champion raised his hand. Forever immortalized on film. Jackie Chan. I have triumphed. Sun Wukong, refraining from exposing Master Roshi, placed his hand on Jackie Chan's shoulder, channeling energy into him, slowly stimulating his cells for healing. Witnessing Sun Wukong's victory, Nam, seated in the audience, wore a smile that conveyed both congratulations and joy. Sun Wukong, Jackie Chan, thank you both. Will you participate in the next World Martial Arts Tournament? Nam departed from the audience, placing a universal capsule over his heart, feeling a comforting warmth. Even as his heart swelled with warmth. Nam, are you leaving? Lan Fang's voice called from behind. As rivals, Nam had overcome her with sheer willpower, and she held a subtle concern for him. Yes, Nam navigated through the bustling crowd, traversing the vibrant streets and towering buildings. I must go? The one I care for is still waiting for me. After purchasing some snacks, Nam's figure gradually faded from view. Well, you certainly have a fierce grip. Jackie Chan grasped Sun Wukong's hand to rise, his injuries healing slightly. Go on, don't worry about this old man. Okay. Sun Wukong retrieved some high-calorie food from his pocket, tossing it to Jackie Chan before turning to leave, as he still had photographs to take. Humph. You do have a bit of conscience. Jackie Chan hurriedly devoured the food, his stomach growling with hunger. After a round of photographs, Sun Wukong finally received the champion's prize of 500,000. Hey, Master Roshi, where did you go? Right. I had an upset stomach and spent the entire time in the restroom. Just as I finished, the match ended. What a predicament. Can't believe it. Sun Wukong approached, shaking the prize money in his hand. Let us go. I'll treat you all to a grand feast. Yay. The crowd erupted in cheers. The same restaurant as that day. Tonight, everyone would feast to their heart's content. Indeed. Yet, Bulma appeared slightly perplexed. Was Sun Wukong's 500,000 truly sufficient? Encountering Master Roshi, Sun Wukong and his friends embraced, their spirits high. Well, if it's not enough, I'll cover the difference. Boss, let us have 10 portions of everything on the menu. Sure thing. My regulars. Today is going to be a lucrative one. It's said that each World Martial Arts Tournament brings in quite a bit. Table 10, 10 portions. The dishes began to arrive one after another. Master Roshi, already famished, promptly devoured a bowl of rice, then seized a piece of thigh meat, stuffing it into his mouth. Kids shouldn't drink alcohol, Krillin. Master Roshi snatched the drink Krillin had intended to consume, gulping it down in one go. Hey, that is not fair. Yamcha first secured a piece of thigh meat for Poir, followed by a few bowls of rice, before joining the fray for more food. Sun Wukong ladled several bowls of rice for Bulma, then placed meat dishes in her bowl. Here, a big chicken leg. Following that, Sun Wukong joined Krillin in the food scramble, as he too was quite hungry. If they didn't act fast, who knew how long they'd wait for more food? Thank you. Bulma ate slowly. Unlike Sun Wukong and the others, her energy expenditure was minimal. As time passed, amidst the sounds of countless clinking glasses, everyone finally indulged in a hearty meal. Sir, the total is 800,000. As Bulma prepared to cover the extra 300,000, she heard Sun Wukong's voice behind her. Here. Bulma trembled, pointing at Sun Wukong, her disbelief evident. What's the matter? You look as if you've seen a ghost. You have money. Of course. I can easily earn this. Well then, Bulma felt a pang of disappointment. Having expected more from him. What are you disappointed about? Bulma booked a room for Sun Wukong, while Master Roshi and the others returned to their own quarters. You all head back. I'll take the flying Nimbus. Okay. Sun Wukong and Bulma arrived at the hotel, where 2 beds greeted them. What a tiring day. Bulma stretched lazily, tossing her clothes onto the bed before walking straight into the bathroom, wearing only her undergarments. Wukong, I'll wash first. Sun Wukong set down his belongings, retrieving a change of clothes, gently pressing down on the bed. Seems like sleeping here won't be too bad. Quite comfortable. After a while, Bulma emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, boldly walking past Sun Wukong. Fresh from her bath, her skin glowed a rosy hue, and the blush on her cheeks lingered. Her youthful face exuded a hint of allure as she gracefully settled onto the bed, her delicate pink feet lightly swaying. Wukong, it's your turn to shower. As she pulled out a face mask and applied it, Bulma held a few cucumber slices to her face, playfully pinching Sun Wukong's cheek with her dainty toes. Okay. Sun Wukong, caught in her grasp for a while, slowly moved from the bedside to the bathroom, not wishing to sleep in a bed smelling of sweat, as he harbored a slight aversion to dirtiness. Drip, drip. Sun Wukong utilized his tail to cleanse his back, relishing the convenience of having such an appendage. After all, having someone else to tend to him would be the utmost luxury. Once he had dried himself off, he emerged from the bathroom, only to find Bulma before him. With an air of nonchalance, Sun Wukong approached her directly. However, Bulma, blushing profusely, hastily shielded her eyes from his gaze. Disappointment flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as he gradually turned away. Chapter 25. Dragon Ball Radar. After applying her facial mask, Bulma discarded the cucumber into the trash bin, noticing that Sun Wukong was still bathing. She retrieved some clothes from her bag. As Bulma removed her towel to change, she inadvertently stepped on it and slipped to the floor. Just as she regained her footing, Sun Wukong emerged from the bathroom, standing right in front of her. Quick! Bulma hastily donned her clothing, her cheeks faintly flushed, visible only to those with keen eyesight. Pervert. Don't blame me. He merely did what every man would do. Yet he did not peek. Bang. Shut up. After an interval of 8 months, Bulma transformed into her sharp-toothed persona, giving Sun Wukong a thorough scolding. While others would instinctively retreat, Sun Wukong remained bold and unrepentant. I'm sorry. Even a massage isn't enough. With a calm demeanor, he leaped onto the bed, using his energy to evaporate the moisture from his body. All right, here you go, the Dragon Ball radar you wanted. Sun Wukong accepted the radar, pressed a button that revealed the Dragon Ball's locations, and tucked it into his pocket. What about the gravity chamber I requested? What gravity chamber? The one I asked you to help me build after gathering the Dragon Balls. Oh, that. I can't do it. You haven't forgotten, have you? Sun Wukong grasped Bulma's cheeks, turning her to face him. Look me in the eye. Just kidding. I'm halfway through it. It'll be done in a few months. In truth, Sun Wukong was mistaken. She had done nothing at all. After her wish for strawberries, she completely forgot about the gravity chamber. What can I say? The strawberries granted by the dragon were simply too delicious. Rest assured. I promise it will be done by next year. Bulma patted her chest in assurance. A mere gravity chamber was a trivial task for her, after all. She was a genius beauty. Very well. Sun Wukong was in no hurry, for he understood that training was not merely reliant on numerical values. He had his own path to tread and his own cultivation to pursue. Blindly increasing his ki would yield no benefits. Dr. Gero, I hope your genius in creating androids proves useful. If Dr. Gero failed to meet his expectations, then the good doctor would be courting his own demise. So be it. He had no intention of leaving this lingering threat after annihilating the Red Ribbon Army. I'm going to sleep now. After expending some mental energy today, he felt quite satisfied, having encountered some worthy opponents, and although techniques clashed, he ultimately emerged victorious. Hey, so soon? Before Bulma could finish her sentence, Sun Wukong's rhythmic breathing filled the air. Very well. The clouds obscured the distant stars, and for some inexplicable reason, the moon seemed to have vanished. As she returned to her bed, her thoughts swirled like a tempest, and Bulma tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. Why can Sun Wukong sleep so soundly? Bulma found herself growing increasingly agitated. An hour passed, yet her condition remained unchanged. Her eyes were weary, yet her mind buzzed with unrelenting excitement. Squinting, Bulma found herself reluctant to remain in her own bed. She grasped Sun Wukong's tail and gradually climbed onto his bed. Although she had eliminated this particular vulnerability, she still felt sensitive in that area. Before Sun Wukong could utter a word, sleepiness overwhelmed her, and she embraced him, wrapping his tail around her arm. I'll endure it. Sun Wukong employed a forced sleep technique, releasing a hypnotic energy that sent him into slumber in an instant. At 4 in the morning, Sun Wukong felt a slight discomfort and shifted his head forward. The sun ascended slowly. Ah, how delightful. Bulma awoke, cradling Sun Wukong in her arms on the bed. Huh, what is this tail doing here? Bulma shook the tail coiled around her arm, then quietly set it down and hurried to brush her teeth.
As Sun Wukong gradually roused from sleep, he pondered the events of the previous night. What had happened? He distinctly remembered not having any candy. How perplexing.
After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Sun Wukong and Bulma strolled through the market, during which he purchased several outfits for launch. Along with some local specialties of the city, of course, Bulma was none the wiser. Do you want me to accompany you to find the Dragon Balls? No need. I'll fly there. It won't take long at all to make my wish and return to you. With that, Sun Wukong soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of white vapor in his wake. This guy, Bulma marveled. Retrieving a universal capsule from her waist. Bang! A car materialized before her. Came house. After launch finished washing her clothes. She set a table and gazed quietly at the tranquil sea, resembling a statue of stone. They should be back soon, right? Hey, launch. Ah. Sun Wukong's voice startled her from behind. You move so quickly. How come you make no sound when you walk? You nearly scared me to death. Launch had almost toppled from her chair. Sorry. Here, I brought you some local specialties. Sun Wukong took Launch's hand and led her into Kame House, where Krillin and the others were still in transit. Sun Wukong had returned early. After all, he found the flight to be painfully slow. It would take ages to arrive. Whereas he could simply fly and reach his destination in no time. Wasting time was not his life philosophy. Try this dress on. It will look splendid on you. So beautiful. Thank you, Wukong. Launch exclaimed as she accepted the purple dress from his hands. It was her favorite style, and she was pleasantly surprised that Sun Wukong remembered. He had brought back 2 dresses as well as a Western outfit, all of which closely resembled Launch's usual attire, with the one in her hand being the latest release. Launch tried on all the outfits and found them all appealing. Ultimately, she decided on a yellow dress. As a gentle breeze caressed her face, she felt a tickle in her nose and tried to stifle it, but it was futile. Achoo. Huh. After 8 months, Launch sneezed once more, her blue hair transforming into golden locks. No way, not at this moment. Huh. Do you have a problem? Launch, now with golden hair, felt a surge of anger at Sun Wukong's teasing remark. What do you mean? Am I frightening? Sun Wukong, say that again if you dare. Launch pulled a submachine gun from her pocket and gently pressed it against Sun Wukong's forehead while firmly grasping his face, lifting him off the ground. Huh. The barrel of Launch's gun pressed firmly against Sun Wukong's forehead, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. Sun Wukong felt no fear, laughing off her threat. Huh. A mere submachine gun. With a swift motion, he sent Launch flying, the energy blast destroying her weapon as he landed squarely on her abdomen. Though unafraid, he refused to let her dominate him or threaten him with a gun. He placed his foot on Launch's arm while his left hand gripped her delicate face. Oh, what do you intend to do to me? No, please. Launch pouted, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had not expected to be subdued so easily. Chapter 26, Golden-Haired Launch. What do you want? Launch lay on the ground, panting heavily from the exertion. What is going on? Is our memory shared? How do you seem to recognize me? Launch remained silent, merely turning her head aside. Answer me. Sun Wukong seized Launch's fair face again, forcing her to look at him. To his surprise, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her previously fiery demeanor now possessed an unexpected allure. Hey, Launch. This personality of yours is rather charming. Come on, let us smile. I have just acquired a camera, and you look absolutely adorable like this. No, absolutely not. Adorable? She wouldn't believe that. And Sun Wukong, hurry down here. Sun Wukong retrieved the camera from his bag, took her hand, and forcefully twisted the golden-haired Launchie's hand into a scissor shape, placing it beside her face, and pressed the shutter as Launchie blushed. Click. A freshly captured image was born within the camera. Click, click. The continuous sounds resonated from the camera. No. Launchie struggled violently, finally breaking free from her restraints, and quickly shielded herself from the camera, feeling utterly embarrassed. Ha ha ha. The tail swayed in front of Launchie, teasingly. What do you intend to do? Tell me, is your personality shared in memory? So what if it is? It's nothing. I'm merely curious. Ever since I watched anime, I've been intrigued. And only now have I found my answer. You scoundrel. Launchie once again pulled a submachine gun from her pocket and struck Sun Wukong's forehead. Ouch. Humph. Launchie retrieved some medicine from the kitchen and tossed it to Sun Wukong. TCH. Blame yourself. Hurry and apply the medicine, you little squirt. With a bang, Launchie returned to her room, leaving a crack in the door. TCH. Sun Wukong pretended to wipe, then turned back to his room, tidying up his belongings. It had been a while since he returned, and perhaps he wouldn't come back again. What is this guy doing? Is he really going to leave? A solitary eye peeked through the door crack, fully focused and motionless, watching Sun Wukong's silhouette. Instinctively gritting her teeth, Lan Shi's mind raced with countless thoughts, yet reality remained still. Lan Shi, have you had enough? When did you? Just now on the rooftop. I saw you peeking through the door crack. Were you spying on me the whole time? I wasn't. I was just. Lan Shi fell silent. Even she didn't believe her own words. How could she expect others to? Fine. I'll be gone for a while. You can stay at my place. It's not convenient here. Wait. Who do you think I am? I am Lan Shi. How could I? Lan Shi hadn't finished speaking when Sun Wukong bound her up, leaving behind a note, and departed on his flying nimbus. He wasn't consulting Lan Shi. He was merely informing her in advance, as he couldn't trust her to stay at Master Roshi's place. In City A, beside Bulma's city, stood a 3-story villa. This shall be your new abode. Pulling the golden-haired Lan Shi into the house, he handed her some money. Are you trying to keep me? I didn't expect you to be so generous. A playful smile appeared on Lan Shi's face as she teasingly flicked Sun Wukong's tail. Shut up. While I'm gone. Don't go robbing anyone. I don't want you to end up on the wanted list again. TCH. Promise me. All right. I got it. Turning to enter the house. She noticed the interior was adorned with cute decorations, all of which belonged to a little girl. How about it? Not bad, right? You like this kind of stuff? Don't you? Who said that? I don't. Lan Shi's face turned crimson, adamantly denying it. Who else could it be but you? Don't think just because your personality is different, I won't recognize you. Sun Wukong gently patted Lan Shi on the head. Got it. It's not you. As long as you know. I'm leaving. I know, hurry up and go. Lan Shi waved her hand, signaling him to leave quickly. Sun Wukong glanced back before mounting his nimbus and departing, leaving only a trail of yellow exhaust. TCH. Lan Shi stood dazed for a while before finally returning to the kitchen, tying her smooth golden hair up and inspecting the room. This yellow dress is quite lovely. Lan Shi pulled out a yellow dress from her bag, changed into it, and twirled in front of the full-length mirror, then changed into some Western attire. Sun Wukong, your taste is truly lacking. Who gives a good person clothes of this color? So tacky. Chicken dung color. I'm really not tacky. I'm wearing the latest style. Wukong, Lan Shi is back home. Got it. My next training step is to conquer the whole world. What about you? I don't know. Krillin fell silent, pondering what to do next. He had never thought that far ahead. Since you don't know, let us just keep moving forward. We'll find it eventually. Wukong, can you teach me some techniques? Krillin hesitated slightly, but then resolutely remembered Master Roshi, saying that one must comprehend their own techniques. Yet he believed that rather than discovering on his own, it would be more beneficial to learn from others' techniques. He needed to gather more and more techniques to reference. Fine. Without asking why, he took out the Follow My Heart Fist, a stronger version than Heart Fist, as it was an enhanced edition. Of course, it was a bit thinner than before. If Heart Fist was the foundation, then Follow My Heart represented the pinnacle of martial arts on Earth. This is the Follow My Heart Fist I created from years of experience. Sun Wukong genuinely considered Krillin a brother. Such martial arts wisdom was not something to be passed around lightly. Of course, you can also pass it to Yamcha. But this book must not be given to outsiders casually. All right, I understand. Thank you, Wukong. Krillin felt touched. The martial arts experience of a champion was invaluable. Clenching his fists, he couldn't help but doubt himself internally. Could he truly keep pace with Sun Wukong? Others had already created their own martial arts at 12, while he was still striving to learn from others. With this thought, Krillin shook his head. His current achievements were, after all, the lifetime accomplishments of others. In this journey called life, encountering those superior to oneself can make one feel small, while coming across those less fortunate can instill a sense of superiority. And meeting the wealthy may incite jealousy. Sometimes, the one to surpass is not others, but oneself. And now, my goal is not to surpass others, but to surpass myself. Chapter 27, The Red Ribbon Army. Have you found it? No, Mr. Silver. The Marshal is ruthless. If we cannot find it, we will be executed, no matter the cost. Understood, Mr. Silver. Ding. The Nimbus descended. The Dragon Ball radar indicated below, and the Nimbus swooped down as Sun Wukong leaped off, landing near the Dragon Ball. Nanny? A little boy fell from the sky. Look, he is not even hurt. What a monster. Sun Wukong saw the Dragon Ball nestled in the crevice of a rock, grasped it firmly, and pulled with all his might. Bang! Rocks splintered and smoke billowed as the Dragon Ball revealed its true form, a 5-star ball. Ah, what incredible power. 2 animal men hastily drew guns from their waists. Hey kid, hand over the Dragon Ball. And how did you find the Dragon Ball so precisely? Today, I'm in a good mood. Leave now, and I might spare your lives. Sun Wukong said calmly, unfazed, pulling a candy from his bag, unwrapping it, and popping it into his mouth. Hey, kid, before Mr. Silver could finish. An energy blast appeared before him, instantly obliterating him. I said I was in a good mood today, yet you repeatedly disturbed my peace. Run. Losing patience. Another energy blast was hurled from his hand, and in the blink of an eye, it split into 2 blasts, eliminating the fleeing animal men one by one. Now, you want to leave? Too late. Nimbus. Although Nimbus's speed couldn't match his own, it was quite comfortable to ride, and there was no rush. After Sun Wukong departed, those nearby gradually relaxed. It was too brutal. What did you say? That guy possesses a Dragon Ball radar more advanced than ours. What did you say? That guy is just a little brat. Silver was actually killed by him. That useless Silver bastard sentenced his entire family to death. The marshal slammed his fist on the table with a bang, furiously addressing the phone. Inform General Bai to eliminate that little brat and reclaim the Dragon Ball. Yes, Marshal. Did I not instruct you to refrain from standing beside me? Do you wish to make me appear diminutive? Ah, my sincerest apologies. The burly man immediately bowed in contrition. On the summit of the snowy peaks, silver flakes descended upon the mortal realm, akin to angels gracing the earth. At the Red Ribbon Army's Muscle Tower base, a resolute reply echoed, received. I shall seize the Dragon Ball along with the radar. General Bai, after completing his salute, gradually lowered his hand, his gaze dark and menacing. If you encounter a child with a tail, you must inform me. Yes, Commander. The boy with the monkey tail, you say? I shall torment you mercilessly and ensure your demise. The Dragon Ball is right here. The figure of Sun Wukong materialized slowly. Having donned casual attire, a white t-shirt paired with a blue jacket and black cargo pants. Before him stood the Red Lighthouse, the very base of the Red Ribbon Army's white team. General Bai. Alert General Bai. The tailed brat has arrived. Has he finally come? What brings him to our doorstep? General Bai pondered, then suddenly slammed his palm against the table. Ah, no wonder I could never locate the Dragon Ball. It has been here in my base all along. Who would have thought it lay beneath this tower? It seems I must dig deep. Heaven is aiding me. Ha! What is this fool laughing about? As he gathered the Kamehameha energy wave, his impatience was palpable. A small gift, please accept it with minimal regard. Ah! The glass window shattered under the force of the Kamehameha, shards slicing through his skin. General Bai gasped for breath, his eyes wide with lingering terror, only to witness the boy's hand gliding across his neck, as if to say, your death awaits once I ascend. Curse it. Hey, gather everyone and kill him. General Bai exclaimed in fear, this is too terrifying. I nearly met my end. After many years, I feel death so close again. His hand instinctively brushing against his drenched back. This is insufficient. I need more. He stealthily reached for the switch. With this, he could resolve anything. General Bai's heart began to steady. Humph. General Bai, then I shall play with you slowly. Retracting his hand, fine needles erupted from his body, piercing each soldier that dared to show their head, leaving tiny holes on their foreheads as blood oozed forth. The door creaked open, revealing several small karami engaged in a card game, bottles of liquor strewn across the table. Come on. Ha ha ha, I've won again. General Bai is here with a little brat. Can I kill him? Ha ha ha. Do as you please. That little brat is weak. Just shoot him. General Bai abandoned the group, awaiting the arrival of Iron Commander, Purple Commander, and Android 8, ready to encircle and eliminate the child, regarding this group as mere expendables to drain the enemy's stamina. You truly are pitiable. What little brat? You should pity yourself. Indeed. Soon to be killed by us. Ha ha ha. You little fool, how truly stupid you are. The burly officers roared with laughter, as if Sun Wukong's head was already in their possession. Abandoned by his superior, soon to be slain by me, who should I pity? You're a monster. A devil. In the blink of an eye, the burly officers were cleaved in half by an unseen force. They collapsed to the ground, their expressions frozen as if time had ceased. Sun Wukong was never a good person. He merely found killing tedious. But that did not mean he had never taken a life. In fact, at the age of 10, he had stolen others' techniques, encountering countless robberies by the roadside, yet few ever escaped his grasp. Look, are you not the pitiable ones? Sun Wukong shook his head, slowly ascending the staircase, ultimately reaching the 3rd floor. This level housed 3 types of individuals, a brainless android, 5 invisible ninjas, and 1 self-aware, benevolent android. Android 8. All together now. No, I abhor fighting. I do not wish to harm the living. Iron Commander, you go first. Android 8, you worthless piece of machinery. Your creator is the Red Ribbon Army. Do you wish to defy orders? I cannot, I apologize. The purple-clad ninja was nearly laughing in frustration. This failure proved utterly useless in a critical moment. Your body is rigged with explosives. I have the switch, and you certainly do not desire to explode, do you? I'm sorry, but I still cannot commit evil deeds. Android 8 stood firm in his refusal, and just as the purple ninja was about to retort, he was sliced into dozens of pieces. The purple ninja fell before Android 8 in a gruesome spectacle, blood splattering across Android 8's face, causing the hulking figure to burst into tears. Such a coward. Meanwhile, after dispatching Iron Commander, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity during the purple ninja's distraction. His dragon claw sweeping through the air, and with a hum, 5 energy slashes annihilated the remaining purple ninjas. Hand over the Dragon Ball. And take that old village chief with you. Chapter 28, Tao Pai Pai. After a moment of contemplation, Android 8 relinquished the Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong, indifferent to the wishes he might make, as long as those dear to him remained unharmed. Moreover, he did not believe Sun Wukong to be the type to indiscriminately slaughter innocents. Nanny, the Dragon Ball is in Android 8's possession. You fool. Waste. Idiot. General Bai's lungs nearly exploded with rage, having searched fruitlessly for days only to discover the Dragon Ball was in the hands of his own people. Who would have imagined? Sun Wukong finally reached the floor occupied by General Bai and tossed the 2-star ball into the air. Curse you. Do not gloat. General Bai was already prepared, pressing a button with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Little brat, prepare to fall. General Bai envisioned himself obtaining the 2 Dragon Balls, presenting them to the marshal, and becoming a great hero, basking in the adoration of the masses. The Red Ribbon Army was destined to rule the world. If he were to claim a territory, he would be the emperor of that land. Nanny. General Bai's eyes bulged in disbelief. Was he actually flying in the air? Was he still human? This was nothing short of divine. Despair surged within him. Did he truly stand a chance against such a being? Could the Red Ribbon Army really conquer the world? Indeed. Indeed. I quite like your expression. Sun Wukong remarked solemnly, his index finger shimmering with light, gradually condensing into a marble-sized energy sphere. Then you shall descend into hell with peace of mind. For your lifetime of indiscriminate killing, General Bai shall find no refuge but hell. Bang. The watermelon shattered, debris scattering, its flesh adhering to the walls, juice streaming from the pulp. Sun Wukong emanated a soft glow, shielding himself from the splatter, for he did not wish to soil his new attire. Boom. The energy sphere obliterated the machinery, igniting flames that gradually engulfed Muscle Tower, ultimately reducing it to charred remains, while the dinosaur hidden underground was left as nothing but a skeleton. Snow fell in abundance as Sun Wukong's silhouette slowly vanished into the blizzard, the footprints upon the ground gradually filled by the wind and snow, erasing all traces. I truly thank that young man. Indeed. Android 8 remained silent for a few moments, ultimately saying nothing. His opponent was ferocious. Yet he had not been attacked, after all. He was also a member of the Red Ribbon Army. He only killed those deserving of death. Surely, he must be a good person, right? Marshal. The white team has also failed. The base has been destroyed by that little rascal. Damn it. That little brat is formidable. Where's the nearest place to the snowy ground? Returning to the marshal is the blue team. Quickly, inform the blue team. Also, summon the other captains. We must exert every effort to eliminate him. Damn it, no. We cannot allow him to pick us off one by one. I must encircle that little rascal by the seaside. Hire Tao Pai Pai. This should secure our plan, for Tao Pai Pai is the world's greatest assassin. We absolutely cannot allow that little brat to thwart his grand design. Absolutely not. He had endured being short for so many years, and he was determined to grow tall, compelling everyone to look up at him. This was the dream of his life. Yes, I understand. General Blue, also known as General Brew, received the command and immediately instructed his subordinates to be vigilant. That worthless fool couldn't even defeat a mere child. Oh, how laughable. General Brew waved his delicate fingers, caressing the face of a handsome soldier beside him, gliding from forehead to cheek. Indeed, the handsome soldier broke into a cold sweat, fearing that his dignity would be compromised tonight, as this perverse man had set his sights on him. Here, confirm the location of the Dragon Balls. Leaping down from the Nimbus, Sun Wukong's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he descended upon the Dragon Ball. Kamehameha. A blue light surged forth, piercing through the cave and creating a gaping hole, while seawater rushed in wildly through the breach. Following the Dragon Ball radar's indication, after navigating through several large openings, he finally obtained the Dragon Ball. The 3rd Dragon Ball was finally in his grasp. Stowing it away, he approached the statue containing treasures and took all the riches. Kamehameha. Cautiously, Sun Wukong sensed that there might be other treasures hidden here, deciding to obliterate the entire cave, releasing 3 consecutive Kamehameha waves. He indeed uncovered several treasure spots, collecting all the riches into a universal capsule before exiting the cave. Mission accomplished. Humph. Can your Red Ribbon Army be any more formidable? Tao Bai Bai, riding on a stone pillar, finally arrived at General Brew's base, only to find he had to wait for his target to appear. The marshal, unable to escape Tao Bai Bai's influence, had no choice but to increase the bounty. As long as that little rascal was eliminated, everything else would be negotiable. Upon seeing the marshal double the reward, Tao Bai fell silent, closing his eyes to await Sun Wukong's arrival. You must heed my words, understand? Nanny, you? General Brew scoffed, dismissing the notion that this bearded old man could possibly be a match for his new humanity. My strength surpasses yours, and I could defeat you using only my words. Tao Bai chuckled internally, thinking he could easily take down hundreds of such weaklings. Heh. General Brew intended to teach this old man a lesson, activating his psychic control. A blue light flickered in his eyes. What? Why? Before General Brew could finish his sentence, Tao Bai effortlessly dodged the psychic attack, appearing before him in an instant and knocking him unconscious with a flick of his tongue. Consider this a lesson, you weakling. Tao Bai shot several shards of stone, marring General Brew's handsome face into a grotesque visage, his hair resembling that of a dog's chew toy. Humph. Offending the strong. The weak never meet a good end. Consider this a minor lesson. Hours later, General Brew awoke from his stupor, his countenance darkened. Damn. Tao Bai. As time passed, all the squad leaders of the Red Ribbon Army assembled under General Brew's command, with radar scanning for Sun Wukong's presence. 3 days have passed. What is wrong with you useless lot? I shall give you one final day. Calm down, calm down. After being chastised by Tao Bai, General Brew naturally complied. Slightly bowing to look down, his expression still grim. Damn it. One day, I shall see you dead, Tao Bai. Humph. Should I seize the assets of these misfits? Tao Bai's eyes glimmered with greed as he pondered. No, their weaponry is defenseless. If I fail and those fools target me, trouble will ensue. After Tao Bai departed, General Brew sighed in relief, finally free from the confrontation. Bring it on. Yes, General Brew. The soldiers saluted. Are the preparations complete? All is in order. Tao Bai. Oh Tao Bai, once the mission is accomplished, your demise shall follow. How dare you humiliate me so? Ever since being taught a lesson by Tao Bai, General Brew felt his heart shatter. His beautiful hair, his lovely face. How could he have been humiliated like this? 200 bombs. How will you evade them, Tao Bai? Chapter 29. Subduing the Red Ribbon Army. After collecting the Dragon Balls near Karen Tower, he was now in close proximity to that weakling. It was an opportune moment to eliminate him as well. That artifact would be invaluable for Gero's research. Without funding, it would be impossible. Once the marshal was dealt with, Sun Wukong believed he could subjugate the Red Ribbon Army and subsequently dominate the world. What wonders would Gero uncover with the resources of the entire globe? It was indeed a tantalizing prospect. Riding the Nimbus, Sun Wukong arrived at the temporary camp of the blue team. It's that little brat with the tail. Quickly, sound the alarm. In an instant, the camp flickered with alternating red and blue lights, and soon a dozen aircraft appeared. Soldiers immediately donning military attire as they emerged from the camp. At last, he has arrived. Sun Wukong, you have kept me waiting far too long. Tao Bai opened his eyes, stretching lazily. I shall torment you severely for making me wait. Finally here, General Brew shouted with excitement. Envisioning a scenario where both Sun Wukong and Tao Bai would be mutually annihilated, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Tao Bai, do not fall into my grasp. Is my arrival truly so exhilarating to you? From a distance, the soldiers appeared like ants. Sun Wukong could easily crush a multitude with a single step. Sun Wukong, surrender the Dragon Balls and the radar, and we shall spare your life. Hand them over. Boom, boom. Without waiting for the soldiers to finish their demands, shockwaves obliterated the two aircraft in front. Enough with the chatter. Sun Wukong shook his smoking hand, slowly extending his middle finger, shouting, Bring it on, fools. What? Who do you think you are? We'll take you down together. 10 aircraft surrounded Sun Wukong entirely, machine guns firing. Rat-tat-tat. Nanny. Tao Bai stepped out of the camp, eyes wide with disbelief. How could he withstand hundreds of bullets without so much as a scratch? This is not human. No. This is beyond my capacity to kill. Filled with dread, Tao Bai swiftly snapped the pillar in half, forcefully hurling it, following it in retreat. A multi-million mission. Was it worth risking my life? Trying to flee? Is that even possible? A blast of energy appeared before Tao Bai, severing half his body, which fell to the ground. Liquid streaming everywhere. What? General Brew was astonished, devoid of any joy at Tao Bai's demise, only a profound fear. Throwing out a universal capsule from his waist. With a loud bang, smoke dissipated, revealing a robot in the clearing. General Brew hurriedly entered the cockpit and activated the machine. I must escape swiftly. If Tao Bai could be so easily killed, Sun Wukong would dispatch him as simply as breathing. Boom, 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 boom. One by one, the 10 aircraft were destroyed by Sun Wukong, crashing near the camp, some even landing within it, crushing several soldiers. Run for your lives. A demon. Mother, help me. This is a god. Only a god possesses such formidable power. The soldiers' morale crumbled, Some fled, others knelt in prayer, while a few took up arms in defiance. Sun Wukong quietly observed the soldiers of the army retreating in chaos, not intervening, merely dispatching those who resisted. The Red Ribbon Army shall surely prevail. You worthless fools! Rise and resist. What are you doing just standing there? While a small portion of the soldiers fled, the majority remained stubbornly resistant, believing that the dawn of victory would come. I give you one chance. Leave this place now. What a delusion. We shall defend to the death. And any deserters must die. The majority of the soldiers, filled with fervor, felt no fear. Having lost so many comrades, you expect us to leave? Not a chance. I do not wish to engage in a slaughter, for I am still quite benevolent. However, your loyalty is commendable. Since you refuse to leave, you shall remain here forever. Meanwhile, their commander, General Brew, had long since fled the camp in the robot, escaping alone. Slowly raising his hands, the Prince's battle technique unleashed dozens of energy blasts. With all the defiant soldiers ruthlessly slain, Sun Wukong scoured every corner, yet he found no trace of General Blue. Has that coward fled? Tao Bai, however, met his demise at my hands. Ha 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 ha, escape if you wish. General Blue, you may run, but I shall personally deliver the Dragon Balls to you. Next, I will take command of the Red Ribbon Army. Sun Wukong did not ride the Nimbus. He was unable to do so now. Let the Nimbus roam freely. As Sun Wukong ventured alone to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Ha ha ha, that demon has departed. Splendid. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong vanished from the campsite, leaving behind the remnants who, upon witnessing his departure, wept tears of joy. Blue light. What is that? I have no idea. The soldiers, huddled together, were perplexed. Could it be a signal? I am merely toying with you. Even if you plead for mercy, I shall not spare you. Sun Wukong's voice echoed, causing the soldiers' faces to pale. What did that mean? Soon after, those who had just fled the camp began to swell, inflating like balloons, until, with a resounding pop, they exploded. A fireworks display of destruction. Enjoy. The energy within the soldiers was manipulated, causing them to expand until they burst. This, of course, only effective against those unskilled in harnessing energy. The Kamehameha wave had arrived, obliterating everything within the camp. What? General Blue, too, was incapable of harnessing energy. His body gradually inflated until, with a thunderous bang, he exploded. This was also why Sun Wukong could not ascend the Nimbus now. His heart was steeped in bloodlust. Report to the Marshal. The demon Sun Wukong is upon us. What did you say? Could it be that Tao Bai and General Blue together could not vanquish that little brat? The Marshal collapsed into his chair, astonished by the strength of this little rascal, seemingly insurmountable. Was it true that his aspirations of growth had reached an impasse? The mockery from his youth and jest from his adolescence clung tightly to the Marshal's psyche. No. Activate all missiles. I will take him down with me. What? Marshal? We still have a chance. If we retreat now, we can still survive. I cannot wait any longer. I am in my twilight years. If I wait any longer, I will be 6 feet under before I even grow taller. What do you mean? Did you not seek the Dragon Balls to dominate the world? Black Coal exclaimed in shock. What use is height? As long as you rule the world, does it not belong to you? Ruling the world is merely a matter of time. My stature cannot grow with time. The Marshal slammed his fist on the table, venting his frustrations at Black Coal. How could this dimwit understand the troubles of a shorter man? You brainless Marshal, you are beyond redemption. Black Coal's expression darkened, his grip tightening around his pistol as he glared fiercely at the Marshal. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had defeated all the soldiers. Surely, he needed to spare a few for labor. Did he not? Although he had no need for these useless individuals to conquer the world, he required them to generate funds for Dr. Gero's experiments. You, Violet? Chapter 30, Violet. Yes, I am the colonel of the Red Ribbon Army. A short-haired woman with a golden hue to her skin, smooth features, and a commanding presence was seized by Sun Wukong by the throat. Do you wish to die? Or do you wish to live? Violet reflected on her past, one memory after another. She did not wish to perish. She was still young, with vast wealth and beauty. I wish to live. Very well. Submit to me, or else, humph. All right, I submit. Violet acquiesced immediately. The defeated in war either faced capture or death. She had witnessed too much. For her, betraying the Red Ribbon Army bore no psychological burden. Sun Wukong bound Violet and demanded she reveal the Marshal's location, leading him to the top floor. You fool. Black Coal finally erupted, aiming his pistol at the Marshal's forehead and quickly creating a blood hole. He continued firing, ensuring the Marshal was truly dead. How many soldiers sacrificed for this? This waste. He is unworthy of being the Marshal of the Red Ribbon Army. After today, I shall be the new Marshal. The young Marshal. Clap, clap, clap. Who is that? To his surprise, upon arriving, he stumbled into a power struggle, quite the spectacle indeed. It's you, Sun Wukong. Indeed. Shall we discuss a matter? Oh, what matter? How about we gather the Dragon Balls together and rule the world? Rule the world? Precisely. Dominate the entire world. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong could hardly contain himself, astonished by the naivete of this new marshal. What do you mean? The young marshal was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Sun Wukong found his words so humorous. You simpleton. If I kill you, I will be the sole ruler of the world. Ha ha ha. What, you scoundrel? Before the young marshal could finish, Sun Wukong shot him in the head, sending him crashing to the ground. Violet sighed softly, such is the fate of comrades. May he rest in peace. Do you even deserve that? Huh. Violet, bring Dr. Gero before me. Yes, I understand. How shall I address you? Call me Marshal. Sun Wukong retained the title of the Red Ribbon Army, not wishing to waste time on a name change. Yes, Marshal. A moment later, Marshal, I have brought Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero stood in shock, having not anticipated that merely 3 days would see a new marshal rise in the Red Ribbon Army. The boy before him was none other than the infamous Sun Wukong, the sworn enemy of the Red Ribbon Army, now inexplicably its leader. Truly unbelievable. You are the genius behind the androids, Dr. Gero? Indeed, Marshal. With a Mediterranean hairstyle and an aged physique, Dr. Gero presented himself. Despite being the new marshal, he felt no nervousness. Rather, he smiled with confidence, remaining composed. Oh, take me to your laboratory for a tour. Certainly. Dr. Gero was secretly thrilled. Did the new marshal have an interest in android technology? With ample funding, his androids would become even more formidable, although the previous marshal had supported his endeavors. Could he compete with the resources of the victorious Sun Wukong? In the dimly lit laboratory, constructed with vast sums of money, there were numerous green glass vials, some empty, others containing humanoid machines. Colonel, the soldiers saluted. Yes, this is the newly appointed marshal. Marshal, Sun Wukong nodded, signaling for Dr. Gero to lead the way. Along the journey, Dr. Gero introduced the functions of Android 8 and other androids. In essence, my Android 8 possesses self-awareness. It is incredibly powerful, super powerful. Clap, clap. Sun Wukong applauded, his expression betraying no emotion, which only heightened Dr. Gero's anxiety. Was he dissatisfied? Your invention surpasses most technologies in the world. But what use do you think these scraps serve? Sun Wukong questioned, undermining Dr. Gero's confidence without mercy. Tell me, what is their utility? But silence. Can they defeat me? A bunch of worthless robots. Dr. Gero's face contorted with indignation, yet he had to concede that his androids could not best the marshal. Seeing his objective achieved, Sun Wukong pretended to wander around the lab before gently patting Dr. Gero's shoulder. Your talent is remarkable, yet it remains untapped. I believe we should not let genius go to waste. Yes, Marshal, but what should I do? Upon hearing the Marshal's praise, Dr. Gero's discontent evaporated. The Marshal indeed had keen insight. What are your thoughts on the human body? Can flesh truly not transcend its limits? Dr. Gero, your talents are remarkable, and I hope you can truly shine in this field. However, Marshal, throughout history, regardless of one's might, be it physical or otherwise, the frailty of the flesh remains unchanged, rendering true strength unattainable. I am aware of that, which is precisely why I need you. Do you not possess extraordinary gifts? Then wield your talents to create miracles. Yet, I have devoted decades to research. Do you think I have not pondered this? Do not jest, for it is a formidable challenge for me, Dr. Gero. Are you not a genius? I shall allocate the majority of the funding to support your research. Do not let me down. Yes, I shall not relent, even if it means sacrificing my life for a noble cause. The Marshal speaks truly. I am indeed a genius. How could I ever concede defeat? Such an affront to my abilities. Sun Wukong departed the research room, addressing Violet. Notify all senior members to return. We shall convene tomorrow. Yes, Marshal. Violet, having witnessed the Marshal's departure, breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the new Marshal was not a tyrant. At last, her life was spared. In high spirits, Violet reflected that the mere change of leadership in the Red Ribbon Army had inadvertently elevated her own status significantly. The old marshal met his end justly. She quickly retrieved her contact list, eager to inform the remaining senior members. Indeed, they must hurry. The new marshal intends to reorganize the Red Ribbon Army. Yes, Lady Violet. Sun Wukong had previously sensed Pilaf's energy, so he swiftly located him and seized the Dragon Balls. No, please no. Pilaf cried, tears welling in his eyes. Heartbroken at the second theft of the Dragon Balls. Get lost. Sun Wukong kicked Pilaf aside onto the road. Chapter 31, The Dragon. Deep within the forest, Sun Wukong placed the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground, where they began to draw closer to one another, emitting a golden glow. Arise, Shenron, and grant my wish. In that moment, the vast blue sky was engulfed in darkness, ominous clouds rolling in, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. With a resounding crash, Thunder roared, striking the 7 Dragon Balls, and Shenron, entwined with lightning, soared into the heavens, transforming into the mighty dragon. Speak, what is your wish? The voice of Shenron thundered forth. And without hesitation, Sun Wukong articulated the wish he had long contemplated. I wish for a body that mirrors mine exactly and will grow taller with time. Shenron's eyes glowed red as he scanned Sun Wukong, remaining silent for several moments. I cannot replicate power. I understand. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, showing no intent to press the dragon, for the creator of Shenron lacked such capabilities. As you wish. Shenron transformed back into the Dragon Balls, circling the sky before dispersing in all directions. Suddenly, a blue energy barrier appeared, blocking the Dragon Ball's path, and with a loud thud, they lost their power and fell into Sun Wukong's hands. Did you expect this? Haha. Sun Wukong placed the petrified Dragon Balls into a container, which then transformed back into a capsule, sealing it with a label. On the ground lay a youth resembling Sun Wukong, his gaze vacant and motionless, his duplicate, identical in every aspect save for consciousness. My plan has finally commenced. Sun Wukong entrusted the duplicate to Dr. Gero, explicitly instructing him to observe only, forbidding any dissection. In truth, Sun Wukong did not fully trust Dr. Gero. He handed it over as he intended to remain with the Red Ribbon Army for a while. Having previously expended considerable resources at the martial arts tournament to acquire mind-reading techniques from Master Roshi, he sought to test whether he could manipulate others' thoughts. Sun Wukong was not so naive. If he could not ensure loyalty, he could never trust these individuals. Should Dr. Gero attempt to turn the duplicate into a rogue android, the situation would become exceedingly perilous. The following day, under the scorching sun, Marshal, the senior members have arrived. Lead the way. Yes, Marshal. Violet guided Sun Wukong to the assembly room, where several captains awaited. It seemed he had dealt with many, leaving only a few lesser officers. Sun Wukong discerned that these individuals possessed strength comparable to Mr. Silver, barely adequate for his needs. I shall not mince words. Those unwilling to pledge allegiance to me may leave now. No one responded or departed. Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction and articulated the purpose of their gathering. My aim is to forge a powerful nation. Do you comprehend? He gestured for Violet to speak, as he was better suited for leadership than oration. It would be foolish not to utilize capable individuals. Violet nodded. Should Sun Wukong succeed, she would rise to a position of immense power. She outlined Sun Wukong's plan and presented a list of cities selected for their potential for conquest. After 2 hours, Violet and the senior members finalized their strategy to present to Sun Wukong, with a planned invasion in 3 months. Although the Red Ribbon Army boasted advanced weaponry, additional recruits would be necessary. Sun Wukong nodded and returned to the forest, for the mind manipulation required urgent attention. 3 days later, countless small creatures surrounded Sun Wukong, nudging his feet with their heads, and those he touched radiated joy, as though he were their deity. It seemed his efforts had borne fruit. Sun Wukong remained composed. For to him, this was merely expected, nothing to celebrate. Time to return. He patted the animals' heads and ascended into the sky, swiftly arriving at Dr. Gero's research facility. Marshal, open the door. Wherever Sun Wukong went, soldiers saluted, their eyes filled with envy. Such power at such a young age. Fate is truly unjust. Why him? Upon entering, he found Dr. Gero examining his duplicate, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Incredible. This is a body that surpasses human limitations. Dr. Gero was elated, never having encountered someone with such innate physical prowess. It defied all human logic. Ah, Marshal, it's good to see you. What brings you here? Indeed, I have matters to discuss with you. Sun Wukong flashed a toothy grin, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. His previously expressionless face took on a sinister aspect. What is it you wish to discuss? Dr. Gero, startled, was rendered speechless, frozen in place. Sun Wukong's gaze emitted a faint light, penetrating Dr. Gero's eyes. You. Dr. Gero lapsed into silence, staring blankly ahead, his once bright eyes now dull and lifeless. After a long pause, Dr. Gero stirred. Who am I? You are, of course, my magnificent master, the deity of this world, Lord Sun Wukong. Please allow me to behold you with my mortal eyes, great deity. Dr. Gero knelt, fervently praying and posing peculiar inquiries. This cognitive transformation technique is indeed remarkable. Sun Wukong placed a blank sheet of paper upon Dr. Gero's head, bestowing it like a divine gift, and Dr. Gero's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. These are some of my findings, you understand. Sun Wukong smiled enigmatically and departed the laboratory. Yes, great deity. I shall complete the task you have entrusted to me. After Sun Wukong left, Dr. Gero bowed nearly 100 times before finally rising. Once outside the research facility, Sun Wukong followed Violet's aura to her office. Marshal, upon seeing him, Violet lowered her head respectfully, clutching some documents. Internally, she was in a state of panic, for she was reading Sun Wukong's dossier and details of his past. Should she be discovered, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Violet was consumed with regret, lamenting her foolish curiosity that had ensnared her in such perilous circumstances. Sweat cascaded down her body, thoroughly dampening her attire. "Oh dear, you've actually perused my files. I am truly elated." Sun Wukong chuckled, casually glancing at the documents before placing them upon the table. Violet exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that the moment had not been as dire as she had feared. "Is that so, Commander?" she questioned, her tone light, yet Sun Wukong's demeanor darkened ominously. His previously cheerful visage transformed into a tempestuous glare, fixating intently on Violet. Chapter 32, Corinta. Violet's smile faltered, her heart plummeting as it raced at an unprecedented pace, pounding violently within her chest. "Think, you foolish brain. I do not wish to perish." The once smooth contours of her face now glistened with perspiration, her garments rapidly becoming soaked. "Commander, I assure you, I have done nothing wrong. Regrettably, it appears you lack a valid excuse," Sun Wukong interrupted, denying her any opportunity to defend herself, his grin tinged with malice. In truth, even had Violet refrained from her earlier actions, her fate would have remained unchanged. He had merely been toying with her. "No, I refuse to die," she cried out, her limbs trembling as she prepared to leap through the window in a desperate bid to escape. Yet, Sun Wukong's powerful grasp restrained her, draining the color from her face as if death loomed just moments away. "Please, no." Sun Wukong forced her to meet his gaze. Cognitive modification, it could only alter the perceptions of those significantly weaker than the user. A strong will rendered it ineffective. Although futile against the powerful, it was sufficient for his purposes. Light flooded into Violet's eyes, and the despair that once filled them dimmed, as if all her emotions had been extinguished. After a prolonged silence, "Master, I shall work diligently. Should any matters arise, I will call." "Very well, Master." Once Sun Wukong departed, Violet reverted to her original self. Unchanged from before, the cognitive modification had not altered her thoughts or autonomy. It merely reshaped her perception of the user. For instance, if your crush favored someone else, possessing cognitive modification could render you the object of their affection. Having left the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, Sun Wukong set his sights on Corinta. "There it is, Corinta. At this height, I can reach it in a minute." With incredible speed, he soared upwards, scaling half the distance in mere seconds, soon spotting the pinnacle of the tower. "Unbelievable. I have actually succeeded." Corinta, the sage, widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to conceal his shock at the presence of such a remarkably powerful child. "You must be the sage. How astonishing that you are but a white cat." The sage wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, realizing he could not delve into its thoughts. Though Corinta was a revered destination for martial artists, he found himself unable to impart further knowledge. "I have witnessed your battles. Each of your movements is executed with precision, devoid of superfluous actions. I cannot teach you. However, I can provide you with the super divine water, provided you possess the stamina and mental fortitude to harness your potential." Sun Wukong nodded, internally affirming that the sage indeed had little to offer him. "Sage, how about I trade you some fish for your divine beans?" "Oh, is that true?" The sage's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of exchanging mundane food for delicacies. "1 fish for 2 divine beans. Excellent, excellent, excellent." The sage eagerly agreed, envisioning the bounty of 5,000 fish. "I shall exchange these divine beans with you." The sage returned to his storage, revealing 2 large jars hidden in a shadowy corner. He lifted 1 jar of divine beans and placed it before Sun Wukong, dusting off his hands. "A total of 10,000 beans. Do you truly possess that many fish?" Sun Wukong? The sage remained skeptical of Sun Wukong's claim, presenting such a vast quantity of divine beans merely to allow him to trade as much as he could muster. "Of course. Give me a moment. I shall prepare." Before departing, Sun Wukong gazed at the expanse of nimbus clouds and leaped into the sky. "What a pity. If only I could bring these clouds home and transform them into a grand bed, how delightful that would be." Upon returning to solid ground, Sun Wukong arrived at the seaside, announcing his intent to purchase a significant quantity of fish, causing fishermen to scatter in excitement, rushing home. "Is this true? Over 5,000? "Absolutely." Having purchased all the fish from the first fisherman, the others grew even more exhilarated at the prospect of such a lucrative deal. After 3 hours, Sun Wukong had secured over 5,000 fish, though not alive. They were all dried and salted. Live fish would not last long enough. Only dried fish would suffice for the sage's needs. Once the capsules were secured, Sun Wukong somersaulted across vast distances, executing several flips before swiftly returning to Corinta. "You're remarkably fast, Wukong. Here, over 5,000 fish, though they are not alive, only dried." Corinta's eyes glinted with joy as he eagerly tossed the capsule aside. A loud pop echoed, and smoke billowed forth. Wow. Thank you, Wukong. You are so considerate. A mountain of dried fish materialized, filling Corinta's domain. And the sage could not suppress his grin. So much. How many years would it take to finish? I can't even imagine. Seeing the sage in such rapture. Sun Wukong chuckled as he stored the 10,000 divine beans into the capsule. This would suffice for the time being, and after consuming one, his stomach rapidly swelled, feeling as though he could forego food for 10 days. The taste was acceptable, of course. He would certainly eat again tomorrow. The world's culinary delights were as numerous as the stars, and one must never neglect the joys of fine food. Farewell then. Until next time, Wukong. Corinta waved, his mouth working diligently to devour the dried fish. The flavor was quite potent. After acquiring the divine beans, Sun Wukong returned to the Red Ribbon Army to check on Dr. Gero's research progress. How is it? Have you made any breakthroughs? It's challenging, not to mention the potential fusion of body and ki, which is currently beyond our observational capabilities. However, we have made substantial progress on another experiment. The enhancement of the physical form is showing initial results. Are you suggesting that the super soldier has yielded results, but has yet to be tested? Indeed. Once we create the super soldier, we will possess a plethora of formidable warriors, bringing us closer to world domination. A body of steel, immense strength, and extraordinary regenerative abilities. This was precisely the white paper provided by the divine, which left Dr. Gero in awe, compelling him to work tirelessly through the night, ultimately completing it within a week. Divine 1, we require a few human test subjects. What do you think? Find Violet to handle it. Simply present your findings. And all your requests will be met by the Red Ribbon Army. Huh? The enhancement of the physical body and the combination of ki with physical prowess were the focal points of Dr. Gero's research. The origins of the current super soldier stemmed from Sun Wukong's extensive white paper, with Dr. Gero completing the remaining sections. Chapter 33, Super Soldier. Bulma is a genius. However, Sun Wukong did not wish for her to partake in this primitive and brutal scheme, which she would undoubtedly reject. The success of the super soldier would require countless test subjects, squandering both time and resources. In the past few days, Sun Wukong remained in the laboratory, engaging in extensive discussions with Dr. Gero about various topics, including the composition of ki and its essence. Divine 1, what is the energy within the physical body? As time elapsed, he finally articulated a lingering question that had troubled him for quite some time. Dr. Glow found himself in a state of confusion, a persistent needle of anxiety piercing his heart, rendering him sleepless through the night. What constitutes life? One might ponder. Do you know what the most vital essence of the human body is? The kidneys? Indeed, they are the foundation of our being, governing growth, development, and reproductive functions. They are the very bedrock of life's activities. Precisely, this is the essence of kidney energy. But what if we were to amplify this essence threefold? What would transpire? The energy would indeed triple. Yet is this not merely a form of energy? It does not equate to life itself. So what do you perceive as life? It is a complex system composed of cells, endowed with the abilities of heredity and adaptation. Dr. Glow remained somewhat bewildered, still grappling with the elusive definition of life. I surmise that life is a form of energy, the fundamental basis for human existence, the measure of one's longevity, and the body's capacity for recovery. Sun Wukong stood up, patting Dr. Glow on the shoulder, his diminutive stature rendering the gesture somewhat amusing. I wish to convey that the energy of the flesh constitutes life itself. What if energy could substitute for life? Would it mean immortality? Would it herald an end to death? Dr. Glow suddenly became animated. If energy could indeed replace life, then immortality would no longer be a mere fantasy. As long as energy persists, he would not perish. He had aged, and soon he would face the confines of a coffin. Even in failure, he could extend his existence by several decades. But wait, energy also possesses a mental aspect. How could it replace life? Dr. Glow pondered, questioning how the energy of the spirit could supplant life itself. Yet, what if we were to create a form of energy that could be transformed at will or fused together? It could embody both life and energy. What do you think, Mr. Glow? Sun Wukong took a few steps away, turning his back to Dr. Glow, his lips slightly pursed. Ha 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 ha. Yes, my esteemed deity. I now comprehend the path forward. Go forth, unleash all your ideas and methods. By any means necessary, pursue this research. Fear not. Remember, your support comes from me. The Marshal of the Crimson Satin Brigade. Sun Wukong exited the laboratory, pausing at the door to leave one final remark. Proceed with your endeavors. I shall allocate half of all resources to support your research. And do ensure my clone is of use. Do not let it perish. Dr. Glow, do not disappoint me. Sun Wukong sighed softly. He had toiled for a considerable time, yet he had merely scratched the surface, and the road to success was fraught with challenges. Perhaps the dragon might possess knowledge? Sun Wukong resolved to make future wishes pertaining to knowledge, as his current understanding was insufficient. Marshal, Violet exclaimed, rushing towards Sun Wukong. Her eyes brimming with adoration, her cheeks flushed. Yes, remember to accommodate any resource requests from Dr. Glow. Received, Marshal. Violet nodded fervently, resembling a little chick eager to please its master, her head inching ever closer to Sun Wukong's face. Let us depart. Sun Wukong gently ruffled Violet's hair, signaling her to leave as he had other matters to attend to. Yes, Violet left reluctantly, casting glances back at Sun Wukong, her eyes reflecting a hint of distress. It seems I have altered her too drastically, Sun Wukong mused, perplexed that his intention to make her obedient had led to such unexpected results. Was he not transforming her perception of him as her master? Could it be that her understanding of a master differed from his own? Had he known that altering her cognition would yield the desired outcome, he might have chosen differently. Sun Wukong departed the Crimson Satin Brigade, contemplating his next destination, the Celestial Realm, or perhaps a visit to Grandfather Sun Gohan. After some reflection, he employed his flight technique to journey to the abode of the fortune teller, hoping to see Sun Gohan. This might be their final meeting, soon. Grandfather would return to the underworld to enjoy eternal repose. Recalling Sun Gohan's fondness for the tranquility of the Grand Supreme Elder, Sun Wukong couldn't help but twitch his lips. After all, the young bull was still grazing on the aged grass. The elder's days may very well be more splendid than his own. Moments later, Sun Wukong swiftly arrived at the fortune teller's residence. Hey, line up. This is the fortune teller's place. Yes, please wait, dear guest. Are you here alone? The pink specter inquired, glancing around with uncertainty. Can a child possess such wealth? What does it matter? I am but a worker. Why concern myself with such things? The specter turned away dismissively. After a prolonged interval, the pink specter leisurely floated back. Your turn has arrived. Please follow me. The specter led Sun Wukong through the corridor and into a room where an elderly woman with a sullen demeanor sat beside a crystal ball. Oh, you are quite young indeed. I hear that your skills are formidable. I have come to challenge you. Oh, so confident are we? Quite audacious. The fortune teller chuckled coldly. Come forth. Then, I eagerly await your arrival. Even if you possess the skills of the world's greatest, what of it? I shall exhaust you with my 5 masters in succession. From the outset, your defeat is inevitable. Moreover, she was a champion who had triumphed twice in martial arts tournaments. The fortune teller led Sun Wukong to a nearby arena, instructing the pink specter to prepare medical supplies to prevent Sun Wukong from perishing in this bout. Are you prepared? Sun Wukong chuckled. This old woman resembles a villain. Had I not witnessed it myself, I might have believed it. Sun Wukong nodded, signaling that he was ready to commence. Come forth, Batman. With a sudden flap, a bat soared from a nearby chamber, crashing into the arena amidst a cloud of smoke, transforming into a blue-skinned boxer. All right, the match begins. No sooner had the words left the fortune teller's lips than Sun Wukong struck the Batman down from the stage in a single blow. What? Defeated in one move. The fortune teller wiped non-existent sweat from her brow, astonished at the child's strength. Transparent One, emerge. Deplete his stamina. Losing was trivial, but she would never concede that her 5 esteemed masters had fallen before a mere child. Begin. Ha. You cannot see me. I could locate you even with my eyes closed. Is there any need to look? Once again, Sun Wukong dispatched his opponent with ease, his eyes gleaming with disdain. How infuriating. The fortune teller gritted her teeth. Another strike. No, this will not do. Chapter 34, Sun Gohan. Follow me. Oh, a change of venue. The fortune teller smirked ominously, leading Sun Wukong back to the previous palace, entering a chamber adorned with demonic statues. 2 demonic figures extended their long tongues, each nearly a dozen meters long, looming over a bubbling green lake below. You shall battle upon the tongues of the demonic statues. I should mention, falling into the lake is fatal. Ha. The fortune teller cackled, tossing a piece of meat into the lake, which quickly charred upon contact, producing a cloud of purple smoke moments later. So, are you afraid? If so, surrender now. Ha. Let us begin. The recruits you gathered are no challenge. I feel no pressure whatsoever. This is dreadfully tedious. Sun Wukong exhaled, completely dismissing his adversaries. Demonic emissary, arise. I shall take the lead. This child possesses remarkable skills. But here is where it ends. The demonic figure emerged from the mouth of the statue. Here is where it ends. The elder, donning a cat mask, shook his head. My grandson has rarely encountered rivals for the past 2 years. Now, he is likely even more formidable. You have made it this far. I concede your strength. But it ends here. With wings sprouting from his back and horns adorning his head, he resembled a diminutive fiend from the depths of hell. Spare me the pleasantries. Unleash your full power. The fortune teller scolded, realizing too late how verbose the demonic figure was. This child is indeed formidable. The demonic figure recognized the fortune teller's unease for the first time, realizing it was time to employ his ultimate technique. Hell's Light. After all, it was the fortune teller's request. If it resulted in death, she would bear no responsibility. Wait, demonic figure, halt. Who gave you permission to use your ultimate move? Do you not realize how terrifying that technique is? Ha 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 ha. Perish, little brat. Enough of your prattle. The Demon King's ultimate move is indeed formidable. Yet if it cannot strike its target, it is rendered useless. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong appeared before the Demon King during its incantation phase, ruthlessly sending it flying. The Demon King crashed through the roof, soaring thousands of meters away. What a defeat for the Demon King. To think Sun Wukong merely employed a single technique. He is a two-time champion of the martial arts tournament. The fortune teller gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Next. No need. Your strength is formidable. Let this be the end. The fortune teller maneuvered her divination orb to hover beside Sun Wukong, inhaling deeply. I shall remember you. Sun Wukong, Once Sun Wukong arrives in the underworld, she intends to recruit him as her enforcer. No matter how high one's talent may be, a few centuries later, it all turns to dust. She has the patience to wait. Wait, fortune teller, let me fight that Sun Wukong. But you, trust me. The old man's resolute gaze compelled the fortune teller to reluctantly concede. Very well, let the match commence. Wait, dear fortune teller, please change the venue. I wish to engage in a life or death struggle with Sun Wukong. I implore you to accommodate my request. Very well. The fortune teller led everyone back to the original arena. What do you think? Can you win? I am uncertain. Humph, how curious you are. The fortune teller chuckled. Fully aware of the impending defeat, yet still eager to fight to the end. It had always been this way. Stubborn fool. What? Sun Gohan failed to catch her words and turned to look at the fortune teller. None of your business. Hurry up. All right then. Sun Gohan swiftly ascended the stage, facing none other than his grandson, Sun Wukong. The silent youth finally spoke. I never expected to see Grandpa's spirit today. The halo above your head resembles that of an angel, a sign of death, perhaps. I didn't think you would notice, little Wukong. You have become an exceptional martial artist. Sun Gohan gradually removed his mask, revealing a familiar face. Nanny, Sun Wukong is your grandson. The fortune teller truly did not anticipate this. No wonder she had seen the child with the tail. No wonder that child was so skilled. Come on, I want to hold back. Sun Wukong assumed his stance, lowering his power to match Sun Gohan's. I could not ask for more. Sun Gohan mirrored the stance, launching the first strike with a crane fist. Sun Wukong sidestepped, retaliating with a kick to Sun Gohan's abdomen, throwing him into the air. Following this, he gathered energy into a shockwave, unleashing it with a fierce shout. The yellow light surging forth with tremendous force, piercing through Sun Gohan's form. An afterimage, Sun Gohan reappeared above, the shockwave primed for release. Boom. What? Sun Wukong responded with his own afterimage, the illusion lingering in place before gradually dissipating. Sun Gohan looked left and right, utterly unable to discern Sun Wukong's location. Not in the sky or on the ground. Could he be underground? Wrong guess. A stone by Sun Gohan's feet flickered, the smoke dissipating, revealing the truth. Sun Wukong seized Sun Gohan's foot and slammed him down. You have lost, Grandpa. I admit to a sneak attack. Seizing the moment of Sun Wukong's distraction, Sun Gohan grasped his tail. Your tail is your weakness. Before Sun Gohan could finish, he was struck in the face by Sun Wukong's elbow, releasing the tail and hurtling away. You have overcome. Of course. Grandpa fall. Sun Wukong gathered blue energy in both hands. I still have other techniques left unused. How could I possibly fall now? As Sun Gohan prepared to retreat, he felt as though something was binding him. What is this? Chains ensnared his feet, rendering him unable to escape. When did this happen, and why did I not sense it? Sun Gohan's eyes widened. Throughout the battle, he had been completely unaware of the chains binding him. It was when I grasped your foot. My energy had already latched onto you tightly. Now, no matter how you struggle, you cannot break free. Kamehameha. Wait. Sun Gohan was drenched in cold sweat. Kamehameha. I concede. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, terrified. After just a few exchanges, he had lost utterly. If only I had done this sooner. Sun Wukong retracted the final wave, releasing the energy binding Sun Gohan's feet, and dusted off non-existent dirt from his attire. Bathed in a gentle glow, it seemed no dust could ever settle upon him. You have grown significantly, and you have also shot up in height. Sun Gohan sighed, marveling at how much more adept he had become in both combat technique and energy control compared to 2 years prior. Shall we go? Let us dine at a restaurant and chat leisurely. Is that all right, dear fortune teller? Go on. You have plenty of time today. Hurry along. Don't put on any grandfather-grandson act in front of me. The fortune teller turned and left. Chapter 35, Domination of the World. Son Gohan and Son Wukong arrived at a local restaurant. They recounted their experiences over the years. When discussing his first encounter with Bulma, Son Gohan felt a sense of pride. He never imagined that at such a young age, he would attract the affection of young ladies. When the conversation turned to the Dragon Balls, Son Gohan was astonished, never realizing that such powerful treasures existed in the world. However, Son Gohan did not wish for resurrection, as the underworld was quite satisfactory, rendering his revival unnecessary. Upon hearing about Son Wukong's apprenticeship and his victory in the martial arts tournament, Son Gohan was taken aback. He had not known that his grandson had trained under Master Roshi and triumphed over his own teacher in the tournament. I never expected Wukong to surpass his master. It seems you are not just an exceptional martial artist, but a renowned martial arts master. Son Gohan felt gratified, realizing that a momentary impulse had given rise to the strongest martial artist of this era. Enough about me. How have you fared in the underworld? Ha. My life is splendid. You need not worry. Son Gohan scratched his head. The underworld's existence was far more enjoyable than before. That's good to hear. Son Wukong nodded, merely mentioning it in passing. As the sun set and night fell, Son Wukong remarked, "Enjoy your meal, Wukong. Goodbye, Grandpa. I hope you find happiness in the underworld." All right, it's time. Understood, dear fortune teller. Son Gohan waved goodbye, and the divination orb glowed brightly, quickly engulfing him. Now, Son Wukong, you should take your leave as well. The fortune teller urged as she noticed Son Wukong lingering. I know. I was just pausing for a moment. Is it really necessary to rush me? Hurry up. The fortune teller clearly did not wish for Son Wukong to linger any longer. I never expected that Wu Tian would take you, this oddity, as his disciple. How fortunate for her inept brother to have encountered such good fortune. Thank you for the compliment. Had I known, I would have spared some face for those experts. Hurry and go. Yes. With a few light-hearted chuckles, Son Wukong leaped gracefully into the air, departing from the fortune teller's abode. 4 months later, at the new headquarters of the Red Satin Ribbon Army, within the royal palace. Master, we have successfully captured the kingdom and are preparing to establish a new regime. Well done. Have they been completely eliminated? All have been killed. Additionally, Dr. Gero has successfully completed version 20 of the Super Soldier program. 30 soldiers have been injected and survived. How many perished? Over 100 participated. 30 died, while more than 40 survived the injection but are on the brink of death. These 70 soldiers' physical strength could not withstand the strain. Son Wukong nodded, acknowledging the preliminary success of the Super Soldier project, though he still had uncertainties regarding energy and life. Let us wait a bit longer. The Super Soldier plan is not yet fully refined. It is too hasty now. What about the other cities? Most are well underway. Completion will be achieved in about 2 months. Violet approached Son Wukong from behind, her delicate, smooth hands gently massaging his shoulders, her crimson lips brushing against his ear. Exhaling softly, the system of the Red Ribbon Army has been finalized and implemented across various regions, with soldiers actively recruiting in major cities. Indeed, the graceful figure of Violet slowly detached from Son Wukong's body as she exited the palace of the marshal, who defied the king. Violet has become increasingly alluring over these 4 months. A great deal has transpired. Son Wukong first cohabited with Lan Shi for a month, followed by another month with Bulma. The remaining 2 months were dedicated to conquering the world, annihilating the previous nation in merely half a month, thereby establishing dominion over the globe and becoming its sovereign. Dr. Gero, in the 3rd month, accomplished the Super Soldier project, yielding over 100 super soldiers in just a month, alongside the 30 newly transformed individuals. These soldiers possessed physiques akin to steel, with the strength to move mountains and astonishing recuperative abilities. To summarize, their combat power stood at 40. And upon injection of the Super Soldier Serum, they transformed into martial arts masters, instantly achieving a combat power of 100, comparable to Master Roshi. Should Master Roshi receive the serum, he would become even more formidable. World domination? Merely a matter of convenience. Son Wukong rose from his throne and ascended into the sky, swiftly arriving at Dr. Gero's laboratory. In the lab, a gaunt old man was furiously berating a group of esteemed medical experts, while others, prominent figures in biology and technology, observed in silence. Regardless of Dr. Gero's vitriol, the dignitaries remained as unmoving as withered trees, not out of respect for his authority or intellect, but rather because their very lives were under his control. Welcome, my divine presence. Dr. Gero exclaimed with utmost reverence as he approached Son Wukong, his eyes brimming with gratitude. The entire world now recognized Dr. Gero. This was all thanks to my divine being. Without him, Dr. Gero might still be toiling away in some dark corner, rather than basking in the glory of fame, with reporters heralding him as the world's foremost genius. He had become the most powerful and renowned figure of this era, destined to be immortalized in history, adored and worshipped for generations to come. How is the progress? Sun Wukong inquired. The essence of qi and life has yielded some results, but without precise instruments. It remains a challenge. Thus far, we have wasted over 300 death row inmates, and our understanding is still superficial. That's inconsequential. Set it aside for now and focus on completing the Super Soldier project. Yes, my divine being. Sun Wukong nodded approvingly. Dr. Gero was indeed resourceful and had not disappointed him. In time, I will conduct further research. Yes, it is an honor to have you here, my divine presence. Dr. Gero's eyes gleamed with fervor. Under Sun Wukong's reign, he had reached an ecstatic state. If anyone dared to speak ill of Sun Wukong in his presence, Dr. Gero would undoubtedly impose the harshest punishment. To have such an ally is a treasure beyond compare. Tears of joy welled in Dr. Gero's eyes. After decades of fruitless endeavors, he had finally succeeded. Dr. Gero swiftly returned to the laboratory. Hurry up, you useless lot. If you do not produce something to my satisfaction, you shall cease to exist. Yes, Dr. Gero. The others gritted their teeth, compelled to follow suit. They had no other choice. They had never engaged in such work. What is qi? Martial arts? The essence of qi and life was beyond their comprehension. Fortunately, the library housed a vast collection of materials on the martial arts masters. 3 days. You must learn the majority of martial arts knowledge. Those who fail to learn shall find themselves out of a job. Chapter 36. 3 years later. 3 months later. In the capital of the Red Ribbon Empire. Master, we have acquired the world's premier martial arts tournament, and construction is underway in the capital. Violet donned a military uniform, exuding an air of confidence, resembling a victorious female general. After more than 3 months, Dr. Gero's success rate for the Super Soldier Serum had approached 100%. After her injection, Violet's combat power surged to over 60 points. Her abdomen formed defined muscles while her overall physique, though not overly large, radiated strength. I see. And Dr. Gero? Dr. Gero has customized the Super Soldier Serum specifically for you, and it is currently being tested on your clone to ensure complete absorption. Following Sun Wukong's orders, Dr. Gero conducted experiments on the clone to vastly enhance physicality and potential. It is well known that the Super Soldier program offers comprehensive enhancements, affecting even the internal organs. Typical soldiers receive the serum injected into their bodies, while Sun Wukong is immersed in it, ensuring flawless absorption. In a few months, the dragon will be able to grant wishes once more. Sun Wukong closed his eyes and resumed his training. 5 months later, the reclamation of the city was complete, and the proliferation of mobile phones had reached its conclusion. Violet personally dressed Sun Wukong, presenting him with the latest mobile device, its screen brightness calibrated for eye comfort. Hurry and upgrade this phone to several new versions. It's hideous. Yes, master. Additionally, the martial artist program has commenced, with 2,000 soldiers injected with the Super Soldier Serum successfully learning to harness qi. Excellent. It seems you have executed your tasks admirably, Violet. I am quite pleased with you. Sun Wukong felt a sense of satisfaction. Violet was indeed effective, resolving matters autonomously. Suddenly, Violet clutched her clothing, her face flushed, her voice unconsciously rising. Thank you for your praise, master. I will strive to do even better. What else with the excitement? One might think you've taken something. Sun Wukong covered his eyes, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, startled by her reaction. All right, in a few months, we will release the news regarding the Super Soldier. You know what to do, correct? Yes, master. We shall extract all the wealth from the powerful. The super soldiers must not leave the capital. What else? Utilize the super soldiers to lure out the geniuses hidden around the world and capture them all. Very good. Sun Wukong was satisfied, stroking Violet's purple hair, and she resembled a small dog, blissfully closing her eyes and relishing her master's affection. That night, above the capital, the Dragon Balls gathered, glowing with yellow light. Come forth, Shenron. Dr. Gero shouted, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. What wish could he articulate to gain the utmost advantage? State your wish. I desire all knowledge of the physical mysteries known to you, Shenron. Please place this knowledge in the Imperial Library. As you wish. With a flash of red light, hundreds of books materialized in the Imperial Library, quietly resting on the shelves. 1 year later. My divine being, please enter. Dr. Gero respectfully led Sun Wukong to a serene lake, where the results of countless experiments on the clone yielded the most perfect outcome. The God Soldier, also referred to as God Water, was a name coined by Dr. Gero. A golden lake, 100 meters wide, was enveloped in a colossal glass structure, with numerous researchers employing sophisticated instruments for testing. My divine being, please. Dr. Gero's expression was filled with excitement. Combining the knowledge from Shenron, he had created the God Water. Well done, Dr. Gero. I have been observing your efforts closely. Are we finally commencing? Let me witness whether this so-called super soldier can truly undergo transformation. Sun Wukong stepped into the god water, and with a splash, the water surged like a tidal wave, flooding into every pore. Golden light transformed into energy, coursing throughout his body, cells rejoicing, and internal organs undergoing metamorphosis. His physical form appeared to strengthen at an unthinkable pace, akin to a snail's progression. Golden light began to elevate from his organs, gradually spreading to his bones and skin. Half a year later, I will await you. Violet turned to leave, the door to the laboratory slowly closing. She had yet to complete the tasks assigned by her master and could not remain by his side. After spending a day with Dr. Gero, Sun Wukong returned to his research. The Chi and Life project was officially underway. Countless soldiers who mastered Chi entered the experiment. Dr. Gero did not regard them as mere subjects, but merely observed and collected their physiological data. 6 months later. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, his entire being radiating energy. 100 meters of golden green lake shimmering, ripples forming colossal waves. Crack. A pane of glass shattered, and streams of water gushed forth. 2, then 20. Is this the super soldier? Reducing all chi, he plunged his hand into the shards of glass, slicing through his skin with ferocious intensity, yet emerging unscathed. Still not enough. Dragon Claw. He exerted tremendous force, his arm torn apart, a gaping wound appearing, a sight to behold. 1 second, 2 seconds, blood gradually coagulated, and his arm returned to its former state. Quite impressive. Sun Wukong nodded in satisfaction. His defensive capabilities had significantly increased, and his healing ability had grown even more potent. With a notable rise in Qi. Previously, his recovery rate was 30, now it had soared to 200. The enhancement of his physical form was truly splendid. His Qi reached 600. One should not underestimate this. A body that grows wildly cannot compare to one that is forged through training. I, the divine. How does it feel? The elevation of physical potential, the savage growth of strength, and an invigorating vitality seemed to radiate from within. The intoxicating sound reverberated throughout the laboratory. Dr. Gero's voice nearly frenzied as it reached Sun Wukong's ears. Remarkable. Ever since utilizing the Super Soldier program, my back pain has vanished, my legs feel rejuvenated, and I feel an overwhelming sense of vigor and enthusiasm. I am thoroughly satisfied. Sun Wukong had never felt so unencumbered. The enhancement of his physicality left him entranced, his entire being exuding a joyful aura, as if he had been reborn. Was the 3 years spent in arduous training worth it? Was the expenditure of Qi to augment his physical form justified? Of course. It is a treasure sought after, regardless of how long he trains. The increase in Qi is merely a few hundred. How can it compare to the strength of his physique? When the Second World Martial Arts Tournament arrives, and the Demon King Piccolo makes his appearance, Sun Wukong will have his declaration of intent. He harbors no notions of kindness. Seeking the deities might not even guarantee that Bubbles would teach him martial arts. As for his character, the deities have likely observed him from above for quite some time. With the threat of the Demon King Piccolo looming, the deities must empower him, the one who shall defeat Piccolo, to prevent a new generation of the Demon King from wreaking havoc upon the world. With Bubbles as his guide, boasting a combat power of 1,000, the enhancement of Qi would surely yield remarkable results. 3 years of solitary training cannot compare to a year under the tutelage of a master. Confidence is not fearsome. What is truly alarming is blind self-assurance. Chapter 37, Lazuli. How splendid. Gero, has the Qi and Life project yielded results? I, the divine, not yet. We cannot even probe into life energy. Sun Wukong remained undeterred. If results were to be achieved in a year or two, this universe would have already manifested, and there would be no need for their research. Keep pushing forward. Encouraging Dr. Gero, Sun Wukong also intended to partake. Relying solely on Gero and his team for research would lead to failure, for their understanding of Qi remained rather superficial. Yes, I, the divine. I will have King Violet prepare the materials you require. You may depart. After Dr. Gero left, Sun Wukong soared into the sky, arriving within the palace. He had no intention of becoming king. After all, strength was paramount, and as for this nation, whoever ruled it mattered little, as long as it aligned with his desires. Master, you have finally awakened. King Violet beamed upon seeing Sun Wukong, his previously weary eyes now alight with energy. How is the preparation for the World Martial Arts Tournament coming along? I have consolidated and promoted it. Its renown has spread far and wide, and it will become a focal point of discussion among the populace. Precisely. After Sun Wukong's conquest of the world, the first step was to elevate the tournament's visibility, further enhancing its prestige. Martial arts masters from across the globe would flock to participate, while other martial competitions would fade into obscurity. The cheers of countless admirers echoed throughout the arena, as if the very center of the world was Sun Wukong. After all, who does not harbor a dream of being a champion? The World Martial Arts Tournament is bound to be exceptionally vibrant this time. Understood. Having acquired the desired information, Sun Wukong departed the palace. Could you not spare me a glance? Violet cast aside her dark circles, discarding them on the ground. How infuriating. Which fool conceived such a dreadful idea? With all matters prepared, Sun Wukong arrived at Dr. Gero's laboratory. The divine, this is the data from our research. Doctor. Gero knelt on the ground, respectfully presenting the documents. How many subjects are there? Over 100, already awaiting in laboratory number 1. Sun Wukong nodded. It was now time for his experiment. After several years of studying medicine, he was finally ready to apply his knowledge. In the southern forest. It seems this year's World Martial Arts Tournament is extraordinary, with lavish prizes. I can't believe they are offering the super soldier. Robbie's, clad in a black top and an orange scarf around his neck, exuded a newfound charisma compared to 3 years ago. The super soldier? It is said that possessing it grants one the prowess of a martial arts master. Lazuli, wearing a black top of high-end fabric that felt comfortable against her skin, complemented by bespoke athletic pants, presented a visage that was both cool and charming. The juxtaposition of gentleness and severity lent her an alluring uniqueness. Roughly so. The super soldier enhances the body, which is incredibly beneficial for us. Lazuli snatched the phone, and the screen displayed. First prize, 50 million in cash, super soldier. Second prize, 20 million in funding, super soldier. Third prize, 1 million in funding, super soldier. This is exceedingly generous. The Empire has invested heavily in the martial arts tournament. Robbie's wholeheartedly agreed. The super soldier is a strategic asset, and who would have thought it would be offered as a prize at the World Martial Arts Tournament? It appears all the world's masters will participate. How exhilarating. We will undoubtedly reach the finals. Perhaps we will secure the first and second places. The siblings, having undergone years of trials, had transformed remarkably, their prowess now extraordinary. You are far too confident. Lazuli did not retort. She was quite eager to witness her overly confident brother get pummeled by other contestants. Especially by Sun Wukong. Should I buy a camera? What are you laughing at? Don't believe it? Of course not. I was merely thinking of something delightful. Is that so? In the West, who would have thought that the prize for this World Martial Arts Tournament would include the super soldier? Master Rashi exclaimed in surprise, followed by his 2 disciples, Tian Shinhan and Kaiatsu. Tian Shinhan, with his 3 eyes, could perceive swifter speeds. Kaiatsu, clad in white, possessed extraordinary abilities. This seems quite fascinating. Wouldn't you agree, Kaiatsu? I came house. Due to the Empire's takeover, the World Martial Arts Tournament will now be held every 3 years? You fool. That is a newspaper from 2 years ago. With a smartphone in hand, how could you only now realize this? Poor complained while sitting on Krillin's head. I couldn't help it. I dedicated these 3 years to rigorous training and lost track of time. Krillin chuckled, stroking his bald head, which glimmered under the sunlight. So have I. 3 years of relentless toil, through storms and sunshine. He was eager to register and redeem himself. Jackie, this time I will surely defeat you. What about Wukong? I don't know. He didn't even bid me farewell before leaving silently? At that time, you were not engrossed in the little orange book. Wukong bid you farewell, and you brusquely told him to go away. It was a testament to Wukong's good temperament that he refrained from beating you up. Who knows where that mischievous lad has wandered off to? Master Rashi, still brandishing his photographs, continues to boast. Never mind him. Shall we gather for a feast tonight? Let us go. Krillin, Yamcha, and Poir readily agreed, preparing to head to a nearby establishment. Hey, I want to go too, Master Rashi insisted, unwilling to miss out on such merriment. 6 months later, in laboratory number 1, a man was bound to a platform, a child standing beside him, deep in thought. A glimmer of insight began to dawn. After over 200 experiments, he had garnered a deeper understanding of energy and life, yet more experiments were requisite. As for why he wouldn't test on his own body, what a joke. I cherish my life too much to engage in such reckless endeavors. It is only through extensive experimentation that the most perfect results can be achieved. This is the sole righteous path. For now, there is no need for such risks. Enhancing one's strength is the true way forward. One must stand tall to gaze far. Master, the martial arts tournament will officially commence registration tomorrow. I have already signed you up. Violet knelt gracefully outside the door, her demeanor noble and composed. 2 years of royal life seemed to have enhanced her exquisite qualities. Understood. Yes. The experiments continued, and in the past 6 months, he had indeed created numerous malevolent inventions to manipulate others' energy, such as energy bombs and energy puppets. The man appeared akin to a balloon, his energy dissipating at an alarming rate. it seemed he would perish within mere moments. Chapter 38, Master Crane. Bang. The man's energy was entirely extinguished. His fearful gaze turned blank and ultimately dimmed. He was dead. Son Goku remained impassive. These condemned souls should be grateful for the extra years he afforded them, for otherwise, they would have perished long ago. Such experimental subjects possess no rights. No one mourns their demise, unlike the soldiers who volunteered for experimentation. Clean up, he commanded his assistant, changing his attire before exiting the laboratory. It seemed there would be some entertainment this time. Son Goku stretched his limbs slightly before returning to the palace for a good night's sleep to recalibrate his state. Under the blazing midday sun, the heat distorted the very air. What is taking Goku so long? Shouldn't he be paying attention to the martial arts tournament? Never mind. Yamcha, let us find some shade and escape this heat. Puar panted, having grown unaccustomed to the desert climate. All right, lingering here won't yield results. You all go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to. Master Roshi had no intention of signing up, but Yamcha was relentless in his training to surpass Jackie Chan. Dreaming day and night of defeating him, there was no choice but to let him go. Oh, who could this be? Is that not Master Roshi? Master Crane, adorned with his signature crane hat, floated before Master Roshi. Oh, it's Master Crane. You're still alive? Humph, you remain both ugly and acerbic. I've heard that your disciple has been quite active in the martial arts tournament, even securing first place. However, this tournament is not what it once was. I fear your disciple won't even make it to the top 8. My disciple far surpasses yours. You should take your pupil and return home. Humph, you are utterly ignorant of your own limitations. What did you say, you bald old man? Silence, half-bald. Humph, we shall see. Master Crane smirked, confident that his exceptional disciple would reduce Master Roshi's pupil to tears. He departed with his disciples. Who is that? Bulma and Launch set down their phones, exchanging smiles. Surprised to discover that Master Roshi and that eccentric old man belonged to the same school. The genius who invented the mobile phone truly deserves accolades. Acquiring information has become astonishingly effortless. Hey, long time no see. Son Goku appeared mysteriously behind them, as if his silence rendered him invisible. Ah, Bulma jumped, instinctively hugging Launch. Am I really that frightening? Goku, it's been ages. Bulma exclaimed, realizing who it was, rubbing her forehead in exasperation. Honestly, it's not that terrifying. Right? I was startled too, Krillin added, theatrically placing a hand over his heart. Haha, you're all overly dramatic. I've been standing here for several minutes, and none of you noticed. Son Goku chatted with everyone for quite a while, gleaning much information, such as Krillin's training in the West and Yamcha's endeavors in the South. Bulma had mastered the transformation technique with sheer determination, blossoming into a more mature beauty, shedding some of her youthful innocence. Launch had reverted to her blue-haired self, with innocent eyes that now seemed to harbor something more. Master Roshi, having lost to Son Goku, had trained diligently over the past 3 years, his energy now considerably enhanced. You didn't sign up, right? I did. Let us eat first. It's been ages since we gathered for a meal. Let us go. Everyone raised their hands, departing from the registration table amidst laughter and cheer. What's wrong? Lapis eyed his sister with curiosity, seemingly noticing an odd quirk. Nothing, wait. What kind of look is that? Nothing. This is just how I look. Say whatever you want. After registering, the siblings headed to their pre-booked hotel. Lapis sighed. What could he do if his sister was drawn to this type? Just pretend to know nothing, I suppose. I never imagined this restaurant would be in the capital. Is the owner thriving? Perhaps this small establishment had blossomed into a chain. Son Goku smiled mysteriously. After a hearty meal, the group arrived at their accommodations for the martial arts tournament. Upon learning they were among the top 8, the staff offered them exclusive lodging. The place was resplendent, utterly luxurious, each corner exuding an air of opulence, and every room uniquely designed. I can't believe the martial arts tournament now features such splendid arrangements. Indeed, compared to our previous hardships, this is remarkable. As night fell, the air remained fresh, and the stars twinkled brightly. A few white clouds floated across the sky, casting shadows on the moonlight. Krillin, Yamcha, and Poor shared a room, while Master Roshi had his own quarters. Son Goku, Bulma, and Launch occupied another. Why has the moon suddenly appeared after years without it? Bulma frowned. Did someone make a wish on the Dragon Balls? Launch's gaze was entranced, the moonlight illuminating her face, as if she were an ethereal being from the moon. Hey, Launch, did you hear that? Huh. Oh, sorry, I was a bit lost in thought. Launch shook her head, her cheeks suddenly flushed. What's wrong? Son Goku entered the room, leaping onto the bed. It's nothing. By the way, you're 16 now, yet you've hardly changed at all? Everyone expected Goku to grow up, but he had only gained a bit in height. Is it because of martial arts training? Bulma pondered. Should she use the dragon to grant him a wish? Launch worried whether starting martial arts too early was detrimental. When she had children, she would ensure they didn't begin their training so young. Bulma and Launch enveloped Son Goku, concern evident in their eyes. You don't understand the advantages of my race. I can withstand bullets with my body, so of course I'm different from you. Son Goku explained earnestly, even producing a handgun from the capsule and aiming it at his own head. Bang! The bullet struck his head, shattering like an egg against a stone. Ah, you really shot yourself. Launch gasped, rushing to check for any injuries on Son Goku's forehead. Bulma had no cause for concern. If even a bullet could harm him, then he would no longer be Son Wukong. Rather than fretting over the bullets, her attention was particularly drawn to Lan Chi, as if she sensed that Lan Chi harbored feelings for Son Wukong as well. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Aside from her, who else could possibly be enamored with a mere child? No matter. Lan Chi nodded, devoid of any scars, which put her at ease. You scared me. Martial arts are truly formidable, unafraid even of bullets. Indeed. Would you like to learn? Never mind. I'm not particularly interested in that. Compared to martial arts, she found greater joy in gardening. With the abundance of floral knowledge available online, she had cultivated a vast array of flowers at home. Chapter 39, Prelude to the Competition. Wukong, sleep with me tonight. Ah, you. What's wrong? A question mark appeared above Lan Chi's head, her big, dark eyes blinking innocently. Seeing Lan Chi's dazed expression, Bulma felt her words caught in her throat, perceiving her as the most mischievous of thinkers. No worries, I'll join too. After casting a fierce glance at Son Wukong, she headed to the bathroom to bathe. What is wrong with her? Dazed, Lan Chi could only turn to Son Wukong for answers. I don't know. Let us not worry about her. Let us just sleep. For Lan Chi, if something was too perplexing, it was best not to dwell on it. Perhaps one day it would make sense. Embracing him, she pressed her face against Son Wukong's, rubbing against him fervently, as the scent of lavender enveloped them. After some time, Son Wukong touched his slightly reddened face, looking quite helpless. He truly disliked having others touch his face. Not even the face. Huff, huff, huff. Didn't you just lie down? That was quick. Looks like I've met my match. Son Wukong immediately wrapped his arms around Lan Chi, resting his head on her chest. Tick-tock. Why have you stopped talking? You were just chatting away. Upon entering, Bulma was taken aback to find the two of them embraced like pigs. What's with the couple-like appearance? Just moments ago, they were conversing, and now they're sound asleep. She was utterly defeated. After hastily applying a face mask, drying her hair, and donning her pajamas, she prepared her camera for the next day, pulling Son Wukong into her embrace and closing her eyes. In the middle of the night, Lan Chi, her eyes tightly shut, furrowed her brow and began to fidget, as if something crucial was missing. Ultimately, she grasped Son Wukong's tail, and her closed eyes gradually regained tranquility. Who could it be this time? Son Wukong instantly opened his eyes, noticing Lan Chi's hands tightly gripping his tail, refusing to let go. Taking a few deep breaths, he thought, why is everyone gripping my tail? Should I just cut it off? No, Super Saiyan 4 is truly impressive. I'll keep it. As sleepiness washed over him, he slowly closed his eyes. The sun rose, casting its first rays through the window. The sunlight illuminated Bulma's face, gilding it with a golden hue, adding an air of sanctity. After stretching, she pried Son Wukong's grasp from her neck, tossing him back onto the bed as she entered the bathroom. Son Wukong squinted, groggily awakening to find his backside resting on Lan Chi's face, while she had bitten down on his tail like it was a piece of meat. It's only 6 o'clock. He tossed his phone back onto the table and reclaimed his tail from Lan Chi's mouth. With the tail's removal, Lan Chi's tightly shut eyes fluttered open, staring blankly at Son Wukong. What did you do to me? I did nothing. He playfully tugged at Lan Chi's cheeks, stretching and pulling, altering her round face to an oval one. Don't. Lan Chi gazed at him with her wide, innocent eyes, looking forlorn. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, he released Lan Chi's cheeks. All right. Lan Chi's previously pitiful expression vanished, and she joyfully hugged Son Wukong, dashing into the bathroom. Be careful. Startled by their sudden appearance, Bulma berated them. After a round of grooming, knock, knock, knock. Hey, time to wake up for morning training. Krillin and Yamcha immediately opened their eyes, hastily grabbing their phones. The screen read, 6:30. What is going on? Wukong, have you ever had morning training at 6 a.m.? Krillin complained loudly. Son Wukong had never risen early, never stirring before 8 o'clock. Yeah, exactly. Yamcha lamented, frustrated after finally getting a good night's sleep, only to be awakened by this ruckus. Don't mind the details. Let us go. Bulma opened the door and strode in. Nanny, how did you get in? I distinctly remember locking the door. You didn't become a thief during your 3 years of training, did you? Krillin questioned. Shut up. Wukong retorted. After some struggle, the two finally got out of bed, only to discover upon descending that it wasn't morning training at all. So where are we headed? Pure asked, a question mark appearing above his head, perplexed. Of course, we're going to sample all the delicacies of the imperial capital. Bulma, already prepared, promptly pulled out her phone and displayed the map. Ah, you mean we're going to eat our way through the imperial capital in 2 hours? Master Roshi was astonished. Did he not realize how vast the imperial capital was? It would take 3 days to sample even half of it. Be quiet, we're only hitting a few spots. Sun Wukong lightly tapped Bulma on the head, exasperated. The competition starts at 8. We can't waste time on too much food. He seriously suspected these were imposters sent by others to disrupt their plans. Hee. Bulma stuck out her tongue, her eyes crescent-shaped, adorably mischievous. That's the spirit. After enjoying breakfast at several renowned eateries in the imperial capital, the 6 humans and 1 animal finally had their fill, and the time had now reached 8 o'clock. The world's greatest martial arts tournament, renowned for its high standards, required every contestant to undergo testing to qualify for participation. Of course, the top 8 were exempt from this. With over 10,000 competitors, the tournament adopted an elimination format on the stage. More than 300 gathered on the platform, with only 3 able to advance. This would not only test the contestants' martial prowess, but also their intellect. Ultimately, 100 would compete in the elimination rounds, leading to the top 16, 8, 4, and finally, the championship. Hello, everyone. I am still your referee. A blonde man in a suit stepped forward. Oh, the audience was 10 times larger than that of a football stadium. Being a world-class event, the seats were filled to capacity. Wukong, this is far better than before. Reflecting on the 3 years of training, Krillin was determined not to be easily defeated like last time by Jackie Chan. This time, let you all experience the might of Krillin. A sense of pride surged within him, brimming with fighting spirit. Ha 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 ha, see you in the arena. Don't lose midway. Yes, indeed, I've grown significantly stronger in these 3 years. Sun Wukong and Yamcha departed with a flourish. See you in the arena. Krillin tightly gripped his martial arts uniform. Clean and pristine. This time, he felt no anxiety, no fear. Sun Wukong occupied the first platform, Krillin the second, and Yamcha the fifth. Just the opportunity one need to observe their martial capabilities. Tianjinhan sat in the audience, his gaze fixed not on the screen, but directly on Sun Wukong. Last tournament's champion. What is your strength like this time? Tianjinhan's match was scheduled for the afternoon. Sister, what is so interesting? They are merely a bunch of weaklings. Lapis grumbled, biting into a piece of meat. Just a motley crew. You may leave. Understood, goodbye. Lapis immediately stood, lifting his foot to depart. Aren't you supposed to let me go? His clothes were firmly grasped by Lapisly, unable to escape. The golden eyes of Lapis bore into him. The tension between the siblings thickening as time passed. Fine. Ultimately, Lapis conceded. Lapisly calmly turned her head, a slight smile curling her lips, her previous cold demeanor softening. Chapter 40. The competition is underway. No way. Over 300 people. Indeed. Is the martial arts tournament unwell? Numerous martial artists expressed their dissatisfaction, lamenting the transformation of the previous one-on-one competition into this chaotic spectacle. You are all too feeble. Only powerful martial artists remain indifferent to such trivialities. King Chaba scoffed, dismissing the 10,000 participants as mere extras, audaciously registering without a shred of understanding. It was utterly laughable. That was the champion of the martial arts tournament. Other martial artists retreated, acknowledging that while the tournament's prestige had indeed risen, its previous significance had not been negligible. Among martial experts, King Chaba was also a name of great renown. Suddenly, a diminutive figure descended from the heavens, landing beside King Chaba. It was Sun Wukong, another champion of the martial arts tournament. The surrounding martial artists clenched their fists, aware that with 2 champions on the same stage, the prospects of advancement seemed exceedingly bleak. King Chaba felt a pang of anxiety. This newcomer moved with a speed that rivaled lightning, surpassing even his own. How about we form a team? No need. Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. Aside from you, they are merely ordinary individuals, incapable of even moving a boulder. Here, the weak are plentiful. The true elite of martial arts were the key to entering the top 100. These weaklings were merely fodder, serving to highlight the strength of the formidable. As the contestants entered the vast arena, the referee's voice echoed through the air. Thank you for your patience. I hereby declare the 22nd Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. 10 observers piloted flying vehicles, emerging from the buildings above. Let the competition begin. Charge. 300 individuals engaged in fierce combat, fists and feet colliding. Within the 400-meter arena, there was no shortage of martial experts. In mere minutes, dozens were sent tumbling from the stage. King Chaba and Sun Wukong stood calmly, a 10-meter radius around them devoid of challengers, all competitors instinctively keeping their distance. Several journalists hovered nearby in their flying machines, cameras rolling live. What is happening? Why aren't they attacking these two? Indeed, why is no one approaching? In the audience, whispers circulated. Could there be foul play in this national-level competition? Humph. What do you know? Those are former champions. Who would dare to strike? Who could possibly prevail? A devoted fan of the tournament vehemently countered. You know nothing. Don't mislead others. Yes. If you don't understand, keep silent. Veteran spectators urged others to observe the true masters, emphasizing that this was no comparison to mere boxing or taekwondo. This is the essence of true strength. After 20 minutes, only 20 contestants remained in the arena, all renowned figures in the martial world. I am Wang Cheng, a martial artist from the southern region, where none can rival me, participating in the global martial arts tournament. There are 300 competitors, but they are not but trash, incapable of even being my match. Humph, champion, that title merely eludes me. Wang Cheng felt no fear as he swiftly dispatched dozens of opponents, brimming with confidence. What champion? He would have claimed the title had he participated. That fool is truly reckless. Ignore him. Just a country bumpkin who probably never even knew about the martial arts tournament before. As Wang Cheng's arrogance became evident, the martial experts erupted with laughter, initially regarding him as a formidable opponent, only to witness his self-destruction. Now, the chances of victory have increased significantly. Heh, Wang Cheng sneered. You weaklings think your weakness is somehow my own. You brat, your ascent to champion is solely because I did not compete. The tail-end brat appeared somewhat weaker. If he could be dealt with, King Chaba would surely be next to fall from the stage. Wang Cheng leaped suddenly, akin to a winged dragon, his hands morphing into claws, an ancient, savage energy emanating from him, ferocious beyond measure. Scared, are you? In an instant, he was before Sun Wukong, launching attacks from both sides. Crack! His tail struck like a tempest, and Wang Cheng was sent flying, akin to a loose kite, hurtling hundreds of meters beyond the arena, dust scattering in his wake. What audacity! Sun Wukong closed his eyes once more to rest, while other martial experts had already lost their will to fight, merely waiting for the competition to conclude. Those who had considered a sneak attack promptly abandoned the thought and dutifully sought the last available spot. They are not on the same level. They simply cannot compete. Why isn't Tianjin fan watching? Zhaozi asked, tilting his head in confusion. No need. I already know. Tianjin fan and Zhaozi exited the arena, returning to their lodgings. Their opponent was formidable, and they needed to continue their rigorous training without wasting a moment. Haha. Wang Cheng gasped, his eyes still wide with fear, his body trembling slightly. That was terrifying. Is that fellow even human? Sir, can you still stand? A nearby staff member rushed to assist, fearing Wang Cheng might perish here. Haha, Wukong is truly overdoing it. Yamucha laughed heartily. Surrounding him were some audacious martial artists who, undeterred by their previous defeats, began to close in, only to be struck down by his newfound wolf-fang fist. You all remain far too weak. In the blink of an eye, numerous shadows of fists appeared, forming a dark wolf that swiftly sent dozens of contestants flying off the stage. In these 3 years, I have transcended my limits. I have become a new self. Yamucha charged into the crowd, determined to vanquish all and seize all 3 coveted spots. That Yamucha is truly brutal. A flaw. Krillin dodged an ambush, delivering a punch that sent the attacker off the stage. His movements were as agile as a bee, evading strikes with precision, plunging into the throng, and in mere moments, sending dozens tumbling from the arena. Excellent, excellent, significant progress. Meanwhile, on another stage, Jackie Chan stood resolutely. Contestants dared not challenge him, though a few reckless souls approached, one after another meeting their demise. Jackie remained still, not moving an inch. As the ambushing contenders neared, they suddenly felt a sharp sting on their faces and were propelled off the stage at incredible speed. Youngsters truly lack an understanding of their own limits. How infuriating. That old man is incredibly strong. Indeed, I couldn't even discern his punching trajectory. Witnessing Jackie Chan's prowess, the contenders could only retreat. That Grandpa Jackie Chan is impressive. Isn't he the second-place winner from the last martial arts tournament? Bulma, following Launchi's gaze, adjusted her camera to capture Jackie effortlessly dodging his opponent's strikes and dispatching several contestants with ease. Who would have thought he'd still be so formidable in the morning competition? Bulma mused, marveling at the serendipity of the situation. Indeed, when Jackie was present, Wukong faced a grueling battle. I wonder how it will fare this time. Concerns peaked within her. Could Wukong still triumph? Fear not. 3 years have passed. Wukong must be even stronger now. But shouldn't you be more concerned about the other 2 disciples? Something feels amiss. Chapter 41, The Top 100. What's wrong? Launchi's dark eyes reflected confusion. Her head tilted as she stared intently at Bulma. Nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking things, scaring myself. As time flowed, The sun hung high in the sky, the scorching heat bearing down on the contestants, who were drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. All right, all matches in the arena have concluded, and we will reconvene for the next round of preliminaries at 2 o'clock this afternoon. My goodness, did you see several contestants effortlessly send dozens flying? As if it were as simple as eating and drinking? They are simply too weak, relying on numbers 1 to suffice. They are giving away spots for free. What do you know? Those individuals have reached superhuman levels. Ordinary martial artists don't even have the opportunity to get close. In the past, encounters with superhuman martial artists were rare. It's not what it used to be. Indeed, don't assume that mere numbers are sufficient. Those individuals would have been invincible in ancient times. What use is there in mere numbers? Some veteran spectators, having waited over 20 years to witness a superhuman martial artist, were now exhilarated by the sudden emergence of so many, promptly heading to the capital to purchase cameras. In days gone by, opportunities such as these were scarce. Well then, shall we proceed? Indeed. Lazuli and Lapis departed together. Let us go and indulge in a meal. Lazuli flicked her hair back, offering a subtle smile. Onward. Within the chamber of the top 8 contenders of the martial arts tournament. Aren't you going to observe your opponents this afternoon? Why return only to lie on the bed? What is there to observe? Only when strengths are equal can one truly assess if the disparity in power is vast. The outcome remains immutable, regardless of observation. You are truly exasperating. Adjusting the air conditioning to 19 degrees. Lanchi retrieved a blanket from her luggage and draped it over Sun Wukong. Aren't you going to sleep? I shall not, for Bulma has invited me to go shopping. At 2 in the afternoon, sister, who would have thought we would meet in the same arena? Shall we not knock all the others down? No, I have no interest. You may fight on your own. TCH. Lapis was left to amuse himself, randomly selecting a fortunate contender. You there, heh? With a wicked grin. He raised his hand and swiftly condensed a sphere of energy, its power minimized, yet it struck like lightning. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, several individuals were sent flying from the stage, their eyes wide with shock. What is happening? Move away. The seasoned fighters, understanding the gravity of the situation, leaped away, landing several meters from the chaos. What does this mean? Due to the throngs of spectators, most were oblivious, their minds swirling with questions. But the next moment would unveil the truth. Lapis rampaged across the stage like a formidable giant. Clear the way. In mere seconds, dozens of competitors were hurled aside, some even suffering fractures and requiring medical attention. Run, run. The panicked cries reverberated throughout the arena, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, as those caught unaware were trampled, enduring multiple heavy blows. How utterly dull, not a single worthy opponent. Lapis scoffed, deriding the lack of martial prowess among the contenders, questioning their audacity to join such a competition. Jiaozi, it seems there are indeed many skilled fighters at this martial arts tournament. Tianjin fan hung suspended, 3 eyes fixated on Lapis, recognizing the young man's extraordinary strength. Indeed, Jiaozi, expressionless, nodded slightly. With a flash of white arms, several contestants were thrown from the arena, landing beyond the stage. As time elapsed, the victors of the afternoon's matches were ultimately determined. Countless dreams lay shattered upon the arena, the pristine surface stained crimson, resembling a shattered mirror of purity. Congratulations on entering the top 100. You are masters from around the world, yet here, you are merely common competitors. No one knew who would emerge victorious, but all present understood they had come with an unwavering resolve to win. Tomorrow marks the official commencement. Here is your dinner. Enjoy it, it's truly delectable. Lanchi placed it atop Sun Wukong's head, playfully sticking out her tongue as she retrieved the remote to turn on the television. Alas, it's over. What a pity. I wish to continue watching the live broadcast. The screen shifted to other broadcasts, searching for any replays. Sun Wukong squinted, groggily awakening, extending his hand to retrieve food sufficient for several people. Not bad. He finished with a stoic expression, neither delicious nor inedible, then pulled out a few senza beans from his pocket and consumed them. Ever since the transformation by the water of the gods, ordinary food has failed to satiate his hunger. It is either eating or on the way to eat. Wukong, what are you eating? I want some too. Lanchi noticed immediately, leaping off the sofa and rushing to Sun Wukong, extending her hands. You must share. No, I want to eat. Lanchi protested vehemently, convinced that Sun Wukong was withholding from her, persistently reaching out, trying to awaken his sense of fairness. Very well, just don't come crying to me later, wondering why you're still full after 10 days. Again, he pulled out a senza bean from his pocket and tossed it to Lanchi, who excitedly swallowed it whole. Not tasty. Why do you eat such things? Don't you feel anything happening to your body? Could it be? Lanchi's face flushed slightly, and Wukong was taken aback by her reaction. What is that expression? Truly, you are impossible. Sun Wukong forcibly roused Lanchi, who was lost in her own thoughts. What unsavory thoughts are you entertaining? Sun Wukong grinned mischievously, placing his hands on her face, tugging playfully. I suddenly feel so full, I don't want to eat. Lanchi rubbed her belly. That bean allows you to go 10 days without eating. What? You can eat without eating. Lanchi stammered in shock, unable to believe her ears. Of course. How wonderful. 10 days without food. How splendid. Is that so? Well, as long as you're happy. Do you have more of those beans? I want to go a month without eating. Yes. Brother, I have them. Sun Wukong hurriedly produced 3 sins of beans, placing them in Lanchi's palm. Splendid. Do as you wish. After all, you cannot die from it. Time flew like lightning, a jolt that left one numb. On the second day of the competition, the contenders who advanced to the top 100 gathered together. Hurry. I paid a hefty price for this spot. I want to see the matches up close. Bulma commanded Purr, striding forward with Lanchi. How heavy. Purr resembled a beleaguered servant, toiling under Bulma's directives. Yamucha, I wish to go home. Purr, hurry up, don't fall behind. Yes, I understand. The beleaguered Purr stuck out his tongue, suppressing his exhaustion as he clutched the camera, making every effort to keep pace with Bulma. That Purr. Do you need assistance? Lanchi expressed concern. Yes, please. Purr nodded fervently, nearly collapsing. I'll help too. Bulma, exasperated, recalled promising him a grand meal in exchange for his help, never expecting Purr to be so feeble. It was merely a few kilometers. Yet it felt like a matter of life and death. Chapter 42, Krillin vs. Nam. The match begins. As the golden-haired referee concluded his announcement, the mechanisms of the arena activated, and platforms 1, 2, and 3 began to shift slowly, debris cascading onto the grass. Ultimately, they converged, assembling into a grand stage of 1,000 meters, magnificent and resilient. 6 referees rode individual flying devices, suspended high above the arena, hundreds of meters in the air. The golden-haired commentator descended from above, holding the latest microphone, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Now, let us welcome contestant number 1 to face contestant number 36. To everyone's surprise, the first match features Wukong. Hurry, Purr, shift the camera to the left. Bulma shouted, realizing too late that hiring someone had been a mistake, as she watched Purr struggle with the equipment. Yes, Sun Wukong, it has indeed been a long time. Lazuli's gaze was fixed intently on the young man below the arena, her heart swelling with joy and excitement upon seeing the one she had longed for, intertwined with worry and exhilaration. Does he still remember me? If so, what will his expression be upon seeing me? A slight smile graced her lips, her previously cold demeanor softened, radiating warmth and sunshine. What is wrong with you? Lapis, who had been lounging lazily, was taken aback, his expression contorting in disbelief. Is this truly my sister? Following Lazuli's gaze to Sun Wukong, he couldn't help but wonder if she harbored an inappropriate affection. Cold sweat trickled down Lapis's brow. Should he feign ignorance of this bizarre inclination? All right, the match commences. The tiger-like humanoid stretched and cracked his joints, a disdainful expression on his face as he derided, I never expected a child to participate. It seems the caliber of this martial arts tournament is rather lacking. You agree, don't you, little brat? The tiger man yanked on Sun Wukong's hair, playfully patting his cheek. Ha. Is that so? Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, his face taut as 3 lines formed on his forehead, gritting his teeth. He declared, I have made my decision. You must endure until the very end. Huh, what did you say? The tiger man was abruptly sent soaring into the air by a powerful punch, the wind howling in his ears. How exhilarating. In a heartbeat, Sun Wukong appeared behind the tiger man, hands merging as his veins bulged. Boom. The stone shattered, and dust billowed into the air. Sun Wukong, relentless and unyielding, delivered the final blow. Kamehameha. A brilliant blue beam descended from the heavens, resembling a divine judgment, obliterating the arena. Phew, it seems my training still falls short. This was the first time I had seen Wukong so enraged. Krillin pointed towards the tiger man's direction. He won't be killed, will he? Fear not, Yamcha reassured Krillin. Wukong surely knows what he is doing. Indeed, Yamcha was correct. Sun Wukong did not slay the tiger man, but merely allowed him a taste of his power. The tiger man lay on the arena floor, gasping like a bull, as if on the brink of death. The referee, momentarily stunned, landed the flying vehicle beside the tiger man. You're not dead, are you? Can you still breathe? The tiger man nearly spat blood, realizing no doctor had been called despite his condition. Fortunately, being a martial arts expert saved him. Otherwise, he would have truly met his demise here. Help! The tiger man's unfinished plea lay heavy in the air, his posture indicating urgency for assistance. Quick! Doctor! Contestant 1 wins. Good heavens, is this still a human? Is this what martial artists are like? Hurry up and take pictures. Take pictures. I'm on it. In my youth, I was renowned as the photography god of Mount Xiaoming. Now, Let us invite contestant 2 to battle contestant 40. Finally, it's my turn. Let us go. Returning to the arena, Sun Wukong extended his fist. All right, let us do this. Krillin took a deep breath and extended his right hand. The clash of their hands was brief, and then Krillin exited the resting area. The room was divided into 2 sections, featuring a lion statue on one side and a tiger statue on the opposite, both locked in a silent stare. Here, have a bite. Yamcha tossed a cob of corn, its kernels gleaming golden. Is it roasted? Sun Wukong effortlessly caught it. No, it's steamed. He had no time to wait for roasted corn. In the morning rush, he could only purchase it from a breakfast shop. Then I want to eat it. You can have it. Sun Wukong tossed the corn back, finding it truly unpalatable. Hey, you received it, so it's yours now. Yamcha suddenly grinned mischievously, sending the corn back and retreating repeatedly. You rascal. Sun Wukong felt relieved, realizing that Yamcha had only offered it to him because he didn't want it himself. I concede defeat. After taking a few bites of the corn, he grimaced as he finished it. Not tasty at all. Didn't he expect it was you? Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. You're... Oh, Wukong's master-esque disciple. Nam's previously puzzled expression instantly brightened. He was indeed Wukong's junior. Come on. I want to hold back. Neither will I. Krillin's waist slightly bulged as he assumed a stance of his own creation. Having challenged martial artists around the globe over the past 3 years, his skills now solidly grounded. Let the match begin. With the referee's signal, both contenders launched their attacks simultaneously. Krillin's speed surpassed all, his swift punches slicing through Nam's defenses, landing a powerful blow to his face. Nam's already lean visage became even more gaunt, akin to a cannonball, hurtling dozens of meters away. Nam adjusted his position midair, lightly tapping with his toes to stabilize his body. Impressive. He had thought his training had reached new heights, allowing him to re-enter the top 4. But he had not anticipated Krillin's formidable prowess. The current Krillin was worlds apart from who he was 3 years ago. Shockwave. Before Nam could devise a counter-strategy, Krillin's hands were already at his waist, and the shockwave was upon him. What? Nam's pupils constricted as he barely evaded the attack in a remarkable display of agility. Krillin leapt high, the stones beneath him shattering, sending dust swirling like bullets. Bring it on. Though our strengths differ greatly, I have my own methods to deal with you. Crossing his arms protectively across his chest, veins bulging, he charged at Krillin like a cannonball. Crossed wave. Nam channeled all his energy, his arms transforming into razor-sharp blades, resembling the scythe of the Grim Reaper. How could I possibly fall for your grand move? Krillin chuckled to himself, standing within a meter of Nam. As his left foot's veins bulged, and the stones beneath shattered violently, propelling him upward. His hands had already gathered the Kamehameha energy, a blue wave surging forth, akin to the fiercest river, ready to obliterate everything in its path. You've fallen for my trap. A second before. No way. How could this happen? How did his foot suddenly draw in such a massive flow of energy, like a bomb ready to explode? Could it be? Back to the present. Nam's previously dull complexion flushed with vitality, his muscles swelling, reminiscent of Jackie Chan's technique from 3 years prior. Chapter 43, The Deciding Match. All power engaged. That is my technique. He actually learned it. In the tiger statue's resting area, Jackie Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could anyone learn that? Nam executed an impossible maneuver, dodging Krillin's Kamehameha with finesse. Prepare yourself. This is my strongest strike. Cross shockwave. Nam crossed his arms, a golden light flashing between them. Buzz. Oh no. Krillin guarded his head with both hands, his body tense, bending at the waist, and curling into a ball. Turtled up. The air split apart. A golden streak tearing through the sky, striking Krillin in an attempt to annihilate him. Good heavens. Contestant Krillin has been sent flying hundreds of meters away. As the referee's voice echoed across the arena, covered in soot, Krillin opened his eyes, his mouth twitching. I blocked it. What? Now it was Nam's turn to be astonished. He couldn't believe Krillin had withstood that attack. No way. Is this even possible? Krillin effortlessly rose, his hands gathering blue energy, the sphere gradually expanding. I concede. Seeing that Krillin still had strength left, Nam had no choice but to yield. If it weren't for Krillin's oversight, he might not have landed a hit. Nam executed his strategies and combat techniques flawlessly, but alas, his opponent was simply too strong. Tianjin Fan commented seriously, the most valuable talent is one's physique. Possessing only strategies and combat skills without strength is futile. Haha, that was careless. Krillin, suppressing his fatigue, retracted the Kamehameha, his muscles relaxing, a sharp pain coursing through his mind. Contestant 2 wins. As the announcement rang out, Krillin strode confidently off the arena. What a pity, with Nam's strength. He shouldn't have been eliminated here. Perhaps luck is also a form of strength. Sun Wukong was taken aback when he witnessed Nam executing the Kamehameha. He hadn't expected such growth over the past 3 years, even mastering the technique. Martial arts Superman. May your village prosper from this day forth. Haha, congratulations. Yamcha extended his fist. He too wished to experience the sensation. Haha, I almost got countered by Nam. After the clash, Krillin was filled with trepidation, recalling the match's details. Realizing he had been on the brink of failure. Now, let us invite Contestant 9 to battle Contestant 99. That kid Krillin. Every time he gains strength, he becomes overconfident. Jackie Chan exited the resting area, his eyes gleaming with determination, aware that he could not afford to be careless. Those who made it past the preliminaries are all martial arts experts. That old man. Lapis, puzzled, followed Lotzi's gaze and spotted Jackie Chan leaving. Just before departing, Jackie Chan's aura surged dramatically. Those who had learned to sense energy immediately turned to watch the elderly man's departure. He is quite a formidable opponent, Lapis commented. Secretly astonished, noting that his strength was beyond that of previous adversaries, seemingly of a different caliber altogether. How intriguing. Ha ha ha. Lotzi and Lapis exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling. It had been a long time since they encountered worthy opponents. Shall we have a long-awaited spar tonight? Of course. Those two lunatics. Tianjin Fan wiped sweat from his brow, having witnessed the eccentric behavior of the siblings, feeling a bit embarrassed for them. Dumpling turned back to exchange glances with Tianjin Fan, equally at a loss for words regarding the peculiar duo. Haha, it's fine, it's fine. Tianjin Fan patted Dumpling on the head. They're just a couple of lunatics, what is there to fear? The afternoon sun hung high in the sky, as the audience perspired profusely, purchasing ice pops from small vendors. As time passed, Sun Wukong and his companions overcame numerous challenges, finally reaching the top 8. Alas, the king of Chai Ba fell short in the round of 16. Sun Wukong shook his head. Next, let us welcome Jiaozi to face off against Krillin. Both competitors took their positions on the arena. The match commenced. Krillin stepped back a few paces, immediately mocking, "Oh, isn't this the pupil of Master Roshi? I never imagined you'd make it to the top 8. Ha ha ha. Baldy." Krillin was instantly riled. "What did you say? Aren't you one as well?" "Not at all." Jiaozi removed his hat, revealing a solitary hair that fluttered in the breeze. "Aren't you the same?" Krillin, at a loss, conceded, "I admit defeat to you. I have hair, you don't." Before Jiaozi could retort, Krillin launched a sudden assault, swiftly seizing Jiaozi's body and throwing him several meters away. "You despicable scoundrel." Jiaozi had not anticipated Krillin's ambush. Haha, all is fair in war. Jiaozi halted midair, taking precautions from a distance of several dozen meters. "What? Did you not expect me to fly?" Jiaozi boasted, his index finger playfully twitching. A golden light flashed, and 3 waves of energy locked onto Krillin's head. "That's the Kamehameha," exclaimed Jackie Chanhoff. "You actually know that," Tian Shinhan remarked, somewhat surprised. Of course. However, this Krillin is not one to easily succumb. Krillin performed a somersault, effortlessly evading the attack, and retaliated with a powerful wave of energy. Jiaozi's pupils constricted as he strained to dodge, adjusting his posture. He hadn't anticipated the bald warrior's speed. Just a moment ago, you were on the ground." Krillin appeared behind Jiaozi, delivering a fierce blow that sent him crashing down, followed by a Kamehameha. As Jiaozi plummeted, he adjusted his form mid-air but could not evade the Kamehameha, ultimately collapsing onto the arena. Jiaozi. The disparity in strength was too great. Losing was inconsequential. Tian Shinhan released his tightly clenched fists, his palms reddening. Krillin emerges victorious. After a brief pause, the referee's voice resonated once more. "Now, let us welcome Jackie Chan and Tian Shinhan to the stage." This was an exhilarating match, featuring last year's runner-up, Jackie Chan, against the formidable Tian Shinhan. "Unleash all your skills. Let me witness your prowess." Tian Shinhan confidently smiled. Jackie Chan said nothing, merely adopting a stance. The match began. Tian Shinhan struck first, throwing a straight punch at Jackie Chan, but it was blocked by Jackie's left arm. Seeing his attack thwarted, Tian Shinhan swiftly followed up with a kick, which Jackie also evaded. The two exchanged blows in a fierce back and forth for several exchanges. This is the multi-image fist. With Tian Shinhan's exclamation, Jackie Chan's hands glowed blue as he prepared to unleash his technique. Right here, Tian Shinhan, utilizing his third eye, quickly located Jackie Chan's true form and delivered a kick that sent him flying. The youth is truly remarkable. No action of yours escapes my gaze. Jackie Chan's muscles erupted in a display of strength as he charged towards Tian Shinhan in a sudden attack. Tian had anticipated this and pivoted, lightly tapping his toes to swiftly ascend into the air. New crane-style solar fist. What? A blinding light flashed, causing the audience to erupt in outrage. Are you kidding me? Even the audience is hit. Indeed, both Jackie Chan and the spectators endured unprecedented damage. Focused intently on the battle, the audience was momentarily blinded by the third eye's glare. That was quite the experience. Meanwhile, those watching on screens secretly chuckled, relieved they were viewing from afar. Chapter 44. The Grim Defeat of Labbies. Tien Shinhan executed a hand chop in a sudden assault. Jackie Chan was struck at the back of his head, plunging into darkness, losing consciousness. The referee's machine rushed in, pressing the reading device. 1, 2, 3. After several seconds, Jackie Chan regained awareness and flipped himself upright in the arena. Ouch! Ouch! How could you not show some care for the elderly? Jackie exclaimed in pain, gently massaging the back of his head to alleviate the throbbing. He is back on his feet. Jackie Chan rises once more. Who are you really? Tien Shinhan sensed something amiss. Why wander down this dark path? You disgrace your abilities. Sever ties with Master Rashi at once. Silence. You spout nothing but nonsense. Keep talking, and you may lose your life. Tien Shinhan had no interest in Jackie's ramblings, relentlessly delivering punches and kicks. What's wrong? Your punches have lost their edge. Is it because, after exchanging dozens of blows with Tien Shinhan, Jackie ultimately conceded defeat after a round of persuasion? Tien Shinhan is victorious. You scoundrel. Tien Shinhan gritted his teeth, stepping down from the arena, his gaze clouded with confusion and a hint of incomprehension. Returning to the resting area in a daze, he hesitated before finally approaching Jackie Chan. What does this mean? Damn it. Jackie lost. Yamcha had not anticipated Jackie Chan's defeat at the hands of Tien Shinhan. Reflecting on the efforts of the past 3 years with a sigh, whatever, winning or losing is inconsequential. His years of effort were merely to prove he is not inferior to others. My strength is not much less than Jackie Chan's, perhaps even greater. The next match featured Yamcha against Labbies. Both competitors ascended to the arena. Oh, the pretty boy who was toyed with by an old man last time. Labbies was somewhat surprised, not expecting this pretty boy to reach the top 8. What did you say? Yamcha, detest being called a pretty boy. The match commenced. Humph, what a rude little brat. Yamcha suppressed his anger, ultimately letting out a cold snort. Labbies remained unfazed, showing no fear of the pretty boy. Suddenly, Yamcha unleashed a wolf-fang fist assault, catching Labbies off guard, sending him hurtling away. I knew it. Having never faced a worthy opponent, you surely became complacent. You fool. Labbies covered her forehead, thinking it was no big deal. Losing once more was just losing. Labbies had not anticipated Yamcha's speed, which was on an entirely different level compared to previous matches. Damn it, what was the point of hiding my strength? Labbies quickly adjusted her stance, attempting a side kick. Yamcha's gaze remained fixed, deftly evading, clearly having seen through Labbies' movements. Useless. To be frank, Labbies' strength was not inferior to Yamcha's. Each of Labbies' attacks struck like lightning, each blow possessing the power to shatter boulders. But what use was that? After dozens of punches, only a few struck their target. To Yamcha, she seemed like a mountain. With each failed attack, Labbies' despair deepened. The more despair she felt, the more openings she exposed in her next move. Intent wave, gathering energy in her palm. She closed the distance to Yamcha in a heartbeat. Useless. Yamcha effortlessly dodged, possessing strength but lacking technique. Her opponent was merely a child wielding a large blade. Labbies had never encountered a worthy adversary before, purely relying on brute force. Now, facing an equal, she found herself unable to surpass Yamcha. Damn it. Though our strengths are similar, the disparity between me and Yamcha is astronomical. Yamcha navigated with ease. So weak. My opponent is like a mere child. Labbies' intent wave altered its trajectory, striking Yamcha in the back. You fell for it. Labbies grinned confidently, believing her technique had outmatched him, only to be outsmarted by her clever ruse. With a single motion, she gathered a barrage of energy blasts, revealing her princely technique. Boom. The relentless bombardment left Labbies drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. In mere seconds, she had expended all her energy. Yikes. You almost defeated me. Yamcha acknowledged that he had been rather careless moments ago, almost falling victim to a counterattack, completely taken aback by Lapiz's unexpected skills. He chuckled softly. Lapiz, with a cold sneer, ultimately raised his hand in surrender. Referee, I concede. There was no alternative. His energy was nearly depleted, and he no longer possessed the strength to even move, having no chance of victory left. This was the moment of surrender for a mere child who couldn't even defeat a pretty boy. It was utterly laughable. Lapiz suppressed his fury and urgently called for the referee to escort him away. He could not bear to remain there any longer. Next time at the martial arts tournament, I will surely defeat you. I shall remember this grudge. The young boy silently vowed within his heart. TSK, the technique was overwhelmingly superior. Lazili, feeling utterly drained, could only lament. She had anticipated her opponent's strength to be formidable, yet she had not expected her defeat to stem from a lack of technique. My heavens. Now, may I present contestant Sun Wukong to battle contestant Lazili. Wukong. The opponents are siblings. Feel free to trounce them. They are utterly inept. The first thing Yamcha did upon returning to the rest area was to immediately voice his disdain. It was his first encounter with fighters possessing such poor combat skills. It was as if they had innate talent, but lacked fundamental training. Okay. With great strides, Sun Wukong advanced. Wow. I can hardly believe it. There are such novices on the stage, truly. It's akin to a baby wielding a large knife. I could defeat him without even needing to see. Krillin felt an uncanny familiarity with that boy's martial arts, as though he had practiced them himself. Defeated. No worries. Lazili said nothing. She was nearly on par with her brother, and she too would meet with defeat. Exiting the rest area, she leaped lightly and swiftly arrived at the center of the arena. Hey, Sun Wukong. The girl rarely displayed a smile, as if the icy mountains had begun to thaw. The previous champion, Sun Wukong, faces the unbeaten Lazili. Let the match commence. Number 18? I don't believe I've encountered her before. He pondered, trying to recall where he had seen a girl with golden hair. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. I remember now. Is it truly you? Lazili exclaimed joyfully, astonished that after 4 years, her opponent could still remember her. How delightful. You're that crying baby from 4 years ago. Although that statement was not entirely incorrect, she felt somewhat embarrassed that he recalled such things about her. All right, enough chit-chat. Let me see how well you've honed your martial arts. No wonder he had been puzzled by their registration. Upon seeing numbers 17 and 18, he had questioned how they could possess martial skills. It turned out to be his doing. No wonder. Sun Wukong thought of Lapis. This kid had learned his techniques, yet his skills were still so lacking. It was certainly not a flaw in my martial arts. That boy must simply be too lazy. Chapter 45, Lazili's disastrous defeat. All right. Lazili understood that this was not a time for reminiscing. She immediately assumed a fighting stance, her gaze firmly fixed on Sun Wukong, daring not to advance. Why did it feel as though there were only openings? Should I attack? Cold sweat dripped down her brow. What's the matter? Do you not intend to come at me? Sun Wukong smiled, thinking since they were acquaintances, he might as well play with her a bit. Before Lazili could finish her words, Sun Wukong instantly appeared behind her, his mouth close to her fair ear. Your skills seem to be on par with your brother's. Lazili's cheeks flushed slightly, instinctively distancing herself. The breath she exhaled brushed against her ear. Sun Wukong lamented, I drew up so many diagrams, yet you've learned nothing. He suddenly felt like a teacher reprimanding a student. What? Lazili's pupils constricted. The disparity in strength was staggering, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Sun Wukong's tail whipped like a fierce hurricane, and without her making any move, she was sent flying. How am I supposed to fight this? Lazili took several deep breaths. Assessing her body, strangely, the force was not overwhelming. Had he held back? As she adjusted her posture in midair, embarrassment dissipated, replaced by a surge of fighting spirit. The intent began to coalesce quietly in her palm. To her astonishment, the once crying child had transformed into a poised young woman. This was something Sun Wukong had not anticipated. He had merely acted out of goodwill, never expecting that she would have mastered martial arts and arrived at the world's premier martial arts tournament. Fate had woven a remarkable tapestry. While Sun Wukong marveled at this turn of events, Lazili grew anxious. I can't see. This is impossible. Wait a minute. Are you truly not giving it your all? Oh dear Lazili. Are you perhaps contemplating a sneak attack? Sun Wukong grasped the girl's delicate hand, effortlessly dispersing the energy she had gathered. Your purity is still insufficient. This level of energy merely tickles me. His tail tightly ensnared the girl's slender neck, lifting her into the air. Haha. Lazili gasped for breath, clutching Sun Wukong's tail tightly, attempting to pry it loose. No matter how hard she struggled, she could only weakly flail her legs. Sighing, Sun Wukong loosened his grip slightly to allow her to breathe. You are far too weak. With your talent, you could achieve much more. Do not squander it. Sun Wukong spoke earnestly. In just 4 years, she had acquired power surpassing that of Master Roshi, which could only be described as extraordinary. However, that was still insufficient. Krillin, Yamcha, and others were also geniuses. Lazili had no ears for his words. Feeling as helpless as a small insect, her struggles appearing utterly feeble, all she desired was victory, to triumph over Sun Wukong. Her competitive spirit blazed like a fire, consuming her entirely. Have you finished speaking? Lazili grinned wickedly, gathering energy for a spirit bomb. Since I cannot defeat you using your own techniques, I shall resort to my own. In an instant, a golden light flashed. That is my solar fist. Initially, Tianjin Fan had been astonished by Sun Wukong's prowess, but Lazili's technique had left him utterly defenseless. No, I only used it once. You cannot simply steal it from me. The spirit bomb surrounded Sun Wukong, crashing upon him with great force. A commendable technique, Sun Wukong remarked with delight. Indeed, the fusion of the solar fist and the spirit bomb is truly stunning. You have invigorated me. Humph. Lazuli finally broke free from Sun Wukong's grasp, letting out a cold snort. Why did the solar fist prove utterly ineffective? The time for reminiscing was beneath the arena. Now she realized she was no match for him. Lazuli extended her hand. Ref, ugh. Lazuli barely had the chance to speak before being kicked off the stage by Sun Wukong. I'm not finished playing yet. Stay with me a little longer. Lazuli's attire was torn to shreds. Her meticulously chosen, beautiful outfit was now tattered and unwearable. You scoundrel. Lazuli's heart bled. That cherished limited edition top. Her exquisitely tailored sportswear. I've only worn it for a day. You scoundrel. I think I've made a terrible mistake. Sun Wukong remained expressionless, showing no concern whatsoever. What is there to fear? At worst, I'll compensate you after the match. You and your... Lazuli suddenly leaped, her eyes ablaze with fury, delivering a powerful punch squarely to Sun Wukong's head. Die for me. In utter disbelief, Sun Wukong could hardly be bothered to move. Lazuli had completely lost her composure, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Sun Wukong's face. Good heavens, this is utterly brutal, Krillin exclaimed, secretly sweating for Sun Wukong. Yamcha wore a worried expression. Could it be that he would lose? Women could indeed be a bit terrifying. After 3 years of training under Master Roshi's guidance, he had thought he would not fear women, yet he found himself feeling a modicum of trepidation. Master Karen, on the other hand, appeared thoroughly entertained, almost wishing to take Lazuli's place. Go on, go on. Yes, strike harder. Attack over there. Your most prized disciple has been far too careless. And after this fierce onslaught, your student is certain to meet defeat. I must say, have you had your fill of fun? Originally, it was believed that Lazuli would create another miracle, yet it turned out to be mere brute force. With one hand, he grasped Lazuli's mouth, transforming her cherry lips into a pouting expression. Lazuli's eyes widened like brass bells as she frantically swung her fists, attempting to strike Sun Wukong. Really? When have I ever deceived you? Is that true? Of course it's true. Come find me tonight. Sun Wukong replied helplessly. It's just a few pieces of clothing. Can't you afford it? Why not just take them? Do you not believe me? I promise. I promise. Upon hearing this, Lazuli beamed with joy, her objective achieved. It was merely some clothing. She had never cared much for it. Then I'll come by at 8 tonight. All right. Hearing what she wished to hear, Lazuli sweetly smiled and turned to the referee, coldly stating, Hey, I surrender. Without regard for the referee's response, she jumped back into the resting area. After the referee noted down the results, he couldn't help but grumble internally, master of changing faces. After a fierce round of battles, the ultimate victor was still our champion. Sun Wukong. Let us anticipate whether Sun Wukong can secure the championship once more. Sun Wukong raised his right hand and strode back to the resting area. That woman is too formidable. Congratulations. It was an inevitable outcome. Yamcha and Krillin exchanged speechless glances, holding their heads, having spent time with him. They had come to understand some of his personality traits. What can we do? We understand, Krillin mused. With Wukong's prowess, he is even more audacious. Well, everyone made it to the top 4. How about some barbecue tonight? I just discovered a fantastic barbecue place this morning. Yamcha extolled, as if to say, if you don't go, you might regret it for a lifetime. All right, I'll bring a few people to meet you. You know people? Since when? Krillin was baffled. When did you meet them? At the arena. Chapter 46, a small arena of chaos. Oh yeah, you guys won. Bulma exclaimed, dragging Launch over, a fruit basket in hand. Here, eat up and replenish your energy. Poir, hurry up. You look utterly exhausted. She glanced disdainfully at Poir. At that moment, Poir's ears drooped, his expression gloomy as he dragged the heaviest camera he had ever used. Yes, Poir replied, panting heavily. This camera is ridiculously heavy. No human or cat could possibly lift it. Oh, you're all here. After some guidance, Jackie-chan shed his disguise and transformed back into Master Roshi. Shall we go? How about barbecue today? Yamcha draped an arm around Master Roshi's neck, feeling inexplicably lighthearted, as if a long unanswered riddle had finally been resolved. Great. XN. Defeated, Lapis sighed. He found it exceedingly difficult to land a hit on Yamcha. We are not inferior to them, we merely lack finesse. Lazuli, however, did not lose her confidence. Instead, she brimmed with determination. One day, she would triumph over Sun Wukong. Beep, beep. A notification rang from her pocket. Lapis retrieved his phone, displaying the barbecue restaurant's location. With a note, come at 8. Who is it? Lapis wondered, when did I add this contact? That's mine. I want to get to know them. They are strong and eager to learn. Lazuli quickly devised an excuse, snatching the phone back into her pocket. Not a chance. Lapis immediately exploded in frustration, insisting he would rather lose his life than be sent to learn from his rivals. At 19, Lapis held pride above all else, especially after having mocked Yamcha previously. Seeking their counsel now would be exceedingly embarrassing. Then I'll go myself? Lazili replied nonchalantly, as it was not her pride at stake. I'll go? Lapis declared, striding off with urgency. TSK, such thin skin, she scoffed, hurriedly pursuing him. That evening, moonlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the opulent cityscape of the imperial capital, where gold and silver intertwined. Traversing the bustling streets of the capital, Sun Wukong and his companions arrived at a luxurious barbecue restaurant. Is this the place you said was exceptionally delicious? It feels a bit ostentatious, Krillin remarked with a hint of disdain, having visited many such establishments. Yet few satisfied his palate. Ah, this is different. All right, let us hurry inside. The group entered the reserved private room and summoned the waiter. Bring us the entire menu, 5 times. Bulma commanded with familiarity. By the way, who did Wukong invite? I know. It must be that beautiful girl from the arena. Krillin pondered, finally uncovering the flaw, a sly grin spreading across his face. Oh, really? Is that true? Bulma remained expressionless. She found it hard to believe Sun Wukong could be so ruthless. Almost there. After sending the message, Sun Wukong offered no further explanation, sitting quietly in his place. Is that true? Launch quietly tugged at Sun Wukong's sleeve, gently inquiring. Sun Wukong was silent for a few moments before responding. Yes, I met her years ago. I never expected her martial arts talent to be so high. Wow. Krillin was telling the truth. Bulma clenched her fists, her palms slightly reddening, her face betraying no emotion. Just a rigid expression. Really? Is that so? Her sharp nails dug deeply into Sun Wukong's flesh, leaving no mark. After a long absence from her fierce demeanor, Bulma seemed to revert to her original, icy self, resembling a flower blooming atop a frigid peak. Feed me, you scoundrel. She clawed at him relentlessly, leaving traces of white scratches across his skin. Clearly, her strength was no trifling matter. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged knowing glances, chuckling heartily. They were indeed in awe of Sun Wukong's composure as he calmly sipped his juice. I have explained myself already, Sun Wukong stated with unwavering calm. Creak. The door to the private room swung open, revealing a man and a woman. The man was clad in black, exuding an air of arrogance. The woman, with golden hair and a black gown, radiated a cold, noble aura, akin to a flower blooming amidst an icy mountain. Hello, my name is Lazili. After greeting them, she strode directly toward Sun Wukong's seat. Make way. Lazili unceremoniously took Launch's spot, while the unsuspecting Launch graciously stepped aside. Isn't it just because he told you to? Bulma muttered, exasperated. At that moment, Lapis wore a blank expression, hastening to a less populated seat. Upon closer inspection, one could see his body was slightly trembling. He wasn't just embarrassed for himself. He felt embarrassment for his sister too. Internally, he shouted, Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me. TCH. Bulma rolled her eyes. What audacity for a harlot to vie for her man. What do you mean by that? As soon as Lazili sat down, Bulma's voice reached her ears. The tension in her heart ignited like a match. You think you can compete with me for a man? Bulma unapologetically admitted her stance. Wow. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with gossip, akin to an eternal flame that would never extinguish. Wukong, this lad is quite the heartthrob. At that moment, Lapis, who had been trembling, suddenly felt steadied, his heart no longer racing. Oh my, sister, I'm embarrassed for you. With their romance exposed, he pondered on how to navigate the situation. What do you mean I didn't tea? Lazili's cheeks flushed crimson, her fragmented denials gradually dwindling to a whisper. She dared not meet Sun Wukong's gaze, shyly turning her head aside. Such thin skin. Bulma internally scoffed. Where had that earlier arrogance vanished? Creak. The food was ready. The waiter opened the door to the private room, wheeling in a cart laden with barbecue. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Enjoy your meal. The arrival of the waiter resembled a splash of cold water, dousing the previously tense atmosphere, leaving only wisps of smoke behind. At this moment, Lazuli cast her gaze downward, too embarrassed to lift her head, her cheeks still flushed. How humiliating. She could hardly bear to remain in this place. Meanwhile, Launchi blinked her large eyes, appearing indifferent, even going so far as to seize a skewer of roasted lamb and point it towards Sun Wukong's mouth. This is delicious. Ah, Autumn. A sprinkle of cumin from the lamb skewer landed on her nose, causing it to itch. Sun Wukong, upon receiving the skewer, froze momentarily. Oh dear, so many little sisters. The golden-haired Launchi leaned in close to Sun Wukong's ear, a sinister smile gracing her lips. Don't you agree, Wukong? Not really, he replied. Launchi frowned. her expression darkening as her sharp tiger teeth glinted menacingly. If guns are ineffective against you, then I shall employ my teeth. Chapter 47, An Intense Conflict. The gleaming tiger teeth of golden-haired Lan Shi flashed ominously as she fixed her gaze fiercely upon Sun Wukong's neck. Oh whoa! Her incisors, sharp and threatening, sank deeply into Sun Wukong's neck. How dare you dog! This time, Bulma and Lazuli were left in shock. Why does this feel so ambiguous? Saliva dripped from the neck, and no matter how she bit, she could not inflict even a scratch on Sun Wukong. From a distance, it appeared as though a beauty was playfully tormenting a child. Hey, hurry up! Let go! Bulma and Lazuli exclaimed in unison, each grabbing one of Lan Shi's hands. Release her! With a forceful tug, Bulma and Lazuli swiftly separated Lan Shi from Sun Wukong. What are you doing? A bunch of pedophiles! Lan Shi retorted, utterly speechless, her words spilling forth without restraint. What did you say? Bulma yanked at Lan Shi's collar. You're the one. Lazuli, having lost all sense of shame, declared. Since I've already lost face, why fear losing more? Engaging in such behavior openly, you wretched girl. You foul-mouthed brat. Say that again if you dare. Am I wrong? You filthy wench. Damn you. Lan Shi's anger ignited in an instant as she drew a submachine gun from her pocket, pointing it at Lazuli's forehead, snarling. You dare say that again. Krillin took a few steps back, signaling to Sun Wukong with his eyes. Hurry up and intervene. Stop playing dead. Having consumed dozens of skewers of roasted lamb, Sun Wukong chose silence, deliberately diminishing his presence. Absolutely not. Once you get involved, you're not far from choosing sides. But right now, it's not looking good. Oh dear. Don't be angry. This is all so unseemly, Bulma hurriedly interjected. Heh, you wretched girl. Whoever gets angry is the one. Lazuli showed no fear, treating the toy gun as inconsequential. Don't say it like that. Everyone, cool down for a moment. Bulma was drenched in cold sweat. Lan Shi, please don't start shooting. Lazuli, don't retaliate. Her eyes darted around, signaling Sun Wukong to stop eating. All right, let's eat first. Sun Wukong stood up appropriately. Although Lan Shi would not shoot, and Lazuli would not retaliate, a stepping stone was indeed needed at that moment. Don't be angry. Sun Wukong positioned the two women on either side of him, soothing words finally managing to calm them. Humph. As long as she doesn't come after me, I'm fine. Lazuli huffed, biting into the lamb that was offered, savoring it. Delicious. Just to my taste. Humph. Lan Shi remained silent, finishing off her skewer in one go. Her eyes still dark as water. Not bad. Bulma laughed heartily, patting her chest. That was close. They almost came to blows. These two are like balloons. One poke and they explode. Suddenly gripping Sun Wukong's tail, she scolded, Why didn't you come over sooner to stop it? I was eating, Sun Wukong replied. His mouth stuffed with roasted meat, appearing quite innocent. I think you did that on purpose. All right, everyone, let's eat. Yamcha stepped forward, eager to prevent a recurrence of the earlier chaos. Yes. Master Roshi wiped the sweat from his brow. At my age, I shouldn't still be on edge. Lazuli glanced over, then returned to her meal, indifferent to the chaos. Isn't your sister being bullied? Won't you come to support me? In a fit of anger, Lazuli snatched the roasted meat Sun Wukong was eating and devoured it herself. Lan Shi and Bulma's eyes widened in shock, staring incredulously at Lazuli. How twisted. Sun Wukong watched as Lazuli finished eating, then pulled out a napkin to wipe her lips, which were smeared with chili powder. Stop it. Bulma suddenly appeared beside them, veins popping on her forehead as she landed a heavy punch on the crab head. Bang! The crab head's forehead smoked as it collapsed onto the table. After the quarrel between Lazuli and Lan Shi, a rare peace settled over the next few hours. How delightful. Bulma unconsciously distanced herself from Sun Wukong. These two women were far too dangerous. Krillin and Yamcha shared the same sentiment. Goodbye. Remember to keep in touch. Lazuli bid farewell sweetly, leaving with her brother. Phew. The troublesome ones have finally departed. Bulma sighed with relief, leaving only golden-haired Lan Shi behind. What can be done to transform her back into blue-haired Lan Shi? What are you doing? Golden-haired Lan Shi looked puzzled, suddenly feeling someone draw near. Fearing what Sun Wukong might do in a fit of rage, he pinched Lan Shi's nose. Lan Shi tilted her head, bewildered. Achoo! An unexpected itch in her nose triggered a sneeze. Instantly, golden-haired Lan Shi transformed back into blue-haired Lan Shi. What? So it was this. Lan Shi flicked her hair back with a sweet smile, lifting Sun Wukong as they headed back. As Bulma fell, dust swirled up from the ground. Was it truly that simple? It seems I must research something that induces sneezing. As the clock struck 8 a.m., the highly anticipated finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament were upon us. The competition had reached its most exhilarating phase, and we are eager to discover who will emerge victorious. Presenting the contestants, Tien Shinhan, the disciple of Master Crane, and Yamcha, the disciple of Master Roshi. Incredible. Almost all the top 8 are disciples of Master Crane and Master Roshi. Truly remarkable. I'll make you roll your eyes without lifting a finger. Yamcha grinned confidently, ready to demonstrate how he would defeat Tien Shinhan. Humph, let the truth be revealed. Although Yamcha possessed considerable strength, Tien Shinhan surpassed him, boasting greater combat experience. New Wolf-Fang Fist. Yamcha shouted, unleashing his latest attack. Hundreds of fist shadows charging towards Tien Shinhan's face. Tien Shinhan relied on his third eye to evade, swiftly retreating several paces. This is troublesome. Yamcha's speed is not far behind mine. Dakobo. Tien Shinhan unleashed a series of energy blasts that appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Trivial techniques. Yamcha performed several acrobatic flips to dodge the energy blasts, his heel striking out with sudden force, closing the distance to Tien Shinhan in an instant. Take this. In a flash, hundreds of fist winds surged forth, forcing Tien Shinhan to retreat repeatedly, his back arching. For demon fists, Tien Shinhan utilized his third eye, grasping both of Yamcha's hands with his own. What? Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by the unexpected technique that sprouted additional hands. What sorcery is this? Here it comes. The tide of battle shifts. The referee's excited voice rang out. This is bad. If I can't break free, it's game over. Master Roshi, hidden from view, gripped the railing tightly, his palms sweaty. Dakobo. Tien Shinhan aimed for a swift conclusion, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts with his additional hands. Haha. Yamcha suddenly burst into laughter, bringing his feet together. Burning out. The fourth one is still too difficult. Chapter 48. Wukong vs. Tianjinhan. A flash of blue light erupted as the Kamehameha wave struck Tianjinhan's head. Ever since Son Goku utilized the Kamehameha at my feet in the previous tournament, I devoted myself to arduous study, and finally mastered it a year later. Yamcha chuckled with pride. Did you think I had no tricks up my sleeve? What does having for arms matter? Haha. Tianjinhan gasped for breath. He had indeed been overly careless. Dumplings, unleash your super abilities. The Crane Hermit, sensing the dire situation, immediately commanded Dumplings. Yes. Dumpling's arm flashed with blue light, yet Yamcha stood unaffected. What is going on? Dumplings, you're too far from the ring to reach. Damn it, hurry. The Crane Hermit rushed forward with Dumplings towards the front row of the audience. Haha, it seems you're about to lose. Yamcha once again gathered the Kamehameha wave in both hands. Is that so? Tianjinhan suddenly appeared before Yamcha, his 4 hands grasping Yamcha's wrists, interrupting the Kamehameha. What? You can still move. You were too careless. Solar Flare. Kamehameha. Tianjinhan had no time to waste, unleashing his strongest technique directly. A brilliant light shone as his back hands formed a triangle. This is bad. That's a Kamehameha. It's several times more powerful than before. I thought Yamcha's training over the past 3 years would yield some transformation, yet it seems his careless nature remains unchanged. Master Roshi covered his forehead. What a fool. A blinding flash illuminated the arena as the Kamehameha struck Yamcha, sending him hurtling away, crashing down 100 meters beyond the ring, spewing black smoke. Tianjinhan panted heavily, grateful that this guy had been reckless. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer. However, his own energy was running low. As the referee counted down, Yamcha rose once more. Yamcha has stood up again. Haha. Exhausted, Yamcha had expended all his energy, but had finally defended against that Kamehameha. What? You can still stand. Are you some kind of cockroach? Yamcha swung a punch towards Tianjinhan's head, but Tianjinhan barely dodged, retaliating with a side kick. Yamcha also evaded, using all his strength to tightly grasp Tianjinhan's body. You will fall. The Indomitable will propel Yamcha, his teeth sinking into Tianjinhan's neck. Ah, are you a dog? Tianjinhan winced in pain, his index finger unleashing the Dodon Ray. It seemed he was about to lose. What a pity for Son Goku. It was a close match. Yet Yamcha's carelessness cost him the victory. Boom. As the Dodon Ray struck, Yamcha finally collapsed. With the referee's announcement, Tianjinhan emerged victorious. What a shame. Krillin shook his head. Krillin versus Son Goku. Krillin adjusted his martial arts uniform, eyes resolute. Don't hold back. All right. Both competitors took the stage. Yamcha sighed. Carelessness? It seemed to be in his nature. Perhaps he never considered changing? Haha. My training is still far from sufficient. Nanny, what is this? The Pilaf gang knelt in terror, huddling together. A rice cooker erupted in a cloud of green smoke, gradually forming a figure with green skin. Haha, I have finally emerged. King Piccolo laughed maniacally, declaring his long-awaited freedom. He aimed to conquer the world, to annihilate humanity. He vowed to obliterate everything that those who sealed him had cherished. Quick, set up the camera. A dejected Puer adjusted the camera to focus on the arena. Yamcha has lost. The perspective shifted to Krillin and Goku. The match commenced. In an instant, both fighters vanished from their original positions, stirring up small clouds of dust. Bang! The The sound of steel colliding echoed as their fists met with force. Not bad. Goku praised. A rare commendation. Hehe, today is different from before. Goku increased his strength, sending a powerful blow back at Krillin. What immense power. Krillin's pupils constricted, sweat pouring down his face, seeping into his chest. What are you dawdling for? Goku vanished again, reappearing beside Krillin in the blink of an eye. Wow. Krillin's face flattened as he was sent flying by a punch. His body bounced off the ring like a rubber ball, dust and debris coating his martial arts uniform. Krillin adjusted his position on the ground and looked up. Why is that foot getting bigger? Bang. Krillin was kicked dozens of meters away once more. So fast. He could barely discern the speed of Goku's strikes, let alone their locations. This time, Goku unleashed his full power but did not rush to conclude the match. Krillin, using the momentum, leaped into the air, gathering time to react. Where is he? Where? Krillin scanned left and right, Goku's figure appearing like a specter. Sometimes to his left, sometimes hundreds of meters away. What difference is there from a ghost? The reality was that Goku's speed was so swift that the naked eye could not perceive it. Are you ready? Krillin's eyes widened as Goku, having been hundreds of meters away a moment ago, now eerily floated beside him. Just as he turned his head, a golden Kamehameha surged towards him. The freeform wave. A technique Goku had created 3 years prior. Boom. Dust erupted from the ring as Krillin was once again knocked down. So fast. Tianjin gritted his teeth. It was too quick, too quick. His eyes barely managed to keep pace. Can I really win? Impossible, right? You can definitely do it. The Crane Hermit's unwavering voice rang in Tianjin's ears, always believing in him. For his disciple was a genius. Haha. Krillin struggled to rise. His left cheek and hand struck by the Kamehameha. Blood trickled down his arm, staining the bricks below. He hadn't even unleashed a technique and was already entirely defenseless. It's over, Krillin. Goku's figure slowly materialized, the Kamehameha wave in his hands advancing toward him. Krillin was sent flying from the ring, ultimately collapsing into unconsciousness. Congratulations to Son Goku for his victory. The audience eagerly awaits whether Goku can once again claim the championship. This is sheer domination. Too powerful. Son Goku is simply beyond measure. Can't we ban him? I think so too. Other longtime fans chimed in. Every match involving Goku was so fast that they could only pause frame by frame on the camera. This is too much to ask. As the referee's voice echoed throughout the arena, Krillin, with blurred consciousness, fell backward. Yet, Goku caught him, cradling him back to the resting area. From his waist, he retrieved 2 Senzu beans, tossing them to Yamcha and Krillin, instructing them to chew. Thank you, what are these? So miraculous. The wounds on Yamcha vanished, and all pain dissipated, leaving him feeling utterly relieved. Chapter 49, The Strongest. The Birth of a Champion. A place all martial artists yearn for, Karen Tower. It is home to a celestial being revered as the god of martial arts. So incredible. Yamcha was astonished, secretly resolving that after the martial arts tournament, he too would climb Karen Tower. Where is it? Where? After consuming the Senzu bean, Krillin awoke from unconsciousness, leaping up immediately. So you've become this strong because you visited the tower of the martial god. Krillin was filled with excitement, wondering if he too could grow as powerful as Goku if he went there. Pretty much. I've made up my mind. I'm going. Krillin shouted. Me too. Yamcha echoed. Let us go. Now, presenting Son Goku versus Tianjin. The referee's voice was charged with excitement. The final battle had arrived. Goku leaped from the resting area, standing in the center of the ring. Humph. Though Tianjin felt the odds were slim, his spirit remained unyielding. I may not necessarily lose, but if I lose my momentum, then I definitely will. The Senzu beans can heal injuries. Tianjin Fan took the beans, feeling a sense of curiosity, yet consumed them without a hint of trepidation regarding potential poisoning. If victory must be procured through despicable means, then this individual's path is destined to be short-lived. You are unafraid of my poison. What is there to fear? If you were to poison me, then you would be no better than that. Tianjin Fan proclaimed with arrogance, as the pain from his injuries faded upon consuming the miraculous beans, a surge of energy enveloping him, restoring his wounds and gradually enhancing his vitality. Truly a rare and wondrous treasure. Tianjin Fan exclaimed in astonishment, never having imagined such a gem existed in the world. The match commenced. With the referee's voice echoing, Sun Wukong vanished from Tianjin Fan's sight in an instant. Although your injuries have healed, you remain no match for me. As he reappeared, Tianjin Fan was sent flying, rolling across the ground several times, his leg muscles straining as he soared dozens of meters into the air. I didn't see that coming. Tianjin Fan's pupils constricted, veins bulging across his body. After all, he possessed 3 eyes. How could this be? Descend. Sun Wukong no longer held back, concentrating the Kamehameha, unleashing a tremendous explosion. The azure beam descended like a galaxy crashing to Earth, unleashing devastation. Kamehameha wave. Utilizing the inertia from the flying technique and the Kamehameha, Tianjin Fan narrowly evaded the attack. Hurry, Jiaozi. Tianjin Fan is about to lose. Master Roshi was astonished at how formidable the old turtle's disciple was, far more terrifying than his master. Yes, yes, Jiaozi replied in a panic, struggling to track Sun Wukong. He was simply too fast. A flash of blue light, the superpower activated. After releasing the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Huh. His entire body erupted with energy, causing Jiaozi's superpower to vanish instantaneously, proving ineffective. The energy blast, invisible to the naked eye, departed Sun Wukong's body. In a mere breath, Master Roshi was pierced, collapsing in the audience. What is happening? My consciousness is fading, blood oozing from his chest as he fell. Master! Jiaozi shouted in alarm. At this moment, Tianjin Fan remained lost in the terror of the previous encounter, utterly oblivious to Sun Wukong's subtle maneuver. Enough. It is time to conclude this. Sun Wukong had played long enough on the ring. What do you mean? Before Tianjin Fan could finish, his awareness blurred, darkness enveloping him, and he plummeted from the sky. Sun Wukong has once again claimed victory. He is the strongest in the world. The blonde referee piloting the flying craft clutched the microphone, exclaiming with excitement. Sun Wukong slowly descended, raising his right hand. Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong! The audience erupted in jubilant shouts. This is sheer domination. Truly, it took mere moves to vanquish his opponent. Bulma pressed the shutter, setting down the camera with a sigh. Amazing! Launch exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Incredible! Wukong, covering her ears. She slowly distanced herself from Launch. Her eardrums were about to give out. Honestly, amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd, Krillin and Yamcha entered the losers bracket. Ultimately, Yamcha edged out slightly, with Krillin finishing fourth in the martial arts tournament, unable to grasp the Super Soldier title, only receiving a modest prize. Sun Wukong stood upon the podium as the camera flashed, his smile captured eternally within the frame. Such a pity, falling short of the top three. Krillin sighed, disheartened to settle for fourth place. Here you go. Sun Wukong tossed the Super Soldier to Krillin, appearing utterly unconcerned. Huh, for me. What about you? That has something that can enhance your physique. Krillin gasped, astonished by Wukong's generosity. It's fine, I've already used it. Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. Since absorbing the water of the gods, the Super Soldier was of no further use to him. Is that so? Krillin placed the Super Soldier into his pocket, suddenly realizing. How did you obtain this? I took it. You just insert it directly, but remember to use it soon. Sun Wukong said, departing with his bank card, leaving behind a stunned Krillin. You can even obtain the Super Soldier? You're truly amazing. You say the Dragon Balls are here? Yes. I wouldn't dare deceive you. Oh great Lord Piccolo. Pilaf and his gang sat up straight, bowing deeply. I doubt you would dare. Lord Piccolo dashed into the laboratory, seizing the Dragon Balls. Miles away, he summoned the Eternal Dragon. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, turning day into night. Has Lord Piccolo finally acquired the Dragon Balls? How intriguing. Sun Wukong continued to munch on the fruit Bulma had handed him. Hurry and become young again, then divide with Piccolo. I can hardly wait to train with the Supreme Kai. This diminutive body is finally going to grow. He was long displeased with using a child's body to flirt with girls. Transforming back into his youthful form, Lord Piccolo unleashed a wave of energy, obliterating the Eternal Dragon. Henceforth, the world shall know no more of the Eternal Dragon. Lord Piccolo erupted with energy, proclaiming his return to this world. Pilaf and his gang were left speechless. Are you insane? Why destroy the Eternal Dragon? Did it hinder you? Fool. On the other side. This is not good. That is. Master Roshi broke into a cold sweat. Lord Piccolo has broken free from his seal. Veins bulged on his left leg as the stone tiles beneath him shattered, leaping hundreds of meters into the air. In an instant, Master Roshi arrived beside Sun Wukong. Lord Piccolo has revived. He is an exceptionally terrifying creature. Master Roshi gathered Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and the others, trembling as he recounted Lord Piccolo's powers and the tales of martial arts Master Mateto to everyone. I seek your commentary. I request 5-star reviews. Chapter 50, Demon Sealing Wave. Please impart your Demon Sealing Wave to me. What did you say? Impossible. That is an extremely dangerous technique. Master Roshi's veins bulged. His face flushed. Can such a thing be used recklessly? What do you treat life as? I merely wish to study it. Study? That is out of the question. It is exceedingly perilous. I am not like you. Wait until you grow up, then I will teach you. You are still too young and lack steadfastness. I fear you might conjure some monstrous abomination, and I know your character, Sun Wukong. Old man, do not treat me like a child. Of course not. Am I the sort who does not keep my word? Master Roshi immediately retorted, asserting his integrity. He was renowned for his righteousness and selflessness in his youth. Though he had become somewhat lecherous, after all, no flaw can overshadow the brilliance. Master Roshi secretly indulged in his self-admiration. Very dangerous, indeed, Bulma worriedly thought. She did not wish for Sun Wukong to risk his life to save the world. What if he accidentally lost his life? How the world fares has nothing to do with Sun Wukong. He should simply live as he pleases. Krillin and Launch also grew concerned. After all, this was a being even martial arts master Mateto could not defeat, only capable of sealing. Merely an old ghost from a bygone era. Does he dare to compare himself to me? Sun Wukong scoffed, his energy surging, exuding an overwhelming presence. A fierce wind arose, as if he were a living deity of martial arts. Wukong! Krillin shouted in shock. Before this vast expanse of energy, even Lord Piccolo would seem insignificant. Wouldn't he? Old man, watch as I sever Lord Piccolo's head. With that, Sun Wukong leaped thousands of meters into the sky, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Wukong, you must return alive. Launch thought anxiously. What? Wait, Wukong! Master Roshi shouted angrily. Acting recklessly before understanding the enemy's strength would lead to great peril. Do not worry, he is the strongest person in the world. Bulma reassured from the side. This reckless little brat. Master Roshi fumed, stamping his feet. Piccolo is an everlasting shadow in my life, influencing my judgment of his prowess. Perhaps Goku could indeed prevail, for he is undoubtedly more formidable than the martial arts master. Meanwhile, Goku arrives at the site of Piccolo's egg-laying within a mere 3 minutes. With his verdant skin and small horns, it is evident that he is an extraterrestrial being. The rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo is in the throes of producing his first offspring. Weakling. What? The Demon King Piccolo is taken aback, sensing an overwhelming power. A grave danger looms. It is astonishing that the current martial arts experts are several dozen times more powerful than the master who sealed him. He quietly bites into the egg, causing the yolk to flow back into his belly. Humph, the one who shall kill you is indeed too feeble. To be audacious when necessary, to be proud when warranted, to exhibit humility when appropriate, and to be cautious when required. These are the tenets of Goku's second life. Such brazen hubris. Goku's finger twitches slightly, a mocking expression crossing his face. Suddenly, a line of blood appears on Piccolo's arm, and within a second, it falls to the ground. Who are you? The Demon King Piccolo clutches his severed arm tightly, crying out in agony. Such power, it cannot be real. Piccolo's grotesque visage resembles that of a dying fiend, his struggles appearing hideous. Goku remains expressionless, his finger twitching again. No. Whatever you want, I shall grant it. Just spare me. Goku's body suddenly halts, standing vacantly. Indeed, as long as you do not kill me, I shall fulfill all your desires. Hope flickers in Piccolo's eyes. Fortunately, he is a selfish being. You are not worthy. By the way, you are truly weak, like a mere ant, easily crushed. Piccolo's face turns ashen, as if plunged into a frigid abyss. Goku's mocking voice, akin to a demon's whisper, elevates Piccolo's terror to its zenith. With a twitch of his finger, Piccolo's legs buckle beneath him, blood gushing forth, staining the grass. Farewell, for someone has offered a higher price. A cold voice resonates in Piccolo's ears, unilaterally condemning him to death. His green body, akin to a vine, is severed by Goku's hand. I shall take your head. Goku departs with the severed head in hand, like a bolt of lightning. A few hundred meters away, on a mountain peak, a strong wind blows, toppling trees. The corpse of the Demon King Piccolo is swept away by the gale. Loose soil, seemingly recently excavated, is scattered by the wind, leaving a pallid expanse. My child, do not seek revenge. He is too powerful. Pursue your own desires, whether hero or villain. My hope. I now wonder how Goku is faring. It drives me to despair. Master Roshi paces anxiously, quite agitated. Indeed, Launch, chewing on a popsicle, fails to notice the melting drips onto her clothing. Have faith in him. Bulma retrieves the dragon radar from her capsule, trembling slightly. Why isn't the Dragon Ball showing? What has transpired? Are you alright, Bulma? Krillin offers her a tissue. I'm fine. Yamcha's gaze is fixated on the sky, his unease intensifying. We should be united. We should not fight alone. He speaks with prideful hypocrisy. Yes. We cannot let Goku face this alone. Puar shouts from the side, whatever challenges arise, we shall tackle them together. Do not worry. After all, I am the strongest. Goku stands mysteriously behind Master Roshi, holding a head aloft. You rascal. You nearly terrified me to death with that head. Master Roshi turns in surprise, only to be met with shock. The eyes of the Demon King Piccolo, fixated upon him, are truly petrifying. I knew you could do it. Yamcha exclaims, excitedly putting his arm around Goku's shoulder. This is wonderful. We have saved the world. Bulma exclaims jubilantly. Hey, it's me, right? Haha, of course it's us. Goku smiles as he takes Bulma's fair hand. Indeed. With smiles returning to their faces, they celebrate their victory in saving the world. Roaming through the Imperial City, they vow to consume everything in sight. Don't snatch. I shall snatch. Ah, you there. Goku, try this, it's delicious. What? I ask you, what is it? Ah, protect the vegetables. There's saliva on them. A group of gluttons, not as gluttonous as you, Grandpa Goku. The youth devours all the food, leaving 5 sprawled on the ground. Please give 5-star reviews. Please give 5-star reviews. Launch, Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha. Chapter 51, The Deity. We're going to train again. Bulma laments, and now this? What about later? Fear not. It's the last 3 years. This is the most crucial phase. Goku's face is serious. All right. Goodbye, Goku. Remember to visit often. Launch waves. Certainly. That phrase sounds oddly familiar to me, Bulma muses. Crossing bustling streets and navigating through the throngs of people. Are we here? Launch walks resolutely behind her brother. Launch requests to train with him, to which Goku agrees. Lapis greets you. Mr. Goku, please teach me. Lapis speaks respectfully. Initially, he bore a look of defiance. But upon learning that his martial arts training was conceived by Goku himself, he is forever grateful to him. Let us go? Goku nods slightly, indifferent. They soar over seas, forests, and deserts until they finally arrive at Karen Tower. Master, it has been a while. Indeed, it has. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Master Karen's expression is complex. Perhaps. It was right not to act back then. Goku, you have saved the world. Goku nods, showing little emotion. It was merely a matter of convenience. The deity has summoned me. I flew straight up. Who are these two? They shall train with you. Without further ado, he hands them over to Master Karen. Goku. Launch grits her teeth. What is the meaning of this? You promised me and then handed me off to someone else. You scoundrel. I can no longer trust you. Listen, in a few months, I will come to fetch you. Goku attempts to pat her head but cannot reach, so he can only fly up. Launch pouts. Utterly unconvinced. Really, the youth declares earnestly, pulling out clothes from the capsule. Look at my past self. I have accomplished it. All right, you must visit me often. Absolutely. Master Karen's beard twitches. How disgusting. Is this what humans call their mating season? Lapis turns away, whistling. Not my concern. After bidding farewell to Launch, he utilizes the instant transmission technique, arriving at the deity's abode in mere seconds. With green skin and a face identical to the demon King Piccolo, this is the deity. You have arrived. Indeed, this deity resembles the demon King Piccolo to an uncanny degree. You are correct. Piccolo is my sin. The deity does not conceal his truth, admitting it outright. He gazes at Goku with a complex expression, realizing that a seemingly trivial decision from long ago became pivotal in saving the world. A warrior of both justice and malevolence. You are truly a contradiction. Goku, you have not fulfilled the conditions I promised. What do you mean? Although Goku understands, he feigns ignorance. Piccolo still lives. Oh, but I personally killed him. How can you claim he still lives? The deity offers no explanation, merely turning away. I yearn for you to encounter someone who mirrors my essence. If their sins are grievous, then let their end be swift. A glimmer of hope lingered within the heart of the celestial being. As promised, I have fulfilled this task. From this moment forth, Bobo, you shall serve as his sparring partner. The divine being committed to 2 endeavors, to restore the Dragon Balls and to locate a mentor capable of imparting martial skills. Indeed, my lord, replied the figure cloaked in black, observing Sun Wukong intently. I am Bobo, the attendant of the celestial being. Sun Wukong unleashed a sudden punch. Fierce as a tempest. Impressive. Bobo deftly sidestepped, appearing behind Sun Wukong in an instant. Such silence during an assault, truly lacking in martial virtue. What is the purpose of such actions? Bobo remained speechless, a realization dawning upon him. Indeed, what is the essence of this? Your martial prowess is commendable, yet it lacks a certain element. What might that be? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed. It is the union of heart and technique. Though your skills are exceptional, your spirit is insufficient. One must be as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning. Your heart does not synchronize with your body. You are always a beat behind. Bobo shook his head. Again, Sun Wukong charged once more. Months later, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kairatsu gazed resolutely, gripping the pillar. Preparing to ascend, Tien Shinhan, having heeded Master Roshi's counsel, departed from his training. After months of companionship with Krillin and Yamcha, he stood firm. With a sudden crash, Bobo was sent flying several meters, landing against a tree, which toppled over. You have graduated, Bobo remarked, astonished. Was it truly only half a year? His battles with Sun Wukong felt like an eternity. Counting the days, he realized it had only been 6 months. Your progress astounds me. And your future fills me with anticipation, Bobo expressed sincerely. Thank you. You are quite remarkable as well. Perhaps due to the earnestness of Bobo's words. Sun Wukong displayed an uncommon courtesy. I can guide you no further. The path ahead is yours to tread alone, and it must be you who walks it. He emphasized the importance of this threefold. Haha, understood. Thank you, Mr. Bobo. It is my duty, Bobo replied, shaking his head. This task was bestowed upon him by the celestial being. It was his responsibility. Sun Wukong tossed out a universal capsule. As the smoke dissipated, a massive machine emerged. The gravity room. This invention, long completed by Bulma, had remained in storage until now, finally coming to fruition. Chapter 52. Transformation. Time flew by, and soon autumn and winter passed quietly. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Lazuli wiped the moisture from her lips, discarding the bottle containing the holy water. Clang. Please, no? Master Karen's face was filled with sorrow. The girl is utterly wasteful. What does it matter? It won't break, Lazuli retorted, savoring her body's sensations. But why has there been no enhancement? Because the holy water is merely ordinary water. There is no enhancement to speak of. Master Karen revealed the truth. You deceive me? Lazuli frowned, her anger igniting. Am I a fool to be played with? I never claimed it. Your little boyfriend Sun Wukong did, and that is not my concern. Master Karen waved his hands in protest. Do not wrongfully accuse me. It was Sun Wukong himself who told you. If you seek answers, find him. Did you not tell Tian Shinhan and the others that the holy water enhances strength? Did I not hear you? When did Sun Wukong say that? He clearly instructed me to train here. Ah, but seizing the holy water is also a form of training. Your heart remains insufficient. Master Karen shook his head, tapping Lazuli with his stick. If you cannot even control your heart, your training is far from complete. Though Sun Wukong's intentions may not be pure, his spirit is remarkable. Go ahead. This place cannot teach you further. Your heart, Mr. Bobo will instruct you on. Master Karen turned to guide others. Understood. Lazuli leaped to the rooftop, gazing up at the clouds obscuring the divine palace. With a gentle step, she soared into the sky, employing her aerial technique. Krillin, Tian Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Lapis all bore expressions of disbelief. Are you implying that my efforts these past days have been in vain? The group was left in tears, for had it not been for Lazuli, they would still be in the dark. What is with those expressions? Climbing Korin Tower and contending for the holy water are all exercises that will amplify your strength. You little ones are so ambitious. Both strength and heart require training. Master Karen's parting words lingered as he savagely bit into a dried fish. Tian Shinhan and the others exchanged glances before finally approaching Master Karen. Thank you for your unreserved guidance. What I said is merely my duty, he replied, though a slight smile crept upon his lips, revealing his good mood. Now return to your training. Do not linger. As Lazuli traversed the vast cloud cover, a grand structure came into view. Is Wukong here? In an instant, she soared upward, standing at the celestial being's abode. A large machine? Does the divine being also utilize such devices? Greetings, Mr. Bobo offered. Hello, is this the palace of the celestial being? Lazuli confidently brushed back her hair, exuding poise. Indeed, may I inquire who you are? Bobo asked, perplexed. This is my proof. Lazuli produced a bell from her pocket and tossed it to Bobo. Oh, however, to meet the divine being, you must pass my test. Lazuli immediately countered. I have no interest in meeting any divine being. I wish to see Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, the boy with the tail. Bobo was taken aback. If you do not wish to meet the divine being, then why do you require the bell? In that machine, I have been instructing him for 6 months. But he no longer needs it. Bobo pointed to the colossal machine. Here, you deceitful scoundrel. You promised to let me see him, yet in an entire year, you have not allowed me a glimpse. You fool. Fool. Great fool. Though Lazuli's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, her face remained expressionless. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Come out. Come out. As the girl's voice rang out like a bell, the youth in the gravity room ceased his training. The red lights of the gravity room shone like hellish flames, as the boy trained relentlessly, his once loose muscles now forged into impenetrable sinew. Ah, here I come. The boy opened the door to the gravity room and emerged slowly. Sun Wukong? You are Sun Wukong. The once diminutive figure from her memories had vanished, replaced by a towering young man. His muscles were taut, exhibiting a flawless physique. The serene countenance bore a hint of mischief, and his gaze sparkled like the moon and stars, seemingly capable of encompassing all the world's wonders. Standing still, he emanated an aura akin to a towering mountain, commanding respect without uttering a word. What's wrong? Do you not recognize me? So handsome. After a year apart, you've become even more dashing, Razili mused. Sun Wukong lowered his head and inhaled the fragrance of roses from Razili's neck. You've grown even more beautiful. The breath that brushed past her ear made Razili's cheeks flush slightly, and her ears tingled. Stop, stop. Why have you hardly reached out to me this past year? Her voice grew softer. You two needed to cultivate. Naturally, I wouldn't want to disturb you. Oh, is that so? Your visit would never be a disturbance. With a faint belief in Sun Wukong's reasoning, Razili's smile brightened like the sun, melting away the winter's chill. Like a pristine flower illuminated by sunlight, she radiated brilliance. First, let me congratulate you on passing Master Karen's training. After a year of cultivation, Sun Wukong felt tremendous growth, not only physically, but also in spirit and heart. A truly wondrous transformation. Most significantly, he no longer needed to look up to others. Placing his hand on Razili's head, he caressed her hair, the scent of roses intensifying. Stop it. His teeth pried open her lips, enveloping her tongue. Moments later, they parted, and Razili wiped the corner of her mouth. That was so sudden. Her already flushed cheeks deepened in color. Haha, I couldn't help it. You are simply too beautiful. Well, now I know. I shall forgive you this time. The girl's voice trembled slightly, her shyness apparent, yet she remained proud. It was utterly impossible to be indifferent to women. It had merely been a matter of physical growth. In just 1 year, Sun Wukong had matured completely, brimming with natural warmth. Come, let me see how your cultivation has progressed. Sun Wukong scooped Razili into a princess carry and walked toward a spacious area. Ah, I didn't expect you to be so forward after a year apart. Has your maturity also reached its peak? You foolish monkey. Razili clung tightly to Sun Wukong's neck. She then stepped away from his embrace, striking a pose. Her skills had improved remarkably. She had become even more flawless. Come on, this time, I'll make you eat dirt, Razili declared with unshakable confidence. Chapter 53. 3 years flew by. Sun Wukong chuckled, unfazed. At will. After learning the at-will fist from Sun Wukong, Razili did not pursue the turtle school's techniques, as her current strength rendered further learning unnecessary. Mastering the control of her energy alone could occupy her for a lifetime. Other techniques were superfluous. The golden light streaked across the sky like a meteor descending to Earth. Not bad, Sun Wukong assessed, though he felt a touch of impatience. Sun Wukong did not dodge or evade. Instead, he strode forward with confidence, entirely unconcerned. What? Upon being struck by the at-will wave, smoke billowed around. Sun Wukong emerged unscathed from the haze, not even a thread of his clothing damaged. Excellent, excellent. Your power has increased significantly. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong teleported in front of Razili. Run. Razili attempted to flee, but Sun Wukong was faster. Before she could move, his arms ensnared her. He leaned close to her ear and gently bit down. It seems you cannot escape now. How despicable. You scoundrel, be quiet. Under normal circumstances, Razili would have relished the attention, but in battle, it was a source of humiliation. She struggled fiercely, her legs flailing, stomping on Sun Wukong's feet. Humph. Sun Wukong remained unmoved, biting down harder on Razili's ear. Let us have a fair fight. Razili suddenly turned, gazing intently at Sun Wukong. All right. Release Razili and step back a few paces. Huh. Razili launched a powerful punch, seemingly unstoppable. Sun Wukong effortlessly sidestepped her strike as she unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Each one evaded as if no matter her effort, she could not land a blow. Crack! A flash of lightning struck, sending Razili hurtling backward, shattering the stone bricks and stirring up clouds of dust. Sun Wukong retracted his tail. As the dust settled, Razili lay unconscious on the ground. Beside them, Bobo was drenched in cold sweat, initially speechless at their sweet exchanges. Now he was astounded by Sun Wukong's ruthless prowess. Is she truly your beloved? A drop of sweat fell to the ground as Bobo hurried back to the temple, not daring to look back. He gently lifted Razili, a fierce wind sweeping away the dust from her clothes. I have matters to attend to. I shall rest for a while. Sun Wukong returned to the gravity chamber. Pressing the switch, the screen displaying 40 times gravity. The golden sun illuminated the divine temple as night fell. Since Razili remained unconscious, Sun Wukong selflessly sacrificed his own comfort to bathe her. Stripping away her garments, he placed the young girl into the tub, her skin as white as snow, smooth and delicate. Drip, drip, drip. Finally, he finished washing her entire body, dried her off, dressed her in pajamas, and laid her on the bed. Sun Wukong kissed her porcelain forehead. Good night. Click. The lights extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. The following morning. Ah, you foolish monkey. A year later, the members of Rapes completed their training and arrived at the Divine Palace, while Rapes stealthily entered her sister's room. For you. Razili handed over the majority of her savings accumulated over the years to Rapes. Wonderful. Rapes exclaimed, elated by the scent of money. He had endured a year in Karen Tower, bored to tears, and now he had finally received his reward. With this, he could buy countless treasures. Hee hee. Razili's condition. Do not come to the Divine Palace for training for 1 year, and she would grant Rapey 70. A year later, inside the gravity chamber, the pristine white sheets were stained crimson, a thin blanket covering the two. Sun Wukong held Razili tightly against him. As Razili withdrew from his embrace, she tidied up the remnants of the previous night, her legs trembling slightly. Calmly, Razili took out a senzu bean and consumed it. Instantly, the pain in her thighs vanished, and her legs steadied. Get up. It's your fault I slept so late. Razili stepped on Sun Wukong's face to rouse him. Sun Wukong groggily opened his eyes, showing no urgency to dress. He scooped Razili up in a princess carry. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets echoed from the bathroom, shadows cast through the curtains. Splash, splash, splash. After a while, the sounds of water ceased, and they emerged from the bathroom, dried off. Sun Wukong dressed and approached the sink to brush his teeth and wash his face. Razili, dressed in her carefully selected outfit, entered to brush her teeth and wash her face, her delicate little feet stomping hard on Sun Wukong's ass. What's wrong? Look what you did. Razili revealed faint red marks all over her exquisite collarbone. I can't wear the outfit I prepared. Thankfully, I had several ready. Haha, sorry. I forgive you. Razili smiled sweetly, easily forgiving Sun Wukong. As they brushed their teeth, Sun Wukong offered Razili a toothbrush filled with toothpaste. After a lengthy moment, the two emerged from the gravity chamber, greeted by the long-awaited 5 companions outside. Hey, are you ready yet? Bobo inquired of Sun Wukong, not doubting the other's ability to defeat King Piccolo. Rather, he was astonished by Sun Wukong's incredible growth over the past 3 years. Surely no one in the entire galaxy could rival Sun Wukong now, he mused. Of course. Sun Wukong nodded. Aside from gaining Razili, his strength had soared to new heights. All of his potential has been unleashed, and it is now anticipated that his combat power reaches an astonishing 1 million, if not even greater. Upon releasing his full aura, a tempest swirls around him, the clouds are torn asunder, and the earth fractures, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Not to mention the formidable demon King Piccolo. Even if the Supreme Kai were to merge with Piccolo again, they would stand no chance against the current Son Goku. 3 years have passed. Participating in the martial arts tournament to validate strength? Perhaps it is best to forego that notion. Krillin waves his hand dismissively, acknowledging that he was never a match for Goku in the past, and certainly is not now. Half a year ago, he was left utterly astonished by that vast, abyss-like aura that seemed to stretch into infinity. Neither Tien Shinhan nor his companions wish to engage in combat with Goku, for they are simply not on the same level. However, they have not emerged empty-handed. Even the weakest among them, Kaiatsu, boasts a combat power of 500. As night envelopes the sky above the imperial capital, a gentle rain begins to fall. The martial arts tournament, where are they? Were they not supposed to attend this year's event? Bulma frets. Indeed. Why hasn't Son Goku returned yet? Blonde-haired Launch bears a fierce expression. That detestable Goku, who promised to stay in touch, has not reached out in 3 long years. I must teach him a lesson. Oh dear, you all have become quite beautiful over the years. The turtle hermit blushes, edging closer. Get away from me, you old coot. Launch exclaims, sending the turtle hermit flying with a single slap, crashing through 3 walls before coming to a halt. Covered in dust and utterly disheveled, the turtle hermit remarks, your temper remains as fiery as ever. I still prefer the blue-haired version of you. As soon as he finishes speaking, Launch erupts, gathering her energy and unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom. The turtle hermit's clothing is shredded, his body charred, and he spits out a plume of black smoke as he collapses to the ground. Chapter 54, Bulma and Launch. Now you know my prowess, don't you? Launch tosses her hair back, her demeanor dripping with disdain. After injecting herself with the super soldier serum and dedicating 3 years to her training, she has successfully mastered the Kamehameha wave. Bulma, on the other hand, has not exercised. Aside from extending the duration of her transformation, she has seen little improvement. Yet, she adores the gifts from Goku, feeling invigorated no matter what she does. Truly splendid. A little girl's balloon floats in the air, caught by the leaves and stranded. My balloon. The girl cries, her eyes brimming with tears. Let me help you, Bulma says, rushing to the girl's side to offer comfort. Then tiptoeing in an attempt to retrieve the balloon. Oh no, I can't reach it. As she prepares to jump, a large hand suddenly retrieves the balloon and returns it to the girl. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big sister. The girl's tears vanish as she skips joyfully back home. It has been a long time. Bulma has matured significantly in just 3 years, transforming from a girl into a stunning woman. Who are you? Bulma asks, puzzled. As Goku removes his hat, revealing his hair, she exclaims, it's Goku. Launch is the first to react. enveloping him in a tight embrace. I can't believe how handsome you've become. Bulma also comes to her senses, playfully poking at Goku's abdomen. Oh my, you have abs now. Just imagine if I were to marry Goku. Bulma's cheeks flush with crimson as her thoughts wander. Hey, why are you running so fast? Launch pouts, brimming with indignation. That greedy man. Wanting even more after already having her. What a scoundrel. Moments later, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha arrive in quick succession. Quickly register. Time is running out. Don't worry. I'm the champion. No need to register or participate in the preliminaries. How is that for a privilege? We made it to the top 8. So we don't have to participate in the prelims either. Why didn't you tell us sooner? We've been waiting here for nothing. After chatting with the turtle hermit and Bulma for quite some time, the hours slip away and the light rain begins to cease. The sky, once shrouded in dark clouds, is now streaked with openings revealing twinkling stars. At 11 p.m., the martial arts tournament is prepared with Son Goku as its exclusive assistant. And the Red Ribbon Army is ready. You've grown up. You can't sleep with us anymore. Bulma declares. Then I'll sleep with Launch. Bang, bang, bang. No one can sleep with you. Goku thuds to the ground, smoke billowing from his head. Launch, originally blonde, has reverted to her blue-haired form thanks to Bulma's invention and gazes at Goku with wide, innocent eyes, her face flushed. Launch, having battled alongside Goku twice, is now sound asleep in her bed. All right, I understand, Goku concedes. That is more like it. Bulma beams with satisfaction. Fine, whatever, Launch replies, her face falling. What kind of expression is that? Bulma silently scoffs. Goku chuckles. Just because you tell me not to go, does that mean I won tea? Seriously, when have I ever been that obedient? At 1 o'clock in the morning, Goku sneaks over to Bulma's bed, gently shaking her awake. What are you doing? Aren't you going to sleep? Bulma murmurs, still drowsy. Shoo. Bulma's eyes widen as her mouth is covered, their lips brushing together. After a long while. You. Bulma stammers, not finishing her sentence before Goku tackles her again. Time passes. You little pervert. Bulma gasps, lying in Goku's embrace, her finger tracing circles on his chest. Sleep now. Goku softly massages Bulma's neck, energy flowing into her body. So warm, what is this? A little magic from the Supreme Kai. An hour later, Goku returns to his own bed, his breathing steady. Bulma feels a sense of relief as she adjusts her blanket. Lying in bed and reflecting on what just transpired, her eyes drifting shut as she succumbs to slumber. Moonlight illuminates the ceiling, its whiteness tinged with a hint of darkness. Sensing the breaths of others, Launch opens her eyes, dark circles evident beneath them. I wasn't asleep. Quietly rising, she turns to see Bulma's eyes tightly shut, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as if she has fought a great battle. With a breath of resolve, Launch moves stealthily, each step heightening her heart's rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart races, her fair cheeks flushing deeper. At last, her petite feet arrive beside Goku's bed, her delicate hands slowly reaching for his larger one. With a sigh of relief, Launch glances back at Bulma, who is breathing steadily, her lips curled into a sweet smile as if she is lost in a beautiful dream. Gritting her teeth, Launch pulls back the covers and dives onto Goku's lap, her head colliding with his chest. Goku jolts awake, his eyes wide, fixated on Launch. I didn't mean to. Launch's words are as faint as a whisper, barely discernible unless one leans in closely. Yet Goku's senses are sharp, and he hears her clearly. Emotions swell within him, and with enthusiasm, Goku embraces Launch tightly. Ah, she exclaims, instinctively clutching his waist, their bodies pressed together. Did you need something from me? Launch furrows her brow, contemplating her response, finally arriving at a suitable excuse, just as she opens her mouth. Goku interrupts, capturing her lips. Sweet and soft, the essence of lavender melting upon contact. Launch's eyes widen, akin to wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Their lips part. You're so annoying. You don't even let me finish my sentence. Launch rests her head against his chest, her fair face flushed, her voice soft and shy. Let us sleep. I'm really so tired. Goku holds Launch close, savoring her scent. I'm not tired. Launch suddenly exclaims, her expression earnest. A sudden sound erupted in the dimly lit room, resembling a shaft of golden light that illuminated the entire space. Launch, realizing the situation, instinctively tightened her legs around Son Wukong's waist, her body tense with apprehension. The blue-haired and black-haired figures exchanged glances, and upon confirming that no one had been awakened, they finally relaxed. With a sigh, Lan Shi's previously taut muscles softened, like a towering peak yielding to the vast plains below. Following this incident, Lan Shi refrained from making any noise, allowing Son Wukong to move as he pleased. All right, let us settle into this position, he murmured. Once he confirmed that this posture was comfortable, he placed his hand on Lan Shi's head and began to cast a hypnotic spell. A swirl of hypnotic gas enveloped her mind, causing her eyelids to flutter until, overwhelmed by drowsiness, she succumbed to sleep. The rhythm of her steady breathing instilled a sense of calm in Sun Wukong, who also employed the same hypnotic technique on himself. Chapter 55. Piccolo. The sun shone brightly, filtering through the curtains. Lazuli, rejuvenated after a restful night, felt invigorated, her spirits lifted. However, she was taken aback by the enormous surprise Sun Wukong had in store for her. Scoundrel! 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 She had thought Sun Wukong was merely speaking in jest. But to her dismay, he had truly acted upon his words. How infuriating! Get up! Get up! As she pulled back the covers, she was met with the sight of Lan Chi's face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Good heavens! So it was you, you vile creature, who betrayed me. You shameless woman. With her delicate feet, Lazuli mercilessly stomped on Sun Wukong's face, rousing him from his slumber. What is going on? What do you think is going on? Lazuli's fury intensified as she pointed an accusatory finger at Lan Chi. Aren't you going to explain yourself? Sun Wukong, his expression impassive, gently placed the still clinging Lan Chi on the bed and hastily dressed. Bulma also awakened, her face a portrait of shock. You too. After Lazuli's frenzied explanation, Bulma's previously hazy mind snapped into clarity. You are far too greedy. This is unacceptable. You can only marry one. Bulma's sharp teeth bit into Sun Wukong's cheek, venting her pent-up rage. In this world, there is no stipulation that one can only marry one. According to imperial law, a man may marry as many as his strength allows. Sun Wukong educated them with utmost seriousness. That is absurd. Lazuli protested vehemently, and as for Bulma, she could tolerate it. But why should she have to share her husband with this harlot? Absolutely not. Be quiet. Even if the law permits it, I will never agree. Bulma was staunchly traditional in matters of such nature. She would never allow her man to have multiple wives. You should reflect on your actions. Bulma stormed out of the room in a fit of rage, leaving cracks in the walls as debris fell. You should reconsider too. Choose between me or those other women. Lazuli snarled, a sinister smile creeping onto her face, as if to say that choosing anyone but her would come at a cost. Following in Bulma's footsteps, she exited the room, leaving Sun Wukong and Lan Chi alone. They are terrifying. Lan Chi, already awake, clung tightly to Sun Wukong's waist, tears welling in her eyes. Appearing utterly forlorn, Sun Wukong embraced her gently, ready to offer comfort. Just marry me, won't you? With their personalities, they will undoubtedly become more outrageous once married. If you marry me, it will be different. I promise to be gentle. Sun Wukong suddenly froze, a sense of unease washing over him. Wait, why does this feel a bit like green tea behavior? Don't worry, I will take care of everything, he assured her as they completed their morning routines and exited the room. Lan Chi bit her lip, her eyes brimming with emotions previously unexpressed. I do not want you to handle anything. I hope those two women give up on you soon. That way, I can have you all to myself. After uttering these words, Lan Chi returned to her usual self and approached the mirror, determined to adorn herself beautifully, outshining those other women. Her lovely blue hair shimmered like the moon, pure and pristine. How annoying. Quickly, Lan Chi retrieved hair dye from her bag, transforming a strand of golden hair into blue. Meanwhile, hello? Violet. Master, I am here. The sultry voice of Violet rang out. Bring out the items that have been prepared. Yes. Violet promptly instructed the researchers to commence their work. Sun Wukong had anticipated this, initially planning a partial deployment, but now he was advocating for a mass infusion of ideas. First, let us have breakfast. After purchasing breakfast, Sun Wukong returned to the martial arts tournament room. Since today was the preliminaries, he was not required to compete. Here is the breakfast I brought for you. Awesome. Lan Chi rushed over to accept the bag with both hands, her enthusiasm palpable as she exclaimed, "Hug me." Sun Wukong lifted Lan Chi and set her on a chair. You eat first. Okay. Sun Wukong then took out his phone, which displayed, How infuriating. How infuriating. With a slight pause, Bulma searched on her phone, Why can men marry multiple wives? The results overwhelmingly supported the notion, with comments and videos alike echoing the sentiment. This revelation shattered Bulma, prompting her to unleash a torrent of curses. Doubt began to creep in. Was she too antiquated in her beliefs? On the other side, Lazuli faced similar results, her searches yielding the same conclusions. Is marrying multiple wives truly the right thing? Of course, it is only natural. This was Sun Wukong's scheme. With the prevalence of smartphones, nearly everyone was exposed to this information, leaving no escape from its influence. If he wished, the information disseminated would only proliferate, gradually distorting perceptions until they were irrevocably altered. Wukong. Lan Chi's voice abruptly interrupted his thoughts. What is it? Will you marry me? Her tone was earnest, even tinged with a hint of raspiness. Of course. I promise. A A sweet smile graced Lan Shi's face. He had never lied to her. This time would be no different. The anxiety that had once consumed her dissipated, replaced by a joyful lightness that encouraged her to eat several more bowls of food. After Lan Shi's interruption, Sun Wukong turned off his phone, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. Piccolo should be arriving soon, right? I wonder if he will still dare to come after I easily defeated him. He had seen all of Piccolo's little schemes. After all, he was the one who had allowed Piccolo to escape. As time trickled by, Bulma and Lazuli seethed with anger. Damn it, why is everything like this? Is there no end to it? I'm sick of watching these videos. The bright day was once again overshadowed by clouds, and soon, a light rain began to fall. Today is payday. Let us go eat pufferfish together. A little girl leaped up, excitedly hugging the man beside her. That is wonderful. I've been longing for another meal. The girl reminisced about the delightful taste from a year ago. You better thank your father properly, you know, the woman said, lifting the girl and placing her on the man's shoulders. Thank you, Daddy. Let us go. The little girl spread her arms wide, soaring on her father's shoulders like a fighter jet. Slow down, the woman cautioned as she supported the little girl. Piccolo, expressionless, took a few steps back. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an intense restlessness. In frustration, Piccolo kicked a stone. Clang. The sound of metal rang out as a traffic light was knocked down by the stone, crashing onto the roadside. Ouch! Ouch! Help! Help! The panicked cries echoed from the street as Piccolo focused on an elderly woman struck by the fallen traffic light. After a moment's hesitation, Piccolo lifted the light and rescued her. Thank you, young man, the woman said gratefully, pulling some fruit from her bag as a token of appreciation before limping away toward the hospital. Chapter 56. Enemy attack. As Piccolo watched the woman retreat into the distance, a flicker of green light emanated from his arm, a faint luminescence merging with her being. Huh, I'm healed. The pain in her backside has vanished, and her feet are no longer sprained. Even the minor ailments of the past have dissipated into nothingness. Thank you, divine beings. Thank you. The woman kneels on the ground, bowing her head, having believed in the deity for decades. Has a miracle finally manifested today? Piccolo finished his apple in one bite and shook his head, departing from the scene. Son Goku. The photograph was abruptly severed, disappearing from Piccolo's grasp and reappearing in a nearby trash bin. This time, he had no intention of participating in the martial arts tournament. Son Goku is formidable, truly formidable, exceedingly powerful. He possesses no chance of victory. How could he avenge his father? With his current strength, he would likely be no match, leaving him to rely on cunning. Piccolo harbored unwavering confidence in his intellect. Just wait, Son Goku. Lan Shi returned to her innocent and lively self ever since that paper was torn. She became increasingly attached to Son Goku, often seeking kisses and hugs. He remained, as ever, engaging in affectionate exchanges with Lan Shi or immersing himself in meditation. His martial arts techniques had become intricate, but in terms of genuine combat prowess, he had few techniques to demonstrate. He must forge even more powerful martial arts, create a technique endowed with multifaceted characteristics. At present, his knowledge and skills in martial arts are virtually unparalleled. With no teachers to guide him, he could only explore and experiment on his own. The Turtle School's Kamehameha, the Universal Shockwave, Dragon Claw, Follow My Will, Key Bomb, Key Puppet, Transformation Technique, Cognitive Reformation, and Multi-Shadow Clone Fist. There are countless other techniques he need not mention. He would think slowly. There was no rush. He found great joy in creating martial arts, which filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Wukong, are you not yet asleep? Lan Shi clung to Son Goku like an octopus, wrapping around him. Sleep. Of course, sleep. He embraced Lan Shi and drifted into slumber. Is Son Goku here? Piccolo slowly opened his eyes, his expression as dark as the depths of water. With this, success is assured. Piccolo retrieved a pouch from his waist, containing a fine pink powder. Its effect, deep, immersive sleep, rendering consciousness nearly impossible to awaken. Even if you possess celestial abilities, what of it? You are still but a mortal. Once Son Goku falls into deep slumber and his energy reaches its nadir, it will be the moment for Piccolo to strike. An hour later, Piccolo observed from a distance of 10 kilometers, the sheer transparency of the curtains rendering them nearly invisible to his eyes. The moonlight illuminated Son Goku's face, his breathing steady, his visage tranquil. Beside him, Lan Shi rested her head against his chest, obscuring her features. Just wait a little longer. Being cautious will serve him well. Piccolo fixated on Son Goku, his toes tensing with anticipation. Should Son Goku notice him, he would flee at once. 3 hours later, Piccolo's heart relaxed slightly. It appeared that Son Goku and the blue-haired woman had succumbed to slumber. Lowering his energy to its lowest point, he approached his target rapidly, finally arriving downstairs. Piccolo moved cautiously toward the room where Son Goku lay, halting to sense the steady rhythm of their breathing. He felt no rush, instead waiting calmly for several minutes. It seemed all was well. Piccolo gently sprinkled the powder into the doorway, employing a unique physical technique to blow the powder inside. Son Goku, prepare to meet your end. Do you require assistance? A faint voice echoed in the dark and silent hallway, akin to a flash of light illuminating the entire world. Piccolo's cold sweat poured forth as he stiffly turned to face an ever-enlarging hand. Boom. The building erupted with a tremendous noise, the walls shattered, and Piccolo was propelled like a cannonball, flying hundreds of meters from the structure. Heh, clever scheme, but ineffective against me. Son Goku had always been a bold sleeper. Not out of confidence in his strength, but due to his inherently powerful soul, which granted him premonition of imminent danger. This was precisely why Son Goku was able to detect Piccolo's presence. In the blink of an eye, Son Goku appeared behind Piccolo. What? How are you so strong? In my memories, you could not possibly be this powerful. Father, you deceived me. Son Goku's strength was starkly different from what the inherited memories had suggested. Piccolo maintained a calm exterior, yet despair gnawed at him within. Merely releasing his aura rendered Piccolo immobile. Years ago, I killed your father. And now you shall meet the same fate. A tranquil voice echoed, causing Piccolo to shudder, panting heavily. This was not fear, but rather a realization of being ensnared. K-bomb. His body felt as though it were being filled with an endless influx of energy, gradually expanding until it transformed into a massive sphere. You are too weak. It seems you cannot even defeat Tenshinhan. Humph. Piccolo snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. Aside from Son Goku, he considered himself the strongest individual in this world. Ultimately, Piccolo did not explode. The energy dissipated at an astonishing speed, and his body slowly reverted to its original state. Why? I came to assassinate you. Why spare me? 3 years ago, I promised a condition to the celestial beings. The condition was that if the Demon King Piccolo showed benevolence, he would be spared. But I am not benevolent. Piccolo never regarded himself as such. In fact, he harbored a hint of wickedness. I consider myself to be benevolent. Son Goku left those words behind, vanishing from sight, leaving Piccolo alone to ponder. Of course, my temper is not mild. Should you return, I will ensure your complete demise. Is that so? I have no need for that. Piccolo scoffed as he departed. Son Goku, you will come to regret this. I shall demonstrate to you that aside from yourself, I am the strongest on this planet. Meanwhile, on the other side. Is it over? Who was that? Just a green-skinned creature. Go to sleep, for tomorrow we have a competition. Good night, my dear. As time passed, the sun shone brightly. The top 100 competition commenced. Tien and Krillin, having rested for a day, arrived at the martial arts tournament, invigorated by the sunlight. The competition continued with a 100-person elimination format, and they easily made it to the top 16. The first contestant faced off against the 70th contestant. The referee's voice boomed across the arena, resonating clearly even 3 kilometers away. The opponent was an adorable young girl, her features exquisite, with almond-shaped eyes that sparkled like stars amidst the vast ocean. Her raven hair flowed like a waterfall, her skin smooth and delicate as jade. In contemporary terms, she radiated purity and charm, reminiscent of a quintessential heroine from a novel. Hee Son Goku. Chi-Chi beamed sweetly, dressed in a martial arts outfit specially crafted by the Ox King, resembling a Chi-Pao, yet not revealing. Chi-Chi. Son Goku already knew her well. Wonderful. Goku, you still remember me. Just as Chi-Chi was about to reminisce further, the referee's voice intruded at an inopportune moment. Chapter 57. The Pure-Hearted Young Girl. Before you stand Son Goku, champion of the last 2 martial arts tournaments. Son Goku. Son Goku. Son Goku. In this digital age, the title of martial arts champion had spread like wildfire across the globe. Son Goku's name was known far and wide. He had been hailed as the strongest man in the world. Most present were his fans, drawn to strength, regardless of gender. Those with power naturally garnered admiration. Could champion Son Goku claim victory once more? Would he become a 3-time champion? Let us await the outcome. The competition commenced. Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson. At this critical moment, what business do you have interrupting? I wish you a lifetime of singlehood. Do you remember the promise we made? Son Goku's gaze remained calm. Of course. Chi-Chi's eyes softened. He was to be her future husband, handsome and powerful. Come on. Son Goku beckoned, signaling for her to attack. Chi-Chi unleashed a fierce battle cry, channeling all her strength. Her power was impressive, yet her technique was lacking. In the face of Chi-Chi's frenzied assault, Son Goku remained relaxed and carefree, as if playing with a puppy. Take that. Chi-Chi released her energy, a beam of light shooting towards Son Goku. Impressive. You can even perform the Kamehameha. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted slightly. Chi-Chi's talent was indeed quite remarkable. Of course, over these years, I have strived to become your wife. Upon finishing her declaration, Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast, as if to convey, "I took our youthful promise to heart. Do not dismiss it as mere childhood frivolity. Very well, are you now willing to marry me?" Sun Wukong maintained his casual demeanor, effortlessly swatting away the scintillating energy that struck the arena behind him, shattering the stone bricks into fragments. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Chi-Chi. "I am willing." Chi-Chi's cheeks reddened further as she shyly covered her face, overwhelmed by the romanticism of the moment. "How very embarrassing to declare my feelings here. Yet, it is also quite enchanting." She giggled. "What on earth is that guy doing?" Master Roshi scoffed. He could not recall that Sun Wukong had ever been one to engage in idle chatter. Something about this pair felt distinctly off. The girl's martial prowess seemed strangely familiar, reminiscent of the turtle school's techniques. I too sensed something amiss. Pu'er concurred. Given his long acquaintance with Sun Wukong, he was certain that the latter harbored feelings for that woman. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would never squander time on such matters, preferring swift resolutions. The precedent was set by that woman, lazuli, mirroring today's events. After the competition concluded, they would converse further. Sun Wukong felt he had lingered in the arena long enough. It was time to draw things to a close. All right. Just as Chi-Chi finished speaking, a sudden whirlwind swept through, lifting her from her feet. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself outside the arena. Truly, my man is exceptional. Only such a man is worthy to be my husband. Though treated so rudely, she felt no anger. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation for their life together post-marriage. And once again, victory belongs to Sun Wukong. The referee's voice rang out, followed by the thunderous cheers of the audience. Wow! Sun Wukong! Sun Wukong! The seasoned spectators of the martial arts tournament were astonished. 3 years had passed, and the once young boy had matured into a young man. It seemed likely that the championship title would once again fall into his grasp. Lighting a cigarette, they lamented how swiftly time had flown. 6 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. Every contender, whether seasoned martial artists or past tournament champions, found themselves unable to compete with him. Chai Ba Wang, the former champion of the martial arts tournament, having experienced defeat, regained his confidence after 3 years of training. He once again reached the top 16, only to be effortlessly vanquished by Sun Wukong, as if he were but a mere obstacle. His spirit shattered. He stumbled out of the tournament in a daze. Nan Wu, relying on his strength, also made it to the top 16, only to be bested by Lapis. However, he felt content. The prize for reaching the top 16 was substantial enough to improve the living standards of his village. His family would find joy, and the days of hunger would soon be behind them, with happiness and well-being on the horizon. The competition intensified. Aside from Jiaozi, all others advanced to the top 8. Tian Xinhan stood atop the arena, exuding an aura of immovability, akin to a colossal mountain. "Who are you?" Tian Xinhan, with his 3 eyes, quickly discerned that the figure before him was a disguise. "Who am I?" "I am, of course, Lockie." The man revealed a sinister smile, emanating a chilling presence, reminiscent of a formidable demon. Tian Xinhan snorted disdainfully, his body surging with power as a tempest swirled within the arena, energy coalescing in his hands. Boom. In the next instant, the energy sphere struck the man's cheek with such force that the surrounding stone bricks shattered into dust. Is that all? The man remained unscathed, his clothing merely dusted with debris. Indeed, taking advantage of the smoke obscuring the man's vision, Tian Xinhan employed his afterimage technique to appear behind him. Sensing the opponent's strength, Tian Xinhan remained cautious, positioning his hands into a triangular formation, channeling his energy outward. Kikaho! A massive shockwave erupted from Tian Xinhan's hands, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The man's pupils constricted as he flew back 100 meters in the blink of an eye. But the vast radius of the energy attack left him with no escape. With a tremendous explosion, the arena was obliterated within a 100-meter radius, revealing the earth beneath. Ha! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the man's garments disintegrated, unveiling his true form. It was none other than Piccolo. I never anticipated Tian Xinhan would resort to such underhanded tactics, exploiting a blind spot for a sneak attack. What? Master Roshi's eyes widened, resembling enormous bells. Piccolo. Wasn't he killed by Sun Wukong? Yes, he was. This is the offspring of the Demon King Piccolo, born just before his demise. Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. You scoundrel. Why leave behind this menace? Master Roshi was nearly apoplectic, clutching Sun Wukong's clothing, his eyes bulging with fury. How could you be so careless? Not at the time. I was unaware until now. Sun Wukong offered a flimsy excuse. You are the Demon King Piccolo. Weren't you vanquished by Sun Wukong? Tian Xinhan retreated several hundred meters. Heh. Win against me first. Piccolo ceased to conceal his power, unleashing his full strength, splitting into 3 doppelgangers to encircle Tian Xinhan. Utilizing the afterimage technique, Tien Shinhan swiftly ascended to a height of 100 meters, his arms extending in a peculiar manner from behind. 4 demon fists. The 3 Piccolos unleashed 6 energy beams, swiftly homing in and striking Tien Shinhan. Seizing the moment Tien Shinhan was distracted, the 3 Piccolos seized him tightly. Boom. A resounding explosion shattered the stones for hundreds of meters, rendering them utterly demolished. In the aftermath of the blast, the green-skinned, bare-chested man lay unconscious in the dirt, and Tien Shinhan emerged victorious. Tien Shinhan had already employed the afterimage technique, hiding behind Piccolo, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike decisively. Your strength indeed surpasses mine. Yet you cannot withstand this blow. This was Tien Shinhan's self-created technique of self-detonating clones, immensely powerful, intended as a means to defeat Sun Wukong. Since comprehending Sun Wukong's strength, Tien Shinhan had abandoned his fantasies, yet he continued to refine the self-detonating clone technique, never anticipating that the first victim would be the Demon King Piccolo. Congratulations to Tien Shinhan for his victory. Chapter 58 follows Chapter 60. Chapter 59, The Most Beautiful Bride at the Wedding. Heh, Sun Wukong chuckled coldly, fully aware of what was transpiring. Then take your time. With that remark, he soared into the sky. For the next 3 to 4 years, I will undoubtedly remain single. I will definitely succeed. After extending invitations to several individuals, Sun Wukong finally completed his task and returned to the estate in the imperial capital. The venue for the wedding was vast, yet the banquet was modest, comprising merely 1 table. How about it? Lazuli casually inquired. Mission accomplished. Sun Wukong extended his arms to embrace Lazuli. As time flowed on, the sun shone brightly. The forest remained lush and vibrant, yet today, the ferocious beasts collectively migrated, trampling a vast expanse of flora and leaving behind countless dark footprints. Soon, it was time for the wedding. Tien Shinhan and Krillin gathered together. I can't believe that little brat Wukong is getting married first while I'm still a single dog, Yamcha lamented, having long since lost his fear of women and now reveling in the company of various hotels. Oh please, still a single dog? Krillin scoffed. Yamcha, once a handsome figure, had become even more popular as a top 8 contender in the martial arts tournament. Countless women sought to share his bed, cycling through one after another. Yamcha chuckled awkwardly. The brides made their grand entrance. 4 brides appeared simultaneously, accompanied by a cacophony of fireworks and confetti raining down. The wedding proceeded at a leisurely pace, following the bustling rituals and the guests indulging in a feast. As time passed, the orange sun began to set. Guests gradually departed, leaving a scene of disarray. In the bedroom, Chi-Chi's eyes widened, her face enveloped in a rosy hue. The following morning, Chi-Chi, embodying the role of a virtuous wife, was the first to rise. As she got up, her legs trembled uncontrollably, and before she could react, she stumbled. Fortunately, she quickly performed a backflip, successfully regaining her balance. The 3 other women arrived, dressing themselves. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, noticing all was well, and promptly closed them again. Last night, he had expended tremendous energy and desperately needed to recuperate. Get up, blonde-haired Lanchi bellowed, tugging fiercely at his face. Last night, every instance required her to pinch her nose. She underwent a relentless succession of personality changes throughout the night, nearly driving her to the brink of madness. At one point, she even believed herself to be the blue-haired Lanchi. What are you doing? This is far too crude. Lazuli could not bear the thought of Sun Wukong facing any harm. Yes. Chi-Chi chimed in. ISNT hitting my husband akin to slapping my own face. You lot. Blonde-haired Lanchi's fury erupted, her entire body trembling. It's not you. Don't talk nonsense here. If you have the ability, why don't you try it? Enough. Sun Wukong gently ruffled blonde-haired Lanchi's hair and carried her out of the room. The remaining onlookers turned their attention to the pristine white mattress, where faint traces of blood could be discerned. Is it still usable? Bulma questioned, lacking experience in such matters. Let it be. We'll get a new one, Chi-Chi replied nonchalantly. Seizing the moment when their focus was diverted to the bed, Lazuli stealthily followed Sun Wukong. Ding ding. The girl wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, her hands wandering aimlessly. Hee. After a while, let us clean up first. The previously furious blonde-haired Lanchi's face suddenly flushed red. Lazuli, Sun Wukong, weren't you the loudest just now? Did you hear anything? Chi-Chi inquired. No, Bulma replied. Her gaze fixated on the sheets, recalling it was her first time. Perhaps it was best to stow that memory away. Is that so? Chi-Chi shrugged it off. The old man from the capital is exceptionally skilled. The soundproofing is impeccable, not a single noise to be heard. Always trust the quality assurance of the 9 clans. In the capital, within the royal palace, my lord, I have brought you the little dance you requested. Violet sat regally upon the king's throne, exuding an aura of elegance and charisma, embodying the essence of a magnificent empress. Sun Wukong cradled Violet in his arms, playfully nibbling at her soft ear. Don't rush. The king collapsed, the blood-red table worth billions becoming even more crimson, as a single drop of water fell to the ground, heralding the arrival of spring's vibrant hue. Take your time to heal. I shall go and check, Sun Wukong announced as he exited the palace. Yes, yes. Violet's flushed cheeks gradually returned to normal. In a certain underground chamber, despair enveloped Xiao Wu, her complexion pale. A year had passed since her capture. Throughout this time, every need could be met. Save for her freedom. What had become of King Pilaf? Why had he not come to rescue her? Though she continuously urged herself to remain calm, her thoughts surged forth like mushrooms after rain. She harbored resentment towards King Pilaf, towards Ashu, for their failure to save her. And most of all, she despised her captors. Long time no see, a voice emanated from outside, calm yet familiar. Who is it? Xiao Wu sprang to her feet, scanning her surroundings in search of the voice's owner. Who are you? She exclaimed in a panic. Of course, it's me. Sun Wukong appeared suddenly, sweeping Xiao Wu into his arms. Why your Sun Wukong? Xiao Wu's pallor deepened. It's over. The ultimate villain, my life is forfeit. I'm going to die. King Pilaf, help. Someone come save me. Observing Xiao Wu's frenzied state, her eyes darting restlessly, her once supple lips now ashen, he covered her mouth. Xiao Wu widened her eyes, tasting a faint sweetness on her lips. He has intentions towards me. She felt a mix of relief and panic, relieved to be alive, yet panic that her first kiss might vanish so easily. Even more troubling was the realization that to him, she was merely a toy for release. No. As the atmosphere intensified, 3 hours later, Xiao Wu, battered and tearful, exclaimed pitifully, You promised. I will. Just do what you must. Yes, I understand. You are always welcome. Xiao Wu hastily assured. Finally, a blissful life awaited. Although it came at a cost, it was still a positive turn of events. Chapter 60, Sun Wufan and Sun Lingyi. After training Xiao Wu, under Chi-Chi's insistence, countless battle invitations were sent, leading to her pregnancy. One fateful night, Lan Shi conceived. After 10 months, Chi-Chi's child was born. It's here. It's a boy. Ox King emerged, cradling the baby with an expression of sheer elation. Chi-Chi, however, appeared pale, leaning against the door frame. Eat some senza beans. Sun Wukong produced the senza beans he had prepared earlier. Upon consuming them, Chi-Chi's pallor vanished, her complexion returning to a rosy hue. So, what shall we name the child? Bulma approached, holding the infant. The baby possessed a head of jet black hair and the characteristic tail of a Saiyan. Sun Wukong's lion? Sun Wukong's will? Lan Shi's fingers were grasped by the baby's tiny hand. That doesn't sound appealing. It should be Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong's will. Lazuli suggested. Haha. Sun Wukong's smile faltered. What a ridiculous name. How about Sun Wufan instead? It would honor my grandfather. Bulma's eyes sparkled with inspiration, clearly pleased. What a wonderful idea. That name is delightful, Chi-Chi exclaimed excitedly. What is so great about it? Let us choose another. Sun Wukong was adamant against using a deceased person's name. It felt ominous. He found it exceedingly discomforting to think of his grandfather as a son. He simply could not bear it. I like it. X3. After a vote, Sun Wukong secured victory with 2 votes against Bulma S3, naming the child Sun Wufan. In truth, he had compromised, settling for a homophonic pun. A month later, Lan Shi's child was also born, sporting the same jet black hair and Saiyan tail. After a day and night of family deliberation, the infant was named Sun Lingyi, largely thanks to Bulma's overwhelming influence, having consumed 5 bottles of water. Done. Done. The gaunt old man stood alongside a handsome youth, their eyes gleaming with excitement, fixated on the scene before them. Within the glass enclosure, a man lay on the ground, breathing heavily, his wounds seeping crimson blood that pooled upon the floor. Every part of him, hands, feet, head, sustained severe injuries, his lifeblood nearly extinguished. Yet, the man's life did not cease. Rather, he continued to struggle, as if something clung tightly to his existence, refusing to let it end. It hurts. I feel so unwell. I beg you. In my suffering, I do not wish to live. The previously sluggish thrashing intensified after the man's anguished cries, erupting into violent tremors, even erratic shaking. In mere moments, he circled the glass enclosure dozens of times, his speed increasing. However, as the concentration of golden gas in the laboratory escalated, the man's wounds suddenly gushed blood, which then curiously coalesced. Ultimately, every wound upon his body healed. Miraculously healed. Ha! Again, following the handsome youth's voice, the man suddenly exploded with a loud bang, his body bursting apart, blood spraying like juice, splattering across the glass. After attendants in white cleaned up, dozens more individuals were gradually brought in. Without exception, each bore fatal wounds, their blood entirely drained, evidently just harvested. The handsome youth wielded a strange golden light, and miraculously, all the fatal wounds healed, blood replenished, as if the earlier blood extraction had merely been an illusion. It worked. This time it truly succeeded. For years later, in a lush forest with a babbling brook, deep within a giant tree hollow. We're home. Mom is waiting for us to eat. Dad, I don't want to. I want to play a little longer. Son Lingy protested, unwilling to return home for a meal. Me too. Me too, Sun Wufan thought. If my sister isn't going back, why should I? What gives? Shut up, you little brat. Sun Wukong was unyielding. Grabbing their tails, the siblings immediately felt weak, collapsing onto the ground. Dad is so despicable. Let go of my tail. Sun Lingy murmured intermittently, her voice frail. Father is despicable. Father is despicable. Sun Wufan joined in the fray, echoing, despicable, despicable, despicable. He remained oblivious, tightly gripping the tails of the siblings as he soared toward home. How infuriating. Father is truly despicable. Yes, yes. Be quiet. You've said that so many times along the way. Sun Wukong felt a surge of impatience within, delivering a series of smacks to the siblings' backsides, leaving them flushed, reminiscent of a monkey's rear. Wow, Daddy hit me. I'm going to tell Mommy. Tell Mommy. Sun Lingy was the first to burst into tears, while Sun Wufan, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure. Wow, I want to tell Mommy too. I want to tell Mommy. It was quite the predicament. He had barely struck them at all. Seconds passed, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the grand estate. Why are you crying? Wukong. Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, brandishing a large pot, her eyes narrowing at the sight of the tearful children. I only gave them a gentle tap, and look at this. It's normal for children their age to cry. Don't fret, Sun Wukong dismissed, embracing Chi-Chi and offering gentle reassurances. Well, you do have a point, Chi-Chi acknowledged, her cheeks flushing as she entrusted the children to Lan Chi's care. Leading Sun Wukong to the restroom, a meteor streaked across the sky, crashing onto the grasslands, creating a massive crater within a 1,000-meter radius. What was that? A farmer driving a blue car hurried over, poking his head out. What the? It's not a meteor. The circular spaceship within the crater slowly opened its door, and a figure emerged, with long black hair and a tail draped around his waist. It was none other than the Saiyan, Raditz. How are the humans on this planet still alive? That little cockroach. Raditz seethed with anger. Don't come any closer. The farmer panicked, raising his gun at Raditz. Humph. A mere weakling with a power level of 5. Raditz scoffed, striding forward. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet flew. Child's play. Raditz effortlessly caught the bullet and hurled it back at the farmer. The farmer's head was struck, a gaping wound appearing as he collapsed, blood streaming from his forehead. What a foolish race. There's an energy fluctuation. Who is it? Kakarot? Raditz activated his scouter, detecting a power level of 400 ahead, 600 kilometers away. His body surged with energy as he raced toward the source at full speed. Chapter 58, End and Beginning. After Piccolo lost consciousness, the referee took him for treatment, while Tien Shinhan chose not to pursue further, turning to leave. The remaining contestants entered the top 8. Krillin faced Yamcha, employing underhanded tactics to secure victory. An unnamed contender faced off against Lapis, but was swiftly defeated. Lazuli battled Sun Wukong, who effortlessly overcame her after dodging several attacks. In the semifinals, Krillin faced Tien Shinhan, unleashing a barrage of cunning techniques, ultimately leading to Tien's defeat. Sun Wukong faced Lapis, knocking him out with 3 swift moves, claiming victory. In the final showdown, Sun Wukong faced Krillin, who conceded, stating he stood no chance. If you knew the outcome from the beginning, why not concede earlier? Must you seek torment? The announcer's voice resonated through the arena, prompting a thunderous applause as Sun Wukong departed, discussions continuing in his wake. After capturing a photograph, one was placed in a frame at the martial arts tournament, inscribed, 3-time champion, Sun Wukong. Where are the photos of previous champions? The Empire deemed the champions from earlier tournaments to lack merit, nullifying the titles of the first 20 events. As for your photographs, the reason there are 3 is that you were the champion of the first tournament, hence the Empire did not annul it. Now, with you as the champion of the second tournament as well, the golden-haired referee gently explained. All previous tournament champions were rendered void, leaving only the top 3 photographs. Oh, I see. Sun Wukong paid it no mind. Better to annul them. He needed no elaboration on the dubious nature of those victories. A month later, after introducing Chi-Chi to other girls, she felt a pang of sadness but held no objections. In her view, it was perfectly normal for a strong man to have multiple wives, as long as he favored her most. Bulma, however, was incensed, believing that once she had gathered the Dragon Balls, her connection with the little girl would cease. To her surprise, the young girl was so astute, having already become engaged. This little girl has ambition. Lazuli's face flushed even more, She initially thought there were only 3, but now there was an additional contender. Sun Wukong. You're an insufferable womanizer. Lan Shi, now with blue hair, could only swallow her grievances, her eyes welling with tears, too afraid to voice her feelings. Why is there suddenly one more? After gathering some information, Chi-Chi exuded confidence, insisting on taking Sun Wukong to obtain a marriage certificate, even planning a wedding a month later. Upon hearing this, the 3 women grew anxious, disregarding the number of competitors. If Chi-Chi married Sun Wukong first, wouldn't she become the head of the household? I can accept your marriage, but you must never take any more wives besides these 3. Bulma shouted decisively. All right, I promise. Sun Wukong stood at attention, his gaze earnest. Bulma nodded in satisfaction. After online exposure, her worldview had shifted significantly, leading to a reduced aversion to polygamy. Most importantly, securing the position of the first wife granted her considerable influence over future matters, such as where to live and raising children. I want to marry you too. Lan Shi immediately raised her hand, rushing over to embrace Sun Wukong's waist. With Bulma having made her commitment, she naturally would not lag behind. You all. Lazuli clenched her fists, tears welling in her eyes as despair settled in her heart. With 3 of them having already agreed, what was she to do? If she refused, would Sun Wukong cast her aside? At that moment, Sun Wukong's voice resonated in her ear. Marry me. I will cherish you for a lifetime and will never take another wife. His calm tone enveloped her, stirring ripples in Lazuli's heart, her pulse racing uncontrollably. Okay. Like gentle rain, Lazuli succumbed, unable to reject Sun Wukong. As the 3 women wavered, their earlier bravado faded. How could they stand firm when Sun Wukong uttered just a single sentence? What are you staring at me for? Feeling the disdain from the 3, Lazuli grew flustered. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering with affection. She pulled Sun Wukong's neck and directed his gaze toward the other 3, as if to say, they are bullying me. Help me get revenge. All right, let us eat first. Sun Wukong was in high spirits, having resolved the greatest dilemma, eager to feast on several hundred bowls of rice. After a hearty meal, Sun Wukong first met Bulma's parents, Dr. Brief and Panchi. To be honest, it was Sun Wukong's first time meeting Bulma's parents, at least in reality. Wow, I never expected Bulma would actually get married. Panchi exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it truly is unexpected, Dr. Brief echoed. Be quiet. Don't make it sound like I'm unmarriageable. Bulma transformed into her fierce persona. After conversing with Bulma's parents, they headed to the home of the Ox King. Upon learning that his esteemed son-in-law Sun Wukong had arrived, a grand feast of 100 tables was prepared to welcome him. Upon learning that Sun Wukong intended to marry 4 women, the Bull Demon King was taken aback. Can you manage that? Yet, he refrained from voicing any objections, thinking that a true man, a great hero, could certainly handle a few more women. After indulging in a hearty feast, Sun Wukong patted his belly, feeling only half satiated. His body demanded a considerable amount of energy. Following Sun Wukong's persuasive words, the Bull Demon King consented to relocate from the mountains to care for Chi-Chi. And once children arrived, he could also play alongside them. Subsequently, Sun Wukong, along with Lazuli, Chi-Chi, Lan Shi, and Bulma, proceeded to acquire their marriage certificates, opting for a wedding in the imperial capital. The capital was also Bulma's residence, where they chose to host their ceremony in a grand estate situated 100 kilometers outside the city. Violet had designated this area as Sun Wukong's marital abode. In the forest, a stream babbled melodically, accompanied by the flight of countless birds, while fierce beasts roamed nearby. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex, ruler of the dinosaur era, was a commonplace sight. Naturally, they dared not approach the estate, for innumerable ferocious creatures had perished there, staining the land with their blood. It was a veritable hell. That place was a one-way trip, claimed by the forest's predators as an unequivocally perilous zone. What? You're getting married in a week? Krillin exclaimed in despair. I don't even have a girlfriend, and you already have 4 wives. The disparity is just too great. Droughts kill the thirsty, floods drown the soaked. This world is utterly unfair. Of course. Sun Wukong handed the wedding invitation to Krillin before turning to leave. Hurry up and settle down. You're not getting any younger. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. I'll definitely find a wife within 3 months. The Third World Martial Arts Tournament is not worth recounting. It merely serves as a backdrop for Krillin, and that would be exceedingly dull. Thus, I shall skip over it. Hee. Chapter 61, Raditz. Chapters 59 to 60 follow Chapter 57. What is that? Lazuli's pupils constricted as an unfamiliar aura surged toward her at an alarming speed. An unknown powerhouse. From outer space, a flash of golden light zipped past, vanishing in mere moments. Lazuli let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't T in pursuit of her, and her garments remained unscathed. Inside the grand estate, Chi-Chi looked invigorated. What is the matter? My brother is coming here. Sun Wukong, feeling refreshed, exhibited a glint of menace in his eyes. Just a lowly Saiyan. How can he be my brother? He traversed the living room, picking up the two little ones and returning them to their respective rooms. Wukong, I'm getting married soon too. Krillin exclaimed excitedly, pulling out an invitation from his bag. Now you can't ridicule me, huh? 2 years prior, Krillin had won the championship at the World Martial Arts Tournament, gaining widespread fame. Countless girls pursued him, some enamored with wealth and others captivated by power. Standing behind Krillin was his wife, Jialuan, with fair skin, large dark eyes, and a sweet smile. Please take care of him, Mr. Wukong. Jialuan's eyes sparkled. She was not only a fan of Krillin but also of Sun Wukong, exclaiming, your battles are truly spectacular. Sun Wukong's gaze pierced through Jialuan to Krillin. Haha. She is quite adorable, isn't she? Krillin had long since grown accustomed to such remarks. Congratulations, congratulations. Wishing you a harmonious union for 100 years. Thank you. Thank you. Jialuan exclaimed, embracing Krillin's arm. You must come in a month. Krillin's face reddened, clearly flustered. Of course, how could I possibly miss it? Kakarot. A beam of golden light shot toward them, reaching Sun Wukong's head in mere seconds, hovering above. Hey, you've grown. I recognized you at a glance, Kakarot. You look just like your father. Raditz descended slowly from the sky, standing before Sun Wukong. Kakarot, what is going on? Why haven't the humans on this planet been exterminated? What are you dawdling about? Raditz bellowed. Hey, there's no Kakarot here, so quit shouting. Krillin, in good spirits, waved at the dark-haired giant. Come on, don't just stand there drinking and pretending to be family. He is my brother. What? He is your brother? The crowd gasped. Chi-Chi and Lan-Chi emerged from their rooms, astonished, having never seen this person before. Sun Wukong proceeded to explain. As long as you remember, it saves me a great deal of effort. Listen, we've found a planet that can be sold for a high price. 3 of us attacking one planet is somewhat challenging. Although your combat power is still lacking, with my assistance, we can surely succeed. That sounds quite promising, doesn't it? Now, let us go and obliterate this planet together. What? Destroy this planet? The crowd immediately tensed. They could handle Raditz, but if Sun Wukong joined him, they would truly be doomed. He certainly won't join you, you brute. Chi-Chi shouted defiantly. What did you say? Don't think that just because you're Kakarot's wife, I won't dare to kill you. Your terms sound appealing, but I must decline. Sun Wukong pointed at Raditz's head. Whether you agree or not, you're coming with me, Raditz sneered. Is that so? To be honest, you think you're worthy? Sun Wukong reached out with one hand toward Raditz. Raditz twisted his body, attempting to evade. However, Wukong was faster. Seizing Raditz by the neck and lifting him above his head. You truly are pathetically weak, brother. Kakarot. Raditz screamed, his face a mask of shock. Why is your strength so overwhelming when your combat power is only 100? Raditz unleashed his full force, hundreds of energy blasts coalescing from his hands. Boom, boom. Thousands of energy blasts struck Sun Wukong's face, enveloping the surrounding forest in smoke. Wukong! Wukong! The crowd shouted, immediately dispersing the fog with a gust of wind. Sun Wukong emerged unscathed, not even a speck of dust upon his clothes. Fear not, my dear brother. You lack the strength for that. Sun Wukong's face darkened with menace. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Kakarot, we are family, spare me. The oxygen grew scarce. Raditz's cheeks flushed red as his strength waned and consciousness faded. I beg you, Kakarot, spare me. Raditz realized that Sun Wukong harbored a deep-seated desire to kill him. If he didn't plead for mercy soon, he would truly perish here. Sun Wukong released his grip, not out of compassion, but to toy with Raditz. After all, this fellow was no saint, yet if Raditz truly departed, sparing him would not be out of the question. Raditz immediately felt relief as oxygen flooded back into his lungs, his previously flushed cheeks returning to normal. Thank you. Raditz hastily retreated, unable to defeat Sun Wukong. He could only escape in disgrace. Kakarot, why can't I detect your combat power? Does he possess some form of hidden combat power? I can't believe he actually ran away. Sun Wukong was taken aback. The crowd turned to him, shouting, you scoundrel. They had thought Sun Wukong had shown mercy, only to realize he was merely toying with Raditz. Beep beep beep. Hello, is this Prince Vegeta? Raditz shouted urgently. What is it? I can't defeat Kakarot. He has hidden powers. You worthless fool. You can't even handle a lowly warrior. What a disgrace for an elite fighter. Vegeta barked, biting into a piece of meat, his voice dripping with scorn. You've been stuck at 1,500 for years. And now you can't even defeat the brother of a lowly warrior. What use are you? Yes, my sincerest apologies. Raditz bowed his head, groveling on the ground. Return at once. Understood, Prince Vegeta. The screen went black in an instant. Kakarot, you wait for me. Raditz roared in fury. He was unexpectedly vanquished by a mere lowly warrior. A tremendous humiliation indeed. I must say, if you still dare to harbor hatred towards me, you truly possess a sense of humor. What? Who are you? Stop your theatrics and show yourself. Raditz glanced around, executing a complete 360-degree spin to unleash his most formidable attack. Prince's battle technique. Boom, boom. Thousands of energy blasts erupted from his hands, ravaging the surroundings like a tempest, obliterating everything within a 10-mile radius in an instant. Chapter 62, Vegeta. Heh, who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you are about to perish. A sinister voice resonated in Raditz's ears, an ear-splitting roar that enveloped him in a cacophony of noise. What does this mean? Before Raditz could finish his sentence, his entire being began to expand rapidly, resembling a gigantic balloon. With a thunderous bang, the balloon seemed to burst, resulting in an instantaneous explosion. The grass was decimated, rocks crumbled, and everything within a 10-mile radius was annihilated by an unknown blast, erasing all traces. The energy bomb. You could have survived, but alas, it is too late. Hundreds of kilometers away, Goku lay in the embrace of his wife, enjoying a soothing massage. Why do I suddenly feel so much better? Launch whispered softly. Well, a small nuisance has been resolved. Brother? Haha. Don't make Goku laugh. He has never acknowledged that worthless brother. Unknown planet. Raditz has perished, slain by an unknown means. Humph. That useless fool. Are you seeking revenge for Raditz? Does he even deserve it? It must have been that Kakarot who did it. He surely learned a great deal of magic on that planet. Vegeta scoffed. However, I wouldn't mind meeting that Kakarot. Perhaps his strength is commendable, and having him under my command could prove beneficial. Being capable of effortlessly slaying Raditz suggests a combat power of around 5,000, just right. I also wish to see the utility of magic. Target, Earth. The Grand Estate. Training at the age of 4? Are you joking? Bulma seized Goku's collar. You didn't train when you were a child. Are they still your children? Yes. No. Chi-Chi hurriedly exclaimed. Is it too early? Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. Lazuli voiced her dissent, while Launch nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Very well, but they must train alongside me. Goku pondered for a moment, realizing it was indeed a bit premature. Training and cultivation are not the same. Physical training increases energy, while cultivation also enhances energy, though the pace differs. This suggestion is quite sound. The family meeting concluded with the decision to cultivate. The following morning, hurry and get up. Goku rose early, carrying the still sleeping children outside, accompanied by Lazuli. After marrying Goku, Chi-Chi had neglected her martial arts training for quite some time. To her husband was #1 in the world. Why should she continue training? Launch and Bulma each had their own interests. Lazuli, as always, had fallen in love with training since her youth. Goku was both her husband and her rival, a target for her aspirations. I don't want to. Lazuli, please. I beg you, spare me. Sun Lingyi had no interest in training. She preferred combat over cultivation. That sort of thing is incredibly dull. Okay, I want to go. In contrast to Sun Lingyi, Sun Wufan, influenced by Goku during his infancy, developed a fondness for training, though he certainly did not enjoy fighting. Fighting is so boring. Okay, you two are like water and fire, truly peculiar in temperament. Lazuli lifted Wufan with her left hand while tossing Lingyi to Goku with her right, leaving him to educate their daughter. I don't want to. As Lingyi was thrown, she immediately began to struggle, her anger surging. Sun Lingyi flew 10 meters away before abruptly halting, only to discover that her ankle was tethered by an energy rope. Bad daddy. Oh, I already know you. Humph. Sun Lingyi had no choice but to accept her fate, flying to Goku's neck and embracing his head, shutting her eyes. Still not enough sleep? Do you really need more time to rest? Goku was already accustomed to Lingyi clinging to his head while sleeping. Otherwise, she would cry, tears streaming down her cheeks. An hour later. Hey, too slow. Piccolo shouted impatiently, pointing at the sun. 3 years ago, Piccolo had fought Goku in a battle that settled old scores. Today, he had promised Goku to specifically train the two little ones in wilderness survival skills to enhance their outdoor capabilities. Time limit. 3 months. Failure means another 3 months. Haha. Don't mind that. After all, plenty of time will still be wasted. Goku tossed Lingyi to Piccolo. Here, help me train her. She doesn't like cultivation. So mold her into a competent warrior. He then snatched the quiet one from Lazuli and threw her to Piccolo as well. Are you making me babysit? Don't you dare bring them back to me. Ha. What is that supposed to mean? We are friends. After all, take good care of them. Goku laughed heartily, quickly changing the subject. This is the gravity chamber, as promised. He tossed a universal capsule to Piccolo and turned to leave with Lazuli. Wonderful. Daddy, doesn't he care about us? Sun Lingyi shouted excitedly, swiftly flying away from Piccolo's grasp. But, sister, We need to train with Piccolo. We can't play. Sun Wufan immediately seized his sister by the back of her collar. Let go. Let go. Brother, 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 I want to play. It hurts. Sun Lingy, unable to break free, looked pitiful, her doe-like eyes shimmering with tears as she pleaded with Wufan. Ah, sorry, that must hurt, right? Sun Wufan quickly released her grip. Hee. Sun Lingy beamed with triumph, feeling quite satisfied. Witnessing the entire ordeal, Piccolo smacked his forehead and yelled in anger. You two, come here. Grabbing the collars of the two little ones, he transported them several kilometers away to a desolate area. For the next 3 months, your training will take place here. And you are prohibited from using flight. Is that understood? Lazuli felt a twinge of worry. Although the two children were not hers, she loved Goku and, by extension, his children. It's fine, I'll keep an eye on them. This is merely an initial challenge, no different from a vacation. Goku dismissed the concern. With a naturally low combat power of 200, the siblings were inherently unafraid of any earthly environment. Back in the day, he had traversed the world with his 200 combat power, defeating every martial arts master. If they couldn't even pass such a trivial test, he would truly need to reassess their intelligence. After all, they possessed extraordinary talents that could be deemed monstrous. Under normal circumstances, in this universe, they could dominate effortlessly within a mere decade or so. Of course, that was just the lower limit. As for the upper limit, who could say? It was indeed our turn. Lazuli made the first move, launching an energy blast into Goku's face during a lull in his conversation. Alright, watch me unleash the dragon fist. The two then grappled fiercely, battling through the dense, flourishing forest and into a tangle of thick grass. The trees swayed, and the waist-high grass was flattened as they continued their tussle, entirely unconcerned with appearances. Surrender. Goku tightened his grip around Lazuli's fair neck. Absolutely not. Lazuli exerted all her strength in resistance, ultimately succumbing to Goku's prowess. Chapter 63, Vegeta's Assault. Time flew by. A month had passed. From hunting dinosaurs in the wilderness to pursuing peculiar whales beneath the sea, and from hunting venomous insects in the tropical rainforest, the two little ones gradually acclimated to their extraordinary lifestyle. Sun Wufan looked around, his abdomen contracting, energy surging, as a shout echoed across the 10-mile radius. Piccolo! Piccolo! A jarring sound reverberated throughout the tropical rainforest, causing the hidden insects nestled among the leaves to plummet to the ground. A pitch-black shadow descended from above, and the frog, upon closer inspection, deemed this place nothing short of paradise. Grateful for nature's bountiful gifts, the frog flicked out its tongue, ensnaring dozens of insects to satiate its hunger. How many times must I tell you? Keep it down. Piccolo was reluctantly compelled to emerge from his tree hollow, his eye bags betraying the presence of dark circles beneath. These two siblings had summoned him dozens of times over the course of the month. Sleep was impossible, and meditation was even less attainable. He desperately needed a moment of rest. Although his body was unscathed, his mental fatigue required replenishment. Indeed, brother is far too noisy. Sun Lingy chimed in, unleashing a casual energy blast that obliterated the nearby trees, reducing an entire section of the forest to nothingness in an instant. You are the most troublesome. Piccolo retaliated with a swift hand strike, knocking her unconscious. After 3 days of countless energy blasts and hundreds of kilometers of deep craters, none of it was without her doing. The troublemaker, Sun Lingy. The noisemaker, Sun Wufan. Piccolo's head throbbed with frustration as he silently prayed for the end of these 3 months to come quickly. He truly did not wish to continue babysitting these two little imps. I'm leaving. It's Uncle Piccolo. They chorused in unison. At the vast estate, Kiki inquired. Where are the children? They are with Piccolo, Sun Wukong replied. What? You let Piccolo take care of them. Bring them back to me. Lan Shi exclaimed furiously. I had a feeling. Bulma adjusted the black-framed glasses perched on her nose, exasperated. Lazuli, you're not going to intervene? Hee. Lazuli nervously fidgeted with her fingers. Can I say they're having too much fun? As time passed, 3 months of training transformed the two little imps into fierce little warriors, brimming with vigor. How about that? You entrusted me with 2 chubby youngsters. And now I return them as elite fighters, Piccolo bellowed to those behind him. Send your regards to your father. The two little imps' eyes gleamed with determination as their energy surged, and they opened their mouths in unison to shout, Yes, King Piccolo. Father, we send our regards. Sun Wukong slapped his forehead. Is this how Piccolo has trained you? How embarrassing. Well, you both did exceptionally well. I am quite pleased. After all, Piccolo was merely an 8-year-old child. A touch of youthful exuberance was to be expected. Not far away, Piccolo felt his cheeks flush, instinctively taking a couple of steps back before hurriedly clearing his throat. All right, disperse quickly. That King Piccolo was not my doing. Yes, King Piccolo. They echoed. I shall take my leave. Piccolo hastily declared, soaring into the sky and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yay! The plan was a resounding success. The two little imps exchanged a triumphant glance and leapt up, clapping their hands. So you were just playing with Piccolo? After 3 months of training, Sun Wukong also began the training regimen for the two little imps. In the first month, a grand arena battle. The siblings were required to engage in over 100 duels within 2 months. In the third month, they would defeat martial artists around the world, showcasing their prowess. By the 7th month, they would embark on a cosmic mission of planetary destruction, led by Sun Wukong to desolate planets to practice energy control, focusing on causing maximum destruction with minimal energy expenditure. Days turned into weeks, and a year slipped by unnoticed. In an unknown expanse of space, within a circular spaceship, Vegeta opened his eyes, quietly observing the approaching Earth. Oh, have they arrived on Earth? He mused. It has been ages since I engaged in a warm-up exercise. Sun Wukong smirked, calling out mentally, something exciting is coming, hurry. In an instant, from 1,000 miles away, Krillin, Yamcha, and others turned their heads toward the direction of Sun Wukong. How intriguing! What could be so entertaining? Yamcha embraced Puar, and within mere seconds, he had closed the distance to Sun Wukong. Krillin, Tien, and the others abandoned their tasks, rushing over at top speed. Within a minute, everyone gathered around, and Sun Wukong, seated on a sofa, casually bit into an apple, stating, "Aliens are coming. Do you have confidence?" The group exchanged determined glances. They were the strongest martial artists in the world. Fear? Never. All right. The circular spaceship streaked across the Earth's atmosphere like a meteor, leaving a golden trail as it landed swiftly in the city center. Vegeta and Nappa emerged from the ship, the ground damp with soil, mingled with the fragrance of grass and the foul odor of the earth beneath. The city's inhabitants, upon witnessing aliens disembarking from the spacecraft, erupted into murmurs. Hundreds gathering to gawk. Humph. I loathe greeting little insects, Nappa grumbled, flicking his fingers lightly, unleashing an energy wave that devastated the city, obliterating everything in its path and leaving behind colossal craters. On the other side, such potent energy, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. The group, long awaiting this moment, included Sun Wukong, Krillin, Sun Lingy, Sun Wufan, Lazili, Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Piccolo. Let us go, Nappa. Vegeta scanned the surroundings and quickly pinpointed several high-energy life forms in the nearby wilderness. They're coming. Yamcha gasped in shock. That short little melon has formidable strength. 2 energy signatures approached, gradually enlarging as they hovered in midair. So, you are Kakarot. You bear a striking resemblance to Bardock. Vegeta descended slowly, looking down upon him. Speak of everything on Earth and the secrets of magical training. Perhaps I may spare your life, Kakarot. Vegeta was not one for idle chatter. His energy exploded outward, creating a tempest that warped the air around him. Such immense power. Sun Wufan staggered back, fear evident in his eyes, while Sun Lingy hid behind Lazili, trembling slightly. The others felt the pressure as well, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Humph, you think you stand a chance? Sun Wukong erupted in a golden aura, instantly appearing before Vegeta. What? 3,000 for 1,000? The scouter emitted a loud explosion, causing Vegeta's pupils to constrict. His battle power peaked at 22,000, while he himself only measured 18,000. Hey, is this the Saiyan Prince? Even I, a lowly warrior, surpass you. How weak you truly are. Shut your mouth. Sun Wukong's voice echoed like a demonic chant in Vegeta's ears. Vegeta's blood boiled, veins bulging on his forehead as he amassed his most powerful attack. Gallic Gun. In mere seconds, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, lightning crackling, and purple light flashing. Huh. Where the Gallic Gun passes, all things disintegrate into dust. Chapter 64. Defeat and Retreat. Heh. Kakarot dares to challenge Prince Vegeta. He truly seeks a death wish. Nappa remained unfazed, retrieving a glass vial from his pocket and shaking it. Indeed, 6 left. You are fortunate, for I shall torment you slowly until you perish. Ha ha ha. Nappa planted the seeds into the ground, extending his arms. Then let the games begin. 6 little plant beings emerged from the earth, diminutive in stature, with green skin and red eyes. Is that so? It seems we have been underestimated. Ha ha ha. Yamcha removed his casual attire, revealing his orange martial arts uniform. Still the same one. Krillin, Tien, and Kairatsu stood behind Yamcha, their previously hidden energies erupting in a white flame. Go, entertain yourselves with them. At Nappa's command, the plant beings began to encircle them, a bunch of little pests. At that moment, Lapis emerged suddenly from behind Lazili. 6 years ago, he was a scrawny youth. Now, he was muscular, his expression hardened. I thought you wouldn't show up. Lazili crossed her arms, her cold expression softened by a hint of mirth. With a sudden burst of energy, Lapisi unleashed his full power, immediately breaking through the encirclement of the plant warriors. Oh no, what a cowardly move to snatch the kill. The four were taken aback. Do you have any idea how long we rehearsed this formation? You dare to cut in. Humph. You two take care of those plant warriors. Lazuli conjured a radiant burst of antidemonic energy, and with a resounding crash, she surged ahead, her purple light resembling the cataclysmic explosion of a world-ending event. You join in too. The four exchanged glances and simultaneously focused their might to unleash their most potent attacks. Kamehameha, Dodon Ray, Super Spirit Bomb, Energy Slice. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted forth, and Naba attempted to flee, but his legs remained rooted as Lazuli's assault reached him. Boom. This was the most devastating blow Earth had ever witnessed. 100 meters of annihilation, leaving no trace behind. Though it was a confined area, the force was so immense that Naba couldn't even let out a cry, his body obliterated on the spot, vanishing without a trace. Damn it, Lapisai cursed, hastily retreating hundreds of meters while preparing his most formidable technique. Ultimate destruction. A thunderous roar echoed as dust billowed, and the crater in the ground expanded several-fold. I truly underestimated these old foes. They nearly took me down. In mere seconds, Naba was declared dead. The plant warriors stood frozen, eyes wide with shock. What now? The boss seems to have perished. What do we do? Run. The plant warriors scattered in panic, burrowing into the ground as if diving into water, creating tunnels spanning dozens to hundreds of meters in mere moments. Brother. Lingy and Gohan exchanged a look, hands clasped together as they prepared to unleash their strongest technique. Antidemonic flash. Instantly, everything within a 10-kilometer radius was obliterated. Even those plant warriors who had burrowed deep below the earth were not spared. Under the brilliance of the purple light, their bodies were crushed, cells annihilated, completely disappearing from existence. On another front, boom. The Gallic gun was sent flying by Goku, striking the ground behind him, causing a 100-meter-wide explosion, debris flying everywhere. Heh, is that all you've got? Tiny fragments struck Goku, turning to dust as he casually flicked his hand, indicating, is that it? Humph. At that moment, Vegeta realized Goku was significantly stronger than he. Should he transform into a great ape? Suddenly, several voices interrupted his thoughts. Daddy, go for it. Defeat that little prince. The two little ones cheered for Goku from a distance. What? That useless Naba couldn't even last a few minutes. His opponent's attire remains pristine, clearly indicating Naba is merely a pawn to be easily manipulated. Seems your companions are rather unimpressive, unable to withstand even a minute. Goku appeared mysteriously beside Vegeta, delivering a swift kick. How did he get there? Before Vegeta could comprehend, Goku's figure reappeared, this time with even greater speed. His fingers clawed tightly at Vegeta's cheek. You scoundrel! Vegeta struggled fiercely, yet Goku remained immovable as a mountain. Silence. Goku soared into the air, and as he descended, he slammed Vegeta's face into the ground. Instantly, stones, rocks, and trees came into brutal contact with Vegeta. Ha ha ha. Exciting, isn't it? Daddy has flown away, Lingy remarked. Yes. Daddy has flown away, Gohan replied. Bang. You two are just echoing each other. The two little ones fell to the ground, smoke wafting from their heads. Sister, you're too rough. That's not how you should teach children. At that moment, Lapisai stepped forward, speaking with righteous indignation. Indeed, Mommy is mean. X2. The two little ones quickly got up and hid behind their uncle. Oh, do you have any clever tricks up your sleeve? Lazuli's expression darkened, exuding a dangerous aura, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. So frightening. X2. The little ones clung to each other, tears welling in their eyes. Meanwhile, as the speed escalated, Vegeta's already battered body suffered further torment. A prince? Merely a worthless being. Useless prince. Worthless. Vegeta's eyes turned crimson, a white aura bursting forth from him, unleashing an even greater energy than before. Get lost, Vegeta roared, his energy surging as he generated a powerful repulsive force around him. Trees, stones, and all objects near Vegeta were sent flying. His power has increased significantly, but it's still insufficient. Goku stood firm, unfazed, even pulling a mint from his pocket and popping it into his mouth. Vegeta bellowed, his white aura flaring once more, the repulsive force intensifying. Everything within 100 miles was uprooted, animals fleeing in search of safety. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, flashes of lightning illuminating the scene, while golden thunder occasionally crackled. A massive tornado wreaked havoc a kilometer away, and beyond 10,000 meters, colossal waves, unseen for a millennium, threatened to crash onto the land. Under Vegeta's overwhelming aura, the world resembled an apocalyptic landscape. However, mere seconds later, Vegeta's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, and the world returned to normal. I thought you were going to unleash a grand attack, and this is what I get? What a letdown. Disgruntled, Goku seized Vegeta by the neck and, in a matter of breaths, transported him to his spaceship, activating the launch sequence. Get lost? I hope next time you can provide me with a bit more excitement. He had been invincible on Earth for far too long and desperately craved a thrilling battle. Suppressing his power was always unsatisfying for Goku. Boom. The spaceship slowly ascended into the air and, with a whoosh, departed Earth in mere seconds. Chapter 65. The Spaceship. Is it truly alright to let him go? Lazuli emerged slowly from behind Goku, her gaze icy, her expression devoid of emotion, subtly revealing a murderous intent. That guy is useful. Is he? You'd best eliminate him next time. His strength is no trifling matter, so be careful not to let it slip. Rest assured, that won't happen. Goku and Lazuli returned to the previous location, the very spot where Nappa had perished. Would you like to embark on an adventure in space? Adventure? They widened their eyes, astonished at the sudden mention of a spaceship. Indeed, a spaceship crafted by Bulma. After some explanation, it turned out that the spacecraft Goku had previously used to arrive on Earth had been transformed into a colossal spaceship by Bulma a year ago, capable of traversing the entire galaxy in just a few days. We want to go? X2. The two little ones jumped up, hands raised, their childish curiosity brimming with anticipation for anything new. All right, and what about you? I'll go? Piccolo was the first to raise his hand, equally intrigued by the cosmos. Seeing Piccolo take the lead, others quickly followed suit, eager to participate. Earthly matters had grown monotonous, and they yearned to witness the wonders of other planets. They harbored no fear of the unknown, only unbridled curiosity. Any uncertainty stemmed from insufficient power, but their strength was more than ample. Not the slightest trace of fear remained. Great. Everyone returned home to prepare for the long journey ahead. At the Dajwang Manor. What? You want to take them on a cosmic adventure? Kiki exclaimed in shock. How wonderful. I want to go too. Launch shouted excitedly. Kiki and Launch instantly formed two contrasting images, one despondent and the other radiantly bright. You two have had enough. Goku's eyes darted, signaling it was time for her to step in. Bulma nodded, indicating, leave it to me. Oh, Kiki, with Goku here. His strength is unparalleled. Don't worry, they will return safely. Indeed, all of Earth's mightiest martial artists have gathered, ensuring there is not a trace of danger. Lazuli concurred wholeheartedly. Lanchi and the two little ones nodded vigorously, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Kiki hastily shielded her eyes, exclaiming, so bright, it blinds me. Understood. I must return promptly, she added. Aren't you coming? Sun Wukong approached Kiki, gently caressing her cheek with a tender expression. Well, the senzu beans require care. If I leave and perish in a few days, what then? Kiki retreated a few steps, her movements flustered, her cheeks flushed. The three girls behind her stifled their laughter. For Kiki remained ever so easily embarrassed. What are you doing? Am I wrong? If the senzu beans die, what will happen to the children who go hungry? A year earlier, having nearly exhausted the 10,000 senzu beans, Sun Wukong summoned the Dragon Balls, wishing for a vast senzu bean plantation. However, the cultivation conditions were stringent, and the robots Bulma was developing were incapable of planting. They could only rely on Kiki. Fine, I said I would find someone. Why must you do it yourself? Mind your own business. I will do as I please. The essentials cannot be taken lightly. Inside the spaceship. Kakarot actually spared me. Vegeta's gaze was vacant. Disbelief etched upon his face. Damn it. How infuriating. Vegeta's veins bulged as he struck the control panel with a fist. Faint purple arcs of electricity crackling and causing the ship's trajectory to veer slightly. Damn it. Kakarot. How dare he spare me? Spare me. Vegeta felt an immense humiliation. He had been defeated by a mere low-class warrior. The audacity to let him go. Did he deem him insignificant? Did he perceive no threat? Kakarot, you will regret this. I shall defeat you with my own hands. Vegeta silently vowed that one day he would vanquish Kakarot and humiliate him thoroughly. He muttered, Too weak, you are no match for me now. I shall not accept your life. It is for you, a defeated foe, regardless of Vegeta's fantasies. The spaceship continued its course, heading towards the Frieza Force Base. After several days, the vessel finally reached its destination. In the distance, a colossal spaceship loomed like a steel behemoth suspended in the sky, with a steady stream of traffic below as countless ships entered and exited through its docking bay. As Vegeta stumbled out of the ship, his breathing heavy, an elderly researcher with black-framed glasses rushed to assist him, swiftly escorting him to the medical bay. After a flurry of activity, the old researcher sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. At that moment, a naive-eyed researcher approached. Senior, why are you so anxious? He's not dead. Are you foolish? What if he dies? How would you explain it if they come to question you? He is Vegeta, a significant figure with a power level exceeding 10,000. But it doesn't concern us. We could simply ignore it. and if questioned, claim we saw nothing. The researcher remained puzzled, scratching his head in confusion. Sigh, setting aside accountability. Even if we heal him, what if Vegeta, with his notoriously foul temper, kills us outright? Among the lowest ranks, we are plentiful, yet our lives are so easily extinguished by a mere wave of his hand. What then? The old researcher shook his head and turned to leave. He had worked here for decades, witnessing colleagues either perish or be reduced to remnants, leaving very few to remain. His survival was due to his wisdom. The researcher silently recorded this sentiment, filling pages with the old researcher's insights. He appended a note: seek not accolades, but rather strive to avoid faults. Sigh, when will this life come to an end? The researcher sighed and returned to his quarters. This is the plight of the Frieza Force researchers, who are abducted from countless planets to assist in the development of formidable weapons for Frieza's army. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the researchers are destined to remain aboard this spaceship for an eternity. After an extended period, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, shattering the glass surrounding him with a punch. Green liquid spilling forth as he emerged. Lord Vegeta, all of your injuries have completely healed, and your spaceship has been repaired. The old researcher exclaimed hurriedly. Where has Lord Frieza gone? Vegeta examined himself, testing his body. According to reports, the king has departed. Has he already gone there? At the Grand Estate. After 18 days of preparation, everyone had gathered. Are you ready? Bulma tossed a universal capsule onto the ground, and instantly, smoke billowed as a massive spaceship materialized. How enormous! Krillin stepped back, his mouth agape. How many years did it take to create this? What a fuss! Piccolo commented, entering the ship alone. The others followed suit, unfazed by Krillin's reaction. Hey, wait for me. Krillin hurried onto the ship, fearing they would leave him behind. This spaceship, after Bulma enthusiastically detailed her brilliant ideas, seamlessly blended with her genius, showcasing her intellectual prowess. Amazing. Brilliant. A stroke of genius. Sun Wukong cheered from the sidelines, even producing a cheering stick to support her. Lazuli's forehead twitched as she cradled the two little ones and retreated to her room, not daring to look back. An hour later, Bulma's lengthy discourse finally concluded, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Well said, but please, no more speeches. The spaceship boasted dozens of rooms, equipped with robots designated for cleaning, with minimal food supplies from Earth and a substantial stockpile of senza beans. It was clear that prior to reaching Namek, their sustenance would primarily consist of senza beans. Sun Wukong, Lan Shi, and Lazuli sat cross-legged, their bodies enveloped in a shimmering golden aura as they trained under the weight of 20 times normal gravity. The gravity chamber housed 4 rooms, and everyone diligently trained, preparing for the challenges ahead. What had begun as an ordinary journey took a turn when, on the eve of departure, Sun Wukong revealed their true intent. They were going to confront aliens. Wait, we're fighting aliens? You could have mentioned that earlier. Thus, everyone slipped into rigorous training mode. Lord Frieza, it seems Vegeta has defected and come to our side, Sabo reported, holding a detector. Humph, a fool with no strategy, daring to openly betray me. Frieza's face darkened, a cold smirk spreading across his lips. Indeed, Vegeta appears to be courting death. If he dares to come, I shall twist his head off. Dodoria stood behind Frieza, his eyes steely, exuding a menacing aura. Frieza lounged lazily on his hovering pod, casually waving his hand as dozens of Namekians perished in an instant, nearly wiping out the entire village. Merely a monkey, daring to betray me? My power has grown immensely, even if that monkey wished to kill me. It would take him a millennium to succeed. I owe my strength to the monkey from 20 years ago. Without his encouragement, how could my power have reached such heights? As long as I wish for eternal youth, my strength will ascend even further. Yo ho 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 ho. Frieza cackled with glee, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Father, please be cautious. Lord Frieza. Dodoria's pupils constricted. It seemed as though Lord Frieza had grown even stronger than before. Was it merely his imagination? This way, after a fierce battle with Vegeta, Sun Wukong had become attuned to Vegeta's energy, allowing him to sense his whereabouts across the cosmos. Received. The robots hastily maneuvered the spaceship. After 3 days of flight, the distance to Vegeta diminished significantly. Vegeta has come to a halt. It appears we have arrived. Goku felt at ease, despite not having fully mastered Super Saiyan yet. He could effortlessly contend with Frieza, whose battle power reached 100 million. Goku closed his eyes, delving into the intricate composition of his cells, then his bones, hair, and internal organs. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was deceptively simple. It was not solely fueled by rage. What's wrong? You wouldn't be seeking Frieza, would you? Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king shouted in fury. That is the Emperor of the universe. With your talent, you will undoubtedly surpass him in just a few years. Why seek danger now? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he recalled how Goku had come to his planet 5 years prior to train. Within just a month, he had mastered the Kaioken technique. The spirit bomb took him 5 months to learn, initially thought to be exceedingly difficult. Yet this boy, with his pure heart, managed to grasp it. It was truly astonishing. With such talent, as long as he remained alive, becoming a Supreme Kai seemed utterly attainable. However, could he truly handle this? Perhaps. Surely he could. Rest assured, Frieza is nothing to worry about. Goku was utterly unconcerned. Very well, just be cautious, King Kai sighed, knowing he could not dissuade Goku, and retreated into his abode. Suddenly, a purple figure's abdomen twisted violently, exploding in midair. Humph! Vegeta scoffed, effortlessly retracting his hand. On the other side, there was a deafening crash as the scouter exploded in Dodoria's ear, tumbling to the ground. Frieza, it appears Vegeta's battle power has reached 22,000. Humph! Let me see. My latest scouter. Dodoria was incredulous. What? Vegeta's battle power is 24,000. Dodoria's voice trembled as he took a few steps back. Such strength could easily obliterate me. There's no need to be alarmed. Vegeta has battled countless foes and learned certain techniques on Earth, so this isn't surprising. It's merely 24,000. The two of you together should suffice to handle him. Frieza remarked disdainfully. The spacecraft entered the atmosphere, plummeting like a meteor. The steel heated and steaming as its speed gradually diminished. Ultimately, it came to a halt, slowly descending while the earth below was blown away, creating 4 deep craters in the soil. You go seek out the elder of the Namekians, Goku instructed before departing, vanishing in an instant with his swift movement. The others exchanged glances, and Piccolo took the lead, sensing the Namekian energy felt oddly familiar, as if he had experienced it long ago. Follow me. After pondering for a few seconds, Bulma hastily grabbed the 2 young boys and followed suit. Although Piccolo had previously been malevolent, after years of understanding him, his calm and composed demeanor assured them he would not engage in irrational behavior. He must have a lead. The others understood and swiftly took flight, suppressing their energy to the minimum. Upon reaching the atmosphere, they immediately sensed a monstrous aura, akin to a bottomless abyss. The malevolent energy sent chills down their spines. Merely standing on Namek was suffocating. Fortunately, they were weaker than Goku, which was the reason they dared to land on Namek. On the other side, was Frieza's power really 530,000? Goku, relying solely on his physical strength, leaped over dozens of peaks. With each exertion, the muddy ground would erupt into craters. Soil flying in every direction. Could my perception have been mistaken? 20 years ago, I distinctly remembered the measurement units of the scouter, yet why? Goku, from the moment of his birth, had an innate ability to sense energy. He had long ago conducted his own measurements of the scouter's units. Could it be? Goku's expression shifted, his gaze cold, his aura becoming more restrained, resembling solid rock. It was undoubtedly that. Chapter 67, The Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Piccolo, utilizing his unique perception, successfully captured a faint signal. After traversing hundreds of peaks and thousands of kilometers, Piccolo finally reached his destination. Why? Piccolo was puzzled. Why did the feeling grow increasingly familiar? Was he also an alien? The others, seeing Piccolo standing there in a daze, immediately halted and cautiously scanned their surroundings. What is wrong? I'm fine. It just feels oddly familiar, warm, as if I've returned home. Piccolo's thoughts were interrupted as he snapped back to reality, leaping to the highest point. What shall we do? Krillin hesitated slightly. You stay here. Lazuli and Lapis exchanged glances, resolutely leaping forward, their combined strength offering them better chances of survival in the face of danger. We cannot wait idly. We'll observe from a distance, and if anyone attempts an ambush, we will provide immediate support. Bulma transformed into a dragon, lifting the 2 youngsters high into the sky, her gaze sharp and focused on Piccolo and the others. Mom, I want to go. Sun Ling eagerly chimed. Me too. Sun Wufan hesitated for a few seconds, worry filling his heart, yet his resolve solidified. No. You would only bring unforeseen troubles. Bulma refused. Although their battle power had reached 1,000, it was still far from adequate. You've arrived. The Grand Elder is already aware of this matter. A Namekian with a similar complexion to Piccolo emerged from a white dwelling, causing Piccolo to break out in goosebumps. The prophecy and the heightened senses of the Grand Elder were formidable. I do not know, Piccolo explained, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The 2 siblings exchanged glances, signaling their trust, yet their muscles tensed, prepared to flee at the first sign of danger. I am Nail, you are one of us. A Namekian. Upon seeing Piccolo, Nail felt a rush of familiarity, unexpectedly engaging in conversation. The Grand Elder? Indeed, we are all children of the Grand Elder. He is also an ancient Namekian. Nail led them into a white circular building, where a massive chair loomed in the center, occupied by a tall elder. The sparse elderly figure had his eyes closed, if not for a careful gaze. One would hardly notice the faint glimmer of wisdom emanating from the slight cracks of his eyelids. You are the child of Katats. The Grand Elder was taken aback, having assumed it was Katats who had returned. What brings you to me? Piccolo now realized he, too, was a Namekian. I have little time left. I wish for you to defeat the enemies invading this planet or drive them away. I'm sorry, I am powerless. With a battle power of nearly 6,000. How could he defeat foes numbering in the hundreds of thousands? Was he expected to cheat? As for rescuing others, that sinister energy was drawing closer to the remaining Namekians. Their demise was imminent. Merge with me. Nail stepped forward, his gaze resolute, his spirit ignited, not for any reason other than the continuation and survival of their race. Nail. The Grand Elder was astonished. He had never considered this possibility. Grand Elder, we have reached a dead end. If he truly is a prodigy of the Dragon Clan, let him merge with me to defeat Frieza. Nail shouted in fury, determined. With each passing day, the energy of his kin waned. And if his death could bring peace, then so be it. Is that so? The Grand Elder remained silent for several moments before slowly nodding. His children were on the brink of death. Had it not been for his prophecy, they would have likely begun the merging process long ago. Hey, you Haven T asked for my opinion. Piccolo frowned. Would he still be himself after merging? It won't affect you in any way. The sole benefit of merging is the increase in battle power, Nell quickly clarified, sensing Piccolo's concerns. Piccolo pondered for a few seconds, nodding. More of this kind of opportunity would be advantageous. If you do anything that impacts my personality, I will personally end your life. Piccolo extended his left hand. Of course, that is merely idle talk. Nyla nodded and extended his hand. The moment they made contact, a brilliant light erupted within Nylu, merging his essence with Piccolo's. In a flash of white light, Nylu vanished, and an overwhelming aura surged from Piccolo, intensifying to 100-fold of its previous strength. Lazuli and Lapis stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Is this real? Has he truly unlocked such power? A single assimilation yielding such a dramatic enhancement? It would save centuries of training. Not even Sun Wukong possesses such might. The aura is staggering. What has Piccolo done? The onlookers rushed to assist, only to be met with raucous laughter. Ha! It's magnificent. Piccolo bellowed, his heart swelling with pride as he felt the omnipotent force coursing through him. He felt invincible. Such a powerful aura. The elder remained silent for a few moments, eventually revealing a look of satisfaction, nodding with a smile. Come here, child. Piccolo, either oblivious or emboldened by his newfound strength, approached the elder. Excellent. The elder placed his palm upon Piccolo's head, his excitement mounting as he closed his eyes. What is that? Bulma asked, while Lazuli stepped forward to explain. Oh, I didn't realize Piccolo was an alien, a Namekian no less. My goodness. A single assimilation granting such a tremendous boost. This is truly extraordinary. Potential unlocked. The elder released his hand, smiling benevolently. Child, your potential is immense, but I cannot fully unleash it. No sooner had the elder's words faded than Piccolo's aura swelled once more. The mere release of his energy sent titanic waves crashing along the coastline, fracturing the ground, spreading with alarming speed. The skies darkened, and the air churned violently, causing cold sweat to trickle down the spines of those in the room, who stood frozen in place. Ha! Now even Sun Wukong cannot defeat me. Piccolo laughed maniacally, his visage transforming into one of primal ferocity, fangs gleaming ominously, exuding an aura of malevolence. He had transcended his previous understanding of reality, feeling as though with a mere touch, he could shatter the planet, reducing it to cosmic debris. Uncle Piccolo is terrifying. This isn't the Piccolo we know. The two children trembled in fear, clinging tightly to Bulma, tears welling in their eyes. Cough, cough. Upon hearing the children's frightened voices, Piccolo coughed a few times and quickly regained his composure, adopting a cooler demeanor. It's normal to lose control when power surges so rapidly. As soon as he finished speaking, Piccolo darted towards the two children at an incomprehensible speed, delivering love taps with his iron fists. Wow! The children yelped in pain, their heads smoking, as they clung desperately to Bulma's legs. Please leave a 5-star written review. Please leave a 5-star written review. Please leave a 5-star written review. Chapter 68, Frieza's Intuition. Is it really acceptable to bully children like this? The tension in the room eased as the onlookers cast scornful glances at Piccolo. Cough. Piccolo coughed again, his green cheeks tinged with embarrassment, hastily diverting the topic. What was that elder doing? Ha ha ha. That was merely one of my abilities, designed to help you unlock your potential. Observing Piccolo's interactions with others, the elder felt a deeper sense of satisfaction, his gaze growing more benevolent. Is that so? Have you found friends, and those who care for you? That is wonderful. After the potential was unlocked, the Elder inadvertently tapped into Piccolo's memories. An intrusion he hadn't intended, but instinct took over, and by the time he realized it, it was too late. Come, children. Let me assist you in unlocking your potential. The Elder beckoned to everyone. Will it affect you? It won't, for I have only a few days left. The Elder interrupted Piccolo with a smile. I hope you can defeat the enemy swiftly and revive my children. Whether it was the Elder's sorrow for the children or his compassion, Piccolo fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. As Krillin's potential was unleashed, anticipation spread among the others. I wonder if Yukon can. The three women, having felt their potential unlocked, couldn't help but think of their husbands. Time passed, and it was the turn of the two children. However, after the Elder patted their heads, he suddenly opened his squinted eyes. Your potential is remarkable, but I cannot fully unlock it. Compared to Piccolo, they were equally powerful, yet the world seemed decidedly unfair, bestowing such gifts from birth. But what fairness exists in this realm? Moments later, two potent energies surged forth, eclipsing all others except Piccolo. The white aura expanded dramatically. A wave of pressure enveloped the room, cracks rapidly spreading across the ceiling, and the ground trembled ominously. The overwhelming aura loomed like an insurmountable mountain peak. What the hell? Is this real? The gathered crowd gasped in shock. A single unlocking of potential had surpassed the strength they had labored for endlessly. What the heck? They wondered what could have caused such an explosive increase in battle power by several times, even hundreds of times. Vegeta's hair stood on end, disbelief clouding his gaze. What did that Namekian from Earth consume? A miraculous dragon that grants boundless strength. His battle power skyrocketed as if by wish. And what about the little one from Kakarot's family? Could it truly be that they had feasted on such a miraculous dragon? No, I cannot remain idle any longer. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his gaze fiercely fixed on Frieza's forces. Frieza had already located the fifth Dragon Ball and slaughtered the Namekian village. Damn it. Is my only recourse impotent rage? Vegeta smashed a rock in frustration, yet his anger only intensified further. He had already slain Dodoria and seized one Dragon Ball. Yet it seemed he could only thwart Frieza from acquiring the Dragon Balls, unable to fulfill his own desires. Hey, Vegeta, it seems you're in a bit of trouble. A sudden voice broke the tension, causing Vegeta's body to stiffen as he mechanically turned around. It's you, Kakarot. How did you get here from Earth? Vegeta stepped back a few paces, terror etched across his features, his heart filled with murderous intent and fear towards Kakarot. Hee, of course, you brought me here. What? Vegeta felt a chill run down his spine, his expression contorting in rage. This is half the galaxy. How could Kakarot possibly sense my energy? He knew that his own ability to sense energy, learned from Earth, could only detect the energy of the entire planet. Only those skilled in energy perception could comprehend the disparity in strength between himself and Kakarot, akin to dust encountering a star. Feeling scared now? Ha. Sun Wukong's expression was impassive, his smile radiant yet devoid of warmth. If this is enough to break your spirit, you'll never have a chance to challenge me. A person who has lost their courage cannot surpass themselves. Vegeta scoffed, choosing not to respond, silently committing those words to memory. Waiting for the day he could repay them tenfold. I will make Kakarot kneel at my feet, singing my praises. Sun Wukong pondered for a few seconds, a wicked glimmer in his eyes. Hey, Vegeta, how about I lure Frieza away for you? Then you can seize the Dragon Balls. Really? Vegeta's mind raced, trying to grasp Sun Wukong's intent. Absolutely. After all, I've always kept my word. All right. Vegeta recognized the malice behind the offer, but what if it truly worked? He had to seize any opportunity that arose. Ha. I'm looking forward to it. Sun Wukong grinned mischievously, swiftly moving to confront Frieza. Vegeta frowned. As long as Kakarot diverted Frieza's attention, Sabo's current battle power was insufficient to defeat him. What exactly was Kakarot planning? Why did he have an ominous premonition? Who could it be? As Sun Wukong approached, Frieza instinctively reacted, attempting to evade. However, Sun Wukong had already arrived before him, his finger poised at Frieza's throat. Who barely managed to evade. A sudden sensation of severance coursed through him as he clutched his head, his gaze turning icy. Damn monkey, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? His eyes fixated on the broken horn on the ground, his murderous intent surging within. His face twisted in fury. Ha. Who would have thought that the Cosmic Emperor Frieza is merely a dwarf? Knowing who I am, you still dare to ambush me? Frieza clenched his teeth. Meanwhile, Zabo discreetly retreated to a safe distance, not daring to utter a word. I can't be bothered to explain. You are unworthy of listening. 5 claw marks surged toward him, imbued with a deadly aura, instantly leveling the ground. What is this? Frieza thought as he attempted to counterattack. But at the moment of proximity, his expression shifted dramatically, though it was too late. The claw marks sliced through his 3 fingers with ease. As the severed digits fell to the ground, blood stained the grass. The pain coursing through his body dispelled his disdain, replacing it with a grave countenance. Monkey. Frieza instantly transformed into his second form, energy erupting from him, unleashing a barrage of lethal death beams. Dozens of powerful purple flashes surged towards Sun Wukong. Not a chance. Not a chance. Sun Wukong evaded each of Frieza's assaults with playful ease, even dancing amidst the chaos. Boom. After firing hundreds of death beams, Frieza's forehead throbbed with veins, his frustration mounting as he refused to waste any time, tensing his entire being to transform into his final form in a mere second. Chapter 69, Final Form. Is it really necessary? Transforming directly into his final form, Sun Wukong hastily made his escape. Don't run. Earth Splitter. Frieza, visibly agitated, brought his fingers together, condensing purple energy before unleashing a massive blade of energy that sliced through the air at incredible speed, chasing after Sun Wukong. It seems Frieza's power has significantly increased. There's an unusual feeling about it. Sun Wukong slightly shifted to the left, evading once more, soon escaping 1,000 miles away. Zabo, you stay here. Guard the Dragon Balls. Frieza uttered, transforming into a purple orb of energy as he pursued Sun Wukong, leaving a trail of purple afterglow in the sky. Yes, Lord Frieza. Zabo silently breathed a sigh of relief, remaining within that energy field, his heart racing with fear at every moment. A sharp pain erupted from his back, spreading throughout his body. When Zabo regained his senses, he barely discerned the assailant before being bombarded by countless energy blasts. Boom, boom. Dust erupted, obscuring vision, as Vegeta, after his sneak attack, unleashed hundreds of energy waves, ultimately culminating in the devastating Gallic Gun. That was nothing. The Dragon Balls are mine. Vegeta swiftly leaped to the Dragon Balls, the 5 orbs shimmering with golden light. Just one more Dragon Ball, and my wish will be realized. Suppressing his excitement, Vegeta casually shot an energy blast into the ground, burying all 5 Dragon Balls. Now, only I know where they are hidden. Oh really? Thank you for revealing the location of the buried Dragon Balls. Zabo's energy wave was charged and ready to unleash, and before Vegeta could react, he was struck. Boom. I am among the rare shape-shifting races of the universe. Zabo's once handsome visage grotesquely swelled, his face dotted with warts, transforming him into a corpulent alien resembling a toad. Die now. Vegeta's breath came in heavy gasps, the pain in his back constantly affecting him, making it increasingly difficult to circulate his energy. He concentrated all his power into a Gallic Gun. In an instant, the world dimmed, as if everyone had vanished, leaving him standing alone. Gallic Gun. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a torrent of energy, fueled by his unyielding belief in triumph. What nonsense are you babbling? Zabo waved his left hand, effortlessly deflecting the Gallic Gun, which struck a village behind him, instantly engulfed in a purple flash, leaving devastation in its wake for miles. What? It was deflected. Vegeta's pupils constricted. I can just slap you. Slap. Zabo moved at high speed, closing in on Vegeta and striking his stunned face with a single blow, sending him flying hundreds of meters. You might have found the Dragon Balls, hidden beneath the village. Perhaps? Zabo's face beamed with smug satisfaction, as if it had all been part of his plan. But what? Is that all you can do? You're too fast. Zabo's eyes glinted with amusement. You. Vegeta's vision darkened, his pupils rolling back as he collapsed onto the debris-laden ground. Zabo grinned wickedly, reverting to his original form, extending his green hand downwards. Not bad, he remarked, his smile growing ever more sinister, his movements becoming increasingly aggressive. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Frieza found themselves in an open space. It seems you wish to play with me. Oh, you know I intentionally lured you here? Of course. You must be the support that Vegeta has betrayed me for, right? Is Vegeta now with Mr. Zabo? As Frieza paused for a few seconds, a sinister smile crept across his face. But unfortunately, Mr. Zabo is a shape-shifting alien. He is not someone that Vegeta, with his mere battle power of 24,000, can defeat. By now, Vegeta has probably already collapsed on the ground. Oh ho 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 ho. With this thought, Frieza's excitement intensified, unleashing a quintessential villainous laugh. Too bad, you guessed wrong. Sun Wukong had already been silently gathering his Kamehameha, and with a shout, the blue energy surged forth towards Frieza. Frieza scoffed dismissively, swatting the Kamehameha aside. This level of energy cannot defeat me. Oh ho 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 ho. Frieza showed no urgency to strike, instead relishing the moment like a child who had long been deprived of a toy, delighting in the torment of the insect crawling beneath his feet. He could distinctly sense that the monkey's energy was less than 1/10 of his own, yet in this universe, He was an exceptionally rare powerhouse. Oh, I accidentally brushed against the Ginyu Force just now. Frieza flicked a switch, his smile becoming increasingly malevolent. Why has that Saiyan monkey been silent since just now? Could it be? Suddenly, Frieza realized, as a death beam shot forth, piercing through Sun Wukong's head. Damn, monkey. A barrage of hundreds of death beams, imbued with murderous intent, rained down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The death beams pierced through Sun Wukong's body. It's just an afterimage. Damn it. How dare you? How dare you mock me? The more Frieza thought about it, the angrier he became, unleashing a frenzied barrage of death beams that obliterated the ground for miles around. Mountains crumbled, the earth shattered, and trees were annihilated without a trace. Frieza, still unsatisfied, gathered energy in one hand, intending to obliterate the entire Namek planet. Forget it, haha. Frieza paused for a moment, his smile freezing, his murderous intent palpable, his energy radiating outward like a demon risen from hell. Your objective is the Dragon Balls, isn't it? I'll be waiting, Frieza retracted all his energy, swiftly turning and departing. Sun Wukong observed from 1,000,000 kilometers away, his expression grave. This power does not resemble that of a mere 1,000,000. It seems I need to prepare myself. Sun Wukong slightly turned his head, his gaze piercing, unlike that of an ordinary mortal. His sight pierced through waterfalls, mountains, and forests, ultimately landing on Zebo and Vegeta. Whoosh! A flash of golden light streaked by, and Zebo's sinister smile abruptly froze, collapsing to the ground. Wow! 100 miles away. Zebo struggled to breathe, blood pouring from his throat and staining the vibrant grass. It appeared he was still alive. Sun Wukong had no intention of taking action again. After all, it was merely a frail opponent he faced. He deliberately chose to spare Zebo's life, as he was suddenly intrigued to witness Vegeta's expression upon awakening. However, was Piccolo exhibiting some form of enhancement? His battle power had escalated remarkably, yet this also added an element of excitement. Sun Wukong chuckled as he gauged Frieza's battle power, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief deep within. Everything was under control. Frieza's battle power was estimated to be around 400 million, still manageable from several hundred kilometers away from Frieza's base. Uncle Piccolo, should we inform Dad? Sun Wufan's palms were slick with sweat, his entire body tense. Frieza's presence had suddenly intensified by several magnitudes. A bead of sweat trickled down Sun Lingyi's forehead. While not as overwhelmed as Wufan, she too felt the pressure. The sentiment echoed among all present. They simply could not contend with such a formidable adversary. Chapter 70. The Arrival of the Ginyu Force. Is it that I do not wish to? I too desire action. But how are we to communicate? Shall we provoke Sun Wukong directly? That would surely result in Frieza delivering a fatal blow. Piccolo, exasperated, remarked, his green skin appearing even more vibrant. Laughter erupted as the group realized their collective predicament, the awkwardness enveloping them like a shroud. They glanced left and right, wondering if they were to remain passive in the face of impending doom. The Grand Elder's lifespan was dwindling. If they did not seize the Dragon Balls soon, they would soon turn to stone. Heavenly God, have the Dragon Balls been collected? Piccolo's thoughts traversed countless stars, reaching the heavenly temple on Earth. Yes, they have all been gathered. Shall we make a wish now? The heavenly god's eyes dimmed, his thoughts heavy. Were they truly nearing extinction? He hoped they could weather this storm. Was Sun Wukong a Super Saiyan? His opponent was Frieza, the mightiest force in the universe. Not yet. Heed my instructions. Piccolo pondered for a few moments, deciding it best to wait for the Namekian Dragon Balls to be gathered. If they revived the Namekians, what if Frieza lost control and decimated the planet? They could only seize the Dragon Balls and relocate them to another planet. After all, their current strength was insufficient to defeat Frieza. Piccolo recounted his conversation with the heavenly god. Bulma, deep in thought, wore a serious expression. Let us first acquire the second Dragon Ball, then find a way to distract Frieza while we sneak aboard the ship to steal the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this plan, the others nodded in agreement, their spirits lifted by the prospect of success. They leaped into action, traversing the rugged terrain in remarkably short order. With a splash, Krillin dove into the water, creating ripples upon the lake's surface. Clutching the waterproof Dragon Ball radar, he quickly spotted the Dragon Ball resting at the riverbed. Found you. Krillin exhaled a few bubbles, hastily employing the instant transmission technique to ascend towards the surface. I've got it. Just as Krillin emerged from the river, Yamcha clamped his hand over Krillin's mouth and nose, prompting a frantic flailing of limbs. He was nearly out of breath. Don't speak. There's someone nearby. Krillin immediately ceased struggling, regaining composure as he gently tapped Yamcha's hand, signaling him to release his grip. Yamcha nodded and let go, swiftly wrapping his arms around Krillin's waist to pull him away from the village and back to their hiding spot. Frieza, my lord, we have yet to set foot here. It must have been Vegeta who annihilated this village and concealed the Dragon Balls. Sabo declared vehemently, swearing upon his family's life. Oh ho 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 ho. Mr. Sabo, I believe in your intellect. Frieza reverted to his diminutive first form, yet his energy surged, reflecting his foul temper. Please wait here. Let me handle this sort of labor. After bowing, Sabo ascended into the air, radiating an intense light. Run, run. Piccolo's pupils constricted as he urgently directed the others while cradling the two children. In the instant Sabo unleashed his attack, Piccolo had already retreated 10 miles away. Sabo conjured tens of thousands of small energy orbs, launching them in all directions. The Dragon Balls should withstand this attack, right? Nanny, how can they move so swiftly? Within mere seconds, the group reached their limit after 5 miles. Any further would require them to expend energy. However, should the scouter detect them, death would be imminent. And Frieza was looming overhead. Boom, boom. Thousands of energy blasts rained down, obliterating everything within 10 miles. Rivers ran dry, the land erupted into chaos, leaving only a wasteland of debris. Wow. The group exhaled in exasperation, fleeing for their lives. Once they had distanced themselves 10 miles from Frieza, they collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Damn it. Bulma's face darkened as she clutched her clothing tightly. I will make Frieza pay dearly for this. Launch lay on the ground, her face shadowed, appearing utterly beleaguered. Meanwhile, time pressed on, and Sabo searched in vain for the location of the Dragon Balls. Mr. Sabo, where are the Dragon Balls? Frieza's patience wore thin. Veins throbbing on his forehead, a menacing aura emanating from him. In an instant, Sabo found himself enveloped in Frieza's murderous intent, his body frozen in fear. Frieza, please let me explain. No, grant me one more chance. Before Sabo could finish his plea, a beam of death pierced through his body, leaving him lifeless on the ground. I have no desire to hear your nonsense any longer. Frieza's gaze was icy as he turned to leave. Had it not been for Sabo's capture of Vegeta, he would have been killed long ago. The task you could not complete shall be entrusted to the Ginyu Force. As Frieza departed, the others were left in stunned silence. Was he truly just killed? It seemed quite normal. The villains in dramas often acted this way. It was entirely possible that those deemed useless would meet their demise. Krillin hoisted the Dragon Ball above his head, disregarding everything else. We have successfully acquired the second Dragon Ball. Now we merely need to seize Frieza's Dragon Balls. Piccolo's eyes sparkled with determination. On Frieza's spaceship. Damn. Vegeta languished in the latest medical chamber, eyes tightly shut, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, shattering the glass with a single punch. Green liquid gushed from the breach, wreaking havoc upon the specially designed alloy floor. Humph. Did you think I would recover from my injuries so quickly? Vegeta located the changing room, discarding his drenched battle suit for an old one. This ship only had the old attire. Frieza, the Dragon Balls you toiled to gather are now mine. Vegeta sensed Frieza's energy emanating from the distant east. Exhilarated as he roamed the ship, utilizing energy blasts to demolish walls, transforming the already chaotic surroundings into utter disarray. No, not here either. Panic surged through Vegeta. Where had Frieza hidden the Dragon Balls? Just as he became consumed in his frantic search, 5 shooting stars streaked across the sky, their speed increasing. Oh no. Vegeta realized he needed to escape, but it was too late. With 5 resounding crashes, 5 massive craters formed nearby as the circular spaceship slowly opened its doors. A cloud of smoke billowing forth. Damn it. Why has the Ginyu Force arrived? Is it because Kakarot's battle power was too high and attracted them? Guldo, Riquelme, Berta, Jeez, Ginyu. As the smoke dissipated, the 5 members struck a pose, performing an extravagant entrance dance. Lord Frieza, we. Chapter 71, The Sharpening Stone. The Ginyu Force stood there for several minutes, yet no one came to greet them. Cough, cough. After a moment of awkward silence, the Ginyu Force returned to their usual demeanor. Lord Frieza was absent. Guldo pressed a switch to scan the eastern region. Bang! The scanner exploded under pressure, causing a ringing in Guldo's ears as he frowned and shook his head, quickly regaining composure. Who told you to search like that? Who is it? Ginyu scanned the spaceship, only to find a weakling with a power level of just 5 inside. The attention of the other team members was drawn, and they surrounded the ship, energy coalescing in their hands. Is it a rare alien capable of casually manipulating power levels? The Ginyu Force approached cautiously. How infuriating. Vegeta had not yet mastered the art of sensing ki, making it difficult for him to conceal his energy completely. What to do? What to do? Are you not coming out? We shall destroy this spaceship in a second. Ginyu threatened ominously. Of course, that was not a feasible option. If they truly did so, Lord Frieza would undoubtedly teach them a lesson. As the Ginyu Force drew nearer, Vegeta's heart raced. Thump, thump. Suddenly, a frog leapt past the Ginyu Force from the side of the spaceship. Humph. So it was merely a frog. Guldo kicked the frog away. That power level of 5 was just from this frog. Jinyu then pressed a button and ordered his team to depart. Thank goodness. Vegeta sighed in relief as he emerged from the changing room. The desire to seize the Dragon Balls evaporated, replaced by the urgent need to escape before the Jinyu Force returned. After waiting a few minutes and sensing the Jinyu Force had moved far away, Vegeta finally stepped out of the spaceship. 100 miles away. I knew someone was here. Guldo smirked darkly. It turns out to be Vegeta. Let us have a little game of kickball this time. Jinyu's eyes gleamed with malicious delight. Excellent idea. I concur. The Jinyu Force accelerated toward Vegeta's direction. What? Did they not leave? Oh no, it's a trap. Vegeta's veins bulged as he shot westward. Where's Kakarot? In a panic, Vegeta's mind frantically searched for Kakarot's direction of departure. Yes, to the south. Just as Vegeta turned, it was unfortunate that the Jinyu Force had already encircled him. Hey, Vegeta, where do you think you're going? Jinyu teased. Obviously afraid of us. I bet he's thinking of heading home for some milk. Ha ha ha. After a bout of laughter, Vegeta's expression grew increasingly grim. Die for me. He unleashed a charged Gallic gun at the weakest Guldo, intending to bypass him. Heh. Guldo dodged Vegeta's attack with incredible speed. Damn it. It's time stop. Huh. A righteous sneak attack. Jeez punched Vegeta in the head. Vegeta's head was suddenly struck with immense force, sending him flying. Huh. I'll catch the ball too. Super Lickum delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's chest. Wow. Vegeta's consciousness blurred, and with a crack, his sternum and xiphoid process fractured, spewing copious amounts of blood. His organs were pierced by shattered bones, blood circulating in reverse, teetering on the brink of death. Lickum, that move was too ruthless. I can't even fight back. Berta fumed. Apologies, evil one. I'll treat you to chocolate Christmas. Now that's more like it. Jinyu intervened appropriately. After all, they truly couldn't kill Vegeta. Enough. Spare his life. Jinyu was very cautious. Since Lord Frieza had spared Vegeta, there must be a reason, and if they truly killed him, it would spell trouble. Thousands of kilometers away, Vegeta had come perilously close to death twice in a day, significantly enhancing his power level. Son Goku opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the miles, seeing Vegeta being returned to the medical chamber once more. A golden light flickered from his body, his aura dissipating without a trace, as though he were a solid rock. 200,000 power level. Once he recovers, the Jinyu Force will be in dire straits. I'll observe for a while. It's time to let Gohan and the others hone their skills. The Jinyu Force is a sharpening stone. Well done. Truly worthy of being my general. Lord Frieza rarely displayed a smile. Indeed, he was not comparable to that useless Zarbon. After being ambushed by Son Goku, he didn't even have time to inform me. Truly a waste. Of course, if you're in the mood, allow me to perform a celebratory dance for you. Jinyu bowed gracefully, exuding confidence and composure. No, let us wait until after the wish. Watching Jinyu dance is no different from attending a defense presentation. Very well, how regrettable, Lord Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza's forehead twitched with veins as anger surged within him. Control yourself. Control yourself. Meanwhile, Krillin used the telescope he brought to closely observe the spaceship. What is going on? Bulma shook Krillin. It's Frieza and a few dancing aliens. They look just like the superheroes on TV. In Krillin's mind, the posing superheroes were a notion formed after the internet became widespread. Superheroes? Piccolo snatched the telescope. Sensing the powerful ki of the five, he observed closely. Suddenly his eyes widened. Their most troublesome aspect is not their ki, but the special abilities they gained from an unexpected mutation one day. A gift from the universe to a certain life form. Gift? What is that? X2. The two young boys scratched their heads, utterly bewildered. Others shared the same confusion, gazing at Piccolo with puzzled expressions. It is akin to magic, yet different, a level above magic. Such special abilities could at least render one the strongest on their home planet. Isn't that invincible? More powerful than magic? Yamcha was baffled. Not necessarily. While stronger than magic, they are not invulnerable. Countless pieces of knowledge flashed through Piccolo's mind, and he already had a strategy in place. Merely the fortunate recipients of a gift, let me show you how to defeat you. Piccolo rarely regained the demeanor of the Demon King, and for a moment, the surroundings felt as frigid as a millennium of ice. Cough, cough. Sensing the unusual gazes, Piccolo's cheeks flushed slightly. What are you looking at? Listen to the plan. Don't dawdle. After a thorough explanation from Piccolo, everyone finally understood their weaknesses, although it was perhaps better left unsaid. Isn't it just about the sneak attack? Frieza, Frieza, come out, come out. Frieza. Chapter 72, The Murderer of Gula. Who is it? Which fool is so ignorant as to not know the great name of Frieza? Oh ho 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 ho. So it's that Namekian. Come to take revenge on me? Frieza stepped down from his hovercraft and slowly walked up to Piccolo. Could it be that you specifically came to surrender the Dragon Balls? Jinyu, get this Namekian a chair. Yes, Lord Frieza. Jinyu turned and departed. Piccolo snorted coldly, his expression impassive. Frieza was even more convinced that Piccolo had come to surrender. With that expression, that demeanor, you say you've come for revenge? I don't buy it. Moments later, Jinyu descended from the spaceship. Please. After Piccolo took his seat, Frieza elegantly sat down, his tail lazily swaying. Oh ho 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 ho, this esteemed Namekian. Where are the Dragon Balls you brought? Well, they are, of course. Piccolo's expression serious as he placed his finger in the middle of his antenna. In hell. You shall go to hell. Piccolo's gaze turned icy. A murderous intent surged as he pointed at Frieza. Special beam cannon. Piccolo's finger coalesced into a spiral energy wave, launching a fierce attack. Bang! Frieza, in his first form, was unable to evade in time and was pierced through the chest by the special beam cannon. You, Namekian. Frieza's energy surged dramatically as he instantaneously transformed into his ultimate form. Fortunately, the ice demon possessed formidable vitality. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to this Namekian. Contemplating this, Frieza's murderous intent surged, and his energy erupted, sending Piccolo's second attack flying. What? He exerted every ounce of strength to condense his special beam cannon, only to have it deflected with brutal force. This aura is utterly terrifying. Far away, Goku suddenly opened his eyes, fixated on Piccolo's position. Is it truly impossible for a battle power of 10 million to annihilate Frieza's 300? I must teach that little brat Piccolo a lesson. Why did he make the special beam cannon so diminutive? It's hardly lethal. If Piccolo were privy to Goku's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly run away to scoff. How was I to know that Frieza could still move freely after being pierced through the chest? He is even more resilient than that Namekian. At that moment, as Piccolo engaged in battle with Frieza, the siblings Lazuli and her brother led their companions in a surprise attack on Jinyu. Jinyu cried out in agony as a sharp force severed his arm, which fell to the ground. Die for me. Lazuli roared, her left hand gathering energy. Dragon Claw. The claw marks seemed capable of cleaving through anything, splitting Jinyu's body in two. Lazuli turned and shouted, You all go kill the others. Bulma, go search for the Dragon Balls. The expressions of those behind her were cold, burying their emotions deep within as murderous intent surged forth. Not bad. Seizing the opportunity amidst the battle, Goku descended nearby in the blink of an eye, but he had no intention of intervening. He merely observed quietly. Goku, 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 Goku. At that moment, the voice of King Kai resonated from afar, traversing countless distances. What's wrong? Goku sensed that King Kai's emotions were in turmoil. He projected his consciousness to King Kai's planet, stabilizing his emotions. It's Frieza. King Kai's panic diminished slightly, yet his excitement remained palpable. He has killed Gula. An entity even stronger than Frieza. Gula. Indeed. 5 years ago, Frieza's power surged abruptly, and he killed his brother Gula. King Kai trembled, his eyes filled with terror. All right, I understand. Thank you for the warning. Damn, this has spiraled out of control. It's fine, just be cautious. The connection with King Kai abruptly vanished. Damn that Namekian. Frieza seethed with rage. First, it was the Saiyan monkey, and now it's that Namekian. What do you all take me, Frieza, for? This is preposterous. I am the Galactic Emperor, the mightiest being. In an instant, energy erupted from Frieza's entire being, causing Namek to tremble on the brink of collapse. The sky darkened, shrouding the entire planet, while the seas churned, unleashing towering waves. The desolate lands erupted into thousands of tornadoes, the ground quaking violently, teetering on the edge of destruction. Namek is nearing annihilation. What? Frieza not only withstood a blow but remained lively, yet now he is hundreds of times stronger. King Kai's fist. 20 times. 2 years ago, Goku imparted King Kai's ultimate technique to him. At that time, Piccolo had resisted vehemently, yet King Kai's fist proved to be formidable. The senzu beans within Piccolo's abdomen began to stir. Should he sustain injury, they would vanish instantly to heal him. Die, Namekian. On another front, what is this? Vegeta slowly opened his eyes. Am I still alive? Feeling his body rejuvenate, a surge of power coursed through him, far surpassing his previous strength. Splendid. Now, even the entirety of the Jinyu force combined could not defeat him. Crash. The glass shattered once more, liquid spilling forth. I must act quickly. That aura outside belongs to the Earth's Namekian. Vegeta felt an ominous premonition and dashed out of the spacecraft, only to be met by Kakaroto's friends. Oh, it's Vegeta. If you wish to survive, then be gone. Lazuli scoffed, her power considerably stronger than his. Yet who among them lacked a hidden card? Did she truly believe she was merely exuding rage? Sensing the auras of Goten and Trunks, Vegeta snorted disdainfully and leaped out of the spacecraft. Jinyu, on the brink of death, extended his left hand, tears streaming from his eyes. He was truly nearing his end. Humph. Die? Krillin was cautious, giving no opportunity to his adversary. Such a genius warrior, should he grow complacent, death would be imminent. Kamehameha charged. The blue light surged forth, and the Ginyu Force captain met his demise. Goten averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. How disgusting. Trunks remained unperturbed, feeling no revulsion. Let us go. Buddha. Guldo, Jeez, and Rikum, alerted by the commotion outside, immediately grew wary, using their unique gestures to communicate. There's someone outside. Jeez. It seems Captain Ginyu has been ambushed. Rikum. Should we flee? Buddha. Wait. Where's Guldo? The three glanced around, only to realize that Guldo, who had been right beside them moments ago, had vanished in the blink of an eye. That fellow actually slipped away. Kamehameha. Energy slice. Demon flash. Before the three could comprehend why their position was discovered, they were struck by a combined assault from Lazuli and her comrades. The three cried out in agony, reduced to ashes under the onslaught of the energy blasts. Chapter 73, Barunga. 10 miles away. Guldo gasped for breath. I never imagined such a powerful Captain Ginyu could be annihilated in an instant. It's truly unbelievable power. At the moment of Jinyu's death, Guldo activated his time freeze and fled 10 miles away. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. I'm so lucky. Vegeta emerged from behind Guldo, unexpectedly encountering the remnants of the Ginyu Force. What? You are Vegeta. Guldo's head was cleaved by the golden light, severed and falling to the ground, blood staining the grass, his eyes wide with disbelief. Did you not expect this? Vegeta, filled with murderous intent, recalled the moment he was nearly slain. He remembered every moment of agony and resentment, the hatred for his own weakness. Who would have thought you would be the one to kill me? Ha 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 ha. It is your weakness that is your original sin. Vegeta gathered energy in one hand, aiming at Guldo's head. Bang! A flash of golden light erupted, and Guldo's head vanished in the energy blast, leaving not a trace. Meanwhile, Bulma, armed with the Dragon Ball radar, was searching beneath the spaceship with Tien and Chaozu. Found it. Bulma unleashed an energy blast, creating a deep crater in the ground. The earth erupted, revealing 5 gleaming Dragon Balls. Excellent. Hurry and tell Piccolo to retreat. Bulma shouted excitedly. This might not end well. Tien looked up. Chaozu followed suit. In the sky, Piccolo, utilizing the 20-fold Kaioken, still found himself no match for Frieza, his body repeatedly torn apart and mended. Thankfully, he had enough Senzu beans, otherwise he would have perished long ago. In the sky, every clash between Piccolo and Frieza consumed a Senzu bean. Damn, where on earth is Goku? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Piccolo's heart raced with anxiety. He had only a handful of Senzu beans left from the 100 in his abdomen, and if Frieza unleashed a few more attacks, he might truly descend into the underworld. Quite resilient, unlike the other Namekians who lack such fortitude. Frieza sneered, targeting Piccolo. Death beam of madness. Hundreds of purple beams erupted ferociously from his fingertip. Piccolo attempted to evade, but it was futile. After dodging a dozen death beams, he was struck by 3 others, momentarily halting his speed. Frieza's gaze was filled with amusement. And soon after, 50 death beams followed. Whoosh, whoosh. With a swift motion, Piccolo's pupils constricted as the beam of death loomed perilously close. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Son Goku materialized, his hands creating afterimages as he effortlessly deflected the lethal beam. At last, he has arrived. Piccolo silently exhaled in relief. His last Senzu bean having been digested, his injuries mending. Apologies, I am late. Allow me to handle him from here. With that, Piccolo quickly sensed Bulma's energy and transformed into a white streak of light, departing. Monkey, you dare show up again. Frieza entered a state of frenzy, his muscles bulging grotesquely, resembling a horror game monster. I will now demonstrate my ultimate form to you, this insufferable monkey. Frieza made no attempt to thwart Piccolo's escape. His focus was solely on obliterating this bothersome monkey. He would seize the Dragon Balls and annihilate this Namekian planet. Energy surged within him, veins bulging ominously, and with a roar, Frieza unleashed his full power. Incredible, my combat power can still increase. This was bad. Son Goku's base power level was merely 5 million. However, it could be resolved. Oh ho 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 ho. Do you see? A perfect physique, coupled with the most formidable power in the universe. Frieza grinned confidently, arms outstretched, his gaze cold and menacing. Oh, to clarify, my current combat power stands at 750 million. Fear me. Oh ho 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 ho. Despair. Lose your sanity. The more Frieza pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his entire body trembling with excitement, his tail swaying joyfully. Get lost. Son Goku struck Frieza with a powerful punch, launching a barrage of attacks. Yet, Frieza neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he opened his arms wide, as if everything were under his control. Humph! Son Goku's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Dragon Claw. A slash of claws flashed by, sending chills down Frieza's spine, compelling him to instinctively move at lightning speed. Wham! Frieza's left arm plummeted from the sky, blood gushing from his wound. What a pity. Son Goku shook his hand slightly. Being careless could lead to grave consequences. Ha 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 ha. This time, Frieza's laughter ceased, his pride shattered, and a wave of murderous intent enveloped him. In an instant, a punch transcending all limits. Bang! Son Goku's head exploded. A crimson mist bursting forth in the sky, cascading to the ground like a fireworks display. The onlookers' pupils dilated in shock. A moment of utter silence fell over the land. The crowd forgotten how to even make a sound. Moments later, Son Goku. The thunder roared through the heavens, and despair surged within their hearts. He had actually been defeated. Bulma's eyes were hollow, disbelief etched upon her face. Lazuli and Launch soared into the sky, desperate to check on their beloved's body, but were intercepted by Piccolo. Use the Dragon Balls first. We can wish Son Goku back. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the crowd regained their composure. Indeed, the Dragon Balls could resurrect him. There was still hope. And the Namekian Dragon Balls. If they wished to revive Son Goku, they could then use the Namekian Dragon Balls to teleport back to Earth. A wave of hope surged through them, Bulma producing 7 Dragon Balls to hand to Piccolo. Impossible. Even Kakarot has fallen. Vegeta's eyes widened, stepping back in terror. If Kakarot was dead, could he still achieve vengeance? Could a Super Saiyan not defeat Frieza? Arise, dragon. Piccolo recited the Namekian incantation taught by the Elder, grant my wish. Meanwhile, Frieza wiped the blood from his fists, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You don't actually think I would allow you to have a chance, do you, monkey? Having clashed with Piccolo multiple times, Frieza was well aware that there was a green being residing within him. With each one consumed, the Namekian's injuries would heal. Even a fool could surmise that Son Goku possessed a similar extraordinary object. Frieza toyed with a green bean in his hand, having seized it from the Namekian's body. Piccolo had not even realized it was taken from him. He assumed he had merely digested one too many. With a thunderous sound, the once overcast world grew even darker. A bolt of lightning struck the spaceship, and a mysterious green entity emerged from the Dragon Balls. The Namekian dragon, Porunga, has arrived. Was that the dragon capable of granting all wishes? Frieza's heart leapt with joy. He had stumbled upon this opportunity effortlessly. Oh ho 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 ho. Fortune smiles upon me. Chapter 74. The Arrival of the Super Saiyan. Frieza consumed the Senzu bean, his muscles bulging as his body rapidly healed. Marvelous. To feed these insects is truly a waste. Greed seeped from his core, and Frieza's aura darkened with malevolence. This was rightfully mine. It was merely stolen from me by these insects. Now I shall reclaim it. Hurry, Bulma urged anxiously. Piccolo, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth, poised to make his wish. Ha ha ha. Frieza suddenly stood before Piccolo, exuding an air of elegance. Seeking to resurrect that monkey, are you? Alas, how unfortunate. He paused momentarily, his tone like the depths of the abyss. You have failed, haven't you? Oh ho 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 ho. The Dragon Balls. They are mine. And you? Prepare to die. A fist lunged at Piccolo, carrying an overwhelming force, a murderous intent surging. Piccolo felt as though he had plunged into an icy chasm, his heart freezing in that instant. This time, there was truly no chance left. Yar, this is intriguing. Do you genuinely believe you can kill me? A familiar voice chimed from beside Piccolo as a golden-haired, blue-eyed man, engulfed in a golden aura, firmly grasped Frieza's arm. Base combat power, 10 million. Is that Goku? The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, astonished that he had somehow survived. Piccolo had proven to be immensely resilient. Son Goku, his power has significantly increased. Even his hair has changed color. Piccolo's complexion darkened further, hastily retreating several meters. On a mountain peak, Vegeta's eyes bulged as he gripped the rocks tightly. A Super Saiyan? This is the true Super Saiyan. An invincible warrior born once every 1,000 years. The Super Saiyan. Vegeta's voice echoed throughout the realm, reaching Bulma, Piccolo, and even the Elder. Far away, over 1,000 miles distant, the Elder opened his murky eyes, his heart racing. Could this be the legendary invincible warrior? The Super Saiyan. Of course, Frieza heard this too. Merely a legend. Frieza scoffed, his eyes glinting with amusement. He sensed that Son Goku's energy was not even on the same level. Is that so? Son Goku smiled mysteriously, delivering a punch that sent Frieza flying. In an instant, dozens of mountains were pierced through, followed by a barrage of energy blasts. Is that all? Frieza scoffed, a smirk upon his lips. As he concentrated his energy into a supernova, obliterating Son Goku's energy blasts one by one. Kamehameha. Son Goku had already appeared behind Frieza, gathering energy for the Kamehameha. I told you, it's nothing special. Frieza's muscles tensed, absorbing Son Goku's Kamehameha without a scratch. Subsequently, he retaliated with a fierce punch. Ouch, that hurts. Never before had he encountered such an adversary. Excitement danced across Son Goku's face, his muscles trembling, his desire for battle intensifying. Come forth. Son Goku unleashed his full energy. Hundreds of energy blasts charging forth in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Your energy purity is far too low. Frieza made no attempt to evade, allowing the energy blast to strike him. Boom. In an instant, towering clouds of smoke erupted, enveloping the entire land. Super. Kamehameha. Seizing the moment while the smoke lingered, Son Goku prepared to deliver his most powerful strike, vowing to eliminate Frieza right here. Oh ho 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 ho. It's futile. Futile. Your assaults are utterly incapable of reaching me. Frieza, gradually losing his composure, reveled in the exquisite sensation of overwhelming power. Meanwhile, on Earth, at the heavenly temple, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning. Above the temple, the eternal dragon hovered majestically. Mr. Popo, it is Lord Kami. The eternal dragon has granted the wish to resurrect all the Namekians slain by Frieza. As you wish. With that, the dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across Earth. On Namek, the deceased Namekians slowly opened their eyes, raising their hands. We are revived. We are revived. What has happened? Is it the eternal dragon? Has someone used the dragon to bring us back? But wait, our dragon can only revive one person. Could it be that the Dragon Balls scattered elsewhere have resurrected us? Regardless, the Namekians rejoiced in their resurrection. They embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces, sharing their exhilaration of survival. In the Grand Elder's home, have we truly been revived? Quickly, utilize Purunga. I can barely hold on. The Grand Elder's face was taut, his energy surging, struggling against the impending death of his mortal form. Piccolo, hurry. Perhaps sensing the urgency in the Grand Elder's voice, Piccolo, far away, turned towards the eternal dragon and declared, my first wish is to transport everyone on Namek, except Frieza, to Earth. With a flash of red light, Purunga replied, Goku and Vegeta refuse to be transported, the others can be. What? Why? The 5 exclaimed in panic. At that moment, Goku's thoughts resonated. You all go back first. I must defeat Frieza on Namek. After a brief silence, Goku reassured, if I perish, then use the Dragon Balls to bring me back. This statement acted as a calming balm. Everyone understood that at least Goku had a fallback plan. Alright, if it truly comes to that, we will contact King Kai and wish for your return. As Purunga's eyes glimmered, the red light enveloped them, and in an instant, apart from Frieza, Goku, and Vegeta, Namek was devoid of any other life. Vegeta, now piloting his spacecraft high above, prepared to flee at the moment of the planet's destruction. Humph, let them escape. Following the battle with Frieza and Piccolo, Goku had naturally learned to sense energy. The instant the Namekians were resurrected, Frieza was aware of it. Why did he not stop Piccolo's wish? He was well aware of their stronghold, rather than wish for anything at this moment. Frieza longed to eliminate Goku right then and there. This monkey, time and again, obstructs me. I shall see to it that this Saiyan monkey meets his demise. Earth, once I finish with Goku, I shall come for you swiftly. Ha ha ha. Despair indeed. Frieza arrogantly lifted his chin, eyes filled with contempt, a smirk curling his lips. 20 years ago, I obliterated planet Vegeta. Back then, a monkey attempted to thwart me. It was nothing but an egg striking a rock. Ho 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 ho. How amusing. 20 years ago you slaughtered countless Saiyans, and 20 years later, it shall be I, a Saiyan, who brings your end. Despite the overwhelming disparity in strength, Goku's fighting spirit only intensified. Oh ho 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 ho. You are quite confident. Yet confidence holds no merit. And why is that? It is because my combat power is 750 million. Frieza spread his arms wide, tilting his head back, disdain radiating from him. Perish, monkey. I have no desire to engage in childish games any longer. I shall unleash the most powerful strike, harnessing the force of 750 million. In an instant, the world fell silent, the winds ceased, the rivers paused, the ground trembled no more. Everything seemed destined to vanish under this singular blow. Boom. Goku could not evade. Struck down by Frieza's fist, reduced to a bloody pulp, leaving only half of his body intact. Chapter 75. At this moment, I am the strongest. For years prior. Congratulations, my God. Merging spirit, energy, and life, becoming an eternal deity. The gone old man was none other than Dr. Gero. At this moment, he knelt before the black-haired youth, his gaze fervent, as if witnessing the birth of an eternal entity. The black-haired youth was none other than Goku. At this moment, he toyed with the lives encased within a glass dome. With a wave of his hand, all life within the dome disappeared, transforming into a golden essence that returned to Goku's grasp. With this, the plan had concluded. Gero, I am satisfied with your assistance. After extensive experimentation, Goku had finally unified energy and life. From henceforth, as long as the energy endures, life shall persist eternally. Goku snapped his fingers, and a surge of energy flooded into Dr. Gero's body. Wow! Gero's form began to regress, age spots fading from his face, his bald head sprouting hair. The sickly, dull skin peeled away, revealing a complexion as delicate as snow. Ailments vanished, and clarity returned to his mind. Within mere seconds, Dr. Gero transformed into a robust, handsome young man. Gero, take a few days to rest. As for the research on androids, you need not pursue the Energy and Life project any further. In the future, as long as you remain loyal, you too shall be among the eternal. The underlying implication was clear. Focus on your work, but do not meddle in anything else, or your life may be forfeit. Yes, my God. Evidently, Dr. Gero did not grasp the subtle undertones, consumed by fervent obsession. I take great satisfaction in this. These are to ensure the safety of your family, understand? Goku gathered several orbs of golden energy and placed them in Dr. Gero's hands. Understood. Understood. Thank you so much for your mercy, my God. Dr. Gero bowed repeatedly, his eyes still brimming with fervent gratitude. What is happening? Is it true that the legendary warriors, the Super Saiyans, cannot defeat Frieza? Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat. Could this be correct? Was this merely a fabrication of the Saiyans' imagination? Were the ancestors who defeated Frieza also mere myths? Had the Saiyans been so accustomed to their enslavement that they unconsciously fantasized? And was it merely inscribed upon stone? Thus, the legend was born. A wave of despair washed over Vegeta, yet he did not flee. Instead, he remained rooted, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Kakarot's lifeless form. Perhaps it was a final flicker of hope, perhaps an unwillingness to accept defeat, perhaps the bitterness of shattered dreams after so many years. He, Vegeta, would see the conclusion. Even in death, he had witnessed Kakarot being slain by Frieza, yet he remained trapped on Namek. Stand up, Kakarot. Humph, Goku, now you shall vanish. Frieza, shaking off the bloodstains, stood elegantly in place. Next, I shall seize the Dragon Balls. You pesky insects had better beware. Oh ho 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 ho. Suddenly, blood and flesh surged towards Goku's remaining body. 1 piece, 1 drop. 10 pieces, 10 drops. A whirlwind enveloped Goku's form, blood reconstituting, flesh mending, energy surging. Did you truly believe you could kill me? Goku's body returned to its normal state, unscathed. His voice was calm, with arms outstretched. Goku's eyes glinted with disdain as he unleashed his energy. In an instant, chaos reigned once more across Namek, plunging it into profound peril. What is the meaning of this? Frieza squinted. Hey, this is not good. Goku's power seems almost on par with mine. Haha. Thank you for allowing me to achieve my transformation. Thus, I bestow upon you the gift of death. Goku smirked. Did you think my claws were merely for show? You believe you can breach my defenses? Had it not been for the Saiyans' dire circumstances enhancing my combat prowess, I would have eliminated Frieza, this worthless being, long ago. Did you truly think 750 million was formidable? In truth, he had numerous opportunities to eliminate Frieza, yet he refrained from doing so. The reason lies within this. As he felt the potential of his body deplete, the brink of death rendered him incapable of augmenting any combat abilities. Goku was not taken aback by this outcome, for he had long been aware of it from watching the anime. In the Cell Saga, Vegeta had explicitly stated that the enhancement experienced at the brink of death was merely the manifestation of one's physical potential, not a glitch. Combat power, 750 million. By retracting the power of the Super Saiyan within, the crisis on Namek instantaneously vanished without a trace. Heh, our strengths are indeed comparable. Are you truly certain you can defeat me? Frieza's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he endeavored to calm Goku. He certainly did not wish for his demise. Is that so? In an instant, Goku appeared behind Frieza, launching a devastating punch that sent him hurtling into outer space. Ha ha ha, Goku, I have triumphed. It is well known that Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Once Frieza escapes into the cosmos, Goku would be unable to pursue him. With a murderous intent, Goku executed several instantaneous movements, appearing before Frieza in the blink of an eye. How can your speed be so extraordinary? Are we not evenly matched? Frieza gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide as he shielded his head with his hands. There exists a disparity even within 750 million. With a single blow, Goku sent Frieza crashing back to Namek. Frieza plummeted through thousands of peaks, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, creating a pit several thousand meters deep. Blood gushed from his body in torrents, leaving him barely able to rise. Why is this happening? Is this right? And what is the source of Goku's power? How can it breach my energy? By what right can it penetrate? Frieza found himself utterly incapable of defending. Each of Goku's strikes inflicted lethal damage. From this moment forth, I shall be the strongest. Goku slowly descended from the sky, hovering above Frieza. Damn it, die already. Frieza had long since gathered a deadly energy beam in his hands, poised for release. In an instant, several death beams surged forth, imbued with boundless malice. Goku neither dodged nor evaded. At the moment of impact, he reflected the death beams back. Frieza was struck by his own attack. His already battered body teetered on the brink of death, his blood drying up. Consciousness fading. Has he fallen after just a few moves? Not enough. Not enough. Still not enough. After having killed him twice, did he think he could perish so easily? Not a chance. He tossed a Senzu bean from his pocket, which transformed into powder, piercing through Frieza's body. Instantly, blood gushed from his abdomen as the powder reached his digestive system. Gulp. Frieza's previously ravaged body began to heal at an astonishing speed. Ha ha ha. How does it feel? Goku placed a foot upon Frieza's crystalline head, grinding it with contempt, fully relishing the humiliation. Damn, you bastard. Frieza could only seethe with impotent rage, channeling all his energy into a super death beam. With all his might, he vowed to obliterate Goku once more. A trivial display of skill, unlike before. To Goku, the death beam appeared as sluggish as a snail, utterly inconsequential. The energy was dispersed, far too many openings. Frieza could not even execute a basic combat technique. You are destined to be annihilated. It is fated. It is fated. The monkey from 20 years ago said this, and the monkey of 20 years later echoes the same. Do you Saiyans not realize your faults? You are wicked and tyrannical, viewing all living beings as mere animals, slaughtering them at will. Should you not be eradicated? Chapter 76. Frieza's supernova explosion. What is this fool babbling about? Goku's expression darkened. Is this right? You were the one who killed me twice. Now that the tables have turned, you still lament? Boom. Goku seized Frieza by the head, lifting him to the zenith. Weakness is the original sin. The obliteration of the Saiyans was thus, and your death shall be the same. Frieza's weary eyelids suddenly flared open, and he soared from the planet at a speed surpassing all limits. In but a few moments, Namek shrank from a colossal entity to the size of a basketball. Saiyans cannot survive in the void of space. Why this outer cosmos? Within mere seconds, Goku materialized before him, his fist following suit. Boom. Frieza attempted to withstand the impact with energy, but to no avail. Goku's strength, undiminished, surged into his abdomen. A bizarre energy flooded in from the outside, wreaking havoc upon his flesh. His organs ruptured, the sounds of his insides ceasing, vision blurring. I feel as if I am on the verge of death. Rest assured, I shall treat you well, especially after your previous kindness. A calm voice echoed in his ear, soft and gentle. Yet, to Frieza, it felt like torment in the depths of hell before the end. Please, spare me, Mr. Goku. I shall reform my ways. Frieza was gripped by fear, terror consuming him. All he wished for was to survive, to live. Please, as long as you spare me, I will do whatever you desire. Each second of torment inflicted by Goku felt like an eternity to Frieza, as if he were enduring decades of suffering. This was a challenge for the pampered Frieza to adapt to. Today, as agony surpassed centuries of experience. Very well. Goku's serene visage broke into a smile, radiating like a solar deity descending upon the world. However, I must ensure you remember this lesson. Goku paused, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Let us make a deal. You endure 3 of my attacks, and I shall spare you. What about that? All right, I shall not use that technique. Excellent. Frieza rejoiced, believing that as long as Goku refrained from utilizing that bizarre move, he could withstand the onslaught. Poor Frieza remained oblivious to the fact that Goku's murderous intent had not waned in the slightest. Why has Kakarot returned? His power surpasses even Frieza's. Is it a Saiyan's innate talent? Upon nearing death, his combat power also surged. Vegeta piloted his ship into space to observe the battle. To his eyes, Kakarot, upon his resurrection, toyed with Frieza as one would with a mere rodent. To suggest that Kakarot and Frieza were evenly matched was utterly implausible. First strike. Goku unleashed a blue light, akin to a planetary explosion, striking Frieza. Indeed, he did not employ that technique. Feeling the power within his abdomen, Frieza realized he had not sustained severe injuries. Excellent. If he could endure the final 2 strikes, he would survive. Frieza felt a surge of elation. Second strike. Goku's fist, imbued with the force of countless tons, coiled with anticipation. Boom. With a momentum so fierce that Frieza could scarcely perceive. It struck him squarely in the head. Frieza collided with Namek at superluminal speed, akin to a sharp needle piercing a balloon. Boom. Boom. The once frail Namek erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. A light surpassing that of the sun illuminated the cosmos, casting brilliance across the realm. Vegeta turned pale, the explosion engulfing him as he hastily summoned his energy for defense. Yet it was too late. A wave of crimson light surged forth. The ship could not withstand it, and it detonated in the void of space. A dark silhouette emerged from the explosion, drifting through the cosmos. It was none other than Vegeta. Frieza's speed had not diminished. Instead, it escalated exponentially. Boom. The planet hovering near Namek was instantaneously pierced. Boom. Frieza's body contained a unique energy. Upon reaching the core of the planet, it would detonate immediately. Are you still alive? His combat power had multiplied several times, and his vitality was remarkably resilient. Goku hovered in the starry expanse. His eyes narrowed. Yet he remained no match for me. Spreading his arms wide, a torrent of energy emanated from within, gradually swelling. A crimson sphere, supernova explosion. Within surged countless explosive energies. Upon contact, the essence of the body would react with the essence of the supernova, merging into a magnificent firework of the cosmos. Ha! I have received it. I have received it. Frieza's heart was consumed by hope, his face alight with the thrill of a narrow escape from death. It's too early to rejoice. It's not over yet. The thought of Son Goku reverberated within Frieza's mind. Are you ready? I am prepared. Frieza's gaze was resolute, his mind devoid of distractions, filled solely with a thirst for life. Then brace yourself. As the words fell, the supernova explosion followed. Beyond the supernova explosion of Namek, a massive aura surged towards him. Hold it back. Frieza summoned all his energy in an attempt to resist. Strangely, the supernova did not explode. Instead, it diminished further under Frieza's energy. One Namek. Half a Namek. A colossal rock. Finally, it vanished, leaving Frieza hovering in place, panting. I have fulfilled your conditions. Excellent. I believe you have turned over a new leaf. You may leave. However, should I encounter you committing evil again, I shall not spare you. Thank you, Mr. Son Goku. I shall indeed reform. Frieza rejoiced, astonished that his adversary genuinely kept his promise. He had expected mere mockery, as he had often done in the past. Utilizing his remaining energy, Frieza departed from Namek, vanishing in an instant. Of course, the next time we meet will be different. After all, I am the one who values my promises. Son Goku's killing intent surged, and he reached out gently towards the direction Frieza had departed. We shall meet again, Frieza. This time, I will not let you escape. The thought thundered in Frieza's mind like a celestial storm. Wait, Mr. Goku, no. You cannot do this. Frieza's body began to swell dramatically, growing larger and larger. Half a Namek. One Namek. A supernova. You promised me. Boom, 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 boom. After millennia of darkness in the galaxy, a beam of light appeared in this instant, illuminating the entire galaxy. Frieza's body exploded. The shockwave affected hundreds of planets. Some planets would be eternally altered, departing from their trajectories for millions of years, embarking on an interstellar journey. I made a promise. Did you not hear me say that next time we meet, I shall not let you go? I knew at a glance you were up to no good. Son Goku's expression remained stoic, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Chapter 77, Cell. A lifeless body drifted through space, its aura dim, its visage pale, seemingly on the brink of death. Vegeta. This time, it was Son Goku who was astonished. You didn't return to Earth with me. I said nothing. You followed me to spectate, and I remained silent. But you survived the explosion on Namek. You truly are fortunate. In truth, Son Goku did not intend to destroy Namek. It was merely an accident that propelled Frieza into the core. Namek was already on the verge of annihilation, and with his assistance, the people of Namek. Out with the old, in with the new, Consider yourself lucky. Son Goku departed from this expanse of stars. As he accelerated, the stars seemed to compete. Racing towards him, a golden light enveloped Vegeta's body, transporting him to a life-bearing planet. Let Son Goku return to Earth. Balunga's crimson light flashed, and he declined. Decline. Everyone was astonished. Why? What is so great about that desolate place, Namek? Have you been turned foolish by Frieza? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. I might return in a year. I wish to learn some knowledge in the universe. Son Goku's thought resonated in everyone's minds. Fine. Really. Leaving us on Earth while you frolic in the cosmos. The three women could only roll their eyes in exasperation. After Son Goku's masterful persuasion, he finally placated his wives. What about the remaining two wishes? Piccolo turned to the crowd behind him and asked. Everyone glanced around, lacking any particular wishes, and Piccolo nodded as he approached the Namekians. What about you? The Namekians discussed amongst themselves, and upon hearing of Frieza's demise, they wished to return to Namek. However, barely minutes on Earth, their home was gone. The Namekians had no choice but to wish for a beautiful planet as their new Namek. As for the final wish, it seemed of little use. So they allowed the dragon to return. The Cell Games. Son Gohan made a critical mistake, losing to Cell, and thus was absorbed. Cell did not destroy Earth. Instead, he left without causing any harm. Years later, Cell hunted down countless powerful beings across the universe, his presence felt on every planet inhabited by the strong. Cell believed himself invincible, unmatched in this universe, the strongest being in existence. As he basked in his solitude of supremacy, he recalled the time machine. That's right, the time machine he had stolen from Trunks. Thus, he returned to Earth, his birthplace. If you wish to prevent the demise of those you care about, then create for me a machine capable of traversing time and space. Cell seized Bulma by her collar, forcing her to witness the terror on the faces of her loved ones. I had no intention of killing you. After all, I am not a bloodthirsty person. Will you truly let them go? Hope flickered in Bulma's eyes. Of course. A promise is a promise. I'm sorry, Trunks from another timeline. Tears welled in Bulma's eyes as she turned to Trunks, her gaze resolute. But I have my reasons for doing this. In the vast expanse of the universe, an aurora traversed the starry skies. King Kai, is this the place? Indeed, it took me 3 whole years to find it. All right, thank you, King Kai. That's more like it. King Kai smiled as he turned away. The aurora meandered through this star system, encircling it several times in just one day. Finally, it arrived at Yardrat. Son Goku released his aura, and as he set foot on this planet, countless peculiar species surrounded him. The unusual beings regarded him with hostility, displaying their spirito to demonstrate their strength. Who are you? Son Goku's casual voice echoed across the entire planet. Bring this gentleman over here. Yes. A dozen green-skinned beings emerged from the crowd, their heads resembling droplets of water. Greetings, sir, please follow me. Son Goku nodded and followed the green-skinned beings through a technologically advanced entrance. Before him stood a massive green-skinned elder, adorned with twin horns, exuding an air of calm. Clearly, he was a benevolent figure. Greetings, sir. I am the elder of this planet. The elder rambled on for quite some time, and when Son Goku introduced himself, the elder's eyes lit up with joy. To think he was the benefactor who had defeated the Jinyu force, and the elder welcomed him with open arms. They even organized a grand feast in his honor. When Son Goku expressed his desire to learn their spirito techniques, the elder readily agreed, generously stating that he could learn in any manner he wished. He even suggested that Son Goku could remain on this planet indefinitely. Thus, Son Goku stayed on Yardrat to study. Are you saying that instant transmission is not a skill, but rather a manipulation of energy? Precisely. It is merely an illusion of our spirit moving or appearing to increase in number, and our outward appearance enlarges as well. The green-skinned beings returned, their bodies once again expanding, transforming from diminutive figures into towering giants. Such feats were easily within the capabilities of any Ardrat alien. Should one comprehend the intricacies of the mind, they would undeniably unlock the path they seek. I implore you, esteemed sir, to guide me. As time flowed onward, Son Goku led a fulfilling existence, honing his mastery of key techniques with remarkable progress. Particularly, he benefited from the close tutelage of Little Green. Mr. Goku, your foundation is remarkably solid. In just 3 months, your proficiency in instant transmission surpasses even that of the Ardrat aliens, Little Green exclaimed in awe. Son Goku's control over Spiritito rivaled that of the elders, perhaps even exceeding it subtly. Thank you for the compliment, Son Goku replied, bowing in gratitude for Little Green's meticulous instruction over the past months. It is thanks to your guidance that I have made such strides. Not at all. It is merely my duty. Little Green waved his hand dismissively, attributing the progress to Goku's own efforts. Upon completing his training in instant transmission, Son Goku did not rush to depart. Instead, he continued his studies. He suspended himself high in the air, his consciousness radiating from his body as he observed the myriad phenomena of the planet. This time, his focus shifted from Little Green to all inhabitants of Ardrat. At this moment, Ardrat fell within his observational range, every action on the planet unfolding before his eyes. 6 months slipped away quietly, leaving half a year until Son Goku would return to Earth. Son Gohan and Son Lingy had already reached the age of 5.5, a time when schooling was typically unnecessary. However, under the insistence of their family, they enrolled in a prestigious kindergarten, allowing them to engage in conversation with peers. Krillin's wife, Julin, was 3 months pregnant. Chapter 78, Super Saiyan Son Lingy. Krillin was overjoyed, consuming dozens of bowls of rice that very evening. The report just received moments ago had swiftly spread, and within minutes, everyone knew of his wife's pregnancy. As always, Lapis was immersed in rigorous training in the deep mountains, reaping considerable rewards from this cosmic journey, which also opened his eyes to grander vistas. enduring merciless exercises. He consumed a senzu bean with each session. Similarly, Piccolo persisted in his training amidst desolate mountains, his body as solid as rock, sitting in meditation as boulders orbited him in a dance of energy. A month passed. Today marked the official first day of school for the two little ones, Gohan and Lingy, who donned their expensive uniforms under Chi-Chi's watchful eye as they entered the campus. "Hello, students. It is your teacher, Ms. Orange." The homeroom teacher greeted with a warm smile, her gentle voice addressing the children. "Today marks the beginning of your first semester here." Gohan listened attentively, while Lingy yawned in boredom, her eyelids drooping as she teetered on the brink of slumber. "I'm so tired. Learning is just so dull." Inheriting her mother's spirited and somewhat fierce temperament, Lingy found little excitement in the day's activities, such as slides and games of tag. She was utterly disinterested. "This is so annoying. Can't I just skip school? It's really boring." After several hours of torment, the final bell rang. Lingy exhaled with relief. Stepping outside, she instantly felt the air was considerably fresher. Chi-Chi waved her arms, signaling to the children, "I'm right here." The two little ones rushed over to her, climbing into the luxurious car adorned with opulent decorations. "Mom, can't you let me skip school? It's really dull." "No way. What are you supposed to do at your age if you don't go to school?" Chi-Chi's initial reaction was to refuse. Then she earnestly addressed Lingy's aversion to education. "Every day, you're a whirlwind at home. The animals scatter at the mere sight of you, as if they've encountered a little tyrant." From infancy, Lingy had been notorious for her mischievousness, unyielding to discipline or reprimands. The animals' cries of distress echoed daily, and even they found it bothersome. No, please, I beg you." Despite Lingy's desperate pleas throughout the journey, Chi-Chi remained steadfast in her refusal. "Go ask the other three mothers. If they agree, then I'll consider it." Lingy's eyes sparkled with hope as she leaped from her seat. "Really? Of course. Would I lie to you? I've never deceived you." Delighted, Lingy failed to notice the cunning glint in Chi-Chi's eyes, unaware that she had fallen into the adult's trap. Her first visit was to Lazily, knowing her mother adored her the most. Lazily readily agreed, sure. Clearly, the plan was succeeding. Lingy then approached Bulma, who, however, declined. Instead, she produced a test paper, stating that if Lingy scored 80 points, she wouldn't need to attend school. Lingy confidently replied, "No problem." Unbeknownst to her, this was the beginning of her nightmare. As time passed, the following day found her back at kindergarten. After 3 months of diligent study, she finally achieved a score exceeding 80, earning Bulma's no-school reward. Only her mother, Launch, remained. Excitedly, she approached Launch, explaining her purpose. Launch flatly refused, and no amount of coaxing could sway her. As time trickled away, dawn soon broke. Lingy was on the verge of collapse, having pleaded with Launch all night. The journey to school felt like dragging a lifeless body, her spirit utterly crushed. Life seemed devoid of meaning. "This world is too cruel. I shall create a realm devoid of school. Classmates, quiet down. Please pay attention to me." The teacher's incessant stream of knowledge cascaded forth, covering everything from ancient human history to modern scientific advancements. The information flowed from the teacher's lips, clear and comprehensible. Yet the dullness of it all forcibly invaded Lingy's ears, further aggravating her frustration over 3 months of effort. Noticing her distraction, the teacher called on her repeatedly. And by the 5th time, Lingy's exasperation ignited into a raging inferno, oppressive emotions enveloping the air around her. "To hell with school. Get the hell out of here." A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the campus as Lingy could no longer contain herself. Her long black hair shimmered, threatening to explode at any moment. School, just die already." With a furious scream, Lingy's golden aura erupted. Her black hair and eyes instantaneously transformed into golden locks and azure irises. The Super Saiyan emerged. Her gaze was icy, an unnameable pressure radiating from her, instilling fear in all who beheld her. Run." In an instant, her classmates scattered in all directions, while the teacher hesitated briefly, but primal instincts kicked in, and after a few seconds, she fled in terror. What is worth more than life? Before departing, she hastily activated the fire alarm. "Sister," Gohan attempted to intervene, but Lingy was deaf to his pleas, unleashing a gust of energy that traveled for miles. "Step aside. I'm going to destroy this place." Lingy soared into the sky, her hands gathering a radiant burst of destructive energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of energy erupted forth, and within mere seconds, the kindergarten sprawling across dozens of kilometers lay in ruins. Fortunately, the inhabitants had evacuated in time. Otherwise, casualties would have been inevitable. Satisfied, Lingy retracted her Super Saiyan form and departed with an air of nonchalance. However, upon returning home after a day of frolicking in the wilderness, she found not a feast awaiting her, but rather the palpable tension radiating from her mother's activating the bloodline suppression. Lingy hastily fled her home, frantically escaping on Earth. Meanwhile, Gohan, indulging in a lavish feast, remained unfazed, accustomed to the chaos. If my sister doesn't get a beating for even a day, her nose will be in the air. Son Lingy, stop right there. Stop. You rascal. Just halt. Ultimately, Son Lingy transformed into a Super Saiyan and circled the Earth thousands of times, yet she was still caught by her mothers. Please, I truly cannot bear it any longer. Spare me this time. Son Lingy's eyes sparkled, small pearls shimmering in their depths. I beg you. No way. Come here. After a night of scolding, Son Lingy lay in bed in a daze, as if all her strength had evaporated. Having destroyed the kindergarten, she was granted a year-long holiday, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Son Lingy drifted into a deep slumber, her face adorned with a contented smile. Outside, the sky was bright and sunny, and the birds chirped joyfully in celebration. Chapter 79, The Tree of Spirit. Suddenly, a shadow loomed outside the window, startling the birds into a panicked flight. Transforming into a Super Saiyan so easily, Piccolo's face turned an even deeper shade of green, his eyes fixed intently on Son Lingy. The legendary warrior can change at will. This is utterly ridiculous. Alright, if I provoke Goten just a little, with his innate talent, could he also become a Super Saiyan? Piccolo's eyes sparkled with determination as he set off directly to the kindergarten. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Goten, his small face serious and entirely focused on his studies. Without hesitation, Piccolo cast a few minor spells, hypnotizing everyone present, including Goten. At present, the battle power of the two little ones was around 2 million. If they transformed into Super Saiyans, it would soar to 100 million. Is school over? Goten's eyes glazed over, his tone languid. Indeed, I have come to pick you up. Piccolo told a kind-hearted lie, lifting Goten with one hand and transporting him to a desolate area hundreds of kilometers away. Today is your graduation exercise. Piccolo's gaze was cold, his expression extremely serious. Yes, King Piccolo. Warrior son Goten. Very well. You are quite spirited. Piccolo nodded in satisfaction. Let us begin now. Yes. Goten immediately scoured the wilderness for animals to hunt, preparing for his graduation assessment. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why his sister had not arrived. Had she already passed her test? After several days of hunting, Goten met the assessment criteria and excitedly went to find Uncle Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo! Uncle Piccolo! His voice echoed throughout the land, yet Piccolo remained unresponsive. Goten's voice grew increasingly frantic, his footsteps quickening, even breaching the agreement against flying. Uncle Piccolo! Uncle Piccolo! As time passed, Goten searched repeatedly, his voice nearing hoarseness, as if all vitality had drained from him. He flew over tropical rainforests, across the damp and sticky swamps, and over towering urban landscapes. Yet, Goten still could not find Piccolo. Just as despair began to set in, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his home, prompting Goten to hurriedly use the instant transmission technique to return home. Roar! A colossal beast erupted from the ground, its back adorned with razor-sharp rocks, and its eyes were enormous blue orbs, resembling stars from the cosmos. Destruction shall reign upon humanity. How dare you ravage nature so? I am the wrath of nature, the calamity that has transformed from the dinosaurs into Godzilla. Let us go. Bulma, Chi-Chi, Launch, and others exchanged glances and unleashed their strongest attacks against Godzilla. But it was of no use. Godzilla remained unscathed, effortlessly retaliating with a particle beam. It struck them, leaving them bleeding and unconscious on the ground. Damn it! Just as Piccolo arrived, he immediately engaged in battle with Godzilla. Explosions echoed through the sky as Piccolo ultimately fell short, being cleaved by Godzilla's quantum beam. A severed head splattered blood upon the ground, landing at Goten's feet. Uncle Piccolo! Goten staggered back, his eyes dimmed, teetering on the brink of despair. Images of corpses flooded his mind like a film reel, beautiful memories weaving through his consciousness. How dare you kill them? In that instant, the sky darkened. Thunder rumbled. The winds whipped furiously, and Goten's once ebony hair transformed to a radiant gold. The formerly transparent white aura morphed into golden light, surging forth from within him. Crack! Crack! The ground shattered beneath him, and Goten's figure appeared as a phantom, reaching Godzilla in the blink of an eye. Die! Dragon Claw! 5 beams of golden light flashed. Godzilla had no time to scream before being reduced to mere fragments. The demon light burst erupted from his hands, annihilating Godzilla, leaving not even ash behind. In the real world, it worked. Piccolo's pupils constricted as he swiftly rose to his feet, retreating at lightning speed to avoid collateral damage. So this is how one becomes a Super Saiyan. It's far simpler than I anticipated. I thought it required exceedingly arduous conditions, coupled with rage, to achieve Super Saiyan status. Is mere anger sufficient? Or must one meet a particular condition? At this moment, Goten had his eyes tightly shut, his aura swirling around him. Upon opening his eyes, he was cold and merciless. I am Goten. Is that you, Uncle Piccolo? You're alive. Goten's icy demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by innocence as he hurriedly embraced Piccolo. You must have had a nightmare. Come, let us go have a feast. A Super Saiyan, you say? I will train you into an exceptional warrior. If the previous training was childish play, then from now on, Sun Lingy and Sun Goten will endure hellishly rigorous training. In the vastness of outer space, a steel behemoth hung in the starry sky, machine scanning with radar. Report. This planet has cultivation potential. Is that so? After searching through hundreds of planets, have we finally found one? A man with a scar on his face held a seed in his hand, his visage dark and sinister. If Krillin were present, he would undoubtedly be shocked to find that this man bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku. Lord Dares, shall we land here? A subordinate approached respectfully. Let us go? Dares smiled, but in the eyes of his subordinates, he was the most fearsome devil in existence. Yes, the soldier trembled, hastily departing upon receiving orders, fearing for his very life. The spaceship breached the atmosphere, transforming into a red meteor as it plummeted to Earth. 3 days later. Why has the forest withered? Lapis was training in the tropical rainforest, his muscular physique exuding power. Is this the place? The vast expanse of forest has all withered. Lapis' eyes widened. What is this? I remember this tree did not exist just a few days ago. Towering trees rooted themselves in the area, piercing the sky and dominating the earth. Let me observe for a moment. Lapis hid among the clouds, his gaze intently fixed on the tree. He was determined to discover what this strange entity was. Lord Dares, the fruits of the tree of spirit are nearing maturity. Son Goku? No, this is another Saiyan. Son Goku's aura is not this weak. Lapis was astounded. Did all Saiyans look so similar? No need for your input. Dares snorted, swatting the subordinate aside as he strode toward the tree of spirit. I don't need your guidance to do my job. I wouldn't dare. The subordinate shrank back. Dares examined the tree and found a slightly mature fruit. With a sudden leap from the ground, he grasped the fruit tightly and plucked it. Ha ha ha. The energy within this fruit is astonishing. Dares devoured it in one bite, his muscles swelling dramatically, his battle power skyrocketing. Chapter 80, The Spirit of Justice. The energy surged, not merely doubling, but multiplying several times over. Lapis was left dumbfounded, his eyes shining as he fixated on Dares. Greed surged forth from his depths. It was sheer waste to feed this useless Saiyan. Crack. As Darius consumed the fruit of the spirit tree, a crimson figure surged forth from the clouds above. Devoid of preamble and intent only on delivering a ferocious assault. Tenfold Kaioken Dragon Claw. Lapis, exercising utmost caution, unleashed his most formidable technique, determined to secure a decisive victory. Darius was caught off guard, and in an instant, 5 golden flashes pierced through him, leaving 5 crimson trails upon his body. This tree is mine, Lapis proclaimed, and as the words escaped his lips, Darius's whole form collapsed to the ground, shattering into 5 fragments. The minion's words were cut short as he was obliterated by the ultimate destruction, leaving no trace behind. Hooray, hooray, Lapis is absolutely incredible. He brandished his phone, striking a pose for a moment of self-indulgence, though he only dared to do so in private. Being seen by acquaintances would surely lead to social oblivion. Wait, why do all the flora and fauna here appear to be so unnaturally withered? Lapis gazed up, his expression fraught with complexity. He was uncertain whether he had just condemned this precious tree. Such unearned power was troubling. If left intact, the essence of Earth might very well become a feast for this tree. Better to annihilate it. After all, his sister still needed to live on Earth. And his friends were here too. Damn it, how selfish of me. How could I even contemplate such an act for the sake of power? Slapping himself in anger, the greed in his eyes vanished, leaving only ire at his previous hesitation. Evil being, how dare you attempt to destroy the Earth before me, Lapis? You have sealed your fate. With a resounding shout, Lapis summoned forth the purest of energies. Ultimate destruction. A surge of purple light streaked across the sky, enveloping the essence of righteousness. The world spontaneously emitted its vital energy, transforming into myriad points of white light that entered the ultimate destruction. It was as if the very universe was rallying to aid him. Boom. Under the impact of this transcendent strike, the spirit tree fell as if it were brittle straw, its form dissipating into faint white light that scattered throughout the world. Withering away, vitality reverberated through the realms. The previously desolate blackened grass gradually regained its verdant hue. The distant waterfall rejuvenated, fish frolicking in the river. Multicolored flowers bloomed once more, invigorated by the influx of energy. Starved bees buzzed joyfully amidst the blossoms. Indeed, this felt right. With arms wide open, Lapiths embraced the world, inhaling the freshest air of the moment, as if his soul had been cleansed. From desolation to renewal. It felt like a cycle of nature itself. Lapith's aura surged dramatically, the essence of righteousness erupting from his being. So, this is what it means to be righteous? My power has multiplied manifold. Energy sphere? I believe I have grasped its essence. Reigning in his aura, he circled the remnants of the spirit tree. Look, this is what I have saved. Suddenly, Lapith stepped back, his gaze falling upon a peculiar seed that emitted an air of mystery. What is this? He held it in his hand, examining it closely. It bore no resemblance to anything from the earthly realm, as if it were a divine artifact fallen to the mortal coil. Could it be from that tree? If so, my sincerest apologies. Almighty tree, I did not mean to offend. Suddenly, he felt the energy sphere elude him once more, transforming into white light, and, in an instant, arriving at Sun Wukong's abode. Open the door! Open the door! A flurry of urgent knocks echoed, rousing Zarili from her slumber as she casually tossed aside a cucumber. What is it? Zarili released a pulse of energy, and the door lock clicked open. She retrieved some beverages and snacks from the refrigerator and placed them on the table. What's the matter? She opened a bottle, offering it to Lapiths while tossing a box of fresh fruits onto the table. Lapiths gulped, striving to calm his excitement. I have something absolutely marvelous. He placed the seed on the table, then smiled mysteriously. This is the most extraordinary treasure aside from the Dragon Balls. Oh. Zarili's interest piqued. Her typically stoic brother was animated by this seed. What purpose does it serve? Is it more special than a senzu bean in your estimation? You'll see in due time, Lapiths replied enigmatically, hastily departing. After a brief while, he returned with a universal capsule in hand. This is something I must share with you immediately. He paused, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Zarili. Got it. You can select any items from the Nintendo game merchandise, right? Is that satisfactory? What a game fanatic, he quipped. All right, let me show you this treasure. As a plume of smoke dissipated, a spaceship rose majestically from the ground, and the two entered the technologically advanced control room. Activating the radar, they set course for a planet teeming with life. Yes, exploration is underway, please hold on. The circle spun for a few seconds. Among countless celestial bodies, a target was located. The spacecraft ascended slowly, and with a whoosh, it departed Earth. A beam of white light streaked across the starry sky as the vessel traveled at superluminal speeds toward its destination. After several minutes, they finally arrived. The metal behemoth roared, enveloped in intense heat, transforming into a meteorite. Boom! The meteor crashed into the planet, scorching red light sweeping across, incinerating forests. Unique life forms were instantly roasted, leaving behind a tantalizing aroma. The Iron Giant emerged from the chaos with merely a hint of dust, entirely unscathed. Let us go? The two leapt into the air, transforming into white light as they landed in a vibrant forest. They cast the seed into the soil, and within mere seconds, tender sprouts emerged. What is this? Hee. Take a good look. Nearly certain it was the spirit tree, Lapiths was elated. I will surpass Sun Wukong and become the strongest in the universe. Zarili stepped back slightly. Ever since reading that novel, he had become quite the fanatic, though his self-awareness seemed to have diminished significantly. The tender sprouts twisted slowly, savoring the essence of this planet, which was even more delectable than that of Earth. Their bodies grew wildly, voraciously absorbing all that this world had to offer. In just a matter of minutes, the spirit tree burgeoned into a towering giant, casting a vast shadow over the forest. The two utilized flight to distance themselves by several meters. After 2 days, the spirit tree had reached full maturity, its branches adorned with plump red fruits, their surfaces undulating as if pockmarked by countless meteor strikes. As time passed, the planet's essence was nearly wholly consumed, teetering on the brink of destruction. A day elapsed. The fruits of the spirit tree ripened completely, with 2 of them taking on a deeper crimson hue, reminiscent of droplets of blood. Chapter 81, Super Saiyan Full Power. What a perfect opportunity. Lapiths leaped high, plucking the crimson fruits with both hands. In that instant, both felt their blood coursing with fervor, an overwhelming desire for the fruit surging within them. They sensed that consuming it would undoubtedly precipitate an indescribable transformation. Exchanging glances, their hearts consumed by greed, they devoured the fruits together. The flesh slid down their throats, energy coursing throughout their bodies. Their auras were transformed by this newfound energy. Their muscles swelled, and their auras exploded forth. 2 beams of white light flashed across the darkened planet. Their strength had increased manifold. Lapiths reveled in his newfound vigor, unleashing a powerful strike into the distance. Boom. The distant planet was obliterated by the ultimate destruction. Why do I feel like my brother resembles a villain? Is it just my imagination? Sister, what's wrong? Nothing. Let us hurry and gather these fruits. This planet is doomed. In a mere 3 seconds, they collected all the fruits from the spirit tree and returned to the spaceship, which then accelerated at superluminal speeds back to Earth. After more than half a year had passed, Sun Wukong sat in silence upon a sharp rock. Why can't I teleport within my sensing range? The silhouette stood 10 meters away, only to return to its original position in an instant. Sun Wukong slowly opened his eyes. The principles of space were quite straightforward. To him, space resembled a flower, which could be gently pried open to unveil its mysteries. In a moment, he transported himself to a planet adjacent to Yardrat. Sun Wukong raised his finger towards the cosmos, gently swaying it. With a resounding crash, the planet shattered into countless fragments, transforming into meteors. The power of space? Is it divine power? No, it is merely a mortal technique. Sun Wukong had yet to master divine energy and was incapable of wielding divine power beyond his current level. Crack. The starry sky remained intact. It was the neighboring planet that had disintegrated. How regrettable. It seems I have only scratched the surface. Sun Wukong shook his head. Such abilities could only contend with physical powerhouses. When faced with Majin Buu, he would stand no chance of victory. However, dealing with a Super Saiyan was akin to a father effortlessly overpowering his son. It seemed that the Dragon Claw technique would soon become obsolete. Sun Wukong sighed. Noting how swiftly time had passed, once too potent to wield recklessly, he now found himself outpaced by the evolving realms of power. Had his soul traversed countless timelines, granting him an extraordinary comprehension of space and time? Of course, this was merely Sun Wukong's conjecture. He sensed that perhaps in the future, he would not need to learn the angel's ultra instinct. After all, divine techniques belong to others. Why not create his own? Pointing towards the void, a portal materialized before him. With a gentle step, Sun Wukong vanished in an instant. While navigating the cosmos was challenging, within the universe, he felt as though he were a fish in water, with everything firmly under his control. On King Kai's planet, hey, don't eat that. Stop eating. King Kai hastily guarded his food, unmoved by Sun Wukong's pleas. His eyes were resolute. He would not relent. If you continue to eat, I shall be left to subsist on the frigid winds of the northwest. Just 3 hours of your consumption is enough to sustain me for a year. I cannot allow this black hole to devour any more of my provisions. You are quite stingy. Does a Grand King Kai truly concern himself with such trivialities? Sun Wukong relented, cleaning and neatly placing the dishes aside. It was undeniable that King Kai's hospitality was exceptional, and the food was remarkably fresh. Divine cuisine indeed differed. If you have the ability, then refrain from eating. Fine. If you don't want to eat, then I won't force you. Besides, it's nearly finished anyway. Here, as promised, the complete anthology of jokes. Sun Wukong casually retrieved it from his pocket and tossed it to King Kai. Hey. King Kai quickly caught it, handling it with care. I suppose you do have a little conscience. But why are you here? I recall someone once disdainfully referring to this place as a godforsaken wasteland. King Kai feigned indifference, but secretly moved the bookshelf, revealing countless volumes of humorous books gifted by Sun Wukong. I came to spend some time with you, old man. With that, Sun Wukong disregarded King Kai entirely, reclining on the grass to enjoy a leisurely nap. Really, can't you just talk to me for a moment? Asked King Kai. I too experience loneliness. Afterward, King Kai retreated indoors, picking up a book of cold jokes and engrossing himself in it. After a while, he erupted into laughter. The sun shone brightly, filtering through the leaves and illuminating Sun Wukong's face, the sharpness in his demeanor dissipating slightly under the sunlight. Bam! He transformed into a Super Saiyan. His black hair and eyes instantaneously morphed into golden locks and azure irises. The golden aura was abruptly retracted within him, revealing no trace. Achieving full power as a Super Saiyan was effortless, yet reaching Super Saiyan 2 eluded him still, thanks to his early mastery of ki control. Preventing his aura from leaking was as simple as drinking water to him. Hey, don't train. This place is quite fragile, you know? Sensing Sun Wukong's ki surging dramatically, King Kai peered out in alarm. Fear not, I won't harm it. Sun Wukong replied, his form flickering as if he might vanish from existence in the next moment. This fellow is flaunting his mastery of instant transmission, is he? King Kai chuckled to himself, returning to his cold jokes. On Earth, I'm back, a man declared, arms wide open, his expression serene. Long time no see. It feels as though an eternity has passed, though it has only been half a year. The figure that towered over the cosmos suddenly vanished, leaving behind faint ripples in the void. As the sun set, the White House was bathed in a golden hue. Lingy, tell your brother to come down for dinner. Chi-Chi called out, removing her apron and freeing her hair from its tie. Her hair cascaded down like a waterfall. And despite the passage of 6 years, Chi-Chi remained bright and delightful, evoking a desire to embrace and savor her presence. Why not just eat a senza bean? Why bother with regular food? Sun Lingy pouted, tossing a bean into her mouth. I'm on my way. Lingy's petite form surged with energy as she hurried to summon her brother. Haha, that child. The blue-haired launch covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped. A little mischief is delightful. I truly appreciate Lingy's vivacity. Sun Wukong grasped his chopsticks, picking up a succulent piece of meat, its aroma and flavor exquisite. Indeed, we share the same sentiment. Chi-Chi and Launch exchanged knowing smiles. Ah, you're back. The two women exclaimed in astonishment, quickly shouting towards the rooftop. Lingy, Goten, hurry down, Daddy-S home. Daddy-S home. Having just called for her brother, Lingy leaped from the 4th floor. In a graceful arc, she landed on Sun Wukong's shoulder and clung tightly. Daddy, Daddy, let me tell you. Lingy chirped like a lark, her words tumbling out in a delightful stream. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? Was it unexpected? Sun Wukong rarely displayed a smile as he lifted Lingy off his shoulder. You've certainly gained some weight in just half a year. Chapter 82, The Time-Space Transmitter. At this moment, Sun Goten also descended from upstairs, taking a seat at the dining table with a mysterious smile. Dad, you may not be aware. Nanny, in just half a year, you all have become Super Saiyans. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my children. He placed a hand atop each child's head, tousling their hair. Let go. My hair will get messy. Lingy quickly escaped from Sun Wukong's embrace, fiercely protecting her hair. Ha ha ha. The two girls stifled their laughter, trying to prevent their food from spewing out. Perhaps I should take you for a buzz cut. That might look better. Dad, it was Goten who suggested that, not me. Goten, who was in the midst of eating, exclaimed. After a bout of playful banter, the family finished dinner. They lingered in the hall for 2 hours before Chi-Chi sent the children back to their rooms for bed. Chi-Chi and Launch whispered in Sun Wukong's ear. The tree of might fruit. It turned out that Bulma and Launch had been away from home to study the fruit they had brought back a month ago. Now it was the two women who were astonished. Consuming one could exponentially enhance one's fighting power. He actually knows. Is he perhaps a relative? Could he be the brother-in-law of the one who killed his sister? What do you mean by that? What expressions are those? Ha 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 ha, it's nothing. Is that Saiyan also your brother? Chi-Chi quickly shifted the topic. Which Saiyan? Is it Darius? The one who looks remarkably like you and has a scar on his face? Launch recalled Lapis's words, unconsciously fidgeting with her arm. Oh, you mean Darius? That low-class Saiyan. Well, that has nothing to worry about. As her words fell, Sun Wukong suddenly grinned mischievously and seized both Chi-Chi and Launch. That night, the night unfolded amidst a tempest of passion. In distant timelines, each realm experienced the passage of time differently. Likewise, the processes and outcomes varied greatly. In a mere 3 years, after Bulma dedicated 12 hours daily to her research, she finally completed her work today. This is what you wanted. Now can you spare them? Cell took the universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground. Suddenly, a thick mist enveloped the surroundings. Of course, this was contingent upon the absence of any mishaps. As the smoke dissipated, and he beheld a time machine far superior to the time-traveling device, Cell nodded in satisfaction. But I need to test it now, he declared, summoning dozens of miniature cells to embark on their temporal journeys. Go ahead. Bulma, drenched in cold sweat, dared not make a move. Would he truly honor the agreement? Or would he simply eliminate us once he got what he wanted? A torrent of thoughts raced through Bulma's mind, causing her heart to race. Even the faintest glimmer of hope must be seized. The time machine vanished from sight, and several hours later, it returned. A small cell, trembling, opened the door to report on the authenticity of the time machine. What? An evil dragon? Super Saiyan 4? Fusion technique, Vegito? Did Gohan defeat me in that timeline? This was the harrowing experience relayed by the small cells, where originally dozens had ventured. Now only one remained alive. The rest perished. How intriguing, utterly fascinating. Ha! Cell spread his arms wide, a manic glint in his eyes, his aura surging fiercely. You shall all become my nourishment, aiding me in my quest to evolve into the ultimate being. Bulma, taken aback, instinctively took a few steps back. Is he insane? Why is he suddenly laughing maniacally? Could it be that Dr. Gero's creations are still incomplete? Are there numerous genetic flaws? Where's my energy? Cell abruptly ceased his laughter, his expression blank as he turned to Bulma. Right here, right here. Bulma hurriedly handed over a universal capsule to Cell. Malice surged in Cell's gaze as he pointed a finger at Bulma. Wait, energy is finite. If no one replenishes it in time, will I be stranded in that timeline for years? If that timeline lacks Bulma, would I be stuck there forever? Cell broke into a cold sweat. That was a close call. He nearly killed the only person capable of creating a time machine. You will honor the agreement, won't you? This was Bulma's only source of confidence. If he killed her, he would remain trapped in that timeline forever. For the current energy could only sustain 2 time travels. If Cell were to kill her, replenishment would be impossible. You Cell realized that the information Bulma provided was undoubtedly false, or perhaps entirely true, but the arrangement was confounding. If he killed her and departed, he might be trapped in that timeline for eternity. Of course, I am a man of my word, Cell replied, stepping into the time machine, a murderous intent radiating from him. Wait for me. The day I learn to extract memories will be your last. He pressed the button on the time machine, and with a whoosh, he vanished from sight. Ha ha! Bulma, who had been as calm as a lamb, suddenly erupted into a frenzied laugh. Did you really think I wouldn't set a trap? Indeed, artificial beings are mere failures, lacking even the slightest wit. She dashed back home, rummaging through the storage room until she finally found a red button nestled within a green toy box. Die Cell. Her eyes gleamed with madness as she pressed the button. She was determined to avenge Goku and the others. The time machine plunged into the time tunnel while Cell savored his afternoon tea in tranquility. Indeed, this was high-quality alien meat. With each bite, the meat exploded in his mouth, filling the air with a rich aroma. Naturally, only a superior being like him was worthy of such indulgence. Suddenly, a crackling arc of electricity erupted from the machine, startling Cell into full alertness. Impossible. I checked thoroughly. There shouldn't be any explosive devices. When did Bulma before he could finish, a flash of red light enveloped the time machine, exiting its original tunnel and heading into the unknown. If Bulma were here, she would surely scoff. A bomb? Am I that foolish? Such a thought is the most primitive. I am a genius. I never tread the conventional path. The time machine shook violently, careening through countless timelines, seemingly searching for someone capable of defeating Cell. However, Bulma's plan was destined to fail. Some gods of destruction or supreme Kais sensed the disturbance but did nothing to stop Cell, merely ignoring him. It's not like they're entering my timeline. Why should I care? After a protracted journey through time, the energy of the time machine was completely depleted, leaving Cell stranded in an unfamiliar timeline. That wretched woman. Damn her. A murderous glint flickered in Cell's eyes. However, it appears your calculations were fundamentally flawed. Huh? No one is here to kill me. Chapter 83. The Legendary Super Saiyan? Throughout this temporal voyage, Cell sensed numerous formidable presences that instilled fear within him. There were even entities whose auras he could not detect. They must be gods. Only a deity could possess such capabilities. After a moment, Cell regained his composure, calming his tumultuous emotions. My power is far from sufficient. In the 8 years since I defeated Gohan, both his potential and body reached a certain limit. The rate of my growth has drastically slowed. My strength has plateaued under the relentless passage of time. At this moment, my power stands at its peak. It is exceedingly difficult to achieve further enhancement. This is precisely why I requested Bulma to construct the time machine, for the sake of breaking through my limits. Super Saiyan 4? Here I come. The time machine transported Cell to a distant planet, one that was certainly not Earth. What is this place? Is this even Earth? However, he sensed 2 powerful auras nearby. Could they be Saiyans? Upon uttering this thought, Cell vanished, employing instant transmission to arrive at his destination. Hey, you're a Saiyan, right? The figure before him possessed black hair and dark eyes, with sagging eyelids, as if lost in thought. His gaunt, pallid face suggested he had endured countless hardships. Yes, my name is Broly. Cell scoffed at encountering such an inferior Saiyan. You must be a disgrace to your race. He promptly lost interest in Broly. Such a pitiful creature was hardly worthy of his attention, and Cell had no desire to even contemplate killing Broly. Broly, grab him. That alien must have a spaceship. Then we can escape this place. An elderly man emerged from a cave, his hair white and eyes clouded. Cell let out a derisive snort, and before Broly could react, a crimson flash severed the old man's neck, sending blood spraying into the air. The head dropped to the ground, rolling to Broly's feet. Weaklings dare to challenge the strong? Although Cell lacked a spaceship, it did not mean he was indifferent. Father. Despite the old man having controlled Broly in some manner, he was still Broly's father. There was an emotional bond. Fear not. In a short while, you shall join your father below. Cell had no interest in familial sentiments. If Broly cherished his father so deeply, he might as well join him. With a mere flick of his finger, a Kamehameha surged forth. The blue energy crashed into Broly. Despite the violent onslaught of blue energy, Broly managed to survive in Cell's grasp, thanks to his immense physique and innate talent. Something is not right. Cell's long-dormant instincts kicked in, prompting him to retreat hundreds of meters. Die. Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, his once black pupils shifting to a vibrant green. Boom. Broly let out a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of green energy that darkened the world. In the next instant, the spot where Cell had just been was obliterated into countless fragments. Hey, this must be a joke. How is this different from other Super Saiyans? Cell staggered back repeatedly, leaping into the sky. Super Broly unleashed a powerful punch, and Cell, caught off guard, had no time to evade, being forcefully slammed into the glacier. This creature's aura is overwhelmingly ferocious, truly barbaric, resembling a colossal gorilla. Emerging from the glacier, Cell's bones cracked ominously, seemingly unaffected by Broly's assault. Upon witnessing Cell still standing, Broly's fury erupted once more from within. His strength surged at an astonishing rate. 1 punch, 10 punches, 100 punches. The power kept escalating, seemingly boundless. Damnable gorilla. Cell's physique suddenly swelled, surrounded by crackling lightning. The aura enveloped the entire planet, casting the world into shadow. Trembling violently, as if it could barely endure, lightning flickered, and Cell vanished from sight. The next moment, he appeared behind Broly. A Kamehameha wave erupted from his hands, an unstoppable force striking Broly from behind. Broly let out a wail, shattering the glacier and plummeting to the seabed. Phew. Cell wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Broly's descent. What kind of power is this? Is it a mutation of the Saiyan species? In the next instant, Broly surged forth from the ocean once more, now imbued with even greater strength. His previously slender form had exploded with immense energy, resembling a bodybuilder who had trained for a decade, possessing power that surpassed even Gohan's. Cell stared in disbelief, fixated on Broly, searching for something. You're quite impressive, aren't you? Hee. Cell's voice dripped with malice, while Broly's sanity slipped away entirely. His green pupils vanished, leaving only whites in their wake. Hee-ah! Surrounded by lightning, his hair grew wildly, an infinite wellspring of power surging from within. Die! Cell welcomed another fierce onslaught. Bang! 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 The sky erupted with explosive sounds. The two clashed in the air, trading blows. Initially, Broly's strength paled in comparison to Cell's, but after 3 hours of fierce combat, Cell gradually found himself at a disadvantage, being consistently pushed back by Broly. Curiously, Cell's skin remained smooth, showing no signs of injury. Come on, keep going. Let me feel your limits. 3 hours later, Broly's strength had quadrupled since 3 hours prior. Such extraordinary talent. With a mighty roar, Broly's power reached its zenith, his muscles slowly contracting, although still growing. It was at a rate far less than before. Is this your limit? Cell, who had been a mere punching bag for Broly, wore an impassive expression, yet an undercurrent of excitement was evident. Is surpassing Super Saiyan to your current limit? Cell repeated, this time with a hint of disappointment. Regret? What does that mean? After 6 hours, Broly had regained his senses and finally sensed something amiss with Cell. I, from the moment of my birth, possess the cells of the strongest warriors in the universe. This grants me immense potential and rapid growth. Fool, what does that have to do with me? Why spew such nonsense? Broly spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering Cell's face, his expression arrogant. Just a mere artificial being. He was overthinking. How could he believe this insect possessed the power to defeat me? Hee. Cell wiped the blood away. What I mean is, the cells of the strong can lead to both triumph and defeat. I can no longer advance. Cell erupted with energy. This time the lightning was extraordinary. A deep purple. Cell's ultimate lightning form. Become the nourishment for my breakthrough. Only you can help me surpass my limits. A beam of green light shot from Cell's body, expanding to envelop the entire planet. You have nowhere to flee. Chapter 84, Purple Lightning Cell. What is this? Broly sensed danger and transformed into green light to escape. His entire body trembled, heralding a terrifying fate. Useless. Useless. I have already set a web across this planet. Purple Lightning Cell spread his arms wide, assured of victory. This mutated Saiyan was beyond escape. Broly roared in fury, confronting the green light at the far eastern edge of the planet. Alone, he charged towards the green light, throwing a punch. Yet, his attacks, effective against Lightning Cell, had no impact on the green light, which clung tightly to his body. Tear. Broly frantically tore at the green light, his fury intensifying. But it was futile. As the green light invaded his nose, ears, and mouth, time passed, and he was completely surrounded by the green light, his arms crashing down heavily. Broly was declared dead. This power shall be mine. The green light surged into Cell's body, being wholly absorbed. Red Ribbon Army Base. My God. This is the latest research on the soldiers of God. Dr. Gero knelt on the ground. No need. Let others use it. Goku picked up the soldiers of God, scrutinizing it before tossing it back to Dr. Gero. He didn't need a physical enhancement. He was pondering how to break through with the cells. His aura was growing stronger by the moment. His flesh and organs were similarly evolving. Research at your own pace. Goku instantaneously teleported away from the laboratory, leaving Dr. Gero bewildered in the wind. cells. Can I skip Super Saiyan 2 and 3? Goku floated in the air, deep in thought. His mind connected with the cells. And a collision occurred. Boom. Super Saiyan emerged. This is also the fundamental reason why Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan without relying on rage. As his thoughts ceased, the cells returned to tranquility, flowing slowly within him. If the S cells can evolve, does that mean a transformation stronger than Super Saiyan Blue could be unlocked? After all, the S cells are the key to transforming into Super Saiyan. Once the S cells surpass their limits, it implies that the Saiyan transformations will become bizarre and uncontrollable. Ultimately, if one exceeds their limits, the transformation may become uncontrollable, rendering it useless if it turns into a state like Broly S, wherein only irrationality grants power. What use is that? Lacking technique and relying solely on brute strength. Is that not absurd? Yet, I must give it a try. Goku remained confident and composed. If one fears this and that, then the same saying holds true. Go home and find your mother to drink milk. However, Goku's thoughts again plunged into his body, observing his changes. Why has nothing changed? My body is already the most formidable in this universe. Logically, if the body improves, the potential should elevate, and the S cells should evolve as well. Yet why does it still feel stagnant? It shouldn't be like this. Although the S cells are slightly stronger than before, it remains utterly useless. Nevertheless, Goku had a premonition that success would come soon. Instantaneous movement. His figure flickered, vanishing from the spot. Bulma's laboratory. How does it feel? Lazuli devoured the entire spirit tree fruit in one bite. Her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster hoarding food. Wonderful, the aura is over 3 times stronger. Bulma gave a thumbs up, savoring a piece of the fruit. They had been researching for a long time, yet the principles remained elusive. This left Bulma feeling disheartened. As it was her first experience with failure, it was truly disconcerting. What the devil is this thing made of? Why does it have a zero similarity to Earth's genes? Let me have a bite. Goku appeared mysteriously, forcefully snatching the spirit tree fruit from Lazuli's mouth. Her tongue lashed out in fierce pursuit, causing Lazuli to retreat repeatedly, her aura surging violently. A swirl of pink enveloped the room. Hey, I'm still here. Don't ignore me. Bulma, initially in a daze, finally snapped to attention amidst Goku and Lazuli's fervor, ready to join the fray. The chairs and stools in the laboratory were of exceedingly poor quality, creaking incessantly since earlier, a most irksome sound, to omit 1,000 words. Is this what you were studying? Goku had consumed a dozen spirit tree fruits in succession, his blood coursing vigorously, muscles resonating. His body transformed by the influx of new energy. His overall strength surged exponentially. After all, with the enhancement of his ki, his essence was simultaneously elevated. Why not eat more? Lazuli, her face flushed, held a spirit tree fruit to Goku's lips. No need, it's no longer effective for me. Goku shook his head in refusal. It wasn't that he had developed a resistance to the spirit tree fruit, but rather that his ki had evolved beyond the need for such energy. Absorbing it would yield no improvement, instead becoming a burden. His aura had long since diverged from the traditional essence. Have you developed a resistance? Bulma hurriedly noted in her notebook. Pretty much, just me, Goku replied. Really? Of course. This is divine food, quite refined. It's food for gods? Lazuli was astonished at such fortune. The two women exchanged incredulous glances. Then why is that Kai so weak? Is he the bottom of the divine hierarchy? How pitiable. The two women pitted the Kai for a moment, then resumed their focus. Well, it has been ages since we. Another tempestuous interlude ensued. Goku, looking carefree, pulled up his pants and departed, leaving chaos in his wake. This guy has become quite ferocious, Lazuli remarked, her hair tousled. I understand. He seems endless, without any limits. Bulma concurred enthusiastically. In the Red Ribbon Empire, the imperial capital, it has been ages since my master visited. What could he be up to? Violet mused. Her legs slightly crossed, lost in myriad thoughts. Xiaowu trembled, distancing herself a few meters from Violet. She certainly did not wish to recall that day when her legs still ached faintly. That was an unforgettable moment in her life. Each time she awoke, her body was damp. Why don't you miss me? Goku's figure suddenly appeared, pinching Xiaowu's cheek. Her pupils constricted, wary. Of course I miss you. You are my favorite. With a tender kiss on Goku's cheek, she declared, Master. Violet quickly stood up, embracing Goku tightly, inhaling deeply the essence that enveloped him. Hee. Violet was enraptured. I must say, the scent of my master is truly splendid. Then, 2 patches of grass were flattened, battered by wooden sticks. Chapter 85. The Appearance of Cell. Time elapsed. The vibrant green leaves turned yellow, resembling a diminutive spirit tree. It had been 2 months since Goku returned to Earth. His daily routine involved hovering between Chi-Chi and Violet, alongside training. A white crystal spun at his fingertips, occasionally producing crackling sounds reminiscent of shattering glass. Goku had researched numerous spatial techniques, such as storage spaces, spatial slashes, and divine might, entering the storage realm. Daddy, Daddy. Sun Lingy darted through the sky. She certainly did not wish to seek him out. Goku's expression darkened as he snapped his fingers at the sky. A pitch-black door suddenly appeared before Lingy, engulfing her in darkness before Goku lifted her into his arms. What? It's just Dad. How terrifying. Lingy crossed her arms, her small face slightly scrunched in a frown, signaling her displeasure. Goku flicked his finger against Lingy's forehead. She immediately squatted, tears welling in her eyes, clutching her forehead. I'm running away from home. With that, Lingy, in a huff, took to the skies, leaving home in a fury. Yay, no more school. She even drew a little figure in the clouds to express her excitement. This child Goku waved his hand, fully understanding Lingy's exhilaration. After all, he once harbored thoughts of blowing up the school, never expecting his daughter to realize it. Truly my daughter. A prodigy indeed. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sky darkened as storm clouds gathered, thunder rumbled ominously, and in the next moment, a fine rain began to fall. What is this? Goku felt an unsettling discomfort wash over him, as if a heavy stone pressed upon his heart, as if the world were about to cast him aside. A colossal thunderclap roared, illuminating the entire realm. Was this a premonition of danger? Throughout his 20 years of battles, he had never encountered such a situation. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The fine rain intensified, wild winds arose, flattening the vegetable leaves in the yard against the ground. What's wrong? Lazuli's worried voice reached him from behind, her hand gently massaging Goku's shoulder. It's drawing closer. Goku raised his gaze, his eyes harboring a certain power, transcending countless distances, aiming directly at the target. Muttering nonsense. Have you gone mad from consuming too many senzu beans? You take Bulma, Krillin, and the others and leave Earth. A great danger approaches. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced, blood coursing through his veins at an alarming pace. Let us go. With Goku's furious shout, Lazuli's hesitation evaporated, and she tossed the spaceship into the air with a swift motion. You all hurry to my location. Bring the Dragon Balls. This time, the voice was different. A thunderous sound resonating in Krillin, Tien's, and others' minds. In an instant, all thoughts shattered, leaving only one determination: to gather everyone and head to Goku's home. Hooray! No school. Lingy, oblivious to the chaos, celebrated her newfound freedom from school. Compared to children, adults had myriad thoughts. Countless possibilities flashed through their minds. But before Goku could utter a word, the spaceship slowly ascended, zipping away from Earth. Conceal your key well, don't get discovered. The thought enveloped the minds of everyone aboard the ship, imprinted in their hearts, compelling them to hide their presence. Leaving a final instruction, Goku closed his eyes, remaining perfectly still, entirely focused on sensing beyond the planet. He was determined to uncover the nature of this ominous presence. A premonition of danger? I am immortal. How could I be afraid? Indeed. Am I to fear you? Where are we headed? Krillin cautiously reassured his wife, Jalouin, beads of sweat forming on his brow. First to New Namek. Bulma immediately initiated the spaceship, the iron beast enveloped in heat, smoke billowing forth. Maximum power. Whoosh. With a velocity surpassing light, they sped towards Namek. The ship shook violently, and Bulma and Launch hurriedly grasped the handrails, striving to steady themselves. Within mere moments, they arrived at New Namek, and as the ship landed, the figures aboard transformed into beams of white light, racing towards the current Grand Elder, Muley. Dragon Balls. Collect the Dragon Balls. Yes. Muley was initially taken aback, but soon realized they were the benefactors of the Namekian people. Bring all the Dragon Balls here. Under the Grand Elder's command, the Dragon Balls were swiftly gathered. Boom. A clap of thunder heralded the dazzling arrival of Barunga, recording every action Goku took on Earth and broadcasting it live. As you wish. Barunga flashed a red light, indicating it was a simple task. The air rushed violently, and a massive screen materialized in the sky, measuring 100 meters wide. On the other side, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, beyond the confines of Earth's atmosphere, the void of space envelopes the scene. Here lies Earth, yet the essence of Bulma eludes him. A sense of foreboding gripped Cell. He was not inclined to linger in this universe. But wait, there's Goku. His presence is undeniable, so why is Bulma absent? Having consumed Broly, Cell's cells and genes underwent a profound transformation, a metamorphosis, if you will. An inexplicable evolution was unfolding. His perceptive abilities had similarly evolved. Even in the absence of Goku's aura, Cell could still discern his precise location. Could it be that Goku has vanquished Bulma? The absence of Gohan's essence only deepened Cell's despair as he fixed his gaze intently on Goku. How unexpected that you have turned to darkness in this timeline. Suddenly, Goku's eyes burst open as he gazed up at the heavens, questioning the need for stealth in the face of his emergence. A surge of murderous intent enveloped him, as he unleashed a colossal hand of energy that surged forth, instantly confronting Cell. "Come down," he bellowed, his power escalating dramatically, the hand swelling to half the size of the earth itself. From afar, it appeared as divine retribution. "A mere parlor trick," scoffed Cell, a smirk gracing his lips as he unleashed a torrent of energy that obliterated the colossal hand into stardust, like the Milky Way cascading into the mundane. In an instant, Cell utilized instant transmission to appear directly before Goku, his demeanor as dark as the depths of water, radiating lethal intent. "I had been looking forward to a world with Bulma, but you've taken her life. You shall pay with yours." "Foolishness. What absurdity is this? An artificial being seeking vengeance for Bulma? Did Bulma and Cell form a bond in a timeline unbeknownst to me?" Disgust welled within Goku as he spat onto the grass, his expression a mask of revulsion. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" In most cases, such inquiries would not arise, but is Cell truly a normal being? Chapter 86, The Enemy of Another Timeline. "I am Cell, perhaps a name you are unfamiliar with." With an elegant step back, he brushed the dust from his form, assuming a poised stance. "You have traversed to this timeline to surpass your limits, only to be ensnared by Bulma's treachery, landing you in my domain. Pray tell, why did you slay Bulma? How polite of you." Goku placed a hand on his forehead, striving to suppress his laughter. Did this fool reveal everything? Or does he possess unwavering confidence in his power? Cell's contemptuous smile and playful gaze belied the judgment he had already passed upon Goku. "It seems you are responsible for her demise, but even had you spared Bulma, I would still have sought your life." Indeed, the reason to eliminate Goku is as absurd as a human dictating the fate of ants. Cell took a step, then another, slowly approaching Goku from an elevated stance. "Though your foundation is stronger than it was 8 years ago, it remains woefully insufficient." With that declaration, a surge of energy erupted from Cell, sending Goku hurtling away. Cell's cells emitted a peculiar aura, reminiscent of Gohan, Frieza, and Vegeta, familiar energies Goku had sensed before, but within Cell, there was something else. What could it be? It appears Cell's strength is limited. Goku, employing instant transmission, vanished in the blink of an eye. Pathetic. Cell spat blood, hastily transforming into his lightning form, retreating hundreds of meters. "Impressive, you've managed to react." Super Saiyan emerged. Goku shook off the blood, his golden hair gleaming, eyes cold as ice. The golden aura constricted, concealing his energy. Super Saiyan at full power, yet still insufficient, green-skinned insect. "Ha! Your prowess is commendable. It seems I must reveal my true abilities." With confidence and poise, Cell spread his arms wide, muscles tightening as his rage ignited a collision of his cells. In an instant, thunder roared, and silence enveloped the world, with Cell as the sole beacon of light. "Behold, this is my limit." What is this? Not merely surpassing Super Saiyan 2, but a chasm beyond. Goku's pupils constricted, a tempest of emotions swirling within. He had not anticipated Cell to be so inept, evolving from Super Saiyan 2 to 3 in just 8 years. What a joke. Why not fly into the sun and end it all? With a laugh, he mocked. "Is this truly your strength? Your limit?" Ha ha. Even mimicking Cell, he spread his arms wide, exclaiming, "This is my limit." Ha ha. Crimson energy enveloped Cell, his gaze icy as murderous intent surged. "You seek death." Channeling his ultimate lightning form, Cell clasped his hands together, energy coalescing within. Ultimate explosion. Die. Confronted with this overwhelming assault, Goku did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he pressed forward. The earth trembled, and all humanity was swept away by the shockwave, perishing in an instant. In merely a second, all were lost. The scene unfolded as the Super Saiyan's silhouette was engulfed in golden light, ultimately vanishing from sight. What now? Krillin's face was a mask of worry, his mind swirling in confusion. Faced with such a magnitude of power, Goku had no chance of evading. Yet he stood resolute. Bulma's expression bore no sorrow. Rather, she seemed intrigued by Cell's mention of parallel timelines. Goku's wives also displayed no signs of distress, calmly indulging in snacks. They understood Goku would not fall. He would never succumb to death. Others exchanged glances, silently questioning. Does Goku possess a hidden card? It is finished. Cell scattered the dust, bowing with elegance. After disposing of Goku, he sought an artifact with powers akin to Dragon Balls to facilitate his departure from this timeline. Yet, in the fleeting moment of Cell's pivot, the fabric of space twisted, shattering into fragments. Crack, crack. Half of Cell's form disintegrated into countless minuscule particles, even his blood succumbing to the assault. In the next moment, Cell reacted, evading with the utmost speed. "Goku!" he roared, retreating billions of kilometers from Earth. Alas, I managed to dodge the shattering. In the instant of the attack, Goku had utilized godly aura to enter his pocket dimension, but it proved futile, as the space was obliterated. He had forgotten that Super Saiyan 3 could rupture dimensions. At that moment, Cell was drenched in sweat, his arrogance evaporating, nearly meeting his end. You wretched being. With a surge of energy, wounds burst forth, regenerating half of his form. So you're not dead yet. Is that truly necessary? Goku chuckled, exuding confidence. As if everything was under his control. Not even Super Saiyan 3 could thwart him. Shatter. Goku remained still, yet the space around Cell contorted. The cosmos echoed with the sound of mirrors shattering. But in a mere moment, Cell responded, evading the fragments with unparalleled speed. You're out of tricks now, aren't you? Humph. Cell smirked, once again spreading his arms wide, looking down upon Goku. However, a keen observer would note the intense focus in Cell's eyes. Fixated on Goku, any hint of movement would prompt his immediate retreat. Is that so? I doubt it. Your strength is abysmally weak. Goku's tone shifted. A surge of murderous intent exploding towards Cell. A coward like you deserves only to cower. Why don't you flee? The two stood amidst the cosmos, motionless for an extended period. Uncle Piccolo, why isn't Dad moving? Gohan's anxious expression revealed his concern for Goku. It was because they were evenly matched, making it exceedingly difficult to determine a victor. As Piccolo released the 20-fold Kaioken, he exhaled gently, equal in strength. The onlookers were taken aback. Though reluctant to admit it, Goku appeared to be at a disadvantage, his speed and power significantly inferior to Cell's. A defeat seemed merely a matter of time. Not so. Piccolo shook his head, his pupils reflecting Goku's figure, gleaming with golden light. While Cell indeed surpassed Goku in speed and strength, the damage was not aligned. Goku's attacks were a unique technique, capable of bypassing Cell's energy defenses and striking directly at his flesh. Once Cell was hit, he could either lose half of his body or be shattered completely into mere shards of glass. Chapter 87, Ultimate Lightning, Cell's Desperation. At this moment, Goten raised a question. Why not attack from a distance? Wouldn't that allow him to hit Dad? Trunks also chimed in. Brother is right. Cell's speed far exceeds Dad's, making it easy to land a hit. Incorrect. Goku's reaction speed vastly outstripped Cell's. He could never land a blow on Goku, and such attempts would only waste a tremendous amount of energy. Krillin released the 20-fold Kaioken state, barely managing to comprehend the unfolding events. It was evident that Goku's moves had a vast range. Cell could only narrowly evade, daring not to close the distance. He had to remain several planets away. Yet, due to Cell's overwhelming speed, Goku was unable to land a hit, leaving both parties stalemated, awaiting a flaw from the other. Ruby's words rang true. Goku faced this dilemma. Manipulating space was no simple feat. Each attack drained a significant amount of stamina, which was why he had initially ambushed Cell. After executing several spatial techniques, his energy was nearing exhaustion, and he could manage only one more. Should he attempt that, Goku would be on the brink of death. As his energy waned, his soul would automatically return to the underworld. Cell, too, was hesitant to act rashly. His stamina was not superior to Goku's, and each evasion cost him a substantial portion of his energy. As for forcibly shattering space with energy, preposterous. Setting aside the issue of stamina, with Goku's reaction speed, that would be tantamount to courting death. Both sides remained locked in a stalemate. Goodness, this version of Goku was formidable, resembling an insurmountable mountain. Could he still escape? Doubt crept into Cell's heart, and his fighting spirit began to wane. At this moment, he no longer wished to continue the battle. Such an enigmatic technique drained an immense amount of energy to evade. If it continued, he would surely be shattered. What to do? 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 A myriad of what to do echoed in Cell's mind, cold sweat trickling down his body, soaking him. Crack, crack. The tense Cell heard an exceedingly subtle sound, which overwhelmed him with pressure, almost causing him to erupt. Crack, crack. This was emanating from Goku's stomach. Cell focused intently and realized Goku's belly was slowly writhing, seemingly engaged in some clandestine action. This was bad. There was trouble. Run, run. Cell, you're doomed. Goku revealed his pearly white teeth, his smile reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. As dozens of senzu beans were digested, the life energy within was fully absorbed. His energy surged back to its peak. Indeed, it was the senzu beans. Life energy comprised Goku's essence and could also be assimilated. As a miraculous healing elixir, the senzu beans possessed unrivaled life energy. This was precisely what Goku had been lacking. As soon as Goku's words fell, Cell sprinted with all his might. He wanted to escape this cursed place at the fastest speed possible. Wasn't it said that energy exceeding 20 would result in overwhelming force? Why had he not experienced that? Instead, he was being beaten like a dog, fleeing in utter disgrace. Space shattered. In an instant, dozens of planets were engulfed, splintering into glass-like fragments, reflecting the sun's brilliance. My word, Ultimate Lightning Cell utilized his formidable perception to execute instant transmission, fleeing the galaxy. Trying to escape? Where could you possibly run to? Goku employed instant transmission, closely tailing Cell, even faster. Nanny, even if you could instantaneously move, you couldn't possibly be faster than me. This is absurd. Instant transmission requires sensing energy, doesn't it? The previous version of Goku misled me. What a useless instant transmission. Because I do not require energy perception. Crack. The space shattered like a tide, all rushing towards Cell. My life is forfeit. In a moment of desperation, Cell executed his last instant transmission, vanishing from his position. No matter what, you shall not escape my grasp. With a crushing motion, I shattered the spatial mirror in my hand, and Cell's figure instantaneously moved. However, this time it was leisurely. I intended to thoroughly crush Cell's fighting spirit, ensuring he would tremble at the mere sight of me. He shall lose all desire to survive. Goku extended his arms, eyes gleaming with delight, as if savoring a delectable treat. Floating away, Piccolo slapped his forehead, his mind filled with disbelief. Was he really drifting away in such a favorable situation? One day, you will regret this. Krillin and Yamcha paid little heed, as this was merely an old habit of Goku's. Back in their training days, he had always acted this way. How nostalgic those times were. As Cell arrived at the planet, he hastily fled, heading towards his ultimate goal. This shall be the end. Goku toyed with his opponent for a while, his playful demeanor dissipating, leaving only an insatiable thirst for blood. Space. Shattered. My final hope. Cell severed his own arm, hurling it forward. In 0.001 seconds, the shattering enveloped Cell's head. Crack. Cell's body fragmented, a piece, 100 pieces, a billion pieces, scattering across the ground. Even the cells transformed into shards of glass. What use was that? This is not good. There is a problem. Goku channeled all his energy, using the shattering force to obliterate the path ahead. I'm sorry, Goku, it is already too late. The Arlean, known as the most difficult alien to kill, possesses weak strength but is incredibly hard to eliminate. A green light flickered around Cell's body, and his flesh merely required a minimal amount of energy to restore itself. That is the Arlean, with an indomitable vitality, often dubbed the cockroach of the universe. You didn't T-absorb earlier, and now you choose to absorb. There must be some limitation, right? Goku remained unconcerned. Even if life was resilient, how long could it withstand his onslaught? Now it was Cell's turn to fall silent. Indeed, Goku was entirely correct. So what if it was difficult to kill? Wasn't it still a matter of a few moves for Goku? What could Cell possibly do? There were certainly limitations. 3 years ago, I created a technique that could devour other cells and integrate them into my own. Coupled with other elements, it could yield superb results. However, I could only fuse twice in my lifetime, and I had already utilized my last fusion. Cell was on the brink of death. Although you possessed remarkable abilities, even evoking a sense of longing within me, this shall be your end. Crack. The space surrounding Cell shattered, and he, too, was no exception. No, I refuse to accept this. I do not wish to die yet. I am the strongest life form in the universe, destined to become or surpass a divine entity. I cannot perish yet. In his desperate situation, Cell unleashed a courageous resolve, fiercely striking against the shattering force. Chapter 88. Breaking through the limits of Ultimate Lightning Cell. Do you truly believe that merely shouting will grant you immense power? How utterly ludicrous. Do you think you are the protagonist whose strength relies solely on a roar? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Goku turned away, preparing to use instant transmission to depart. At long last, it has concluded, and once again, it is Goku who has emerged victorious. Krillin straightened his rigid form, turning to those behind him, urging, hurry, let us depart in the spaceship. Undoubtedly, with Goku's prowess, there lies no challenge he cannot surmount. Yamcha was the first to dash toward the spacecraft. For Goku has always been a reliable ally. Hey Yamcha, wait for this old man. And do not forget me. Krillin turned to his beloved wife, extending his arms. Come here, let me embrace you. The tense atmosphere of Namek dissipated instantly, replaced by joyous laughter. Yamcha generously invited everyone to his home, declaring, tonight, we shall drink until we are inebriated. Son Goku. A thunderous roar reverberated, causing the eyes of the Namekians to widen in alarm as they turned in unison. What? So, what is happening? You are correct. With a mere shout, my strength surges like a tidal wave. I am invincible now. Goku finally comprehended the ominous presence he had sensed earlier. Cell had indeed absorbed the legendary Super Saiyan. Now, Cell had transformed into the new legendary Super Saiyan. No, this cannot be. Are you cheating? One cannot simply write a narrative like this. You have been bestowed with invincibility, have you? Is this the result of a fusion of Goku, Gohan, and Broly's genes? A formidable metamorphosis has occurred? Oh, Were you able to deduce that in mere seconds? You are indeed more extraordinary than the other Gokus from alternate timelines. Had I not absorbed the Arladian, my next target would unequivocally be you. A green aura enveloped Cell, his golden-green energy crackling with electricity, a dazzling blend of gold and green. His muscles expanded exponentially in a most peculiar manner. His energy escalated at an unprecedented pace, seemingly without bounds. In mere seconds upon this planet, Cell had brought it to the brink of annihilation. Cell's limits had been surpassed. Thanks to you. I would have never realized that this mutated Saiyan is the legendary invincible warrior among Saiyans. I would not have awakened this unparalleled power. Cell felt utterly fantastic. He believed that with the slightest touch, he could reduce the entire universe to ruin. Hey, this is dire. Just as Goku prepared to flee, his pupils constricted, and he abruptly dodged to the left. What a terrifying force. In truth, Goku's naked eye could not even begin to capture Cell's punch. His reaction stemmed purely from the effects of the soul fusion. I can react in this state. Goku, I concede you are the strongest across parallel timelines. Cell had encountered numerous Gokus in the time machine, including more than a few Super Saiyan Force. Yet, he had never before witnessed one of this caliber. Thank you for the compliment, but I must apologize. Goku's energy surged as he unleashed a devastating attack. In an instant, countless shards surrounded the entire planet, progressively encroaching upon Cell, seemingly intent on obliterating him. I am already immune to your techniques. They hold no effect on me now. Cell scoffed, displaying no fear as he welcomed the impending destruction. Flee. Goku instantaneously transported away from the planet, becoming a streaking comet amidst the stars. Futile. Cell's entire being trembled as his energy erupted, obliterating the fragments entirely. I told you, it is useless. Cell transformed into a flash of light, closely pursuing Goku, relishing the thrill of a cat-and-mouse game. Damn it. Is this right? Cell has become invincible merely by absorbing Broly. Goku had never dared to craft such a narrative during his time on Earth. What should I do? Must I truly allow Cell to kill me once? Although I will not perish as long as my energy endures, that does not mean I will not feel pain. Who the hell desires to be beaten for no reason? I am immortal. Even the Super Saiyan God would have to endure a few of my slaps. Hell, what? Are you not going to flee? Cell's eyes gleamed with malice as his energy surged once more. Goku internally cursed. His power had intensified several-fold. Was this nearly approaching Super Saiyan 4? Could he still fight? Your most potent technique, the shattering, has become obsolete. Do you have anything else? Cell's mocking voice echoed in Goku's ears, who could only manage a bitter smile. There was no recourse. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. With a series of strikes, Goku attacked relentlessly, his style wild and unfocused. Damn it. I must land as many hits as I can. Otherwise, I will be the one to suffer. Cell dismissed Goku's efforts, for his attacks bore no consequence, even failing to tickle him. With a single punch, Cell sent Goku hurtling away, striking him against the opposing planet with tremendous force. Boom. A planet was annihilated. Goku was relentlessly propelled from one planet to another, akin to a game of billiards. Damn it. Goku attempted to retaliate, but it was utterly futile. He was forcibly dragged along the surface of the planet. Goku screamed in agony, his blood spattering the ground in an astonishing quantity. Ha ha ha. Goku, I find your cries quite delightful. Cell's mocking laughter echoed in Goku's mind, igniting a surge of inexplicable fury within him, summoning every ounce of strength to rise and resist. Yet he remained mercilessly tormented. Goku's dignity was shattered in this battle, his previously invincible aura dismantled. Ha ha ha, I have triumphed. A mere stroke of fortune has rendered all your efforts in vain. The power you have painstakingly cultivated, Goku, pales in comparison to another's mere chance. Ha ha ha. What a farcical situation. What martial artist? What techniques? All of it is nonsense. I curse your luck. I curse your Super Saiyan transformation. I curse your gene fusion. The moment those words escaped his lips, Goku's fury obliterated his rationality. This was no ordinary anger, but a wrath that emanated from his very soul. The soul, forged from the moment of his birth, radiated a chilling aura that engulfed the surroundings. This was an uncontrollable magnetic field, radiating a wave of energy to every celestial body within the galaxy. King Kai realized the impending calamity. This is bad. A radiation that influences all living souls. He hastily tossed the humorous book back onto the shelf, utilizing his abilities to ascertain the source. Who could possess such a formidable soul? This cannot be happening in my jurisdiction. King Kai silently prayed. Chapter 89. The Essence of Evil and Justice. Quick. Who is it? Who is it? The pressure on King Kai escalated dangerously. Please, do not let it be radiation. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically as he stumbled back a few steps. It is Goku. What has he done? Goku. Goku. Please awaken. Do not let your fury consume your reason. I implore you to awaken quickly. In response to King Kai's urgent cries, Goku offered no reply, his eyes instead ablaze with madness. The power of his soul manifested. At that instant, every living being in the galaxy looked up, their gazes blank and frozen in place. No, Goku. Accompanied by King Kai's desperate cries, Goku's soul infiltrated the essence of every being in the galaxy, including Piccolo and Bulma, who stood transfixed, staring at the screen. At the edge of the galaxy, Vegeta, with golden hair and azure eyes, obliterated the enemies surrounding him with a single energy blast. Heh, I am Super Vegeta. A bunch of worthless fools. Even if you had the chance to approach me, you could not touch a single hair on my head. Vegeta raised his thumb, a cold smile adorning his face. As the radiance of souls invaded the planet, all life forms on the sphere inhabited by Vegeta fell into a stupor, standing vacantly in place. Was that the essence of Kakarot? Why was it so peculiar? What on earth are you doing? Under the invasion of Goku's soul power, Vegeta too succumbed to the daze, remaining motionless. No. In the eyes of the King Kai, the entirety of the galaxy's life had been ensnared in this stupor, all gazing upwards in bewilderment. The galaxy I govern, ruined, all annihilated. The King Kai collapsed despondently onto the grass, engulfed in a sense of existential despair, feeling that life itself had lost all meaning. Surrender it. The voice resonated like a cosmic explosion, echoing through the minds of all life forms in the galaxy. Convey all your energy to me. That voice carried an undeniable authority, commanding every being in the galaxy. Yes, XN. All life raised their hands, contributing 90% of their vital energy. Even Vegeta relinquishing his own. Under the radiation of Goku's soul, even the King Kai lifted his hand, donating his own energy. 1, 10, 1,000, 10,000 billion. Ha ha ha. And I owe it all to you, Cell. Were it not for you, how could I have realized my true talent? Upon Goku's birth, I once thought that his 20 power level was a gift. But Goku was only partially correct. It was not a physical gift, but a spiritual one. His arrival had never enhanced the potential of the body at all. Heh, I can sense that you are merely condensing energy now, but so what? Cell's essence surged once more, suddenly appearing before Goku. The weak should lie on the ground, subjected to the humiliation of the strong. Cell launched a frenzied assault. With each strike, his aura would surge further, with no limits in sight. Ha, die for me. Goku faced the onslaught of millions of punches without flinching. He stood resolutely in place. Flesh splattered, his skull shattered, his brain reduced to a puddle of sweat, yet Goku remained steadfast. The S-cells sensed the overwhelming fury and murderous intent emanating from his soul. Once a stagnant pool, the S-cells cried out in madness, mobilizing as if indulging in the grandest of feasts. Bang, bang, bang. The S-cells collided violently, engaging in battle, during which their replication and enhancement abilities evolved. Transcend, transcend, evolve, evolve. Goku's body erupted explosively, not from Cell's attack, but from the results of the S-cells. The S-cells sought to become the singular cell, replicating everything within the human body. Goku's cells were devoured, replicated, merged, thus becoming S-cell proteins, S-cell brains, S-cell teeth. Not enough, not enough. The cells cried out. The soul transmitted messages. Surrender. Even if you condense your energy, you cannot kill me. Cell believed he had reduced Goku to a mere puddle of blood, calmly stating, farewell, Goku. This time I have one. I want energy. Energy. Not enough. I want energy. Not enough. The surge of soul radiation intensified. The previously languid energies surged into frenzied motion. With a mighty roar, the energy transformed into a colossal dragon the size of a planet. A white eastern dragon. Roar. The dragon opened its cavernous maw, devouring all the surrounding energy. The dragon transformed into a flash of white light, executing a sweeping tail strike that traversed one planet after another. With each touch, a significant portion of a planet's energy was diminished. Roar. In an instant, the dragon devoured the energy of all planets within the galaxy at an astounding speed. The planets of the galaxy exclaimed, "You are far too selfish." Not enough. Not enough. Under the control of the soul's power, the dragon's pupils widened in shock, utterly at a loss. This was still insufficient. Not enough. Not enough. The cells shouted fervently. The soul transmitted information with fervor. Roar. Roar. The dragon's body suddenly swelled several times over. Before it appeared a spatial gate, the dragon roared and charged into it. In the underworld, the ground trembled violently, shaking. Countless small stones fell from the ceiling. What in the world is that? The king of hell dropped his pen in panic, addressing the little ghost below. Report. It is Goku. His soul has transformed into a dragon, bringing righteousness into the underworld. What? Is that the extraordinarily gifted little ghost? The one praised by Lord King Kai? The king of hell fell into contemplation. He could neither overpower him nor risk Goku being taken by Lord King Kai after death. Keep working. Do not slack off. Upon hearing this, the little ghosts exchanged incredulous glances. It was exceedingly rare for the king to not pursue further. The dragon passed through the spatial gate, forcefully breaking into hell, enveloped in righteous energy. Not enough. Hurry, hurry. Roar. The dragon rampaged through hell, seizing the essence of evil beings. Whether it be Frieza, Cooler, or the titans of the universe, all were robbed by the dragon. No, that is the evil energy wave. The little ghost rushed forward, attempting to halt the dragon. But in the presence of the dragon, he was utterly insignificant. The wind from the dragon sent the little ghost flying thousands of miles away. The dragon devoured a bottle containing the evil energy wave. Who is it? The evil energy wave that emerged from the bottle cried out in agony, only to be completely digested by the dragon in an instant. Chapter 90. The Super Saiyan Beyond Super Saiyan. The evil energy wave has perished. Roar. The dragon's claws transformed into 5 talons, an aura of malevolence swirling within, morphing into 7 dark dragon balls. Cough. Cough. Ha! Am I truly dead? Cell's pupils constricted as he abruptly turned around. Goku was, astonishingly, immortal. Ha! Goku spread his arms wide, and a massive spatial gate appeared behind him. Shrouded in darkness. I will repay you well. Roar. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar echoed, as the dragon, enveloped in the dark dragon balls, surged forth from the spatial gate. The forces of evil and righteousness engulfed Goku's entire being. The dragon instantly vanished, transforming into a colossal sphere of light that enveloped him. Not good. Cell's essence surged once more, the power of transcendence rapidly condensing in his hands. Ultimate explosion. Within mere seconds, hundreds of nearby planets were engulfed by the tremendous energy, erupting with a resounding bang. Boom, boom. Cell gasped for breath, his gaze fixated on Goku. Surely, this time, Goku must be dead? His cells were reduced to ashes. He must be dead. As the smoke the size of a planet dissipated, a familiar form gradually emerged. What? He is still alive. In Cell's eyes, a speck of dust gradually transformed, replicated, and ultimately returned to its original state. This sent him into a frenzy, as millions of energy spheres targeted Goku, erupting from his hands. But it proved utterly ineffective. Evolve. Evolve. The S-cells operated frenetically. Goku's form swelled dramatically. His hair grew wildly. Suddenly, darkness and golden light intertwined. The great ape rose skyward, resonating throughout the cosmos. The soul returned. Roar. The great ape roared, shattering countless dimensions, causing planets to tremble, its voice reverberating across the universe. The 2 little ghosts instantly collapsed in agony. Goten, Trunks, Bulma, in a panic, hurriedly embraced her 2 children to prevent their fall. In the God realm, what an extraordinary force that was. The stout figure immediately stood, squinting his eyes, traversing countless distances to catch sight of Goku's presence. The Grand Kaishin. The other Kaishins looked on anxiously, their gazes turning towards Son Goku. The Grand Kaishin reassured them. It's all right, everything is fine. In the God of Destruction's temple, Whis paused his meal, lifted his angelic staff, and gently tapped the ground, revealing Son Goku's figure. It won't be long before Lord Beerus is no match for this mortal, he remarked. How thrilling it is to witness. Lord Beerus was once like this, exuding such majesty and dominating the cosmos. As the great ape's form rapidly diminished, the essence of both evil and righteousness was wholly absorbed, and ultimately, a figure stood against the starry backdrop. This individual was not overly muscular, yet every sinew radiated strength. His shoulder-length black hair was adorned with black patterns that spread wildly across his crimson mane, and his cold, black golden eyes seemed capable of consuming all existence. An aura erupted from his being, a deep black gold, exuding an air of malevolence, like a demon or a specter. He had transcended the evil form of a Super Saiyan. Time seemed to halt as Cell gaped, fixated on Son Goku. What is this? Thanks to you. This is the Super Saiyan who surpasses even a Super Saiyan. Just as these words left his lips, Son Goku appeared before Cell in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Whoosh! Cell spat out a mouthful of blood, and the space behind him fractured, shattering the planet in the process. What the hell? This new form is countless times stronger than me. Before Cell could contemplate further, Son Goku unleashed a flurry of punches, each one striking with the force of millions. Bang! 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 Cell's body shattered into countless pieces, cascading to the ground. However, under the influence of the Arladian gene, his form slowly reassembled, ultimately returning to completeness. How do you like that? This is a pinnacle you can never hope to reach. Cell seethed. How could I, a legendary invincible warrior, be subdued by you so easily? Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Cell's head exploded into a mist of blood as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Son Goku spread his arms wide and arrogantly declared, I have no interest in your prattle. Now, I bestow upon you the gift of death. As Cell's head reformed, he gasped for breath, his eyes still wide with fear. Suddenly, he smirked, and the power of the Super Saiyan transformed surged dramatically, increasing fivefold. Ha! This is the strength that Broly, that useless one, cannot control. It's fortunate that I became a Super Saiyan. Could Broly truly be swayed by the power of the Super Saiyan transformation? Indeed, he is but a fool. Clearly, it is right for this power to follow me. How amusing. Die, you fool. Cell's height surged by 3 meters, looking down upon Son Goku with disdain. For in his perception, Son Goku was now on par with him. Moreover, he possessed the power of the Super Saiyan transformation. It was merely a matter of time before Son Goku succumbed to defeat. Cell charged forth with overwhelming power, but Son Goku stood firm, absorbing Cell's full force assault. The two clashed amidst the cosmos, each collision obliterating a planet. Son Goku sensed impending doom. If this continued, the Milky Way would surely vanish. Get away from me. With all his might, he grasped Cell's head and forcefully pulled him into a spatial doorway, away from the galaxy. Kaishin, do you see how loyal I am? I deliberately fought far from the Milky Way. As the spatial doorway opened in an unknown star system, Cell let out a furious roar, his power surging threefold again, breaking free from the restraints. Son Goku, you have no chances left. Cell felt invincible. Suddenly, Son Goku's hair began to ripple wildly. A silver-blue light enveloped him. His silver-blue eyes sparkled, with blue patterns blooming across his silver hair. He exuded an aura of righteousness, resembling a deity or an immortal. It was the Super Saiyan transformation in its purest form. The second round officially commenced. Son Goku chuckled effortlessly, stretching his limbs, showing utter disregard for Cell. Arrogant. You are far too arrogant. You have no comprehension of the terror that this power wields. Complacency will lead to your downfall. A fist that transcended limits appeared before Son Goku. Die. Cell's pupils constricted as he barely evaded the blow. Why was I unable to sense the energy of space? How could he dodge? Die. Cell poured every ounce of strength into his punches. Yet, no matter how hard he struck, he could never land a hit on Son Goku. Just as he was about to connect, Son Goku would always evade in a bizarre fashion, as if he could halt time itself. Wait, time has stopped. Cell stared at Son Goku in disbelief. Could it be the power of the Kaishin? Time has indeed come to a standstill. Cell found it hard to believe. But only the suspension of time could elucidate this extraordinary evasion. So clever. I never imagined you could deduce this in but a second. Indeed, Son Goku had comprehended the essence of time through absolute power while absorbing the righteous energy. Time had ceased. A second prior, Son Goku's fist was already in motion, infused with the might of thunder, crashing brutally against Cell's face. Time resumes. This is your reward. Bang. Cell's head buzzed. And by the time he regained his senses, he had already demolished dozens of planets. Huff, huff, huff. Cell's ears rang. Damn. Is this a technique that can toy with time? How absurdly overpowered. As long as you master your energy control, none can rival you, allowing you to wield unfathomable power. Son Goku's fist charged forth once more. He seized Cell's head with an iron grip, asserting, my control over energy is unparalleled. Tell me, have you reached your limit? Why has your energy not surged again? Upon hearing this, Cell turned his head, falling silent, for Son Goku had struck a nerve. The rate of energy growth had begun to slow, now merely at half its previous pace, utterly insufficient to contend with this monstrous foe. It was not that the Super Saiyan transformation had limits, but rather that his body had reached its breaking point. Should this relentless surge continue, his body would explode. Cell's power could no longer escalate. What a disappointment. Although this power is rare, there exists no method to counter it. What do you mean? It means Dragon Claw. 5 beams of light flashed, and Cell was instantly cleaved into 5 segments. Mortal flesh. Son Goku maneuvered effortlessly, even with the power to obliterate worlds. Cell's defenses remained as fragile as a gossamer thread, easily pierced. As for why he had been unable to defeat Cell previously, a trivial matter. He couldn't get close. Son Goku. Cell bellowed in fury. After being sliced into 5, he unleashed his utmost strength against Son Goku, his final gasp of power. A ferocious force, imbued with murderous intent, surged towards Son Goku. Upon impact, it merely passed through him as if it were water. What is this? No matter how vastly your strength multiplies, you cannot rival me. Son Goku's words rang clear, akin to a spear piercing through Cell's mind. never to be withdrawn, transcending the evil form of a Super Saiyan. Son Goku's silver hair abruptly transformed to black, and he calmly stated, "Farewell, I shall claim everything you possess." With that, the black golden great ape emerged from the void, opening its cavernous maw to consume the incredulous Cell in one swift motion. No, Cell was engulfed in darkness, transformed into sustenance. Delicious. What exquisite power. Son Goku's aura shifted dramatically, surging forth. The black gold hue became more pronounced as thousands of strands of black golden hair sprouted forth. Could this be deemed full power? Darling, darling. An urgent voice echoed from a distant star system, suddenly manifesting within Son Goku's mind. Oh no, who dares to ambush me? Do they not realize I am the strongest in the universe? Excluding angels and gods of destruction. The Super Saiyan transformation in its purest form. With righteous vigor, Son Wukong forcefully tore open the fabric of space, arriving before Bulma in an instant. What is the matter? He scanned the area with his spiritual energy, sensing no adversaries. It's Goten and Trunks. They suddenly collapsed. Uncertainty clouded the situation. In the urgent gaze of the four women, Son Wukong approached the two young ones. What is this? A grave expression crossed his face as he pointed at the children. Goten and Trunks abruptly opened their eyes, their energy surging dramatically within. Wonderful. You're all right. Chi-Chi sighed in relief and rushed to embrace the two boys. The children, appearing adorably bewildered, were surrounded by the group, who celebrated their miraculous survival. Have my SLs evolved alongside them? Without my intervention, they might have perished from energy deprivation. Son Wukong lamented, incredulous at the thought of starvation. Mom, I feel a new power within me. Me too. I have it as well. As soon as the words left their lips, the two boys exchanged glances and simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans. Pink. The group gasped in astonishment. Wow, such a charming color. Bulma eagerly examined the boys. It seems their power has amplified significantly, Piccolo remarked, perspiring. Harnessing this form requires an understanding of energy beyond the ordinary. Is it a blend of strength and technique? It's akin to a fusion of Son Wukong's two forms. Evil energy surged forth, the pinnacle of physical prowess, reduced to mere prey for the strongest. Conversely, righteous energy demonstrated mastery of technique, capable of dazzling displays from even a sliver of energy. We're back. Excellent. As time flowed, a year passed. Krillin's child was born, named Lin Luan, a testament to the love between Krillin and Marin. Like relentless waves, time swept through, transforming a tender youth into a mature and composed man. 5 years later, the jungle flourished, countless trees interwoven. At the heart of the world, a colossal tree reached for the heavens, its might connecting to the pinnacle of existence. Crash, crash. Trees were shattered, and cracks ominously appeared in the sky. Indeed, they were fissures. 5 shadows darted among the trees, their powers unleashed. Traversing the towering tree with eyes filled with dread. You have no escape. The silver-haired deity emerged from the void, his gaze icy. With a single step, he appeared before the 5. Is this the legendary ability to traverse space in an instant? Why do you seek to annihilate us? A stout figure stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Son Wukong. Though we are deities, we are not malevolent gods. Rather, we strive to cultivate a beautiful civilization on this planet. To their astonishment, all 5 were Kaioshin's, the most exalted deities in the universe. Why have you relentlessly pursued us this past year? A gaunt young man emerged, glaring fiercely at Son Wukong. No, Sin, return. It was no wonder he was dubbed the bravest Kaioshin. Son Wukong thought to himself, bemused by his audacity. Yet he found the Kaioshins unworthy of his words. Surrender your powers. Evil energy exploded forth from within, as Sin's neck was grasped. An overwhelming force consuming the majority of his divine energy. Huff, huff, Sin gasped, rolling his eyes back as he collapsed. Sin, the Grand Kaioshin cried out, nodding at the robust South Kaioshin, who understood the signal. Remove the earrings. The Pod-era earrings. Fusion. The Grand Kaioshin and South Kaioshin merged. Oh, the fusion of the most potent Kaioshin and the mightiest deity? A flash of white light revealed a new figure. What to make of this? He appears stout, yet muscular, a rather peculiar combination. Yoha, the strongest Kaioshin, makes his entrance. The fused Kaioshin's divine energy erupted, his strength soaring. Though Son Wukong felt nothing, he prepared for the confrontation. Chapter 92, Unknown Dimensions. Bang. Son Wukong's fist collided with the abdomen of the fused Kaioshin, who turned pale and collapsed. Though you surpassed the limits of Cell, I apologize, but I am pressed for time. The devouring power absorbed the fused Kaioshin's divine energy. And he turned to the enchanting West Kaioshin. It's your turn. The West Kaioshin, taken aback, instinctively shielded her chest, her face flushed. No, several thousand words omitted. In the grand hall, Sun Wukong stretched and tossed aside the West Kaioshin, who lay unconscious, as he instantaneously teleported to the top of the towering tree. Is this the aura of a deity? The power of divinity? How wondrous! Upon fully absorbing it, Sun Wukong grasped the essence of divine energy. With this newfound understanding, he perceived both space and time with heightened clarity. Temporal space exile. Divine energy surged from his hands, and a dark passageway materialized before him. Is this the time-space tunnel? Will I encounter other versions of myself across dimensions? Fascinating. Truly captivating. As Sun Wukong relinquished the divine energy, the temporal space exile vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint residue of temporal energy behind. Instantaneous movement. Earth. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong returned home. As he appeared, a little girl playing with a toy dinosaur beamed with joy. Daddy, you're back. Play with me. The girl placed the dinosaur before him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if she would burst into tears if he declined. All right. Sun Wukong hoisted her onto his shoulder, soaring through the various corners of their home. This is amazing. So wonderful. The girl, named Sun Xinyue, was 4 years old, the youngest of Sun Wukong's 5 children, and her mother was Lazuli. His third child, Sun Wunan, was also 4 and the offspring of Bulma, while his fourth child, Sun Wutian, was 4 as well, born of Chi-Chi. Get down from your father's shoulder. It's time for dinner. Hurry. Lazuli emerged from the kitchen, swiftly pulling Xinyue from his shoulder and seating her at the table. I won't eat. I refuse. Be quiet. Your siblings are eating. Why one tea you? Chi-Chi placed a bowl and chopsticks in front of Xinyue. I just want tea. Bang. 3 loud thuds echoed. Xinyue clutched her head, her little face contorted in pain as she reluctantly swallowed her food. Over the years, Lazuli had matured, becoming more composed and firm. Bulma remained unchanged, effortlessly transitioning between youthful and mature appearances. Lanky, with a fierce expression, had tempered her temperament significantly. Chi-Chi, after a decade as a housewife, mostly dealing with robots, still radiated youthfulness and charm. At the dining table, Sun Wukong inquired, is the time-space travel device ready? All set. I've gathered ample energy for you. Enough for at least a dozen trips, Bulma replied. Time and space, I'm truly curious. Launch expressed her desire to accompany Sun Wukong. I want to go too. Me too. Xinyue eagerly raised her hand, rice spraying from her mouth. Hey, everyone quickly used their energy to shield the food. Wunan scolded. Exactly. You rascals. Wutian agreed. All right, time to eat. Wufan, Lingy turned to Xinyue. No worries, just eat first. Okay. Xinyue eagerly took a big bite, resembling a little hamster. A perfect reflection of her mother, Lazuli. Wufan and Lingy had matured considerably, shedding their childish demeanor and instead protecting Xinyue. A blissful atmosphere enveloped the family, and Launch's eyes narrowed slightly. She truly cherished this ambience. After a hearty meal, come on, let us all join in. The 4 women tugged and pulled, attempting to draw Sun Wukong into their room, eager to devour his attention. Several thousand words omitted. In the grand hall, Sun Xinyue groggily rose from her slumber to visit the restroom, passing by the hauntingly vivid depiction of a humanoid creature adorned with mottled green and blue skin. It felt tangible, as if it had once existed. Indeed, it was the boundary-breaking manifestation of Cell. Suddenly, a crimson light illuminated the scene, as if the illustration had come to life, trembling violently, striving to transcend its confines. Then, darkness surged forth from the edges, engulfing the picture. Subsequently, the red glow succumbed to an eternal abyss. The following morning, birds flitted frantically through the sky, a girl with starry eyes and raven hair shimmering with a crimson hue in pursuit. Don't flee. You are my delectable prey. Sun Xinyue's energy erupted. Her black hair and eyes instantaneously transformed into a luscious pink, an exquisite augmentation of skill and power. The mutated Super Saiyan pink. Squeak, squeak, squeak. My life is forfeit. In an instant, the birds were ensnared by Xinyue, their feathers swiftly plucked, innards extracted, and roasted over an open fire. Lanchi, would you like to accompany me on a journey? Of course. It has been ages since we were alone together, Lanchi replied, revealing her snow-white smile, her cheeks flushed. Thus, Lanchi, Sun Wukong, and Sun Xinyue embarked on an adventure through the unknown realms of time and space. As for why they did not resort to space exile, ridiculous. What if they could not find their way home? The parallel universes are countless, nearly infinite. The trio entered the time-space shuttle, and with a swoosh, it vanished from sight, as if it had never existed. Mom, why can't we follow Dad? Wu Tian and Wunan inquired. Be quiet. You must focus on your studies. Bulma retorted. How stingy. Xinyue is the same age as us. Some folks, who have studied fusion techniques for an entire day, still cannot surpass their younger sister. Who could it be? Bulma glanced around, her eyes inadvertently drifting towards them. Be quiet. It's not like that. Wu Tian and Wunan blushed, hastily defending themselves. We were merely out of sorts. If we rest for a night, mastering our training will surely be a breeze. Humph. Before I return, remember to perfect your magical training. After speaking, Bulma consumed a fruit from the Tree of Spirits, its energy appearing pitifully scant amidst the overwhelming aura. Just a slight increase in power, it seems ineffective. How can one possibly locate an extraordinary planet? Bulma approached the mirror, donning the detector over her right eye. Beep, beep. The detector revealed 100 million battle power. Her strength had dramatically surged since 5 years prior, necessitating Bulma to study key control alongside Lazuli. Simultaneously, she did not neglect to consult Sun Wukong for various techniques during their intimate moments, such as instant transmission, separation technique, and the new version of the illusionary transformation, a revamped transformation technique that even allows one's ki to morph into that of another. Unknown realms of time. The time-space shuttle arrived at its first coordinate, materializing 3 years back, where Bulma forcefully breached any data within the time-space shuttle with her formidable talent. Chapter 93. An evil android from another unknown realm? The initial time of Lightning Cell. A month after departing from Cell's timeline. Oh no, is it Cell? Why has the time-space shuttle returned? Bulma exclaimed in panic. Could it be that in this endless expanse of time, there exists no entity more powerful than Cell? What should she do? Accompanied by Trunks, Bulma's mind raced, desperately seeking a path to survival. After a flurry of brainstorming, Bulma gritted her teeth. I'm sorry, kids. Go find Chi-Chi. She tossed out a capsule, and with a bang, a spaceship materialized. But, Mom. No buts. Trunks, sit down. Buckle up, and hit the switch. Remember to perfectly conceal your key. With a swoosh, the spaceship soared into the sky, its destination, Chi-Chi's home. Bulma's gaze was resolute, banishing her inner fears as she braced for death. I'm sorry, Sun Jun. It seems I cannot avenge you. Swoosh. The space trembled, and the ground suddenly birthed a colossal steel beast. The time-space shuttle had successfully arrived. Bulma felt a surge of despair, her eyes dimming, her complexion paling. So it has truly come. How utterly unwilling I am. Such matters are heinously wicked. Why? Why does Cell possess such fortuitous luck? Swoosh. Smoke erupted from the machine. No, please. As the smoke dissipated, the doors of the time-space shuttle opened, and a little girl emerged. Yay. The absolute genius Sun Xinyue has successfully reached the unknown realm of time. The girl stood upon the time machine, hands on her hips, surveying the world. Bulma opened her eyes wide, utterly astonished. It wasn't Cell after all. This machine undeniably belonged to Cell. 2 figures soon stepped out of the time machine. One was a blonde woman, adorned with a red bow, her expression fierce yet enchanting. The other was a dark-haired man with a crab-like appearance, clad in ordinary black loungewear, his demeanor cold. Sun Jun and Lan Chi. Bulma's composure shattered. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the two. It truly is you. Only you could conceive such a brilliant design. Sun Wukong waved in greeting, instantly teleporting before Bulma and placing his palm on her forehead. Reading memories. Hee, of course. I am a genius girl. Bulma puffed her chest proudly, elevating herself to lofty heights. Though her exterior exuded pride, her mind was keenly observant. Unlike the familiar Sun Jun, this new figure appeared far more astute. If Sun Jun was a pure-hearted martial arts master, then this one was a meticulous strategist. These two were truly polar opposites, perhaps in a different realm. There exists an entirely different Sun Jun? I never expected Gohan to lose. How surprising. After absorbing Bulma's memories, Sun Wukong was left in a stupor. Is this fan fiction? Or a naturally evolved parallel universe? There's nothing to be done. A single misstep in the game leaves us with no choice but to accept our defeat. Bulma waved her hand, indicating this was a reluctant choice, yet she was astounded that Cell could be slain by you. Her heart raced. For this was an adversary even the prodigious Gohan could not vanquish, especially after Cell had matured over 8 years. Mom. A childlike voice reverberated through the air, freezing the atmosphere. You call me Mom? Bulma trembled, pointing at herself in disbelief. Could it be that her counterpart in another realm had acted thus? Bulma had to concede that she had indeed felt a pang of affection back then, but never anticipated her parallel self would be so audacious. Truly remarkable. She had even obstructed Chi-Chi. Yes, Bulma Mama. Don't you remember Xinyue? Xinyue's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression forlorn. Be quiet. Did I not tell you this pertains to another realm? I surely wouldn't remember you. Lan Chi abruptly seized Xinyue, preparing to toss her aside. It's fine. It's fine. Don't blame her. After all, children speak without a filter. Bulma hastily took Xinyue from Lan Chi's grasp, examining her closely. She was truly a treasure. Bulma summoned the spaceship back, bringing the three back home for a conversation. After all, She was genuinely curious about how her counterpart in another realm lived. In the unknown realm of time. Wow. Sun Wukong was struck by a beam of pink light, letting out a cry as he transformed into a delightful piece of chocolate. Dad. Gohan's energy erupted. He attempted to intervene but was struck by another beam of pink light, transforming into a soft, fragrant cake. Cursed. That wicked being. Ha. All will become my sustenance. Every one of the Z fighters, from Piccolo to the benevolent android 21, was struck by the evil 21's pink rays. All transformed into sweets. The evil 21 opened her cherry-red lips, extending her delicate tongue as she devoured the sweets one by one. Truly delectable. Crimson spots dotted her dark purple skin, which suddenly transformed, tingling, and alive. With each movement, the malevolent android 21 straightened her body, lost in this intoxicating sensation. How to describe it? It was akin to an unbearable itch one could not scratch, culminating in a frenzied relief after enduring a day and night of torment. Following a crescendo of exhilaration, Android 21's energy surged exponentially. She licked her lips clean, savoring the taste, and pinched her cheeks in satisfaction. Indeed, only the energy of Sun Wukong can satiate my hunger. There is an abundance of energy to absorb. After relishing her delightful feast, Android 21 sought a tranquil place to fall into a deep slumber. 3 days later. My stomach growls again. I am so hungry, ravenously hungry. After 3 days, Android 21 digested the energy, her appetite seemingly overflowing. So hungry, so hungry. Android 21 sank into a frenzy, her feet creating a crater in the ground. And in the blink of an eye, she arrived in the human metropolis. Another round of overtime awaits. I feel as if I am teetering on the brink of death with every passing second. I am utterly speechless. I truly wish that my rest could linger a moment longer. Oh, let the world perish swiftly. Very well, I grant your request. The voice of Android 21 reverberated throughout the city, instilling panic among the humans who scattered in terror. 100,000 beams of pink light transformed all the humans into confections, with chocolate and tiny cakes littering the ground. Disgusting. Inedible. Utterly repulsive. Android 21 sampled the sweets one by one, ultimately concluding, a travesty. Quite dreadful. Not worth recommending at all. Indeed, Sun Wukong remains the most delectable. Thoughts surged in Android 21's mind, birthing an extraordinary idea. If I could traverse time and space, I have made my decision. I shall devour every incarnation of Sun Wukong across all timelines. Android 21 envisioned. Good-hearted Android 21 envisioned. Chapter 94, Majin Buu. Are you not going to meet Chi-Chi? After gaining clarity, Bulma instantly remarked that this Sun Wukong was a notorious scoundrel. How could he have 4 wives? It was utterly terrifying. How could the me from another timeline accept this? A chill ran down her spine, prompting her to distance herself from Sun Wukong by several meters. You think I can't see you? No need. This timeline Sun Wukong would have revived long ago if he wanted to. Why would it concern me? Sun Wukong outright refused. The Chi-Chi from another timeline was not his wife, so there was no need to expend any effort. Xingyue sat vacantly on Lan Qi's lap, while the blue-haired Lan Qi also appeared dazed, leading Bulma to briefly think they were mother and daughter. Xingyue had activated her mother's good-hearted mode. To Bulma's astonishment, Xingyue's mother turned out to be Android 18, that cold, aloof woman, the one whose expression always seemed to convey that someone owed her a million. Shaking off her thoughts, she turned to Sun Wukong, puzzled. What brings you here? Since Cell has been defeated, logically, Sun Wukong should return to his own timeline. Or could it be? Could it be that this Sun Wukong is also a martial arts fanatic? Of course, I came to observe the differences between this world and mine, but primarily to see this timeline's Sun Wukong. I knew it. You guessed correctly. Then go quickly, and remember to send a message to Trunks for me. Sure, absolutely. Thus, after a brief farewell to Bulma, Sun Wukong took the hands of Xingyue and Lan Qi, 2 bewildered souls, and instantaneously transported to King Kai's planet. As for why the lively Xingyue was acting dazed, she was merely mimicking her mother on King Kai's planet. Is it like this, Uncle Wukong? Future Trunks suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Surrounded by crackling electricity, he exuded a cold and ruthless aura, as if ready to crush all foes. Impressive. You have completely mastered Super Saiyan 2. Trunks scratched his head, refraining from boasting, for Uncle Wukong had likely surpassed this form long ago. Piccolo, Gohan, and Vegeta crowded on a small planet, tirelessly training. So you are all indeed here. Dad. 2 dads. Gohan rushed to confirm, his fingers fidgeting in excitement. Sun Wukong. Kakarot. The 8 of them were collectively astonished. There were actually 2 Sun Wukongs. Yes, this is my Uncle Wukong from another timeline, having had prior experience. Trunks immediately recognized that this Wukong was indeed the genuine article. No, it's another parallel timeline, not a time loop. Xingyue interjected, declaring, "You are utterly ignorant. You lack any understanding. Who is this little brat?" One might wonder, brimming with pride. "Indeed, I am Sun Wukong from another parallel timeline, but I have a question." "What is it? Why is Vegeta on King Kai's planet? Shouldn't he be in hell?" "Silence, Kakarot." Vegeta suddenly flared up, for Kakarot was correct. He had indeed been in hell at that time. Were it not for King Kai, he would have remained in hell, eternally paired with Frieza. "Never mind. Since you are here to find me, surely you wish to engage in a thrilling battle?" The unknown Wukong's gaze burned with intensity, his energy coursing through him. The warrior's instincts primed for combat. The unknown timeline Sun Wukong issued a challenge to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong paused for a few seconds, contemplating a battle so soon after their meeting. Truly, a martial arts enthusiast. All right, just the right opportunity for a warm-up. His words dripped with arrogance, as if defeating the unknown Wukong would be as simple as quenching one's thirst. Bring it on. The unknown Wukong disregarded such musings. He only desired an exhilarating fight. His fist was already upon Sun Wukong's face. Yet curiously, the strike that seemed destined to connect was miraculously evaded with ease by Sun Wukong. "Your stance is unsteady." His leg lashed out like a whip, striking the unknown Wukong's legs, causing him to stumble to the ground. The unknown Wukong gritted his teeth, countering with a flurry of strikes, but no matter what he did, he could not land even a single blow on Sun Wukong. On King Kai's planet, foliage was uprooted. The unknown Wukong's feet crushed a swath of grass, while Sun Wukong's feet remained unscathed, standing resolutely on the soil. Incredible. He is utterly dominating my father. The techniques of the other timeline's father were executed with such grace. Not merely flashy moves, but rather a blend of evasion and attack that formed a beautiful dance. Each dodge and strike dazzling to behold. How vexing. The Kakarot from another timeline possesses such formidable strength. After achieving Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta's previously relaxed demeanor tightened once more. The battle raged on, and after gauging the unknown Wukong's capabilities, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful punch to the abdomen. The air crackled. The space trembled. The flora behind the unknown Wukong was instantaneously obliterated by the shockwave. "Are you not planning to transform? You may not have the chance for your next move." "Haha, I didn't expect your techniques to be completely unfamiliar to me." After hundreds of exchanges, he had gleaned nothing, which surprised him greatly, as he had always imitated his opponents from a young age. It seemed it was time to unleash his true abilities. After a furious shout, the unknown Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan. Energy surged violently within him, his gaze icy. "Prepare yourself. You think I need to dodge against Super Saiyan? This transformation will not grant you victory." Due to the abundance of S cells throughout his body, Sun Wukong experienced no augmentation, remaining in his base form. He was now at Super Saiyan 4 combat power. Even transforming into Super Saiyan merely altered his appearance without any enhancement. "No need. I will make my own judgment." The unknown Wukong closed in for an attack. He was determined to land a hit on his counterpart from another timeline. Main timeline. One day prior, the defeated Kaioshin lay sprawled upon the ground, with only one, the West Kaioshin, diligently tidying his blood-stained garments. "Majin Buu, this is a divine being. Hurry, absorb him," urged a pale, extraterrestrial figure with a tuft of yellow hair. This individual was none other than Babidi. At this moment, Majin Buu had just been birthed and possessed no semblance of intelligence. Indeed, in this particular timeline, Majin Buu had only recently come into existence. No, that malevolent creature had departed, yet why was there still another? Upon receiving the command, Buu swiftly knocked the West Kaioshin unconscious, his gaze fixating on the fusion Kaioshin. Revealing a gluttonous grin, Buu transformed into an enormous bag, forcefully enveloping all the Kaioshins within, and with a gluttonous gulp, proceeded to digest them. Buu underwent a transformation, evolving in intellect and augmenting in power. Huff, huff, huff. After consuming the entirety of their energy, Majin Buu's body erupted with steam, reminiscent of a decrepit locomotive, emitting a low hum. Chapter 95, Kaioshin Buu. Buu roared, his form drastically altering, his once emaciated physique now robust. Although the Kaioshins had been largely devoured, their divine energy surged within him like a colossal wave, reacting fervently. Of course, the primary source was the fusion Kaioshin. His might was unparalleled. There was no way Buu could hope to absorb such power. What is this? Who am I? Kaioshin Buu gazed down at his muscular arms, his intellect continuously sharpening, as if striving to break free from the magical control binding him. How about that, Majin Buu? Babidi exclaimed, a self-satisfied grin plastered on his face, his thoughts burgeoning with malevolence. With the consumption of the Kaioshins, Buu's strength had become invincible. I shall dominate the entire universe. Silence. The Kaioshin Bu, immersed in evolution, was abruptly interrupted by Babidi, inciting his furious wrath. You dare speak to me in such a manner? I am your master. Majin Bu. You are bound to obey my commands for eternity. Humph. Kaioshin Bu sneered, deeming this wretch unworthy of being his master. The tranquility of his mind was suddenly disrupted, engulfed by a tide of endless malevolence. Just as Babidi intended to employ magic to teach Bu a lesson, in a shocking turn of events, Kaioshin Bu shattered the control spell with sheer divine power. How dare you prattle on before me? Perish. Alarmed, it was the great Kaioshins. In a mere instant, Babidi's head was forcefully severed, plummeting at Buu's feet. You foolishly killed Babidi. The Demon Realm King, Dabura, seethed with rage, exerting all his might to unleash petrifying magic, spitting forth a massive glob that struck Kaioshin Bu with precision. Haha, die. Even if you are several hundred times stronger than me, my magic shall turn you to stone. Dabura proclaimed triumphantly, turning to retrieve Babidi's remains. As for Bu, the Master's corpse held greater significance than another's demise. Truly a pitiable creature. What? You dare not. Dabura's words fell short as a pink beam from Bu struck him, transforming him into a delightful chocolate likeness of the Demon Realm King. Dabura, you, a frog in a well, are utterly oblivious to my power. Bu devoured the chocolate in one bite, utilizing instant transmission to depart from this beautiful planet. After thoroughly absorbing the Kaioshins, it was less a matter of intellectual evolution and more an alteration wrought by the divine power of the Kaioshins. Both goodness and malevolence were obliterated, and strength surged forth unceasingly, divine energy coursing through him. Indeed, Bu could now independently generate divine energy. Moreover, it was the divine energy of the fusion Kaioshin. Kaioshin Bu had made his entrance. Goku? I shall. Why seek Goku? Was it for delectable sustenance? A mere desire to see him? No. For within Buu's heart resided a singular yearning, to conquer him, to reclaim the honor of the Kaioshins. The divine must not be insulted. He would eradicate the mortals who dared infringe upon the dignity of the divine. In an unknown timeline, within the primary timeline, a day had elapsed, while this time frame had approached a full 3 years. Is Bulma ready? Inquired Evil 21. Now, Evil 21 no longer bore the pallid hue of her skin, but had reverted to a vibrant pink. Having completely digested Good 21, she had returned to her original form. Yes, Lady 21, I have constructed a time machine for you. 3 blue-haired women spoke in unison, equipping 21 with the energy to traverse through various timelines hundreds of times. Though these 3 women shared identical appearances, their vacant gazes and mechanical movements revealed them to be devoid of emotions. They were indeed replicas stripped of all feeling. Well done. It is truly a pity that I had to consume you. 21 placed a small cake to her lips, her elongated tongue coiling around it before swallowing, a satisfied expression gracing her face. Yet soon after, a look of regret clouded her features, her face contorting into a frown. If only you could possess consciousness. What marvelous machines could you create? Due to Bulma's flawed genetics, 21 was compelled to fabricate these inferior replicas, though they would suffice for now. The 3 Bulmas stood motionless, quietly listening to 21's lamentations. Alas, speaking to you is futile. After a brief pause, 21 smiled gently. After all, you are merely scrap, and producing a time machine from you is already commendable. 3 beams of pink light struck the Bulmas, transforming them into blue candies, which were then telekinetically drawn into 21's hands. Splendid. It is indeed the long-lost candy. Bulma is truly the best. 21's elongated tongue rolled up each candy, savoring them one by one. Had Goku been present, he would have insisted on having a fair and glorious battle with 21. In the primary timeline, if the passage of time in the timeline of Cell resembled a gentle stream, then the flow of time in the primary timeline surged like a tempestuous tide. 1 month after Goku's departure, in a desolate region, shadows flitted across the rugged terrain. One particularly elongated figure appeared to be on the brink of a meltdown. Saliva flying everywhere. No. I've told you, that is not how fusion works. Do you not understand? It's not just about synchronizing movements. The frequencies of your energies must also align. In his last desperate attempt, Piccolo shouted at Wu Tian and Wu Nan, utterly exasperated. He simply could not teach these 2 brats. They were far more troublesome than Lingyi and Wu Fan had ever been. Lingyi and Wu Fan had merely been mischievous, but these 2 were genuinely foolish. Although the fusion technique had been considerably modified by Goku, the complexity had not escalated significantly. Yet these 2 had been struggling with it for a full 2 months. My heavens, how can one be so dense? Don't be angry. Anger is bad for your health. Wu Nan, drenched in cold sweat, attempted to quell Piccolo's fury. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, Practice makes perfect. We shall strive diligently. Wu Tian chimed in, though he secretly hid behind Wu Nan. You both will train extra hard. Yes. Wu Nan and Wu Tian hastily scurried off to train, but their eyes exchanged furtive smiles unseen by Piccolo. Their plan was a resounding success. It turned out they had been evading study all along. One could only say they were a clever pair at such a tender age. On Earth, beneath the distant starry sky, Kaishin Bu stood amidst the cosmos, gazing down upon the entire planet, devoid of brutality or benevolence, his eyes reflecting only tranquility. Is this the planet where that mortal resides? It seems he is not present. With a slight sense of perception, Bu closed his eyes in meditation. As for the troubles of seeking out mortal relatives? Absurd. I am a noble deity. How could I stoop to such trivial matters? Chapter 96. The Majestic King Goku. Faced with the onslaught of the super unknown Goku, Goku remained unfazed and at ease. Too weak. Too weak. Too weak. Goku appeared to anticipate every attack trajectory of the unknown Goku, skillfully interrupting his moves with precision. Huh. Who? Yeah. With a thunderous roar, lightning enveloped his form, heralding the emergence of Super Saiyan 2. This is the ascension beyond Super Saiyan 1. His gaze, colder, his aura, more tempestuous, his power surging exponentially in an instant. Faced with my current self, will you not transform into a Super Saiyan? Truly, I find myself at a loss. Goku paused, his eyes suddenly shifting. The Super Saiyan has arrived. No change in aura? What could this mean? Could it be that he has mastered his energy to such a degree? Piccolo's pupils constricted, immediately rising from the rubble, compressing his aura in an instant to create the illusion that there was no change. No, the other Kakarote's aura has remained unchanged. It is his transformation. Vegeta's eyes narrowed like those of a hawk, swiftly identifying the crux of the matter. Indeed, the transformation of the other Uncle Goku seems to have become a new norm. Thus, he has refrained from transforming for so long, because there is no need to possess the ability to make transformation a constant state, so he can unleash his full power at any moment, without reliance on rage. Even the consumption of energy has diminished exponentially. This is akin to wielding a cheat code. Bang! Goku uttered not a word, merely executing a single strike. The unknown Goku was utterly vanquished. I have lost all patience. Shall you not use the fusion technique? Goku's tone lingered ominously, malice bubbling forth from within. For you are utterly weak. I cannot even muster the interest to battle with you, not in the slightest. He gestured dismissively, his eyes filled with disdain. Listen well. You rabble. Hurry and summon Vegito to face me. In the face of his malevolent words, Piccolo and Goku remained silent, but Vegeta was incensed. What did you say, Kakarote? Let me fight you. Vegeta would never concede to being inferior to Kakarote, not even in another timeline. Boom. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, a punch infused with fury. A full-force strike. A mere trick, not worth mentioning. Goku dodged effortlessly, avoiding Vegeta's wrathful blow, and with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, his tail ensnared Vegeta's neck. Is that all you have? How profoundly disappointing. Consumed by humiliation, Vegeta was engulfed by rage, unleashing his aura with all his might, his muscles swelling, his power significantly amplified. The Super Saiyan 2 muscle-enhanced form, a technique that sacrifices a portion of strength to elevate one's aura. Yet it proved futile as Goku's tail shifted, and Vegeta's eyes rolled back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Father, Vegeta, fear not, I have not taken his life. Goku tossed Vegeta before Trunks, so? How shall you battle me? In the presence of this different iteration of Goku, a rare silence enveloped the regaining Vegeta, who exchanged a glance with the unknown Goku. Ultimately, his pride compelled him to consent to the shameful fusion. The two stood together in the clearing, Vegeta's face slightly flushed as they fused. Their first fusion miraculously succeeded. The most extravagant Saiyan, the Prince of Saiyans. Vegito has arrived. Are you ready? Vegito transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his eyes brimming with combat fervor, sparing no words. Given the fleeting duration of their fusion, he must secure victory swiftly. Now that is more like it. I shall take this a tad more seriously. Goku cast aside his jacket, revealing a black shirt beneath. Shall we descend into hell for battle? He had no desire to wreak havoc on King Kai's planet. In the next instant, a colossal spatial gate materialized within King Kai's domain. Just as I intended, Vegito strode through. The King of Worlds, moved to tears, could scarcely believe that another timeline's Goku would consider his feelings. Observing the King's earlier expression, the others realized a rather embarrassing truth. It appeared they had drained all the life from the trees and flowers on King Kai's planet. The group descended into hell. As both parties entered the skies of hell, sensing the urgency of their energies, Vegito struck first. The collision of fists sent tremors through hell, countless shards flying. Magma erupting, as though heralding the end of the inferno. Locking eyes, they simultaneously released their forces. Their powers erupted, clashing within hell for dozens of exchanges. Remarkably, their strikes were astonishingly synchronized. I can't believe we are on the same wavelength. Vegeto exclaimed with exhilaration. This is exhilarating. This is what a balanced battle feels like. Not necessarily. Goku's aura surged once more, directly exceeding Vegeto's by a full measure. Damn, this guy increases his energy every time he faces me. So now he is revealing his true strength, is he? Let us go again. Vegeto could only follow suit, amplifying his energy, the time for their fusion dwindling once more. 5 minutes remaining. That's Goku. That monkey is even here in hell. Frieza, in his paradise like hell, listening to a lullaby, felt his fury intensify. Good riddance. Good riddance. That filthy monkey. Regardless of Frieza's thoughts, Goku and Vegeto continued their battle in hell. Countless lesser demons suffered as even the once dominant evil overlord of the universe fell victim to the residual chaos. Fight. They both unleashed their powers again, escalating the destruction of hell. My heavens. Upon awakening, the sky has collapsed. King Enma calmly set aside his pen and notebook, aiming to avoid being crushed by falling debris. As for what to do about hell, what could he do? Just let it be. King Enma resignedly accepted the impending reality of his demise. What madness is this? How did these two formidable fools even find their way into hell? Though this battle did not reach every corner of the universe, it certainly affected more than just hell. The entire realm of the afterlife was on the brink of annihilation. Enduring such intense assaults, hell, you have endured much. The time machine traversed through the temporal tunnel. And number 21, feeling helpless, noted that many timelines lacked the presence of Goku. Where on earth could Goku be? Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach seemed to urge her to eat. She was starving to death. Number 21 gazed upon a timeline devoid of even a single fighter with a power level of 100 million. Suppressing her desires to continue her temporal journey, she would not consume mere garbage. Even if it meant death, she would only partake of the divine fruits, not a basket of rotten apricots. Goku, Goku, where are you? I truly miss you. Please appear soon. After several hours of temporal travel, number 21 finally discovered the planet inhabited by Bulma and Krillin. Fantastic. I can finally indulge. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. She swallowed her saliva with her slender, pink tongue, contemplating calmly. Why was Goku absent? Had he gone out? Chapter 98, Fusion Warrior Wulin. Yet he ultimately agreed, marking the first time in his life that he would care for children. He recalled being merely 8 years old then, transforming from a clumsy novice to someone adept in just a month. Of course, the four women had no knowledge of this past. Otherwise, they would certainly not have allowed Goku to care for children. Truth be told, every time Piccolo reminisced about the time spent with the two little ones, a gentle smile would faintly grace his face. Indeed, throughout their lengthy companionship, he had come to regard them as his own family. Thus, I shall never allow you to harm them. 150 times King Kai's fist, muscles tearing, blood surging within, bones on the verge of shattering. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his aura exploding from within, attempting to deflect the pink energy beam entirely. But his strength fell short, merely deflecting the majority of the beam. In the reflections of the tears of Wufan and Lingy, Piccolo was struck by the pink energy beam, transforming into chocolate and plummeting to the ground. Damn! Number 21 gasped in horror, wishing to unleash the pink beam again. Uncle Piccolo! Mom! A flash of white light surged forth, and a sorrowful wail echoed throughout the world. Hair cascading over the neck, the face as tranquil as still water. Yet the gaze radiates fierce intensity, brimming with murderous intent. A sublime fusion of calmness and lethal ferocity. Behold, the most formidable fusion warrior, Wulin, has entered the fray. How dare you? How dare you transform them into chocolate? Wulin roars, his hair flowing backward as a pink aura surges forth from within him, revealing flickers of lightning amidst the fiery glow. Something feels amiss. Number 21, intending to retreat a few steps, finds Wulin's fist already hurtling towards her face. Boom. In a mere instant, number 21 is propelled beyond the earth, arriving at the very heart of the galaxy. What madness is this? Such power. Such power. How can it possibly reside within a fusion warrior like you? Number 21 attempts to twist her body to halt her momentum, but suddenly, her pupils widen in horror. For Wulin not only survives amidst the cosmos, but has once again struck her in the face. Her features are shattered, her entire being contorted by the overwhelming force. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, she explodes in the vastness of space. Die, you wretch. A palpable aura of murderous intent envelopes the entire star system, and Wulin's speed is so overwhelming that number 21 cannot recover in time. She can only grit her teeth and endure. Faced with such an invincible adversary, she yearns to escape, to flee. but it is utterly futile. He is too terrifying. This kind of power cannot possibly exist in this universe. Haha, I believe I am beginning to understand. Wuling suddenly smiles. The pinnacle of power and technique revealing to him the capacity to slice her open with ease. In that fleeting moment, Wuling ceases his assault, granting number 21 a brief respite, allowing her to regain her form. Number 21 lets out a piercing scream as her abdomen is forcefully torn open by Wuling. A strange energy envelopes Wuling's hands, thrusting deep into number 21's belly. Return Wunan, Wutian to me. This time, his hands do not destroy flesh, but penetrate into number 21's stomach. The ultra-pink Wuling, with extraordinary perception, locates Wunan and Wutian, forcibly extracting them from within number 21. Gazing at her brothers in his hands, Wuling's murderous intent dissipates, and he declares, "Then, you must perish." What? Number 21 attempts to resist, but Wuling's energy wave is instantaneous. Before she can make any move, the demon-breaking flash annihilates her body, reducing her cells to dust. Wuling snorts coldly, turning to teleport back to Earth with her unconscious brothers in tow. Ouch! Wunan and Wutian plummet from a height of 100 meters, eliciting a chorus of gasps. So painful! So painful! Wunan and Wutian clutch their crimson behinds, rolling on the ground in agony. Wuling remains silent, gathering the chocolate from Piccolo and Bulma, deep in thought. How on earth can this magic be unraveled? After much contemplation, Wuling finds himself at a loss. He has merely learned techniques, and has not studied magic under his father, rendering him incapable of grasping these principles. Leave it to me. Wuling's pupils constrict. When did this happen? He sensed nothing. Before him stands a pair of green earrings, pink skin, reminiscent of that detestable woman. Yet, she differs in a significant way, not in appearance, but in power and an air of nobility that shines through. Leave it to me. The Supreme Kai Bu's words echo once more as he extends his hand, signaling for the chocolate to be surrendered. Wuling hesitates for a moment before ultimately relinquishing the chocolate to Bu, left with no choice but to trust this unknown powerhouse. With a huff, Bu exhales forcefully, sending the chocolate swirling into the air, and with a flick of his finger, divine energy strikes the chocolate. What? The four of them gasp in astonishment, their eyes widening as they behold their arms. The magic has been dispelled. Is it Gohan and the others? Piccolo regains his senses, recognizing the familiar figures and feeling a wave of relief. It seems they have triumphed over that bizarre foe. Who are you? Wuling gazes at Bu in astonishment, completely unaware of the nature of this power. I am the most noble deity of this universe, the Supreme Kai. Bu states calmly. He is not merely Bu, nor just one of the Kais. He is the newly born Supreme Kai Bu. The Supreme Kai? The others exclaim in surprise. There's a deity greater than the Kais? Could it be? Are you the superior of the Kais? Bu ponders for a moment, a fleeting image crossing his mind. You could say that. I am the superior of all deities in the universe. My apologies, please follow us. Bulma's eyes sparkle with excitement. Stronger than the Kais? Must his abilities be several times greater? Bu contemplates for a few seconds and agrees, thinking to himself that he is merely dealing with an enemy. So why should he fear? He possesses absolute confidence in his strength and is unafraid of anyone in the universe. As for why he helps the relatives of his foe, Bu simply thinks it was a whim. Amidst the boundless expanse of the cosmos, dust swirls, eventually transforming back into a figure. It is number 21. She has not perished. You wretch. You nearly killed me. Number 21 gasps, for had she not discarded her cells into the cosmos, she would have been dead at Wuling's hands. Damn it. After all that effort, she gains nothing and instead suffers severe losses. Number 21 is on the verge of tears. She truly cannot bear to remain in this universe any longer. She must flee this cursed place immediately. Chapter 97. Number 21's assault. Still not dead? Number 21's expression changes. The staple food she had painstakingly sought is gone. How infuriating. Moments later, number 21 forces herself to suppress her overwhelming despair and begins to think rationally. Even without the staple food, other dishes are still satisfactory. However, she is uncertain about the strength of this time and space. Are they strong or weak? As a high-intelligence artificial human, she resolves to first ascertain the strength of the food, as this will dictate her next actions. 3 days later, number 21 reverts to her human form, donning a white mask, black form-fitting pants, and a white shirt, making her appear even more alluring. Gazing at the grand villa several kilometers away, number 21 swallows a blue candy. Is this Gohan? What a chaotic timeline. After 3 days of gathering intelligence, number 21 discovers that this time and space differ greatly from her own. For instance, Bulma is now Goku's woman. And Android 18 has not been modified but instead lives as a human woman, marrying Goku and bearing children. How fascinating. Ha ha ha. This timeline is absolutely marvelous. Number 21 suddenly spreads her arms, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Give me all your energy. With Bulma possessing such immense energy, how could number 21 not be thrilled? With power far surpassing Super Saiyan 3, number 21 holds the right to utter such words. At the Grand Estate, today marks the graduation of Wunan and Wutian from their training program. To celebrate these two prodigies, the entire family has gathered here. Go for it. You can do it. If you fail tonight, you will be punished with your older brother's summer homework. Hey, why not do the older sister's summer homework? That's unfair. Bang. Lingy crouches on the ground, covering her smoking little head. Life is devoid of fairness. You can only strive to be better. Chi-Chi admonishes. But it really hurts. Lingy, caught off guard by her family, feels her breath falter as Chi-Chi delivers a painful punch. It hurts too much, regardless of how the audience perceives it. Wunan and Wutian collide with one another. In that moment, the air around Earth solidifies, and the two, once dark-haired with dark eyes, have transformed into ultra-pink. This assessment centers on controlling one's energy during combat, judged by Piccolo. Only those who score above 90 are deemed qualified. What if they fall short by just 1 point? Tough luck. Return for retraining. The two pink figures continue their battle, sonic booms echoing through the air as they engage in a fierce contest of equals. 100 meters away. You would do well to focus all your attention on those two little imps. Subject 21 has transformed entirely into a viscous sludge, exerting every ounce of effort to conceal his presence, stealthily advancing with measured slowness. Though he possesses greater strength, an ambush offers far superior efficiency. In but an instant, he could savor the delicacies. Quite impressive indeed. Yet, they remain no match for me. Wu Nin unleashes his full power, his aura surging to overshadow Wu Tian. TCH. Did you think you were the only one concealing your strength? Wu Tian erupts with full force, his aura steadily intensifying. Ultimately, it mirrors the previous encounter. They are evenly matched. All shall become my sustenance. Subject 21 unleashes his full might, hundreds of pink beams of light erupting forth. Merely a meter away from Wu Nan and Wu Tian. This is bad. Wu Nan and Wu Tian, utilizing their mutated Super Saiyan forms, quickly react. Yet this attack is too swift to evade. Surrounded by dozens of pink beams, in mere seconds, they are transformed into exquisite pink chocolate. The remaining 100 beams target Ling Yi and Wu Fan, the two with the highest potential. Give it to me. Get away. The two instantly transform into super pink, releasing a tremendous aura that repels the pink beams back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The adversary's power is formidable. The two little imps are panting heavily, having merely deflected this strike. Yet their energy is already significantly depleted. I hadn't anticipated your strength to be quite so impressive, far surpassing that of my counterpart, Son Goku, from another dimension. Concealed in the shadows, the pink sludge emerges from the ground, gradually coalescing into 10 blocks, then merging into a singular pink extraterrestrial entity. With crimson eyes and pink skin, exuding an alluring yet sinister aura, it is evident that this being is far from benevolent. Who are you? Why do you wish to attack us? Piccolo, perspiring, fixates his gaze intently on Subject 21. Me? I am an artificial being, a culinary enthusiast of sorts. Subject 21 feigns contemplation, all the while picking up Wu Nan and Wu Tian's chocolate forms, promptly devouring them. His aura surges dramatically, his control over power becoming increasingly precise, while his reflexes and cognitive abilities subtly enhance. Return our children. In but a second, they have already devised a plan. 100 times the Kaioken. With their continuous injections of the super soldier serum, they wield the 100 times Kaioken with ease. The three women have already circled behind Subject 21, enveloped in red steam, their gazes fierce as they unleash their most potent energy waves. Breakthrough demon flash. Such futile struggles. Your fate of being consumed by me is inevitable. Subject 21 sneers, making no attempt to evade their onslaught. Boom. How infuriating. Piccolo appears to have grasped something. Swiftly turning to Wu Fan. Lingy, leaving only a remark, he unleashes his full power to support the three women. Truth be told, Piccolo's heart has plummeted to the depths. His strength is hardly superior to Lazuli's. There is no chance of victory against such formidable opponents. Only death awaits. Indeed, that artificial being is still alive. Yet Piccolo presses on. Why, you ask? It is not for Lazuli, nor Bulma, and certainly not for Chi-Chi. Futile, futile. As Subject 21's voice fades, 3 pink beams of light strike the 3 women with unerring accuracy, transforming them into chocolate that falls to the ground. Mother, the 2 little imps are devastated, yet they forcibly suppress their emotions, striving to steady their auras. Indeed, it is the fusion technique. After turning the 3 women into chocolate, Subject 21 notices the two little imps. Her expression shifts dramatically. The fusion technique. Do you think I would grant you time to fuse? In an instant, she ascends into the air, unleashing her full power. Your future is to become my sustenance. Thousands of pink beams surge towards the two little imps who are in the midst of fusion, just as they are on the verge of being transformed into delicacies. Yes, it is because of them. Piccolo's thoughts drift back 9 years, recalling a time after his battle with Son Goku, when grievances were laid to rest. Son Goku had come to his training grounds, accompanied by two little imps. One was mischievous, wreaking havoc on the surrounding wildlife. The other was quiet and studious, seated on the ground, engrossed in a book. When Son Goku suggested he take care of the children, Piccolo's face was a canvas of refusal. Ridiculous. How could the great demon king Piccolo possibly babysit? Sometimes, it was truly exasperating. I had clearly revised this section, yet this tomato writer software behaves like an obstinate fool, refusing to heed my commands.